Hello everybody, my name is MintBlitz and it's that time again. This is your top 10 plays from Halo Infinite's Ranked Arena playlist. You guys submitted some absolutely wild stuff today and big thank you to the HCS team for having me on. With that said, it's going to be one absolutely fantastic countdown today. Let's jump into number 10. First up today at number 10 we have Austin We Bring, and Austin, I checked your stream yesterday and your title was #1 redhead on Halo Infinite. So when you 1v1ing Ubernick, Austin is playing Livefire Strongholds, and check out this disgusting ninja for the triple. He's not done as his teammates are egging him on and he keeps on getting kills. If you ever wanted to see just how important team shooting is in Halo, look no further than this clip. He gets the kill tag, jumps up to Nest and looks towards Mud and finds the Killtrocity. He was absolute one shot and he still got the Killtrocity. An awesome way to start off our top 10. Next up at number 9 we have iSpar, back on Livefire and in the exact same spot as Austin. Sliding off of Nest to soar out towards QT, he's got the flank of the century. All 4 kills are assisted by his teammates, again showing just how important team shooting is in Halo Infinite. 3 bandit Evo cleanups into a clean body shot overkill. What really makes this clip is the kill tag. He absolutely dunks on the guy heading to pillars with the no scope. Awesome shot, Spar. Next up at number 8, we have Agent Cooked on Coliseum as he's cooking the enemy team. Picking up 2 quick snipes, he sees the triple kill, very clean headshot, and he sees the man's toe beans looking up towards rockets and hits the overkill. I absolutely love the Coliseum remake. Awesome job, Agent Cooked. Moving on to number 7, we have a G2G Sleevey. Featuring his Dragon Bandit, he's going to be dragging the enemy team through the dirt. Good movement, good positioning, and by working with his team for the first 3 kills, he gets the triple. Sleevey has great awareness to double back to Garage for the clean headshot over Exterm. Great stuff, Sleevey. Next up at number 6, we have Chef Prufio. First we have Agent Cooked, now we have Chef Prufio. I'm sorry if your name's Prufio, but it's more fun to say it that way. Prufio is playing Recharge Strongholds and realizes the enemy team will be pushing through from C to A, try flip spawns and gain map control. The final kill of this clip makes it with the sick ninja overkill. He destroys the man and ends his career. Awesome stuff, Chef Prufio. The next clip in our countdown is number 5. Marking our halfway point of the countdown, we have Mailmain. And you know his motto, he delivers. Mailmain is playing Forbidden CTF, and I've got to say, this map is beautiful. Playing keyboard and mouse, Mailmain secures top mid control with some very clean shots. But what really makes this clip, oh boy, is the last one. He absolutely destroys that guy. Fantastic clip by Mailmain. At number 4, we have SLG. We just saw Mailmain destroying the enemy team. Now we're watching Mailmain get destroyed. Up against a few EU pro players, SLG has the shock rifle and with some very clean shots, he picks up the overkill extermination. Moving on from that and entering our top 3 plays, we have Callus. Remember how I said team shooting was important on Halo Infinite? Well, you're going to see that in this clip. Callus is playing King of the Hill on Livefire with his team capturing the final hill. As the objective is nearing completion, the enemy team is far more likely to Hail Mary rush the objective to try stop the game from ending, and Callus takes full advantage. As you can see, after Callus has picked up the overkill, the garage side of the map is open. That means as long as his teammates don't move, they're going to keep respawning there over and over again. Callus can take full advantage. This clip is a race against time. Will Callus kill the entire enemy team, or is the game going to end first? It is one of the only kill-tastrophes I have seen in Halo Infinite Ranked in the game's almost 4-year life cycle. Our runner-up this countdown is Kruvu. Playing Aquarius Bomb, and shout out to Halo Studios for adding skill jumps into Infinite, Kruvu is going to use them to flank the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates are also going to push up at the exact same time to again help team shoot the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates even go to the lengths of sacrificing themselves to give him a better chance at continuing the multi-kill. The theme of this countdown seems to be team shotting as Kruvu picks up the Kilimanjaro.
Oh my god.
Finally, we have number 1. Your number 1 Halo Infinite clip for this countdown is by Infini. I was going to commentate this, but this clip is so disgusting. Just watch, it is amazing. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? That clip was insane. Now, that is the best clip I've seen on Halo Infinite in quite a while. Easily the best clip of the countdown. If ever there was a deserving winner, that is the clip. And that's it. That is your top 10 clips from the Halo community from the Ranked Arena playlist. The next top 10 will be Ranked Arena again, so get those clips in. I got told there's going to be a QR code on screen, so you can use that to easily submit your clips, which I thought was pretty nifty. And if you do end up in the top 5, you can expect some rewards coming your way thanks to HCS. Always love seeing some awesome clips from the Halo community. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later.
What's going on, guys? It's Clutch here, and you know what that means. It's time for another HCS Top 10. We kicked off the 2025 season at HCS Arlington, and I got the 10 best clips from the event for you. At number 10, it may be a new season, but we have some familiar names still here in the top 10. It's Frosty, and he needs to make a play. He spots Legend on the plat, takes down Renegade bottom middle, and is able to win the gunfight against Bound to push his team to a Game 5. At number 9, it's my MVP for HCS Arlington. It's Renegade. It's Optic Gaming versus Shopify in the grand finals. Renegade trying to reset the bracket. He's got Rockets bottom middle. He's going to push. Finds last shot. Able to flick the shot up to take down Roll 2 as well. Jumps up and able to finish off Frosty for the triple to get his team the lead and some momentum in a much-needed grand final series. Coming in at number 8, Eco. He's got camo on streets. He's going to be able to jump heaven and get behind enemy lines. Eco, the big brain player, finishes off his teammates' damage, finds an easy kill. It's not perfect shots on Deceptify by any means, but the job gets done. Eco finds a triple, and Space Station take the lead. At number 7, we're back with SSG, and this time around, it's Lucid. It wouldn't be a top 10 without a Lucid clip somewhere in there. Lucid able to snipe Piggy below the base. A quick scope on Immortal is disgusting. Able to clean up the kill, back base for a nice triple kill. New map, same snipe. Back in the top 10, Lucid finds himself. Moving on to number 6, Renegade was on a mission this weekend, and unfortunately, TSM found out the hard way. A nice nade, nice Talik, and Soul Snipe, both to weak. Renegade finds easy shots onto Druck, giving him a killing spree and a triple kill, and Optic Gaming will take that game. Coming in at number 5, Legend from Optic Gaming. It's the grand finals against Shopify Rebellion, and Legend wants revenge. Optic are up 49-40. They will win this game no matter what. But Legend does it with authority, a single bullet onto Royal 2, and Optic proved that they are here to win a championship. If you thought 5 was a nice shot, wait till you see number 4. Here we go with Frosty's point of view right now. He's going to have overshield bottom middle. Because he misses it, he has to go back, loses a little bit of his overshield now. He's one shot with a headshot with Snipe. Legend makes sure of that as he rips his head off. Legend quickly transitions onto Cycle for a no-scope double. Last shot spawns back flag, and the fadeaway gets Legend a triple kill and a flag on the move for Optic Gaming. If you thought 4 was good, wait till you see 3, because 3 is from Ryan Noob in Game 5, Gen G versus Complexity. Ryan Noob is back green, 2 sticks, repulse, and snipe in his hands as well. He's got the entire utility to play around. He's going to wait for his moment, though. Passively playing, doesn't show. Immediately when he does, a body shot, headshot, repulse, stick off the ground. The third guy's too late to do anything about it, and Ryan Noob embarrasses Complexity for a triple kill and the lead in Game 5. 2 left to go, and you know they're going to be something special. Number 2 on board now. It's going to be Nemesis versus Optic Gaming. Check out the score, though. 1-0 Nemesis trying to create the upset against Optic Gaming, and it's 49-48. Turns into an absolute stalemate. Optic let Camo go for free. SLG gets this, has so much information now that he's invisible, but this front jump play is unbelievable. Makes it into the window, has 2 frags in his back pocket, spots Formal on the back stairs, 2 nades will get the job done, and without even shooting his gun, he's able to clutch up and win to take the series lead 2-0 to Nemesis. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the number 1 clip from HCS Arlington, and it's Big Game Trip to deliver it for us. Trippy was on fire all weekend long. Every time he touched the snipe, it felt like he was making plays, and this is just one of them. Trippy has camo snipe, G slides top mid, hits the first no-scope, the second no-scope for a body, the third for a headshot. But this is where the clip starts. Trippy, still with camo snipe in hand, is all 4 down for Nemesis as he rotates towards the training. He knows all of Nemesis is spawning here because FaZe are blocking the map. They do a great job to trap them back green. The early damage comes through. Trippy able to finish off that burst, and that's his sign to go. An easy kill onto the second, switches to the snipe for the triple, finishes with the bandit for the overkill. All 4 down for Nemesis again, and Trippy puts Nemesis on a highlight reel for the number 1 clip.
the damage, and the rest will follow!
Goodness! Overkill for Trippy! He's taking that big shot! Coming in for Legend! The triple kill from Legend! The Frenchman is going nuts! And they can call themselves champions!
Hello folks and welcome to the Halo Championship Series here in the beautiful Dallas, Texas at a ginormous festival you may have heard of. Of course, it's DreamHack. Welcome to, I would say the desk, but really it's the sofa. We're going to be sofa surfing all weekend long. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be hosting alongside wonderful faces. One that'll be with me on the sofa pretty much the entire weekend, Wes, apart from maybe some bathroom breaks, the odd little like looking around DreamHack here and there. But how are you feeling about the tournament?
I'm looking forward to it, man. We're on a couch this weekend, so I'm gonna get a blanket, get some pillows, chill out, maybe some popcorn. There's Dippin' Dots over there too. Wow. So I'm gonna dive into the Dippin' Dots, enjoy the show. We got the best teams in the world doing the best at what they do, so I'm looking forward to the action and seeing who can take home the trophy this weekend.
So am I. We've also got a wonderful Shurs on the couch. Shurzy, how are you feeling? Obviously competition only increasing as we head into the first part of the season, what felt like the first part, but honestly, it feels like we've been doing this, portion of HCS this year for so long. We've had K-San, so many different tournaments, opens. How are you feeling about DreamHack?
Yeah, really excited. Can't wait to get into it. I think this is the closest I'll ever be to a trophy, so I'm going to be touching this all weekend long. So it might need some polish by the end of the weekend because my grubby hands will be all over it. Yeah, really excited to get into this one, but yeah, can't wait to get into the action.
Me too. We obviously have our roadmap on the screen for you here as well. And as we can see, Dan, we had Optic taking that first major, and of course DreamHack follows shortly after that. Not much of a gap in between. Do you feel like teams are ready for this event? Have they gone away and been able to really dig deep and find out what wasn't working for them?
Yeah, certainly. I think after teams finished, they went straight back into the research, started looking at all the paperwork, started making sure they were checking every other team's strategies. And the real question is, can Optic do it again? We saw how emotional it was for Formal when he was able to win that trophy and say, he felt like he didn't know if he still had it. Well, I think it's evident he does still have it, and I'm excited to see how they're going to perform at this tournament.
That is the big question mark on everyone's mind. That second place run was so long. It was like 595 days, just shy of that 600 mark. That is an awful long time to be getting second places. Clutch, how do you feel about Optic Gaming, especially with the run they managed to accomplish in Arlington? It was getting a bit dicey at times, but they pulled it out of the bag.
Yeah, I think they learned a lot about themselves this previous event, and I expect a completely better Optic Gaming to show up this time around. I do not expect them to make it as hard as they made it on themselves here this weekend. An early elim bracket run was not what the doctor ordered. I don't think we'll see that from Optic again this year. I'm looking forward to seeing how this team goes through winner's bracket this time around. I'm expecting big things from the Green Wall.
Shurzy, how do you feel about that grand final? Because obviously Optic having to really dig deep in order to get this done, going up against some of the favorites of Shopify Rebellion, who I think many thought had that one totally in the bag, coming on the winner side of things. But Optic Gaming, they started things off hot. How did you feel that grand final went?
Well, I really think they recovered from that loss to Nemesis and indeed Rebellion. I think they absolutely dominated in the first best of 7, going 4-0. So I think all things were looking good for them. And I think in the second best of 7 as well, I think going to game 7 and icing up, those moments you've seen time and time again before with the previous team, they were finished in second place. This time, they were finally able to ice up and get the crunch in. I think really excited for this team's season, and they're only just getting started.
Yeah, ice is the name of the game at this level. There is such little margins between some of the top teams here that you just have to have that kind of X factor, that ice, that clutch up moment in order to get jobs done. Speaking of getting jobs done, Shopify Rebellion, they don't want to lose out this time around. And Dan, they were looking promising all the way through until that first best of 7, where things started to get a little bit scary for them. What was missing from their gameplay, do you think, when they faced Optic in the grand finals?
Yeah, I think there's a few things people might say could be lack of experience from a couple of the players for Cycle and Last Shot. Did the nerves get to them getting to that final? I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it could be something you factor in for their performance. Game types is always going to be a consideration as well. The second best of 7 was clearly better for them than the first. Had they have played that second list of game types in the first one, would have been a different series. All these things that are just like shallow thoughts. In the end, they weren't the better team. Optic were the better side, and I think Shopify Rebellion will come back bigger, they will come back better, and I'm really excited to see how they perform.
big thing for me was Frosty. Like, the difference between Frosty and Renegade was the difference between that series was Renegade was the best player in the world coming into that tournament, and basically all tournament long. Frosty was the best player in the world up until we witnessed Optic's elimination bracket round, their entire run. So Frosty's got to play better in the grand finals. He knows that, and whatever he can do in order to perform like we know Frosty to perform, I think we're going to see a better Shopify Rebellion because I expect Frosty to be Frosty come Sunday.
Yeah, I think oh, go on.
Sorry, I think if one of the criticisms is true that Cycle and Last Shots, maybe grand finals experience wasn't there, well, one thing we do now know is they have got that rep on LAN, and now they can maybe right some of those wrongs.
100%. I think, you know, sometimes you just need to go back to the drawing board, refresh a little bit, and just know your worth as a team and as an individual player. And I think, you know, sometimes you have those lackluster moments, those lackluster games. Unfortunately, if that falls flat in a grand finals, so be it. But you have the next time to go back and rebound and bounce back. And I expect that out of Shopify Rebellion. Chasing top 2, though, we have a couple of teams. Let's talk about FaZe first and foremost, because they've had a refresh themselves. Royal One, he's back in the mix. That coach that we all know and love, who has a number of accolades under his belt. What does a coach like Royal One, do you think, deliver to this roster here?
Honestly, I think some steadiness, like some professionalism to this roster. I think, like, although they are all known to be veterans in the scene for as many accolades as they have in their careers, but I think Royal One's a peace, quiet mind behind them to reassure them in times where they may be doubt. So I'm looking forward to having a good, consistent, solid coach behind this FaZe roster, because this FaZe roster really is one of those teams that can break into the top 2, that can beat the Optics and the SRs of the world when they're playing their best. If we can see the same version of Trippy that we saw last time around, this FaZe roster is going to be a problem for anyone.
Yeah, I think Trippy is a key factor here. And like Dan, when you're looking at somebody like Trippy, who, you know, had his moments last year, I think he was kind of on the spot. A lot of people had a lot of things to say about him, whether or not he could compete with some of the best, but I think Trippy has really turned a new leaf here, and I think he's found comfortability within this dynamic.
Yeah, and I think if you look at, you know, you speak about Frosty, you speak about Renegade and those players popping off in the grand finals, is Trippy that player for FaZe Clan? We, you know, touted him big game Trip and everything like that. He has stepped up on the occasion, but you really need to raise your level in every single match if you're going to get to those levels of the Frosties and the Renegades. So I don't know. I look at that FaZe roster and I think that is my biggest question. Who is that one player that's going to step up? Statistically, Suppress sometimes is up there as well, but there's no flashy player when you look at it as a core with FaZe Clan. I think that's what worries me a little bit, but at the same time, if they can just use that teamwork to take down a squad, then I think that will be an even more impressive feat.
I'm kind of waiting for that flashy player to emerge.
Yeah.
You know, I think at certain points in time, I think you just have to have that confidence. I think you need to be that guy. I think a lot of our kind of members of these pro players on all of these teams have that potential, have that, you know, availability to be that guy, but it's just about stepping into that role and knowing what you can do on that stage. Well, on the stage, they got to do it one way or another, but Space Station Gaming, again, chasing top 2 as well as FaZe. Space Station shows lackluster performances, to say the least, especially against the top 2, sometimes arguably the top 3, depending on kind of where they're playing and how they're playing, whether it's scrims, etc. What's your thoughts right now on this and their process with things?
Well, there's a lot of criticism that they're coming under. I think people are questioning whether their pacing is there, whether the teams are actually meshing together well. What we do know is all 4 of those players are a dream. They're a fantasy book. And when you look at those names, you think they're going to win championships, but we haven't seen that. All 4 of them collectively are not performing the way you would expect. We should be seeing this team challenging for it to get into a grand finals, but they're falling flat time and time again in some of those series, and I think this is a big tournament for me. I think there's the most pressure on this team out of any of the other teams in the tournament as far as I'm concerned.
Wes, when it comes to Space Station Gaming, you know, what is not clicking for you? What are you noticing?
It's a tough question, and I think like everyone and their mother is trying to break this down, because why is this roster not competing for a tournament win? But when I look at them, they're over like complicating what it should be very simple Halo. When in basic situations where there's 3 dead, we gotta clear the back blue on the King of the Hill last tournament. That really stuck out to me as far as like we're not doing baby steps. Like if we're skipping steps because we want to pick up the pace and we want to play a little bit faster, then we're going to make mistakes. And they made mistakes and paid for those mistakes in actual like total game wins. For them, they just got to simplify the game, and I think that they really have been overanalyzing a lot of what's gone wrong. It's not that dark of a place to be when you're in the top 4. I know they have expectations of winning, but they've got to be able to just relax and play their own game. And if all 4 of those players play great, they're going to be great.
100%. Get out your head, stop overthinking things, and start playing the Halo that you've played for decades long now. They're in Pool D with Envy, Complexity, and of course that open bracket team coming into every single one of these pools by the end of today. We'll find that out very shortly. But looking across these, we often talk about a potential pool of death. I'm not really seeing that. You know, I'm not really seeing that at all. Likewise from Arlington as well. I just think I'm looking right now at this bracket and hoping we kind of see some normality for some of these teams. We had a big upset happen here, Shurs, and Nemesis, they just knocked the socks off everybody coming out of Europe. Being able to take down Optic was just unimaginable, and it really did skew the bracket for a lot of teams.
Yeah, they were out there throwing haymakers, and they almost took Optic Gaming out of the tournament as well. They pushed them to another Game 5. This time they find themselves in with Shopify Rebellion. Can they do the same thing? My issue and concern is when they played against FaZe, it didn't look good, and Rebellion, with the pace that they play at, it could be a very difficult task indeed.
It could be very much so. I am looking at a particular team here, especially when it comes to roster changes, to see what they can do coming into this weekend. And of course, that's TSM. TSM bringing back Manny after 2 years. Their gang is back together. They're a team who have really tested the likes of the top 4, if not even the top 2. How are you feeling about this reunion here, Wes?
I'm feeling pretty good about this reunion. I don't know about their chances to really break into the top 3, I would say, but I could see them at 4th at the end of the weekend here. I think this team, one, just has so much game time with each other, and there is so much camaraderie around these 4 players. I mean, we know their history with KCP. We know their history with, throughout getting 3rd at Worlds at the first year, Native Gaming. Like, this team has been through several different battles to where they know that they can come out on top. They believe in each other. And now that they're back together, there's going to be a little bit of a vibe around this team throughout this weekend. I'm worried if pool play doesn't go as expected for this team, and I need them to get at least 2nd in their pool, is what I mean by that. And if that happens, then I think this team's going to be just fine. Last event, it was not pretty for TSM, and that was just a one-person change. So will that one-person change really make that much of a difference? Is Manny that big of an addition? That's the big question.
Yeah, it's a lot of spaces I think they're going to have to jump, right? The history of them finishing top 3, but a lot of the game has changed. The meta is completely different. The starting weapon is different. The sandbox is being completely taken away. So they're going to have to try and go back into the basics. Wes spoke about SSG not doing some of the baby steps in the basics. I think for TSM, we don't have that issue. I think they'll all know how to play the game together. It's just whether or not they can see the same success as the past.
I don't think Cherish was the problem with this squad as well.
Yeah.
When I look at their performance and how they were playing, but I think that what they've gone for is just that chemistry. I think that's evident. They've gone back to what they know works, and I think if it does work, then I think we learn a lot about how important chemistry is in this game.
Indeed. I think we'll talk about TSM a bit more because there's so much to unpack there, and I think the likes of this chemistry, and also, are they going to blow past the ceiling that we've seen them hit quite a few times in a row in previous years, right? There's so much to unpack there, but another team, lads, I want to get your opinion on, of course, is Cloud9. Another big change, and arguably probably one of the biggest for this team. You bring on a veteran like Lethal onto the roster. My big question here for you here, Wes, is, because I know you'll give it to me honest, is this a good team for him? Because I know this is a great addition for this team, but is it good for him?
It's better than the last one, that's for sure. But in all honesty, I think Lethal's going to have to climb the ladder once again. He's fallen to a point right now in his career where he is going to have to take steps to get back to the top. The thing is Lethal's putting in the time. Lethal is in the money 8s at night. Lethal is back online, grinding again, and that's something I'd love to see. He's found his passion and his want and his drive to win again, and we know what Lethal can do when he has that drive and when he has that time commitment that he puts in. I love the idea that Lethal's going to add a lot of opportunity to this Cloud9 roster, who has, over the years, this core, Sav and Septify, have been pushing series to Game 5s. They have no business pushing series to Game 5s with. I mean, with the big dogs, with the SSGs of the world, with everyone, it feels like Cloud9's always in that Game 5. Lethal is the kind of player that can take you over the hump in a Game 5, make those core decisions in those clutch moments, and maybe we see some Cloud9 upsets this weekend.
Yeah, I think Wes hit the nail on the head there. When you're looking to turn to somebody who's going to have that experience, that calm under pressure, the Game 5 moments in the Slayer, someone who will give you exactly what's said on the tin, I think Lethal is that player. Of course, Cloud9 forced into this change, but they look towards Lethal, someone to really give them that platform to push on. This was a top 6 team before this. Will Lethal make the difference then?
Well, I think that statistically, Manny was the lowest performing on Slayer, on Oddball. I think it's a forced change for Cloud9, but it might be a dream come true that they're able to add a player of Lethal's caliber. I genuinely believe they could push their way to top 4 with this roster. And I also just want to say, Lethal, it's a great beard. You look back at, you know, is he doing one of those things where he doesn't shave until he wins another championship? It's like one of those.
It could be. It certainly could be. Hey, hold on a second. You never know. You never know here. I will say, though, you know, I've got to agree with, you know, getting over that hump, the game 5s, the no ice in the game 5s. You know, that must drive them crazy, getting that far, pushing your competition to the limit, to the point where you are able to knock out, for example, somebody like Space Station Gaming, or just get the one over them. That is huge, but not being able to do it time and time again, it does kind of bring up some questions. Can Lethal provide that ice ability? That's the big one. Does he have that leadership skill, which he hasn't often needed previously, to allow these guys to follow his lead on moments like that, decision making like that? That's what I'm going to be looking out for this weekend with Cloud9 especially as well. You know, I will say though, in terms of the addition to Lethal, I want to say Sab and Seb, I think they're a phenomenal duo. I think they have been really stepping things up here. Wes, does this dynamic work for you? When you look at this on paper, how are you feeling about this?
I think they're scrappy, yes. And to Dan's point, do they have a chance to get inside the top 4? Maybe that's their ceiling, but I think top 6 was a very lucky opportunity that they were able to place inside the top 6. I know that they pushed SSG to game 5 to try and get to top 4, but that was probably the best Halo we'll see from like that core group of Cloud9 that weekend. I really expect this team to be more consistently inside the top 6 now with a pickup like Lethal. I think he's going to bring a lot more. He's going to steady the ship here and allow their floor to be much higher than it once was.
Indeed. Now, talking about game 5s and also just upset potential in general, we've seen a couple of upsets coming out of Arlington, and one actually from the open bracket side of things, but Ether Gaming coming through the open bracket into pool play, doing the absolute most, going down to the wire. I have my eyes set on them right now to come out and start to really perform. And not to mention also doing pretty good in scrims here for North America as well. They split games with Space Station Gaming. Granted, Space Station haven't had the best scrim results the past week, but to do that to some of the very best in the world, you got to have something going for you. And also last event, 3-2 with Cole. They also beat Luminosity 3-1. I mean, a special team here coming out of LATAM. And shows how are you feeling about them? These names we've seen so many times on our screens here. Do you feel like they're going to be performing here in DreamHack?
This team impresses me because they're forced to do it the hard way time and time again, going through the open bracket, having to deal with all of those trials and tribulations, and when they make it to the championship bracket, it'd be very easy for them to, in the pool play, go 0-3 and they're out of the competition, but they're finally starting to cause other big teams in North America the problems and making it out of the pool. So very excited about this team.
Yeah, when you look at the trials and tribulations of the open bracket, you can also view it as a benefit. They're getting tons of games in throughout the weekend. They come into these series warmed up and very ready, especially when you go through winners in dominant fashion like they usually do. That's a lot of confidence they're building. So when they go into pools, they got a little something on their shoulders. They got a little, their chest is puffed out going into those pool plays. And I'll be honest, the guy I got to call out on that team is Acid. Every time I play that kid in matchmaking, that kid is moving like somebody. And I'm like, who in the hell is Acid? Every single time. Well, you know who Acid is now that he's got his name on like the championship bracket at this point. I'm expecting big things from him specifically, just from personal experience. And if he can play like he does when he plays against me, that team can go places.
I'm kind of curious, just really quickly, while we're still on Ether for a split second. Do you feel like it's LATAM's turn next? If Ether go on to perform really well, is it LATAM's turn next to have a player come up and maybe join North America again?
That's the issue. Like, I think it's so much easier for like someone from EU that also speaks a little bit of English. Like, the language barrier is so difficult to get past. We're pretty far down the road of Halo Infinite. I'd be shocked to see somebody come into like the North American scene and join a team. But I think he can give this Ether team an opportunity to really bust into the top 8.
I'd love to hear that. You heard that as well, LATAM. Duolingo. All right, get on it quick, because there's some opportunity here for sure if you keep performing the way that you do in matchmaking against this guy. But we need to talk quickly about, of course, the open bracket as well, because we do have an exceptional open bracket, and you guys can watch all of the action. We also do have coverage by LBT for the open bracket, but if you are looking for Pool Play. It's casted on A and B on Twitch and YouTube, so make sure you have all of your tabs open. And as you probably know, if you do have all your tabs open pretty much all weekend, you do get Twitch drops as well. And I know you will love that because you want to have all of those in-game skins, you want to look the best, to perform the best. And this is actually the first time I'm seeing this, so these look actually dope. I love the little can at the bottom there as well with the nameplate. I think you'd probably be rocking. I actually love a soda as well. And of course the trophy charm as well as the frying pan as well. You do love a soda.
I do love the soda.
You do love a soda.
He prefers energy drinks.
I
Red
mean,
Bull.
you could kind of see that as an energy drink. You probably do need that going into some matchmaking or rank.
I need that going into this cast.
Oh, yeah. Are you casting?
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold up. We got lines crossed here. We do have a schedule for you guys for Pool Play for day one here at DreamHack as well. And kicking things off today, we will actually be seeing FaZe Clan versus Cloud9, two teams I'm very excited to see kick off the day here from Pool C. Space Station versus MV follows shortly. FaZe Clan take on Zero Tenacity once again. Optic versus Gen G later on in the afternoon. Shopify Rebellion will take the stage versus Nemesis, the European heroes. And you do get to see that good old Optic Gaming once again going up against the new look TSM. The brothers are back. The band, I'm going to call them the Jonas Brothers, honestly. That's literally how I feel.
Let's not
They
do that.
Is that a
disappear.
compliment?
It is, honestly.
There's only
it's a compliment.
three
No,
Jonas
they've
Brothers?
made a comeback now. They've made a comeback. They're going on tour. They went and did their own individual things for a little bit. And they've come back
They're
together.
the Backstreet Boys.
What's happening?
Oh, they're
right
the
now?
Backstreet
I
Boys.
prefer
Yeah.
Backstreet Boys.
Everybody.
All right, we just stop.
Is that Backstreet Boys? Shh.
I was trying to keep it, modern for the kids, isn't it? Jonas Brothers and all that. But that is exactly what's coming your way today here for Pool Play. Really excited about a lot of these games. I think a couple are going to be telling in terms of what mindset I think some of our teams are in. How much of a slaughter can you make it, I think, is some of the kind of mental game that you need to be playing as a team. That's what you want to be doing to some of these opponents who haven't made it into even the top 8 yet, right? So I think it's really important to have that mindset and bring your A game to day one, because we've seen what happens when you bring the B game. And Optic Gaming certainly were unfortunately on the lower side of things there for quite some time. What game in particular, Wes, that you kind of got your eye on that maybe you could figure a few things out ahead of the weekend?
I think it's got to be game one. Like,
Yeah.
it's got to be, like, you got to come out the gates, and honestly, you start with that objective CTF on Aqua. Like, that is a usual grind. If you can dominate CTF Aqua, that's usually good signs going ahead for the rest of the series.
All right, well, I like that. I think this one is going to be very telling of C9, especially just in terms of how Lethal fits into things and how their system is working, the dynamic shift here. We do actually have our series layout for you guys to see exactly what's coming your way. As Wes mentioned, Aquarius CTF is the beginning one. That arena-based map, that one is going to be a fast-paced CTF, and I'm excited to see how fast FaZe Clan can really take this, because I think pacing for them it's been something that I think they're struggling with some of the top two. Shopify Rebellion being one of the faster kind of teams who are able to work their magic on you and dictate things. Can FaZe do the same to C9?
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed with was C9's different mode, obviously in neutral bomb, but they played SSG last tournament, and it was game 4, and it was a grueler. It was about a 30-minute game. I think Scherz and I sat there and watched, but I was really impressed on how they played the map Aqua. Very, very impressed from the C9 roster. I know the addition of Lethal is only going to benefit that, I would think. But FaZe is a different beast, I feel like, especially on a map where they're just bandits only and all of their shots are what's going to be what's showcased the most and trying to differentiate themselves from their opponent. FaZe is one of those teams where when it's bandits only, I have more confidence in them almost than on the other asymmetrical maps with their shock rifles and all these different power-ups that you're trying to play around. When it's just straight up gunnies, give me falcated and suppressed every day of the week.
You have to remember as well, FaZe went undefeated in Pool Play last time. They looked flawless on a Friday, and I think that's going to be a scary factor for Cloud9, because if they play anything like that, I think this might be a 3-0. We saw the series layout. Sadly for Cloud9, their previous team hadn't won any of those first 4 game types at the last event either, so it's not exactly the best series layout for them, but the addition of Lethal does change that, so there's always going to be something they can go off of that. Maybe Lethal adds that a little bit of extra when it comes to capture the flag, for example.
Exactly, and talking about capture the flag, we actually do have some CTF stats here for you to chew on, lads. A 3-1 record right now for FaZe Clan, so only dropping 1 here. And Cloud9, unfortunately, not looking so great, nearly splitting things, but actually have a losing record on this, and the rank speaks for itself. I think when you're looking at something like this, I think Cloud9 just need that player who can evaluate what you need to do when you are down bad and how to turn things around. I truly believe that Lethal is one of those players. I think it's going to make a huge difference in moments like this and going up against teams like FaZe.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where Lethal fits in with Capture the Flag, because Septify has been the player who's been leading the charge for Slays on Capture the Flag, and Boobadooboo has been the majority flag runner. He's been the objective focus player for this team. Lethal's always been one of those guys that's considered of doing the down dirty work. Will do a little bit of everything. If he can assist Boo Boo a little bit more, I think that's what they've been lacking. Someone else to be pushing that objective. I do think Cloud9 could maybe steal away something from FaZe Clan here, but a player to watch for FaZe is Trippy. Trippy's been unbelievable in flag game types, not only putting up big numbers on the Slays, but also capturing on average 1.5 flags per game. He's been their flag guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we mentioned before the FaZe Clan maybe don't have that superstar, but maybe Trippy is starting to grow into that role. We've seen some of the shots he was hitting last event. FaZe didn't drop a map until Championship Sunday last time as well, so that's going to be a challenge for Cloud9 to really wobble this team early on.
Yeah, I think wobbling is going to be the key. You need to try and take a map off them for sure. I know you're smiling.
I just don't know. Wobble is just a funny
wobble,
word, isn't
wobble.
it?
It is. It's a
You
funny
won't
word.
hear me use the
You're
term
all
wobble.
balanced. You got your 2 feet down and you get wobbles. You're a
Have
bit
a little
wobbly.
wobble. I get it. I totally get it. And it's going to be key for this, for sure. I think C9 are going to have to steal something away here. This first map is going to be very, very difficult. I will say, looking at Trippy on a screen, though, a man we're going to be talking
He's
a lot
brolic.
about this weekend. Again, yes, very stacked for sure, but can he stack things up consistently? That is my big question for Trippy. He had a standout performance in Arlington, and truthfully, since joining this team, I've seen a different level hit from him. I do think that's due to comfort. I think he's already had that in him all along. But can he do this every single time? Because that roster requires some consistency out of their players. You're talking about that star player, that key player who's flashy. Can Trippy be that? Are we needing more from Suppressed? You know, there's some big questions being asked by, you know, some of their teammates who you really need to start brawling with the top two.
Well, I think that's where this FaZe team goes from top 4 or top 3 into the top 2, into a potential championship, is when you do get more from Suppressed, when you do get more from Falcated. Like, those players, I feel like Penguin is like so consistent that I never even have to reference him. It's just a known commodity in every game. Penguin's a great player, but the X factors for this FaZe roster have got to be Suppressed and Falcated. Those two have the ability, have the ceiling to compete with the best in the world. I don't think that they had their best tournaments last tournament, and FaZe still found themselves deep into the bracket, getting third. So phenomenal plays from Trippy. Yes, if you can get that same Trippy and you can get matched by Suppressed and Falcated, all of a sudden we could be talking about a FaZe championship.
Well, I've been given the nod that we are ready to go on main stage. So, folks, without further ado, your first match of pool play here at DreamHack is FaZe versus Cloud9.
It is our 3rd versus 6th seed heading into this tournament. What a curtain raiser we do have. FaZe Clan up against C9. Dan, tell me something that the people need to know.
They need to know this is going to be the perfect way to start off the HCS Open here at DreamHack Dallas. If you're walking by and you've not watched any Halo in quite some time, the perfect chance to watch some of the best do it. Yes, might be 13, might be 16, but there's been changes on the side of Cloud9, and FaZe are looking better and better with every series they play.
I think it's important to know as well, we mentioned how they don't perhaps have that superstar right now, but what they do have is consistency. Those 4 players will give you an 8 out of 10 every single series, and sometimes, oftentimes, that's enough.
It is enough, but the sad reality is when you get to those final stages of this tournament, when you play against a Shopify or an Optic, it needs to be a 9, it needs to be a 10. That's what Renegade does, that's what Frosty does, that's what every other player does on those teams. And that was my concern looking at this FaZe roster. I will admit, I didn't even know if they would make top 4 at the last event when I looked at how they were playing, when I looked at the names, and I will happily eat my words because they have looked incredible since they started at Arlington. But it is going to be who steps up. Will it be Suppressed? When I look across the numbers, the statistics, who's putting up those slays, often it is Suppressed or Falcated, with Trippy and Penguin more objectively focused. The core is great, right? You've got everything you want to create a team. You have your Slayers, you have your objective players, you have your leaders. You've now got a new coach. You've got Royal One behind you as another leader as well. I think FaZe Clan are very much on the rise here.
And for Cloud9, of course, we did mention forced into that change. Lethal comes in. We spoke about what he brings to the team and how important he can be. But Dan, Sab and Septify, those two have been really hitting the ground running these last couple of tournaments. So these players have a lot of pressure on their shoulders for their team. Yeah,
when you look at the series layout at the bottom, I'm highlighting Septify and Sab in every single game type that you see at the bottom 5. They were the standout players when it comes to slaying ability, but then on the other side, you've also got the objective-focused players. Again, you see what I'm going at here? You really need to have that core being built for your team, and it was Boo Boo who focused a lot on the objective, but now adding Lethal, I think you get a little bit of everything. I've always said he's a good player that can be in the right position. He'll do what it takes to die for the team for a good occasion, but he also can step up and be the main slayer as well. I think it's very exciting that Cloud9 have Lethal on this roster, and I'm really just intrigued to see how he plays to start off today.
And with the series layout down, Aqua CTF, it's going to be super important which team really sets the foundation in the series. What game are you looking at that could be a real swing game?
Honestly, it's the Slayers. I think both these teams were 7-2 at last event when it came to their Slayers, so they're both good at Slayers, so I think that would be the best opportunity for Cloud9. So Street Slayer is probably going to be the key focus for them here. I think Aqua CTF is going to be a tough ask considering FaZe are 2-0 from Arlington. They've been performing very well at Aquarius Capture Flag. They have all the right pieces. I mentioned it earlier, Cloud9 didn't win any of these first 4 game types back in Arlington, so it would have been things they would have worked on. I think that's another benefit of having an event so close to the previous is if there were any outliers with game types, you can work on them, you can go into scrims, you can prioritize them. So maybe Cloud9 come out the gates and take CTF, and then suddenly the whole series layout could look in favor for them.
Now, a criticism that Cloud9 have had is that the bracket was very easy for them to get to their top 6 finish, which I always think is a little bit unfair because you can only beat the teams that are put in front of you, and that's what Cloud9 did. They were business as usual, beat the teams, get yourself into a top 6. So they can't really help what teams are put in front of them.
No, I mean, I've heard that's an age-old thing in Halo, competitive Halo. Oh, they had an easy bracket, they didn't deserve top 6, they didn't deserve top 3.
It's a top 8 team, you were just saying it. Well, if we hadn't played the team they played, we're top 6.
Exactly, but also if that team had done better in pool play, then they would have got a good bracket as well. Cloud9, they went 2-1 in pool play, they did what they could, and just so happened that other teams failed in pool play, so Cloud9 played the more consistent team on that day. It doesn't matter if they're a better side on paper, they played against the teams that were performing better in pool play, and that's how the bracket ended up. So I don't think that Cloud9 should be too worried about that, but one way of answering your critics is by doing it again here at this event, and whether it's an easy bracket or not, if you get top 6 again, no one can question whether you deserve that position. And you look at the names on that main stage, how could you deny them a top 6 finish, if not even consider looking towards top 4 for them?
And last time around, they did lose their game against the top-seeded team. So what a statement it would be for them to beat FaZe Clan here. And all of a sudden, the complexion around this team is completely different.
And to do it, against FaZe Clan as well, who went undefeated last time in pool play, who really only struggled when it came against those top 2 teams. It would certainly put Cloud9's name on the paper, right? On the headlines of, okay, maybe we need to be considering them for getting to the latter stages of this tournament. But we're just saying ifs and buts right now. Until the games actually get started, you still have to heavily favor FaZe Clan. They looked incredible back in Arlington, and they would have been working on how they improve and how they catch up. Because a little bit off the pace when it comes to Shopify Rebellion and Optic, but certainly if they can catch up, they really should start to be competing with the top 2.
We have a little opportunity to jump in with Nemesis versus Omit here. 0-0 sitting the series just getting started. Recharge ball is the location that is set in front of us. It's always fun to watch Mudum when he's rocking that mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, of course we'll jump into that main game when it's ready, but nothing like providing some Halo action for you guys watching. But Nemesis, I'm intrigued to how they're going to do at this tournament. I think there's a lot of expectation being the main European team, and that is no disrespect to Zero Tenacity or for BH3 competing in the open bracket as well, but they have been the face of European Halo for Halo Infinite in most recent stages, and they got very close to being able to push the bar and be able to take down Optic Gaming at the last event. So I think they'll have expectations themselves here.
Yeah, I think Nemesis just ran out of steam, it would seem. They played a lot of Halo on the Saturday. And perhaps maybe the stamina can come into question. They can get used to it. Those reps on land together as well, always important. Not boot camping this time around, so will that hinder them a little bit? Zero Tenacity, of course, they're friends, enemies. One thing's for certain. Some shots going down here, and they're just about to put over themselves the 50-point mark. So looking good against Omit here.
And I will say that, yes, they didn't boot camp, but Zero Tenacity are at a level that the matches are worthwhile. Unlike previous times in European Halo, sometimes there was just one team that was way better than the other. But both Nemesis and Zero Tenacity are certainly capable of challenging these North American sides. And I'm excited to see how they do at this tournament. But you can see early stages, Nemesis 70-24. Now they've gained control of this game. And Wootum has 15 kills again. Wootum is unbelievable. Mouse and keyboard player, of course, most of you will know that by now, but if you hadn't seen his name, get to know his name. Because to be able to play on mouse and keyboard at this level against controller players on Halo is unreal.
Just makes the game look so easy. Enzo does slide out, get the better room there. The red room opens up. 84 seconds already on the board for Nemesis though. So Omit have a lot of work to do in this round number 1. A couple of slays do go their way. Glory's going to be in the respawn screen. Ezo is there too. So it's a 3v3 on the map for now. Snipe Drone just came up off the rip. He gets taken down. So an opportunity here for Omit, but there's very little room for error in this round number 1.
Yeah, on the other side for Omit as well, when you look at these names, there's certainly some players who've had big opportunities, but maybe haven't been able to find the success when they've been provided them. So now they've kind of created a new roster that's going to try and compete to break into the top 8, I think would be a realistic target for Omit. And this is a team that Nemesis should be beating comfortably, in my opinion. So an 88-25 scoreline, pretty much what I would expect right now, and it's just whether they can get this next 12 seconds to take the first round.
I think it's also a good opportunity to welcome Omit to the Halo Championship Series as well. Got a very difficult task up against Nemesis, who've been a problem for some of the biggest teams, some of the heavy hitters in the HCS. So a lot of work to do for Omit here. They do have the hands on the ball, so some of the work is already done. SLG though will get a pick over towards the pink street, and Mortally will be forced to rotate the ball over towards PD. A lot of damage being done by Ezo here. Wooten's going to step up though. Two members do manage to survive, collect down to no shields, and Ezo's going to try and step forward to engage with Glory over towards the red room here. The ball has been dropped, so they haven't been scoring all this time. Somehow, some way, Nemesis has managed to flip the spawns.
Yeah, that was a great push. Wooten was able to distract, it felt like 3 players, and sometimes you do need to distract that many, and sometimes you need 3 players to take down Wooten, but it looks like 99 points on the board for Nemesis. They are just 1 away, but Omit still holding on, still hoping that maybe they can get a chance in this one. But it looks like Nemesis will grab it through Glory and will take the first round. Remember, that is happening over on the B stream. So if you do want to watch that one, check out twitch.tv/HCS. But we are going to be focusing on the main stream here and our main game between FaZe and Cloud9. It's a big one for Cloud9. I would argue bigger for Cloud9 than it is for FaZe. But also FaZe cannot afford to start off slow here. They need to make sure they come in hard and they come in heavy.
The expectation here is for Cloud9 to perhaps lose this one, but what a statement it would be if they could take down FaZe Clan. Aqua CTF is the most perfect map mode combination that you could ask for. Shields up, weapon saw, camouflage already in the chest of a player as well.
They're running straight into this one. You can see Boo Boo and Septify swinging fists to try and win the engagement down at bottom middle at the moment as we get eyes on the new addition to Cloud9 with Lethal. He's just trying to create a little bit of space as teammates had gone down. Maybe just give a little bit of information to the rest of the team as where those spawners are going to be moving. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get isolated here, but it looks like Suppressed has already found him.
Fridge is always a difficult spot to find yourself in, but somehow, some way, Lethal's gotten a kill.
Is Trippy listening? Was there no call out there? What are you doing, Trip?
Get the bad players out of the way at the start, you would think. Not going to hurt them too much. Septify's going to step forward over towards the closet, though. This is good from Cloud9. Good early pressure. Already got 3 members of FaZe Clan in their base. They're turtling up here a little bit. Good damage being done, of course. Septify's just going to eat that grenade, though. He stepped up to try and get information for his team. FaZe Clan stepping out now. They've got damage. They can push forward. Sab gets one. Suppress will equal it though. 2 down for FaZe. Make it 3. Double kill for Septify. Flag is on the move. Boo Boo has got to try and stay alive here. Couldn't even get the melee for the damage, so this flag is going to have to be stopped. This is good knowledge, good awareness from Septify, knowing the flag was not going to get any further.
The trouble is for Septify, he is that player. He is the one that is able to step up usually and put a lot of slaying ability for Cloud9, but he's not the one who should be running the flag. He really needs someone with him there that can pull it. You can see he tossed it, wanted to look out, wanted to deal damage, but by doing so, it just slows things down, allows FaZe Clan to get back into it. So Septify really needs to be communicating to Boo Boo and saying, hey, you're the flag man. Let's get you with me. I can provide you with that space. This is a big stick from Sam.
Speaking of flag men, there's none better in Europe than you once upon a time.
It's about all I could do.
I remember a montage in which your highlights were you just running a flag.
Hey, I just knew those routes. I knew how to do it fast. If you've got someone on your team that can get that flag from A to B as quick as possible, it can very much help out. As long as they can shoot a gun at least somewhat accurate, you'll be okay.
Grenades going down. Camouflage now for Boo Boo. Sab's managed to get a kill in the base and more importantly stay alive as well. Suppressed and Penguin, they're in trouble as well. A lot of damage already been done to them. Boo Boo trying to stay alive with this camouflage. Trippy has sniffed them out. He's got away for a moment. Lethal will capitalize on the damage and will take down Trippy as well. So this has been impressive from Cloud9. Really good damage. They're coordinating very well. That melee didn't quite connect, although it even sounds like it did.
Sounded like connected. It has extra armor, it appears, but that flag is still moving at the moment. You can see Boo Boo trying to just get eyes on it. Only the 2 kills for him at the moment, but he's really been prioritizing staying alive at bottom middle and being a nuisance. Probably being called out very heavily at the moment as the flag gets picked up again. This time it's Septify. Does he get the toss? It looks like he did.
Oh!
And it's going to be the opening flag to Cloud9 then, and what a way to start here at DreamHack Dallas.
Cloud9 rewarded for the early pressure then. Do FaZe Clan have a response? Just over 8 minutes and change on the clock. Sab trying to make himself a really difficult kill, but do fall. An opportunity for FaZe Clan to now push forward. Lethal will get a kill, he's going to trade it out. That'll make this flag run a little bit more difficult. Penguin's trying to get away. Septify doing great damage. Beautiful work from Septify as 4 go down for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think if you're Cloud9, you can't allow FaZe Clan to start taking control of this game. Keep it a little bit messy. Keep allowing Boo Boo to do what he's been doing and just floating around bottom middle, constantly getting behind enemy lines, annoying FaZe Clan a little bit. They've also been doing exactly the same there over towards Fridge by just saying, look, we're just going to sit here, watch where you try and move from spawn, put a couple of shots and then just drop back, make you focus on us, and it allows the rest of the team to push up a little bit. And Cloud9 have got another camo as well.
Now, we spoke about Lethal's communication, his leadership and his experience. Let's have a little Cloud9 listening and see how that's going so far.
And car 3. And car 3 weak, car 3 weak. And our flag pulling it. Flag pulling out.
Watch out, P2, guys. Watch out, P2. Watch out, P2.
Our van.
In their table, their table.
They're you guys.
You choked it. Watch out, Arjen.
Watch out, Arjen. Watch out, Arjen. Watch out,
Inner
Arjen.
table.
One shot.
No one on our table.
He's one now, and then one's inside bottom.
Watch out, pulling it. Bottom mid.
We're good.
One flag. And their flag.
Flag's dead.
Nice. Go inside
Yo,
bottom.
call one. I got 2. Bottom mid, their table.
Watch out. Let's go. Dead. All the
Nice.
Yo, spawn on Fridge maybe.
Okay. Watch my jet bridge. I'm gonna get read.
Yeah, I'm inside bottom. I'm watching Jumper. He can't cross you. Can't cross you. Yeah, Shrimps fell.
There's 20 flag.
And 3 times
I'm
fell.
blocking Fridge.
Okay.
The Peter, Trippy, 2 Peter.
I'm
Playing on fire, 2 of them. Trippi's weak.
Yeah.
I'm here, Jet. Watch out. Hands are flagged. We're good.
Yeah,
I
they're
won't.
flagged.
Trippy was weak.
One shot suppress.
Their window.
Their window. Weak Trippy.
I think they're both back there.
Yeah,
Yeah, south, one shot, that flag. They're both weak, one shot.
Help.
There's one Fridge. I'm blocking back flag. They're covered, one shot. One shot, they're done. One shot, nice. They're gonna weed.
Yeah.
Jay. What's the P2s, Jay? Their table, 1 made OE.
Yeah, no.
He's like
They're
the brick.
generating, but close behind you.
Alright,
One
that's
card two.
Close behind you.
Yeah, I'm coming back with you, Jay.
They're gen weak. They're gen.
They're
They're vent.
I had to drop Jay.
Actually, one right the bank. Calling car 2. They're done.
Nice. Yo, in our Peter.
Our Peter and car. One shot in Peter. Two shot in Peter, jiggling.
Chop, Trippy.
And Henri.
Dude, he got me.
Henri. We're netting it.
Ammo 5, guys.
Camo, guys. I'm going vent for camo.
Camo's up.
Where's he going?
Dust is up.
He jumped up. Top mid on camo.
I jumped twice.
And car 2. Car 2. I'm one shot. I'm one shot, Arjen.
I'm here, Jesse.
I got naded.
What's up, man?
Dan, if I'm going to take anything from that listening, it's Cloud9 sound up for this series.
They definitely do, and for good reason, because they are pushing FaZe Clan to their limits right now. But have they capitalized enough on all of that early pressure with only one flag lead? That'll be the real question, because now FaZe Clan are starting to create a little bit of space. They have another camouflage to work with, and if Suppress starts to get going, that's when Cloud9 maybe going to be a bit worried here.
FaZe Clan have had a couple of pulls, but they've been unsuccessful thus far. A chance now to rectify that. Lethal over towards the car side. The P side is maybe put down some shots. Here's the opportunity for Trippy to slam this flag in. 2 members of Cloud9 in his face. Members down to no shields. Press will get a kill. Make that a double kill. Trippy just takes his time as Boo-Boo's the last man on the map. 1-1 now the score.
And that's why I said if you don't capitalize on all that early pressure, FaZe Clan can't just pull one back so comfortably. Great play from Trippy as well, recognizing there was players in the base and just trying to stay alive whilst taking that attention away from those players. And of course you saw Suppressed just put in that damage, and suddenly Suppressed is on 13 kills. And what was looking like a very one-sided affair from Cloud9, suddenly FaZe Clan are now on the board when it comes to those slays. It is all about the SS combo though for Cloud9. Septify and Sab, 18 kills and 16 kills, but 13 assists for Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo. Pretty impressive as well.
I'm just appreciating the aesthetics of FaZe Clan's kills, 11, 12, 13 and 14, which have now just been ruined because Suppress has decided to get another kill. But is the win now been taken out of Cloud9's sails? Because all that early pressure, all that dominance in the early stages, they've done the show for it now. 1-1, 4 dead for Cloud9, and an opportunity for FaZe Clan to put another flag cap on the board if they can push forward here and get another couple of kills.
Yeah, they do have to just create a little bit of space here. They got all 4 dead whilst they were on kind of the halfway point, but this happens quite often with some of the bigger teams against teams that are trying to catch up, is that if they start to fall back a little bit, their plan B and plan C sometimes doesn't really work out. It's all guns blazing. When they're on top, they look brilliant, but suddenly when you have to try and fight back from behind, that's when they start to struggle.
Cloud9 looking a little bit uncomfortable in the back of their base. 3 go down, a lot of pressure. Making an unofficial 4 dead as well. Boo-Boo's going to spawn back up again, most likely over towards the fridge. A lot of space to have to take up here, a lot of damage to be done. Suppressed yet to take any damage. Cloud9 are in trouble now, because with 3 minutes of change in the clock, if FaZe Clan are to get this flag in, Suppressed has just fumbled it for a moment, but it shouldn't punish them too much, as FaZe Clan getting kills elsewhere, and they look to go back to back.
Yeah, Penguin was right there and ready. I think that Suppressed is going to be under too much fire to try and get a touch here, and it's probably just going to have to try and think about maybe getting behind them. Yeah, doing some extra damage. That's good play from Suppressed. He still could try and slide out if he wanted to, but Lethal, with his experience, knows that Suppressed cannot stay there. But it does allow Trippy just to sneak this flag away, and FaZe are running another one.
Trippy then clambers up, slams it in. 3-1 now the score. That is a dagger to Cloud9, who were playing so well in the early goings.
It's going to be frustrating for them, and it's exactly these instances when you're playing so well, you're on top, you're on Cloud9, and you just suddenly then lose all of that momentum, and you start in the back of your head to say, all right, what are we doing wrong? How are we going to deal with this? You start focusing on the wrong things rather than what was going right. You start to believe maybe we're just doing things that are going too wrong here. But sadly for Cloud9, despite the early slays from Septify and Sab, they just weren't really able to get the players in the right place for the flags to be moved.
This comes back to FaZe Clan's consistency as well, of course. Managed to deal with some of the pressure in the early goings. They went down by 1 but didn't panic, and now find themselves 3-1 up. There's still a lot of Halo to be played in an Aqua CTF.
Yeah, you can't allow FaZe Clan to get in this control. As soon as the camouflage started going in favor of FaZe Clan, that's when I was beginning to just scratch my head a little bit. Cloud9, when they were in the ascendancy, they were getting all the slays, they were getting the camo. Everything was kind of falling into place, but FaZe Clan are a team that can force things to fall into place. They know the positions they need to be taking. They know they can just take their time and be patient, and they are not worried when they're behind.
From falling into place to falling apart, Cloud9 then, their flag is on the move again. Suppress still has a little bit of camouflage to play with here as well. C9 look to be reserved, just let this one go. But a minute change in the clock. Game 1 looks to be well and truly going towards FaZe Clan.
Yeah, fourth flag going in for FaZe Clan. This is impossible. 1 minute, 3 flags, not going to happen. So Cloud9, despite all of their early pressure, and they looked really good, and I was starting to think, hey, you know, top 4 maybe for Cloud9. Maybe they were starting to think about top 4. sadly, that's how quick a game of Halo Infinite can turn on its head. It goes from a game where Cloud9 looked like they were the dominant force to a final scoreline that looks like FaZe Clan made it easy.
The scoreline for now will read 4-1.
Could be 5.
And that will not speak to how close the game was at the beginning. At the end of the game, none of that matters.
When you speak about flag runners, by the way, Penguin, one of the best. Look at how quickly he's moving this one, as well as putting 25 kills on the board. He is the last player remaining, but with how he's dipping and dodging right now, he even went for the toss in hope a teammate was going to be there. That's very experienced flag runner.
I think he was just going for style points at the end. Game's already won. Going for the alley-oop. Cloud9 are going to try and defend this one, though. With 10 seconds left, it's a matter of time now before FaZe do guarantee themselves map number 1. This flag will just merely be a consolation for Cloud9. As a matter of fact, not even going to get the time to punch it in. Game 1 goes to FaZe Clan.
I think that was a very important game for FaZe Clan and a very telling tale as well for how this series is going to go, and maybe even how this tournament is going to go for FaZe Clan. It didn't matter that they were behind. It didn't matter they were under pressure. Very calm. That is one thing with these 4 set of individuals, is they don't really succumb to pressure. And I think that's important to have a roster like this. None of them got nervous. None of them started to think, oh, what if we lose to Cloud9? They were thinking, we're not going to lose to Cloud9. We know we're capable of taking them down. And I was very impressed with that comeback.
For Cloud9, work to do. You can take some confidence in the fact that you managed to push them in the early game, but FaZe Clan came to life, and at that point, there was no turning back. Looking at Trippy's kills, looking at Penguin's kills, 25, 20 assists as well. He was putting down serious damage, 7k to be exact.
And I'm sure that everyone's eyes will go one of 2 ways when you look at KDs. The success on the side of FaZe, and of course Sab and Septify also looked really good. Lethal sadly did not put up a big game, but he was also trying to force a lot of space for his team, and sometimes you can just fall into that trap of dying over and over again. And it would have been fine. If Cloud9 had won, wouldn't have been any question about that one. And of course, KDs don't matter too much. Sometimes it can tell you a little bit of a story. What I will say is we know full well that Septify and Sab are going to be the key when it comes to slaying power for this Cloud9 roster. And then Boo Boo and Lethal are going to be more the kind of supportive and objective players on this team.
Then we have to give Boo Boo Doo Boo a little nod as well. One of the least kills on his team, but actually the most damage in the lobby, 7.5k for him, so 500 more than Penguin. So he was doing pretty much what his role required, but unfortunately, when you talked about the 2 S's, Septify and Sab, they just weren't getting the job done for them.
And also, I mean, when Boo Boo was bottom middle and he was just floating around and FaZe Clan couldn't really find him, their eyes were constantly trained in the wrong places, and I think that was really good. But FaZe then became wise of it and said, well, what happens if we just leave Boo Boo there to bottom middle? Sure, he's going to be doing a lot of damage to us in the back, but if we're all still firing on all cylinders, looking at Septify, looking at Sab, shutting them down, then we have the numbers advantage going into the next fight. Cloud9 just couldn't really get back into it as we move over now to map number 2, which is going to be Streets Slayer. We didn't actually see FaZe play this in Arlington, but Cloud9 did lose it when they had their chance to compete on it back in Arlington, Texas. Of course, it's not too far from here. We didn't have to move too far. Maybe we could have had it back to back, and then we could have just done it a week after. You know, we all could have stayed in Texas. No?
I would have liked that, actually.
Saved you a flight anyway.
Actually, then again, I'm a little man at home, so he might have missed me, to be fair. Taking a look at the stats then in the Slayers, both with an equal record of 7-2. And looking then at the average margin, though, 10.2 for FaZe. So when they play it, they're looking dominant. Yeah,
they don't just scrape through Slayers. They're not 50-49s. They are battering teams. They are ensuring they are shutting the game down nice and early. And I think for Cloud9, they can take away from the previous is when they are in control, they can certainly beat FaZe Clan. But I think what they would need to work on and what they need to look at already is when they go behind, how do they try and regain that control? Because that's what they really lacked in Aquarius. But the good news for Cloud9 is Aquarius captures flag, one of FaZe's better game types, so maybe something else in the rest of the series could bode well for them.
Well, you spoke at the start of the series how the Slayers were going to be the most important thing for Cloud9 if they were going to stand a chance to win it here. So here's the first test. Can they get the job done on Slayer Streets? I think you mentioned when they relinquish control, that's when they're in big trouble, trying to regain and trying to recapture the form. Big opportunity in game 2 to tie up the series.
Yeah, so if you're Cloud9, you want to take a big lead here. You want to go ahead, you want to play exactly the same kind of pace as you did in the previous, but you don't want to allow FaZe a ticket back in. If you can take a 10+ kill lead, it's going to be very difficult for FaZe to try and regain and recontrol like they had done in the prior. And we know full well, of course, all the different things you need to try and control here on the streets. See, instantly you had that battle at bottom middle as well. I'm not sure who ended up with it, actually, but it is going to be FaZe Clan who have an early lead, 4-2.
A little bit of a standoff. A standstill for a moment. FaZe Clan will venture forward, though. They're coming looking for the fight. Boo Boo is going to get the first pick on the Falcated. Penguin might have just distracted the attentions for a moment as the press comes up with the Stalker Rifle. And a lot of damage being done from the Cafe. Trippy towards the L, putting down damage. Now 2 members of Cloud9 trapped inside PD. They're behind the desk, and I promise you they're not doing paperwork. They're in big trouble. And 2 kills go for FaZe Clan.
It was interesting because Cloud9 got the first kill there. They had a 4v3 advantage and they all just stood still. FaZe Clan was still the team pushing despite there was only 3. It was a clear move of we want to try and surround our opposition, and FaZe Clan, even though they'd lost 1, they just kept pressing forward. They kept going to try and do the damage. And Cloud9 weren't really prepared for it because of the angles that FaZe were taking.
Looking at the lead then, already up by 7. You spoke about how it was Cloud9 who really needed to get that early lead and build on it. FaZe Clan have not let that happen thus far. Still a lot of time for things to change though. Lethal face with 2 members, and again, FaZe Clan do this 2-2 push, and it seems to be successful.
Falcated on the killing spree. Not really something you want to be seeing if you were on the side of Cloud9, because when he does start to get going, he really does provide so much slaying power on Street Slayer in particular. Averaged 1.38 KD on Street Slayer from last time we saw him competing on this one, or just Slayers in general, excuse me. 1.38 across all Slayers. He was the man of the hour for FaZe Clan when it came to Slayers.
I think Clutch mentioned in the build-up to this series that if you have FaZe Clan against another team and it's all bandits, he fancies them 9 times out of 10. You can see why. Game 1, 4-1 the score. Game 2, already off to a massive lead. 11 kills the difference here. It can be very difficult to get yourself back into a Slayer on streets.
Yeah, I mentioned that I wanted Cloud9, but I didn't want them to, but if Cloud9 were to win, they needed like a 10-kill lead really to try and keep that gap, keep FaZe Clan at arm's length, but instead it's going to be the other way around. And if we learned anything in Game 1, it's Cloud9 struggle to get back into a game when they're behind, and it's not looking too good here. And this is why those stats came up on the screen earlier. The difference between the wins that FaZe Clan have and the difference between the wins that Cloud9 have when it comes to Slayers. On average, FaZe Clan are winning by over 10 kills when it comes to the final result.
I do like the idea of Cloud9 at the end of this series, if they do, of course, go on to lose it, looking at what was the reason we didn't win the Slayer. Dan said we weren't ahead by 10 kills. We really need to start doing that, actually.
So, sometimes it's that simple. You just have to start off hot. I mean, it's easier said than done, obviously. It's one of those stupid things that you say as a commentator, but you can't allow such easy deaths. I think sometimes at the start of a Slayer game, you push a little bit aggressively, you think the deaths are less important because it's right at the start, but suddenly at the end of the game, you really wish you could have had those 5 deaths that you had at the start because you were just trying to be a little bit aggressive and take those 1v1s. And it was one of the reasons why Cloud9 struggled a little bit, and maybe why Manny was the choice of player that was taken away from this team. He's an aggressive player. He was always at the forefront of any attack for Cloud9. Sometimes he would go down a little bit early because of the speed at which he played, but that speed will match TSM's speed, which is good, but Cloud9, was it a little bit too fast for their pace?
FaZe Clan's gameplay looking real smooth. How does the comms sound? Let's have a listen in.
Yo, look at your laundry, look at your laundry, look at your laundry. Laundry, one shot. Absolutely.
You're back A already, back A already.
Back A gonna come in. Let's get P1. One shot, living.
Absolute on the, he went inside. Went inside.
Agent holding him.
Dead.
Dead. Watch him. Alright, Agent to front.
One shot PD, absolute going.
Yo, laundry, Zane, laundry, pretty sure.
Laundry, free kill.
Nice.
The front C as well.
Yeah,
I spawn back in. Once.
Absolutely. And
That's just one, dead.
he was inside somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going trash, Johnny.
I have death cam front trash, I have death cam driveway.
Yo, Ivy. Trash right now, just trash.
Got Ivy. I spawned tower, I'm looking PD.
Yo, I'm gonna
stop C-Box. Looking PD. No, I'm gonna be around.
Yeah, I might die. I'm dead. Okay.
Is that Ivy? You steps weak, lethal. 2 shots.
Mando driver maybe? I don't know.
No, bro, I fucking did. Side. One shot, Ivy.
I'm back to B.
P1 up.
Yo, he's got P1 going cafe.
Pushing up B, guys.
Cafe on the pillar. Cafe going back to P1. Going back to P1. Do you guys Ivy steps? Do you guys Ivy steps?
Can anyone come to me?
Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, fuck, Mike, nice.
Commando.
I see shit.
Should we push Commando? Okay, I'm here.
Cafe again.
Driveway?
Yo, bottom T and Java, I think.
Game 130, guys.
P1, Mike.
I got might be
Yo,
able
push
to.
P1 with me. Push P1.
There's one here. Cafe.
Oh,
No.
push this guy. Push this guy. Push this guy.
Okay.
ATM. I just saw him.
Java,
Mike, check red gun.
backed up. I have red one.
We got red gun.
I think Commando's in.
Stuck me.
Yo, Commando, channel 1 to the side.
Alright, C-Dog. Yeah, I'm just turning around, Donnie.
And Donnie's got red gun.
Chill.
Game 115.
C-Dog weak. I'm just disappearing. I'm looking at
Game
Cafe.
110, guys. Game
I heard
110.
that came up.
Ivy weak, set fire. One shot Ivy dead.
Yo, I'm looking
Yo,
for
Java now. You got Java.
I'm here, Donnie.
Shut here.
Game 1-3. Game 1-3.
Driveway weak, lethal.
Ivy.
Java's one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him.
As we head into the final knock into this Slayer, Cloud9 just really haven't tested FaZe here, Dan.
FaZe looked incredible. Penguin, amazing. I love watching Penguin's POV and just listening to the comms as well. Can anyone support me while I'm here? I'm just going to disappear because I know that I can't really do anything from this position, and then he instantly tries to go and play for the camouflage. Sure, he didn't pay off on this one, but currently has 14 kills, 11 assists. I don't think we talk about Penguin enough, even though we talk about him a lot. He just seems to be everywhere on the map. And then you listen to the comms as well, they're just congratulating Falcated for a perfect after perfect after perfect. Like, what can you do if you're Cloud9 when you poke out your head and suddenly you're getting perfected by Penguin and Falcated? Just difficult to get back into the game. 44-32, 12 kill lead. This one's probably done.
It's a matter of when, not if, FaZe Clan double their series advantage. A lot of work for Cloud9 to do in map number 3, but we speak about how big momentum is in Halo, Dan, and it looks to be all on the side of FaZe.
And I will say, the listening was very different. We jumped in with Cloud9 were ahead, very hectic, very passionate. FaZe Clan, very calm, very confident, and they didn't really need to be screaming call-outs. Instead, they're just kind of walking each other through what they're doing.
It's all business so far. Not a steak dinner, but dominant enough for FaZe. They double their series lead. Looking real good right now.
Increases that average across layers as well, not just a 10.2, 14 kill victory for FaZe Clan. For Cloud9, I mean, I think they'll look at that one and say, did we lose it in the early stages by allowing FaZe Clan to have a little bit more control? That right at the start, FaZe Clan started to create a push. It was a 4 versus 4. Cloud9 took down the first member of FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan continued to push, continued to deal damage, and it really showed their confidence and how they believe they could just shut down a team, even if there's only 3 of them.
I felt like I watched the same play a couple of times over, that same break. You seen FaZe Clan leave Tram, push up Pink, do a 2-2 split, and Cloud9 just did not have a response. Looking at the stat screen though, 14 kills apiece for Falcated and Penguin. We spoke about how he doesn't get spoken about enough. The last two games, he's been the front runner for his team.
Well, the Septify Sab slaying combo was not really able to perform in the Slayers like I would expect. It was Lethal who stepped up for this C9 roster, but sadly not enough to get a victory. Damage-wise, I mean, yeah, Penguin, 5k, bloody hell. Like, we saw him briefly on his POV during the listening, and the positions he takes, the angles that he is always finding himself, he's just constantly has his reticle on someone, on something. He doesn't, any body part he sees, he's gonna be shooting.
When you have 8 professional players in the lobby and you're doing 1k damage more than everybody else, what game is he playing? I'll tell you something, his shots were on point, hitting 5s on everybody. And it's been dominant so far for FaZe. Cloud9 are in big trouble and a lot of issues to try and show up in the break. They've got to take a bathroom break and maybe gather themselves, gather their thoughts. What can we do for game number 3?
Well, you said that Wes was saying on the desk, you know, the game types that are just bandit focused, it's going to really favor FaZe, excuse me. We are getting recharged strongholds next, so there is at least going to be a chance maybe for Cloud9 to use the shock. And perhaps that could be something for them. Maybe Septify can get going there. I think I'm stretching here, but
you're clutching at straws.
I think part of me just wants to see the series go further. But I think the writing was on the wall with how FaZe performed in Arlington. A new change for Cloud9 is always going to be a positive one. Like, yes, okay, they've got a new player, they've got Lethal, one of the best players to ever do it. But at the same time, they've not had much time to work on their chemistry. They've not had much time to work on everything that they would want to. I think this Cloud9 roster is something that is going to build through the season, and maybe we won't necessarily see all of their true strengths at this event, certainly not in the first series of the day anyway.
A lot of reps to go through for Cloud9. Of course, FaZe Clan do have the advantage of being a team for a lot longer and already seen some success. But with C9 being the 6th seed, their next tier is going to be breaking into that top 4. But it just looks to be such a gulfing class for the moment, at least.
Yeah, definitely not quite there from what we've seen. But again, could be game type dependent. As I alluded to, there were 4 game types that they had lost back in Arlington, so they're not their best game types, that's for sure. And maybe it's good to get some of the bad ones out. Suppress just be a little bit sleepy. But one way to wake yourself up is a nice 3-0. But we do have other series happening, of course, around the arena here. Nemesis are still playing against Omit, and the scoreline at the moment in the series is 1-0 in favor of Nemesis. We are into a Slayer, and it is going to be 30-28 here.
Close Slayer here then. Nemesis 1 up already though. So there is some room for error if they should need it. 2 go down though for Omit. We speak about how good they were last event, Dan.
Nemesis?
Nemesis, of course, yeah. Beating Optic. Almost beating them again, but we've seen European teams do that in the past, particularly with Quadrant. Always able to match up well against the likes of Optic, but when they played against SSG, Shopify Rebellion, those teams that have a different sort of speed and pace, they struggle a bit. Do you expect to see similar things, or do you think they can be the team that closes the distance once and for all?
I'd like to think Nemesis have the ability to push into that top 4. If they can beat Optic Gaming, then the theory is they could win an event, right, with how Optic played. But I think the sad reality is for Nemesis is when it does come down to those big matches, sure, they could do it in pool play, and they could beat Optic in pool play, but it's some people would say, well, it's just pool play. I mean, Optic, they dropped down, and then they went on an elimination bracket run, and they take the whole tournament. When Nemesis had the second opportunity, when it was actually life on the table, life on the line, excuse me, they weren't able to pull it off. And I think that's something they really need to look at themselves and say, how do we clutch up in these moments and ensure that we're not taken down by a team that has this experience of Optic Gaming?
Now, we had an opportunity to jump into this just before our series started, and if you're wondering what score did the oddball finish, it was actually 2-1 to Nemesis. So Omit did show signs of life, and doing so here in the Slayer as well with a 2-kill advantage.
I would expect these Slayers to be pretty close when you look at the names on Omit's roster. I mean, I've seen Collect take down an entire European team on his own. So when you look at some of the up-and-comers like Ezo, and then you've also got, we know what Huss is capable of as well. Yeah, this is certainly not an easy pushover game for Nemesis, and even though I would expect them to be winning it, Omit are certainly coming close here, 40-38. This was a good passage of play for Nemesis, a 4-kill swing to take the lead. And they're looking to try and close the gap on the spawners here. Wootum calling out the 2 players at loop.
We are in the visor of glory, taking a look at his stats, 7, 10, and 13. So a lot of assists on the board, but maybe a little bit too many deaths. So if you are looking to see the conclusion of that series, again, head to twitch.tv/HCS. But we will now turn our attentions back to our FaZe Clan C9 series.
It is going to be a recharge strongholds. Don't worry about streets, we've already had that one. And this is going to be a chance where the shock rifle does come into play. Well, look at that switch. The production is insane. They quickly moved us. They just wanted to show us
it was past the present. That's what they were doing, past the present.
I love that. 250 points to win then. We know how strongholds work, but that shock rifle is going to be the key factor, I feel, in this game. If you are Cloud9, you need it, never mind. We know that this is going to be a restart, because I don't think that's usually how Suppressed plays his opening games. That's not the opening strategy I've usually seen.
That's not the starting strat I've seen. Maybe in years gone by, you would maybe betray yourself to get a favorable spawn elsewhere in the previous Halo games, but that's not what they're doing right there.
He was trying to give Cloud9 a chance, just say, if I stick my teammate, and we'll go a couple of points behind. But yeah, just a chance to sort out whatever the issue was between the teams here, of course. But this third match will be locked and loaded shortly. When I look across Recharge Strongholds for C9, it was actually Sabinator who was the player to look out for last event when it came to Strongholds in general, averaging 1.29 KD. And interestingly for Cloud9 is they share the load when it comes to getting into Strongholds. There is no player who plays the Strongholds more than another, unlike FaZe Clan, where typically it's going to be Suppressed who is getting downright dirty in that Stronghold. He's not only the main slayer for FaZe when it comes to Strongholds, but he's also the player in the action. And I think that happens a lot in these Strongholds game types. You get the player who often is the main slayer, just kind of forcing their way into Stronghold after Stronghold, constantly rotating around the map.
Yeah, typically you do see players with being the forefront, being the tip of the spear, being that player that jumps in and gets the kills. and rotates elsewhere. But we're getting scores elsewhere from around the grounds. Nemesis, it sounds like Dan have finished that game strong.
Yeah, took it 50 to 44 if I'm hearing correctly, so they were able to take a little bit of a lead and then really be able to capitalize. 50 to 43 is the correction. Sorry, 1 kill. We won't take that away. Their averages will look a little bit better. I don't want the Nemesis plushie coming after me for not giving them 1 extra kill, but that means the Nemesis will take a 2-0 lead then. I think that'll be important for Nemesis to try and get their first series on the board, because it's going to be a very tough ask when they go up against Shopify Rebellion later today.
Yeah, you've got to really get the pace setting down nice and early, and when they looked at what series they're going to be playing first of the day, they were probably hoping it would be this one just to settle some of the nerves.
Yeah, you don't want to be going up against Omit losing and then going into a must-win against Shopify Rebellion. No, you want to go into a game against Shopify Rebellion where you say, if we lose it, it's not going to harm us too much with our chances, but, you know, we'll, of course, throw everything we can at it. I'm excited to see what happens in that one, to be honest. I think Shopify Rebellion are going to have a big response after the last event. I think they'll be very disappointed they weren't able to close out the event despite being so strong on Saturday and Sunday, but they just couldn't get the job done in the final moments. But this is the Stronghold stats that I was talking about. The average margin is quite different despite the record being so similar. So what I'll take away from that is when FaZe Clan do win Strongholds, they win big. When Cloud9 lose Strongholds, they lose big. So how are you feeling about that 3-0?
It's all starting to look like a very dominant Strongholds game type to me, Dan. Is there anything that you've seen in the past between these two teams? Maybe it's from scrims, maybe it's from results, that maybe Cloud9 have a chance here then?
No, I don't think I can give that to you, sadly. I'd like to be that person that gives all the Cloud9 fans a chance here, but all statistics are pointing towards FaZe Clan. I guess one thing I can say is sometimes, even when all the stats are going heavily one side, it just, you throw the book out of the window and the players pull a miracle off. But yeah, I don't think this was going to be the one for Cloud9. Maybe the bathroom break could have helped, a little chat, just to make sure that they're all on the same page, but I haven't seen enough to suggest that they can take this one.
Still a lot of work to do for Cloud9 then. And you spoke about, before we even headed out for this series, you were looking at the stats, you were looking at the way the series was going to tie up, and you really did think this was going to be a FaZe Clan win, and so far it's really gone according to the script.
It was funny because I said, yeah, I look at the stats, I look at the game types, I think this one's going to be a FaZe 3-0, and Clutch said, I didn't need to look at the stats to tell you this one was going to be a 3-0. I think he's very confident in this FaZe Clan roster, and for good reason. It's all smiles on the faces of FaZe at the moment as they wait for this match to get ready. But I think the addition of Royal One is something we should focus on a little bit more, because they played without a coach previously, right? And I think a team that can ever play without a coach is always going to be a strong one, and then you add Royal One as well, and then that is going to be a disgusting situation to find yourself in. One of the best coaches to ever do it, of course, multiple world championships under his belt, and now can he be the difference maker for this team?
And it's going to be interesting for him, of course, usually coaching his brother and the same set of players, he knew their personalities, but now having to mesh and having to learn the personalities of his team, and maybe what are they requiring of me? Do they have different needs to the team I'm used to coaching? He's going to be learning that on the fly.
I think the interesting thing will be when FaZe Clan come against Shopify Rebellion, and how well does he know his brother?
It's a civil war.
It's going to be the real question. I think we joked about it, and he's going to be like, all right, I think that Royal 2 is going to be on snipe right now.
Yeah.
How do you know that? Well, just from previous experience, you guys take him down. That's going to be a very interesting dynamic. I mean, we've seen a lot of brothers and twins and siblings throughout, not just Halo, but esports in general, and sometimes they do end up on opposite teams, whether it's playing or whether it's, of course, just maybe coaching, and Suppress knows that all too well as well.
We'll look forward to an eventual matchup between FaZe Clan and Rebellion, whether it happens at this event or later in the season. But for Royal One, I guess you touched on it a little bit. FaZe Clan are that strong of a roster that they didn't feel like they needed a coach, but now they feel like perhaps just to help us with some of the timings, having Royal One there will help us in the end.
I also think that when I looked at this FaZe Clan team on paper to begin with, I was asking who's the leader. And even though maybe Trippy could step up, Penguin could step up perhaps, I think Royal One can be that voice of reason, whether it's when they're behind or whether it's when they're ahead to calm them down. But we are underway in this third match. Thank you for waiting, as everything just got sorted. Any issues have been resolved, and we're into Strongholds on recharge.
You know, something I do remember as well, you know how reserved Snakebite, Royal 2 are when they win, if they lose. One thing I do know is Royal One, he can talk some smack.
Oh, he was the one celebrating. He was the one screaming across the main stage when that roster was taking victories, and I'm sure that he would love to roar once more if FaZe Clan could win an event. But a long way to go for them just in the moment. Instead, they're going to be focusing on the task at hand, which is taking down Cloud9 and winning it 3-0. You don't want to go into a Game 4, and then maybe there's the thought of a Game 5. You want to close out when it's presented to you here.
FaZe looking to make a statement of intent. Not just winning this series, but doing so in a dominant, comfortable fashion. This, in theory, should be a much more difficult task than it's proven to be so far. Remember, this is the 6th seed. This team finished top 6 at the last event. And FaZe have had it all their own way so far.
Yeah, sadly, I think it shows the gap, as you mentioned, between the top and the chasing pack. But when there is a chasing pack, when changes are being made to try and catch up, I think Lottie mentioned it earlier as well, there's been such little time between the two events, it's very hard to put all of that practice into effect. And I think she was quite right. Sadly for Cloud9, if they had a little bit more time, then maybe they would have been able to have a little bit more practice as well.
We spoke about that shock rifle coming into play. Now you can see the FaZe Clan skin adorned as well in the most recent update, and it looks very, very pretty.
What we said about the shock rifle coming into play, maybe it could help Cloud9, because we saw that Wes was talking about FaZe Clan with bandits are always going to take down most other teams, but they've also got the shock rifle, so it's not looking good for Cloud9.
At the moment, Suppressed yet to register a death, as is Penguin. Grapple going to be used to just try and bring that camouflage closer. Now, it did just whisk it away from Penguin for the moment.
What the heck? What the helly?
He does manage to get his hands on it in the end, as well as the shock rifle. So, Suppressed being a little bit greedy, but in the end, it bit him, because now it's in the hand of his teammate. Thankfully, no, not the opposition.
No, it's the big thing here. I mean, if you are new to watch competitive Halo, which if you are, welcome. Also, where have you been? But they are not pushing to try and get this trip cap. They have been very much just holding on to the 2, forcing Cloud9 back in those spawns, and then controlling the map. And waiting for Cloud9 to then rotate, and then they'll take that position away from the map.
Just a little moment where Septify, the plasma grenade landed at his feet. He was like, please no, please no. And he was backing up and hitting reverse and just about managed to stay alive. They need to now have more of an influence, and they're doing so here. A and B in their control. Sab has that shock rifle. You can see Falcade a little bit more hesitant to walk forward, and with good reason, as Sab managed to find the face of Trippy. So FaZe had to send a lot of resources in there to take him out. But he has been rid of top elevator. Shock rifle now with 1 shot left in the barrel. FaZe Clan retake control.
Again, they're just going to watch, see where these movements are from C. Shock rifle has never really been in the hands of Cloud9. They haven't had a chance to make it a difference maker weapon for them, as Falcade is just playing the survival game at the moment. Very good at listening as Falcade. I always enjoy watching his POV because he always finds the angle to do damage to someone. He's constantly got his ear planted towards that floor, just to any footsteps that might be tracing near him, and also the callouts from his team.
It is always interesting, the contrast in style and gameplay the players have, but also some players like to calm a little bit more, and you can tell players like Snipe Drone and the players like Falcade, they prefer to listen. I'll speak when I need to, but for the most part, I'll listen to your callouts and I'll capitalize on the damage that you're doing.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a downside if a player isn't communicating much, but it might just be better that they are just listening because they play a little bit better. As long as they can give you the basic callouts. And sometimes overcoming can be a bad thing as well. Flooding communication can be very detrimental to your team, and we've seen it happen time and time again throughout Halo history of just teams screaming callouts, and whilst it works for some, for others it can be very difficult and can almost have you flustered with the amount of callouts they're coming in your ear.
Triple cap, the first time, has been locked in for FaZe. They've lost a couple of members though. It's a 2v2 on the map for now as Boobadoo will spawn over towards goal. Pipes, Trippy gets taken down.
God.
That was a Shroyukin. He got sent across the map. A and C in control. It's the per man setup. It's not going to be comfortable, and you can see why. A already being threatened to take control for Cloud9. Boo Boo plants his feet in B, looking for help. It's not going to come quick enough. Somehow managed to hit the 5 onto Suppressed. Beautiful shots. They're going to need more of that. They're going to win this game.
Yeah, it's not like they're too far behind on Cloud9 at the moment, but Cloud9 haven't really been able to get in control. It's been mainly scrappy time that we've seen from them to get points on the board. Except really the very start of the game, it's been all FaZe Clan. And again, it's going to be B and C in control, Suppressed flying through the map just to try and maybe pinch a couple of players here. They could maybe catch them off guard. Even though the grapple is on the map, it's very difficult for your brain to comprehend that someone could be flying through and getting between you. You really have to try and wrap your brain around it.
I think if you look at the stat sheet, a lot of the scoreboard is reading quite close. Everybody on Cloud9 actually negative right now, so just a testament to how efficient they are when they do get kills, contributing and putting that into score on the board. Sometimes they don't need to have the slays. If they have the map control, they can get the points required. The job would be a lot easier if they could get a couple of more kills here, really have more of an influence. Boo over towards batteries once more. He will get taken down. Camouflage for Sab. He cannot survive, and that could have been something that they really desperately needed.
Look at the patience from FaZe as well. They didn't have control. BNC was in control of Cloud9, but they just waited. They're almost expecting Cloud9 to move and make a mistake. Trying to lay that trap, and now Penguin can start to fight at B whilst the rest of the team is fighting at C. Good distraction technique from FaZe Clan, and they're back in control once more.
Team score.
They have Cloud9 exactly where they want it now. Over towards Tower. Trippy Fry is one. Two members of C9 over towards Long Haul. Penguins there alone. We'll have to just put it in reverse, back away, and prioritize staying alive for the moment. Lethal has managed to take control of Tower, so he's trying to push forward and claim some territory. But it's stagnated now for them. They have to wait, they have to be patient and get good damage before they can push forward. They have to try and back players down from goal. They've done that now as Lethal's gotten a pick, but answered back immediately. Booba last man alive for C9, and not for long, all four dead for the boys in blue.
Falcon did die in the end, but Trippy came to his aid. Trippy almost, as a bodyguard, stepped forward, put his body on the line, wanted to block some of those bullets, and really did shut down any push that was going to happen from Cloud9 here as this lead is now starting to get a little bit out of control. 200 to 123. And I think the writing may be on the wall with this one. I'd expect Trippy to hit that, I'm going to be honest.
C9 running out of room for error then. They're capturing A, but they're going to lose C. Trippy was happy to let it go and just rotate. You take A from us, we'll just take C from you. You've got to force them to fight for B. All the while, you put them in uncomfortable positions. Trippy's trying to prioritize staying alive. A bullet anywhere will take him down. There's 4 dead now for FaZe. Camouflage is up as well. Cloud9 forced to prioritize taking control of the hills. So FaZe Clan off the respawn might just be able to compete for this.
You can see Sab trying to get in a position there to take that camouflage, and he may have been able to grab it as well. So this is going to be the moment for Cloud9 in this game. If they are going to get back into it, it has to be a good setup here with this camouflage. Lethal in the end was the one who grabbed it. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. Cloud9 temporarily might have a chance to get a triple cap here, but B and C going to be full.
Lethal has an opportunity to drop into the hill. Use his camouflage. He's going to have to settle for a trade, but it's good enough. They keep control of A and B. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective from Lethal.
Renet again for FaZe. Slowly but surely, Cloud9 are just chipping away at this. We feel if they give away one more moment of control to FaZe Clan, this game's probably over. And maybe they need to take a page out of FaZe Clan's book here. Do they need to be pushing for C until there's a push towards A? The answer's probably not. They are getting aggressive. They are going to be pushing towards C now, and it is going to be a trip cap unless Penguin can hold them off.
And for FaZe, you can almost get lured into this false sense of security. Your lead was so significant that you think we'll eventually get the kills that we need. But time after time, you go 3 dead, you go 2 dead, you're getting cycled, you're getting put back in the respawn screen, and all of a sudden that good work that you put in has almost been completely eaten away. Cloud9 now passed over that 200-point threshold.
Great position from Sab as well, and utilizing the plasma pistol just to be a nuisance, and it's still trip cap. And suddenly they have now gained the lead here, 221 to 220, but Cloud9 will all 4 go down. So a great passage of play. They do get back into the game, but now they're going to lose control here. The real question is, are FaZe Clan going to capitalize?
First pick's going to be so important here. Penguin desperately trying to stay alive. He's done so successfully over towards the bottom of gold steps. Septify's got control of tower for his team, and he continues to jiggle peek and keep Penguin weak. That information is going to be there for FaZe. Nobody has dropped so far. As I say that though, Septify is going to fall. Boo-Boo-Dooba's got camouflage, and an opportunity here to win the game for his team if he can put something together. 2 go down for FaZe. Cloud9 have got numbers advantage now. Penguin over towards gold. Will step inside B. Boo-Boo's there to help his teammate though. They're making tough work of it somehow, some way. Penguin gets a kill. And how important could that one be?
Yeah, the camo going in the hands of Cloud9 is massive here. Boo-Boo was able to just walk over the map, get into a position where he could help out any teammate he needed. And Cloud9's still behind, but it's very close. This one is going to come right down to the wire between these two teams. FaZe Clan with one more push, especially with Cloud9 now trying to cap A. FaZe need to move fast. This is a big fight for Falcated, but you can see it's cleared up.
Damage was done elsewhere. Triple cap firmly locked in, and Cloud9 have got the job done. They keep this series alive. We're going to a game 4.
That is an incredible comeback from Cloud9, and they have just showed great resilience and maybe good things to come for this team. That was a 3-0, what should have been sewn up by FaZe Clan. But Cloud9, they locked in firmly into Recharge Strongholds. And I think there was a big consideration, there was a big moment. I said this was going to be the chance for them to get back into this game. Should they go for the trip cap or not is what they went for. They saw they were able to get, oh my god, Boo-Boo's arms, he's been working out, blimey. You saw them really...
You lost your train of thought, they looked at the bicep.
I got so distracted. You saw that they considered the trip cap, they were able to get 3 down from FaZe Clan, they decided, yes, we are going to play for the trip cap. The risk of playing for trip cap is where they spawn, but because they spawned then over towards long haul, it meant that they were able to really get some points on the board and take the lead.
But you make FaZe Clan be very uncomfortable. When you put them into a triple cap, they know if I make one mistake here, I'm down 20, 30, 40 points. And if you keep doing that, you keep making them uncomfortable, you force them into uncomfortable positions, and importantly, you force them to make mistakes, Dan.
Well, you saw the stats there as well for FaZe Clan. I think they'll be scratching their head saying, how did we let that one slip through our fingers? Just as Penguin was probably thinking the same thing about that camouflage. I think maybe timing just kind of favored Cloud9 towards the end. They were able to get 4 down at one of the perfect opportunities when that camouflage was coming up, and then we're taking the strongholds, and then FaZe Clan were just kind of on the back foot. But that's why I love watching strongholds. It can flip so quickly, even when you think the game is pretty much done for. But it was these camouflages that really made the difference at the end for Cloud9, and they put one on the board and they keep this series alive.
You can see how much it meant to Septify there as he barked over towards his teammates. Look, I'm not a lip reader, Dan, but it looked like he said nice. So they finally show signs of life. Looking at, if you're just joining us, you've seen that game, you're thinking, this is a really good series, it's starting to heat up. Game 1 and 2 did not tell that same story. It looked as though FaZe were going to go dominant and hit a 3-0. But Cloud9 just about answer back in the nick of time. We're heading to Oddball Live Fire.
Yeah, maybe there is something for Cloud9 here that FaZe Clan have struggled a little bit when it comes to Live Fire, Oddball, but Oddball in general, they have been performing well. Just Live Fire has arguably been their weakest map when it comes to Oddball. You can see the matchup between the two and how they've been playing at Arlington. 3-1 for FaZe Clan, 2-2 for Cloud9. A pretty similar kill difference as well, 161 to 150. I think this is going to be a scrap. This is going to be a big fight. And one of the key things I want to talk about for Cloud9 here is the addition of Lethal for Oddball, because Manny was one of the outliers statistically on Cloud9 when it came to Oddball. He really struggled to put up numbers. If Lethal can just kind of share the same kind of numbers, the same kind of position as the likes of Septify and Sab, maybe Cloud9 have a chance to make this 2-2.
This one's going to be a brawl. Cloud9 look to have finally found their form. And in the nick of time as well. FaZe Clan perhaps guilty of overconfidence in that game 3, and boy did Cloud9 punish them for it. Cannot afford to do the same thing here on Oddball Live Fire. On board with Lethal, the latest addition to this C9 roster, the man to make the difference. Can he do so in this game and in this series here and now?
Oh, that could be a big stick, will be a big stick. Oh, he's just not able to get that final bullet onto Trippy, who went up to the skies. That would have been a really nice start for Cloud9 in terms of starting strategy, but Trippy arrives back to the ground with purpose.
Boots on the ground, bullets in faces. Suppressed and get a lot of easy damage on Deceptify here as well. Opted to take out the sniper rifle, which could have been a mistake in the end, but luckily for him, he had a teammate there to spare his blushes. Players being traded out left and right. But now the first opportunity for Cloud9 to get hands on the ball. Sniper rifle as well is there. Sab opts to drop the ball, trying to lock in a headshot, manages to get the stick, and he's good for a trade. Numbers advantage now favouring FaZe Clan for the moment. And they've got hands on the ball and a potential tower setup. Though the play call has come to rotate it back towards House.
Similarly to Strongholds, it's an even share across the board when it comes to who holds the ball for FaZe Clan as well. There's not really a specific ball holder, or at least there wasn't in Arlington. They were very close in terms of statistics. I would typically look towards the likes of Penguin. But I think it's just one of those scenarios where FaZe Clan recognizing who's kind of playing hot and who should be holding the ball.
Valkyrie then up through cuts. It's a 1v1 against Septify.
Enemy has the ball.
Both players settle for the trade. A slight advantage then. As FaZe have got a quarter of the points total they need to win the round, with the exception of time. Cloud9 forced to wait and be patient then for this push. Sab down to no shields, in big trouble.
Ball dropped.
He managed to somehow get a trade with that nade though.
Ball dropped.
Ball's in a little bit of a precarious position. You can see Trippy doesn't quite know where to bring it, looking for information, looking towards his teammates for help. He got the eyes and got told to bring it over towards pillars. That's what he does, he obliges that. Ball will fall though. Now Cloud9, they can start to build something.
I think what was important about that victory for Cloud9 is it would have given them a lot of confidence that they can come back into games as well. Especially after that first Aquarius CTF where they were ahead, they were dominating, and then FaZe Clan showed resilience. I think you need that. Even if they lose this series, I think you need to know that as a team you can come back in those games when you are down, because having that belief can sometimes be massive. Nice passage of play here for Cloud9 where they were able to put points on the board, and they are going to briefly take the lead. They take the lead.
I think you mentioned rightly, you know, we always speak about how important momentum is, but confidence is equally important in every measure. And maybe that win will give Cloud9 the belief that they need to push this series a distance and get us to a Game 5. And that's when we started talking about why Lethal was the pick that they chose to be the difference maker in those Game 5s. They have a slight lead here. They're in an uncomfortable position as 3 go down. Septify is forced to back away. They have the information of exactly where he's positioned now. Camouflage for Penguin, still a little bit to play with as well. They can start to tie this game up.
And suppressed. Connect with any shots. The sniper rifle can be such a huge difference maker here on live fire. But it's Trippy who's actually getting the kill. Sab's going to be the last remaining player, so this one's probably going to be more points in favor of Cloud9. Oh! Suppressed started to put on a show, maybe.
You might notice a little ricochet bullet the snipe as well. Ever since the latest update, they are back, and we are happy to see them as well. We know we're going to see some nerdy stuff on the main stage. It's only a matter of time. But speaking of time, FaZe Clan have put themselves 20 points, over 20 points to the good now, and they still got control of the ball. Cloud9 have a lot of work to do in this round.
Ball dropped.
Yeah, the real question is going to be, is it too much work to do? After the last Strongholds game, I just believe that Cloud9 do have what it takes to get back into these rounds. It's going to be the sniper rifle out of ammo, so that's good, because finally now Cloud9 can kind of push through. With Suppress going down, they'll say, all right, we have a little bit more freedom to push certain angles here.
On board with Trippy over towards green. People were asking, are the bananas still ripe for the picking? Are they still green? We'll find out as the tournament rolls on.
Who's been asking?
I got a tweet. I can prove it.
Wow.
I have a tweet. He wanted to know if the bananas were green. Huh?
Multiple people or just one?
That was one.
Oh, okay.
It was one.
So someone was asking.
There was it wasn't by popular demand, I will say.
I would have messed it. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. So this is going to be Cloud9 maybe taking this one towards Tower, but no, okay. Septify doesn't know. He doesn't know where he's going. How am I supposed to know? He was just doing
There's no rhyme or reason for any of this.
He was doing a little salsa. He was doing a blue shirt guy dance as he just tried to figure out where he was moving that ball. But finally they will move towards Tower, and FaZe Clan can look to try and break this one down.
Ball dropped.
Sab hesitant to fire a bullet, doesn't want to give away his position, but damage been done by his teammate. He will be able to descend down from the tower. Doesn't quite get the kill. That will be telling. 3 dead. 1v1 on the map now. Falcated up against Lethal. And just about manages to toss that ball off. That's a great play. Recognizing that he was down in the fight and forced to play the ball. That means Cloud9 can't get any free time.
Yeah, so important from Falcated. And for a player that is often so heavily focused on slaying and taking fights, it's good that he can recognize when his number is up and he can just get that ball out of dodge. The sniper is now going to be back into play, and it looks like Lethal's going to be the first one to get his hands on.
Has the ball.
Body shot connects. Bandit comes out to finish the job. Sniper rifle now down top middle, and Trippy sniffs it out.
Ball drop.
Boo Boo could be his latest victim. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find the face. In little moments like that, you almost expect Trippy to hit the shot, but not coming to fruition this time. Falcated down in the fight. Shields were already in big trouble before he even engaged with Septify. So an easy kill. Penguin picks up a huge double. Could be a triple kill here, and it is. Huge triple from Penguin.
And those moments where Trippy had the sniper rifle and missed that shot, that's the kind of thing that you would see Renegade and Frosty pulling off. And those can be those really huge swing moments in a game that if you do miss them, if you opt to go for the sniper and then you miss the shots, you can be very heavily punished for it. So it's always been my worry with FaZe Clan. It's like, who is that player that can pull that off? And you'd expect Trippy to be doing it. But you mentioned earlier, get some of those bad moments out of the way in the early stages.
Time starting to play a factor on the clock as well. Of course, if you're new to Halo, if you're new to Oddball, every time the ball is in either team's hands, the clock will stop. Before now,
nearing victory.
FaZe Clan have a lead, and they also have time in their favor. Don't have numbers though. A couple of kills have gone the way of Cloud9. Ball is being forced to play. 30 seconds on the clock now. Cloud9 running out of room for error in this round number 1.
They're able to just sneak this one away though. Boo-boo-doo-boo. Manages to grab it bottom middle and runs back towards house. So a chance to set up Cloud9, but they are a player down. So it's going to come down to this sniper rifle, but Sap just exposes his backside a little bit too much. Oh, but does connect with the shot.
Lands the body, big pressure. Relieved just from hitting that shot alone. Repulse sends one away. Big kills going down. Boo Boo gets 2. And all of a sudden, time flips. Falcade's got the camo, but he's got 4 members of Cloud9 in his face. And they know exactly where he's positioned now. Cloud9 a second away from taking the lead. Will they drop it? Opt to play time. One player's heading towards the drink. Septify into the water. This is a final moment here then. Trippy gets another kill and a reversal to boot. But ball was played.
Ball was played. There is going to be one player alive to maybe watch this one. It's Lethal as the ball tries to scarper away. Lethal gets the kill. 87 to 90. Trippy's going to grab it though and maybe run this one back for FaZe.
Opposite drop it. Will he just be able to get one more second? Yes, he can. Beautiful plays from Tripp, and he wins the round for his team.
Just a little cheeky laugh as well from Trippy as he knows how close that one was for FaZe Clan, but they just about get round 1 on the board.
I think he might have been laughing because the ball looked as though he maybe threw it a little bit too far and might not have been able to get his hands on it. It would have been forced into overtime. But luckily for him, there's no traveling in Oddball. It's a different ball game entirely. Round 1 in the books then for FaZe. Spares the blushes for Trippy then. That could have been so very difficult for them. Now bottom middle is going to be the point of contention for the Oddball. Septify is in trouble. He's got help though. Trippy gets what he looks for and backs out of dodge.
I thought he was going to be able to whip that sniper away and then move back as well, and that could have been the perfect heist. It's Boo Boo who has the camouflage at the moment, and Trippy's going to get shut down. So 2 dead on the side of FaZe Clan, and I think Cloud9 can take a lot away from this already. They're going to be frustrated that they threw that one away. I say they threw that one away. They almost stole it away from FaZe Clan in those final moments. But I think that Cloud9 are recognizing that now they really have been able to match the pace of FaZe Clan here.
Yeah, it was actually Trippy who almost threw the game away, or threw the round away. Managed to get his hands back on the ball though. Now sniper rifle with hands for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Body shot, not good enough for the kill. That means Falcade will keep control of the ball. He just needs his teammates around him. Unfortunately for him, 3 of them have fallen. Waiting patiently then for the word to play it. Falcade will begin to waste that sniper rifle ammo and just, as a matter of fact, settling for tossing it off the map entirely.
It's Sab who leads the way for Cloud9 in terms of slays. He just puts a 17th on the board here, and then he very quickly slides down to bring the ball towards the team whilst he's still firing. That's a great passage of play from Sabinator. But FaZe actually are going to get spawned over towards green, so this is going to be a pretty quick fight that they're into.
Boo Boo and Trippy fall. 3v3 on the map for the moment. Sab's looking for information over towards green. Little does he know for now it's completely clear, which means his teammates elsewhere are in a fight with a man down because he was looking for other angles, looking for other players. That plasma pistol doesn't connect, it didn't need to in the end though. He does manage to get the kill on the Penguin. It's a brawl inside house here, and it looks as though FaZe Clan are going to be the victors.
Spawns over towards Tower and Dirt for Cloud9, so it's a long journey over. Maybe they'll opt to go for a 2-2 split. Send 2 over top middle as the initial distraction, and then the other 2 arrive towards green. Penguin does get the trade though, so that's big. So now it allows Trippy to know that there's space in green, so he goes for a little flank here. Oh. Doesn't work out.
See where Camouflage went as well. It's going to be Penguin, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? In the right place at the right time. Gets an easy kill on the lethal. A couple of shots into Boo Boo Doo Boo as well. Ball's in no man's land here. Nobody really set up to take advantage of it. As a result, it's going to reset. Boo Boo's got sniped. As he backs away and runs towards Cuts. Into the cover of darkness if he can possibly try and stay alive. Beautiful shots from Penguin once more though. Lethal was taken care of.
Ball dropped.
The sniper rifle is going to make a big difference actually. Love that Penguin's not scared to hold the ball, he does quickly very much pass that off. One tower control with the sniper, but I will say Cloud9 are doing very well to position themselves and make it awkward for Penguin with the sniper rifle here, but Penguin's also making it awkward for them and says, you know what, screw it. No one's having the sniper. It's my snipe, no one's allowed to play with it.
If I can't have it, no one can.
Enemy has the ball.
Looks like it's going to be a tower hole for Cloud9 then. They haven't really been able to get a good, solid, strong setup here. Two members over towards green. As a matter of fact, they didn't rotate it towards tower. Instead, they brought it towards house and maybe looking for green for the opportunity to play it if need be. It has made its way towards green. Boo Boo's trying to do damage for his teammates over towards Nest here. Then the fight's going to go down. Gets the kill and manages to avoid the damage from the grenade as well.
This is a big moment in the game because we're kind of even at the moment when it comes to how close we are on this scoreline in this round, but if FaZe can get the next set up and start to really generate a 30-40 point lead, Cloud9 will then start to realize that they are on the brink of losing this entire series, and that's when you start to take a few more risks, and maybe when you start to make a few more mistakes as well.
Desperate times might call for desperate measures. That time is not here right now, but it's fastly approaching. Camouflage up in 10 seconds. You can see Cloud9 is starting to rotate for it. Opted to pick up the ball as well, and maybe Sav will drop and try and contest and help his teammates for this camouflage.
Enemy has the ball.
FaZe Clan starting to spawn behind him over towards tower. He faced two members. And just like that, Cloud9's numbers completely cut away. And a camouflage for FaZe Clan.
I like watching what Sab's doing, but I worry that he's having to do too much. It's a little bit of help. He can't be grabbing the ball, going for camo, and trying to take down the whole team on his own. I guess the other question would be, should he be waiting for the rest, or is he just playing a little bit too much on one side, away from the rest of the team? 75-39 is the scoreline in favor of FaZe, and they're now 25 points away from winning this entire series, not just this map.
C9 looking a little bit disjointed. You talked about maybe having to throw the kitchen sink at it, perhaps. We could be heading towards that territory now. FaZe need 20 seconds to win the round, to win the game, to win the series. Cloud9 looking to point and push over towards Big Door. That's where their attentions lie. Penguin waiting for the push, couple of denial grenades go down just to try and stop the push, but fortunately for him, his teammates already done damage, already got kills.
Oh.
Beautiful insta-splow. Boo Boo gets a double kill, and that's exactly what Cloud9 need now. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Something to build upon.
Penguin didn't even have a chance to think there before the insta-explode. And somewhere, David Walsh is of course smiling. This is Cloud9's chance to get back into this game, and there's going to be a lot down to Sabonator whether we can get into a position. Oh, see, those kind of shots, they can be the difference makers. They can be the game winners. They can be the series winners. But instead allows FaZe Clan now to push into house and allows FaZe Clan to have the numbers advantage. Another one goes missing. Another one goes wayward.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Need to have someone who can pull off those shots out of their pocket.
Penguins got sniped. FaZe need 12 more seconds. The play calls come to rotate the ball. Boo Boo's got the opening pick. Cloud9 have got very little time now. The FaZe Clan have quite a bit of it. Throwing the ball bottom middle, forcing Cloud9 into uncomfortable positions. 3 go down. Last member, Sabi, was down to no shields. Ball still on the ground, 6 seconds required, and it's in the hands of Trippy. A grenade comes from green, he recognizes that, he holds the ball, and he wins the round for his team. 3-1 the score. FaZe Clan victorious.
FaZe Clan victorious. They probably feel like they could have won this series 3-0, but certainly Cloud9 did show signs of life and a lot of positives to take away from this series. Just to take a map off of FaZe Clan, who of course the 3rd seed coming into this one, but also come very close in a couple of rounds. I just think they needed a couple of reps on the main stage just to try and figure out what they could do as a squad. I think the future is bright for Cloud9. I'm excited to see what they can do for the rest of the tournament. It is just pool play, so I don't think they'll be too disheartened. They were not expected to beat FaZe Clan. But maybe when they look back at game 1, when they had the lead, when they were really dominating the early stages on Aqua Flag, could they have taken more advantage of that? Could they have maybe just pinned FaZe back a little bit? If you take a 1-0 lead on Aqua Flag, suddenly the series looks weighted.
This team's still very much in its infancy as a unit. FaZe Clan together a lot longer. Plans, strategies, tactics, always are going to favor the team that has been together the longest. That's the way it's played out. Like you say, there's some things that you can take from it, some confidence. You did make it difficult, particularly in the last 2 games. And even in the early stages of that Aqua Flag, they did take that 1-0 advantage. But fortunately for them, they allowed FaZe Clan back into it. They relinquished control. And when you do that, FaZe Clan look real good.
8k, over 8k damage for 3 players on FaZe there to close out this series, and they made Oddball Livefire looks comfortable at 2-0, but I think we know Cloud9 very much had a chance to make that one far easier for themselves, but just the final moments, FaZe clutched up in that one.
Final moments always seem to favor FaZe Clan in those 3 games that they won exactly. Round 1, I mean, Trippy drops the ball, final seconds, they get the round win. Taking a look at the highlights as well. It was back and forth in large parts of that oddball. But in the end, FaZe Clan done what was needed, done what was required. And it was a very professional performance.
It certainly was indeed. I've got to say, I'm very glad that Cloud9 had some fight left in them to really take us on a little bit of a journey here, a potential journey that could have gone all the way to Game 5. But FaZe, they said absolutely not. You might have cut our momentum short for just a split second, but we can build it back up once again. I think there were so many different things you could take away from this series. I think first and foremost, the beginning of the day always is very telling for some of these teams in terms of how they are able to get their pool play started. Sometimes you fall short, especially to a team like Cloud9 who are really hungry, especially with this new change. A little bit of honeymooning sometimes when you get your partner back like Boo and Lethal, being that kind of like new form duo, especially this year. I was very, very impressed with FaZe and how they were able to keep themselves together, not play down to their opponent, and really just get the job done and seal the deal. Wes, how did you make out in this series, watching what you were looking forward to in terms of Trippy and Foul and Penguin and Suppress and how they performed?
I think everybody individually had their own moments, yes, but I wanted to see more, honestly. I expect FaZe to dominate teams like Cloud9. I think we saw glimpses of it throughout the series. I mean, this Slayer was picture perfect, don't get me wrong, but you don't want to slip up in this stronghold, something you can move past to 4 if you're FaZe. It's not that big of a deal. The job gets done in 2 rounds of oddball. They made sure it didn't go to a 3rd. And it really was just that first round of oddball that was close, like this Game 3. So FaZe do a good job to close this series out. Business is done, but you want to see them continue to get better throughout the series, or throughout the tournament.
Indeed we do. Well, you can see business is on our couch right now because Penguin is joining us for the post-interview. Welcome to the lounge here for
This is so comfortable, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. Little pillow, some Dippin' Dots.
No, can I move my setup here?
I mean, yeah, sure, we'd love that,
I
actually.
wouldn't mind it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would not. I would not
Can
mind
I
that at
coach?
all.
Are you allowed to?
Just say no.
I'm down. Yeah.
Hey!
Speaking of Coach
We'll talk
Penguin,
to the producer.
you have Royal One joining you guys behind you right now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that transition. He's obviously an absolute GOAT, so what is it like having him join the squad?
Honestly, it's amazing. Last event, we had Fierce Elite fill in for us super short notice. He did a great job, but I think, Royal One brings a lot of experience. And hopefully he locks us in really good and gets us a lot of camo times and all the power-ups, so.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so. If he doesn't, you're going to have to tell him off.
I will say it's weird teaming with the enemy.
Yeah.
After all that time, like always competing against him.
There's got to be a Shopify series in y'all's future.
No, that's what I kept telling him. I was like, imagine we beat your brother and then you go back to the hotel room because they're sharing a room and you just look over at him in the bed. That'd be hilarious.
I'd actually love to see that brother pop off because I don't think Chris will hold back. I think he'd tell Matthew. I think he'd be like, Matthew, you suck, man. I don't know what to tell you. I can see that coming from Chris for sure.
We need that.
We do need that. But obviously, another event for you guys, DreamHack. I think you're building upon something here and progress is growing. What's the team dynamic like at this point in the season, knowing that, you have another trophy to potentially lift as a squad?
I think we felt really disappointed after last event, obviously, and we kind of came back and, recollected ourselves. And I think there's a lot of passion. Falke did, he won one tournament a long time ago. Donnie's never won. They really want it, It's honestly good to see, and it's honestly really good to be teaming with people I've never teamed with before. It's like a different for me. So I'm kind of the teacher, I guess. And it's nice to help them like improve themselves and like improve as a team. So.
It's funny you should say that because we had a listen in earlier in this series and I could hear you taking that initiative with the comms a little bit more than I think I've heard before. But it seems like you're not entirely like telling them what to do, but you're kind of just, you know, allowing them to kind of flow around the map. You're telling them where you're going to be, potentially what's happening. Is that something you've had to step up in terms of that role, comms-wise?
Yeah, I think, you know, you have different kinds of teammates and different people want to do different stuff. And I'm a smart player, I think. And so this is kind of my chance to show that more, I guess, and, you know, tell other people how to play or what I want out of them to get the most out of my teammate. And so that's really cool to see. Obviously, you know, they're like more moldable than some other people who have been around for a lot longer and are like, you know, top S tier, whatever. They are what they are.
Yeah, they don't have the egos.
Yeah, well, they have the egos, but like it's different. They're willing to learn like more from you.
It reminds me of when I teamed with like PJ and Matt way back in the day, where like they're on the come up and like obviously have the individual skill in the world, and it's like it's so much easier to team with people like that. It's refreshing to team with people like that for sure.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I like it a lot.
Game 1, Penguin, you guys were down 1-0 initially in Aqua Flag, and it looked like Cloud9. You were. Well, maybe you don't remember.
Like there was a brief moment.
But it certainly felt like Cloud9 were kind of pinning you back. Was there any moment where you feel like you changed anything in that first game, or did you know that you were behind type thing?
We're really good at Aquarius Flag, I think, and I think we just lost the start, like straight up. They got camo, got away with it, and so it was kind of mixy for the first little bit of it. But once we kind of got control and started playing our game, I think that was kind of the nail in the coffin. We've been honestly really amazing at that game type lately, so had a lot of confidence going into that game 1.
I mean, you looked really comfortable. We've seen at certain points you boys were alley-ooping, throwing flags up and getting dunks.
I tried to throw it so far into the window so he didn't even have to catch it, but that was kind of a scam. And then I told my other teammate to go throw it up. He's like, I'm not throwing that up because he didn't want to die for it, but like, yeah. I'm trying to get the 5th cap. Like,
yeah, right?
Question for you. You're on a team right now. Obviously, everybody's incredibly individually skilled, but when people talk about this team, and I think this was asked at Trippy last event, I assume your answer is going to be similar. There's no true like main slayer superstar. I'm grabbing the snipe, kind of feed this guy the power weapons. In a sense, it's kind of everybody. If you're in position to do the job, you do the job. Mentality. And I was on a team like that with Dynasty, and we had a lot of success in Halo 3 when I was on that team, and I was the one getting sniped for whatever reason. Nobody else wanted it, basically.
I like that.
But yeah, hey,
nobody wants it. I'll take it.
But being on a team like that, being a player that usually gets power weapons on the fly and goes off with them, is it more fun to be a part of a team that's a lot like less power hungry focused, and that you kind of get more opportunity with those power weapons in your hand?
Oh, for sure. Like, you know, obviously the power weapons are where you show some of the most individual skill. Because DMR battles, they kind of go a certain way always, and you know, some people win them, lose them, whatever. But once you get the sniper rifle or the stalker, that's where you can like really shine and really dominate a team.
Change the outcome of games.
Oh, change the outcome entirely. Like you hit 4 no-scopes, like you win the game. Like sometimes that's what it comes down to in scrims, and we're like talking about what went wrong. You hit 4 really good no-scopes. Yeah. Like what do you do about
Stellar
that?
gets the snipe. Stellar usually snipes people.
Yeah. No, for sure.
100%. But, well, Penguin, I'm not going to lie, for our first interview on the couch, you've been an absolute vibe, dude. So thank you so much for coming in and setting the tone. Hopefully everybody else is going to be just as friendly as you are on here and just willing to talk.
You guys got to get Falcated up.
The bar's high now.
Somebody make Falcated to come do an interview.
Let's get Fal on an interview.
All right, we'll get Fal.
I'll give you the lore. He said he's never done an interview. So
Penguin, it just means you have to keep winning because
we need a nice place to
you guys up here.
That's what I told him. You're not even in front of the crowd. You're just hanging out.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the event to do one.
There's no cameras.
We've got plants, for God's sake. Look, it's nice up here.
Yeah,
we got some greenery.
I like it.
Penguin, thank you so much. While we get you off the settee and over back to, I'm sure, the warm-up station, right, where he is going to probably go and just talk things through with the team. Let's take a look at the pools right now, because we have just seen things go down in Pool C. We got 1-0 for FaZe right now here against Cloud9, putting them just falling short here in that 2nd place. Can they take down Zero Tenacity? That is a big question coming forward, because nobody wants to be in that 3rd spot, because it means that you are unfortunately heading to the lower bracket, which is just not exactly how you want to start your weekend off. But back in the other pools, Nemesis actually go 1-up already over Omit as well. Not really too surprised there. I think Nem, really pushing forward here, hoping to kind of recreate what happened last event for them as well. Obviously, we didn't catch any of that action, but I'm not surprised based on the way Nemesis have been performing, especially in scrims too, looking great in Europe. Does anyone know if they actually managed to boot camp at all coming into this event?
No boot camp this event.
Okay.
Sadly, Yeah, it was Z10 who boot camped this time around, but they're looking to do it for every future event.
Okay, I love that. Love that for them. I think it's going to be really, really important, I think, to come in and feel really, really prepared, especially if you are from Europe, because you're traveling an awful long way. But speaking of that, we do have an awful long way to go today. We still have so much action ahead of us. Coming up next after the break, we do have Space Station going on the main stage up against Envy. We'll find out who will come out victorious and who will fall short. We'll see you right after this.
New Juggernaut.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery.
Complexity got trip capped. They spawned long haul and decided to make their play all the way towards elevator. They better not lose that elevator stronghold the rest of this time because they bank their entire game on getting that elevator back.
That was a big mistake by Huss right there. With the shock rifle, getting taken down. Snake bite, killing not only Huss, but one-on-one-ing the Spartan as well. Creates the opening for B to be taken over. They get him out of C even, and they're going to get the reset. 240 and climbing. You have one push, and Complexity will not have all spawners to even try to compete for these strongholds.
Now it's just a game of defense.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack, and we're getting right back into the action because we know that's exactly what you want. Envy versus Space Station happening on the main stage here, and it couldn't be a better place for both of these teams to really get things going here for pool play day one of your Open. Now let's kick things off with Space Station. Well, actually, before we get into Space Station, let me just introduce you to who is on my sofa this time around. I have Wes, as per usual, but I do have two absolutely incredible gentlemen. We have Onset and Brav joining us as well. Gentlemen, two teams who really need to show up or show out, really, to be honest, in front of all of these people here who are expecting the world out of them and themselves. Space Station Gaming just have fallen flat so far this season. I think on paper, an absolute dream team. I think you could never count out these individuals in the best or the worst of times, right? But when they are together, something just is not clicking. Can they find that click factor? That is the question. You know, how are you feeling about this roster going up against MB to start their day? Are you spelling trouble here? Do you feel like this is going to be a clean one for them?
Going up against Envy, I feel very good about SSG's chances here, but I want to see domination. I want to see this not be a close series at all. No offense to Envy, welcome back to Halo. Unfortunately, your first show match, it's going to be against SSG. This SSG team needs desperately to find some momentum early in this tournament. I think they have to do that in pool play, and I think they need to almost be flawless in this pool play Friday in order to really feel good about themselves going into a bracket play tomorrow.
Now, Onset, Jersey said earlier on the sofa that SSG have arguably the most pressure on their shoulders right now in this entire HCS and tournament. Do you think that they are able to handle that pressure on day one? Do you think they're going to be, unfortunately, finding themselves in a sticky situation that we've seen them in before with the likes of Cloud9, etc.?
I think their performance is going to dictate what pressure they're under. I think Wes made a really good point, which is every single series that they're going to be in, eyeballs are going to be on them. And this is the kind of series where they need to come out of it with a 3-0 and a commanding win as well. We look back at Arlington and there was a few games that slipped through their fingers in series like this one. The Cloud9 one that we looked at went all the way to a game 5. Zero Tenacity, they drop a game in that series in the bracket as well. So they need to show us here in this first match of the tournament that this is a Space Station that's prepared, and all of the negative talk before this event is going to be put to the side, and we're going to be saying, hey, Space Station look really good after this series, and looking forward to seeing them play again a little bit later on.
Rob, I think there were a lot of question marks coming into the season, seeing this roster on paper and being announced about these IGLs. Now, I know there's been arguments made by other pro players. There's no such thing as an IGL, and you all have to do your part and make your plays and dictate what you want to do as a team. But do you think there's an overcomplication in terms of comms, but even overthinking things just because of how their brains work? We've got 3 guys on this roster who are really good at reading the game, but in their own way, and have been on previous teams before.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that manifests in 2 different ways. I think it's absolutely right that you're saying there's going to be gaps in communication. I think there's also even gaps in gameplay. And talking to the SSG guys coming into Arlington, I was asking them about how has practice been going, where are the reps at? And I think each of them, and especially Lucid, were kind of telling me things are starting to click. We're getting rid of assumptions. We're understanding where we're not doing things correctly. But the question that I think is on everyone's mind is how long does it take to unlearn some of that? How long does it take to fill those gaps in communication? And yeah, that's the big test. I think the desk earlier, you guys were spot on. The most pressure is on this team in the entire league.
I love the question of time there, because you are completely right. It's how long are these guys okay with sitting like this and sitting on just constant small margins of progress? It's just not going to be enough for those 4 names who are looking for a world championship, but not only that, taking majors and chips along the way as well. I've actually got some stats for you guys to have a look at, and unfortunately they're not pretty. These are the stats against the 2 top teams, which are Optic versus Shopify Rebellion, and as you can see, they are yet to take a map off of them. The map count is looking pretty abysmal, and when you're looking at this, obviously the numbers they are not there. They're very sad, obviously.
They're zeros.
Yeah, they are zeros for sure. You're looking at the individual actual maps in the series here. There's some promise. There is definitely progress. They're getting close to the mark many times, but just unable to get anything done across that finish line.
And you have to think, once they are able to get one, what kind of momentum, what kind of confidence does that change? You just need to figure out a way to have that minor success and really be able to snowball it. You see so many series get determined by momentum. When you go down 0-2, you might as well be chalked for the 3rd game as well. So I'm looking at SSG as they go throughout this tournament. When they do play against the likes of Optic Gaming, the likes of Shopify Rebellion, that's when it really is going to be important that they start series strong and they find themselves a lot more comfortable in their footing on the ground in the series before it's too late. Because I think very quickly, when they lose that second game to Optic and Shopify, the mentals cannot be strong amongst this team. They just haven't had even the online scrim results to be able to rely on in the back of their heads as far as we do belong. And these are 4 players that belong in grand finals. It is crazy to me that we have not seen more success from this team. That frustration, can't just be felt by me, but by the team as well.
I think, honestly, for me, I'm looking for them to start having a bit of fun up there. You got some monsters on this team. You got Stella here, who was known as an absolute god. SS Jesus coming forward here for this team. Yet to really see him have a lot of fun with power weapons. And obviously, the opportunities just haven't been there to be able to go off in that sort of circumstance in that way to open the map up. The likes of Lucid, who always has that edge with every piece of equipment across the map, being able to use it to its full potential and ability. It's things like that we're missing right now from this roster. I'm really hoping that they're going to go out there and have fun. Is that something you're trying to keep your eye on?
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you make. We've talked about maybe there's some overthinking going on with the team. There's maybe too much of the going into the weeds of what's going wrong, how we play certain situations, and maybe it's just time to say, hey, let's just try and play a little bit more naturally. Let's just try and play in the moment a little bit more and play off of each other a little bit more in game. And it's such an interesting team. We talk about the accolades, we talk about the success in the past, but there's the recency bias of all of a sudden everyone thinks that this is a team maybe who are falling off, who the players aren't quite where they were at, but this is a team who won championships last year. There's multiple world champions on this team. You don't become a bad player overnight, but talent is one thing and chemistry is another. And I think that everybody has their eyes on this team to see where that chemistry is at.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If I could just be a voice in these players' ears for this tournament, I would say play selfish and play everybody focus on yourself and play good Halo, and I promise you success will come. If all 4 of those players are playing great Halo, great things will happen. It's the overcomplication, like you mentioned, Mark, that really, I think, is biting this team in the end.
100%. If I had $1 for every time I heard in a scrim coming from my basement, play your screen, I'd be very, very rich right now on this sofa, and I'd be very happy. We'll see how things shape out for Space Station, but on the other side of things, looking to shake it up and just stir it up as much as possible and hopefully capitalize on potentially a little bit of low mentals coming across the stage from those 4 players. It's Envy, and Piggy Yaxon, Descendant and Precision are looking to change things up here. I've got my arm personally, Descendant and Precision. I think this duo needs to be really prominent in this series, but also in this tournament. They've got, pretty heavy, sturdy shoulders, I'm sure, but they're going to have to absolutely hoist their team here, because you're going to need damage, you're going to need slays, you're going to need openings, and West is so important that they step up to the mark.
Yeah, you kind of live and die by the openings that these players provide. Descendant known for flying and either giving his life or creating some space and an opportunity for his team. This Envy roster, very young in their accolades and their experience, I would say, but a lot of talent here, a lot of individual skill, and you cannot afford to give them the space and the power weapons and opportunity if you're SSG. You cannot fall asleep during this series. Envy is back in Halo, and they have found a bunch of young guns to represent them this weekend. And these two right here can slay with the best when they're on fire.
And they'll know that SSG are weakened at the moment. They'll be going into this series going, we can take games. And if we put them under pressure early, if we know that game 2's a Slayer. We all know about what can happen in a Slayer. And also those first 3 game types, pretty quick game types, pretty aggressive game types. You have Aquarius Flag, then we go into a Slayer, which we mentioned, and then we have a Strongholds as game number 3. It's a kind of series that lends itself to an upset, and the way that these 4 players like to play the game. So SSG are going to have to be on it, and Envy are going to know that SSG will feel the pressure if they take one of those early games in this series.
100%. I think when I'm looking at both of them, I think something really springs to mind for me, in particular for Descendant, and as our wonderful color caster over here, Brav, like, Descendant for me has a fantastic shot. I think he is so individually skilled. Something that had been lacking in the past was really just decision making and the kind of play, the route, being able to kind of be that force for your teammates, being lent upon by your teammates in terms of openings. It just wasn't there for me. I definitely am seeing some progress and some growth. For you, when you're casting over somebody like Descendant, what are you noticing in particular?
Yeah, I think what they do best and what they need to do in this series is quadrant-esque, like flying, right? When the first spawner's up, and you're thinking, okay, he's going to take a second. Let that, instead, you're going to see that player fly. They're going to get early damage. They're going to catch SSG off guard. And like we said, SSG's been caught flat-footed in other series this season so far. So I think you guys have already said it best. I think if Envy has to pick a team in the top 4 they want to play in this series, it's definitely SSG. And they can feel really good about, hey, if there's a team we can catch off guard here based on results so far, it's going to be SSG. You have to think, though, SSG knows exactly that that's what the side of Envy's going to be thinking, right? I think,
100%.
As we just discussed, SSG will not take them lightly whatsoever. We'll take a look at the game types here.
Yeah, you seriously can't, to be perfectly honest with you. At this point, I think the second you get that first one out of the way, CTF Aquarius, which honestly is very well known and loved by the Space Station Gaming players themselves, I think this is always going to be a brawl, an absolute battle. And it's about teamwork, this first one. This one is so important. Teamwork, pace, being able to create openings and opportunities for your teammates and make something happen, right? And this is going to decide for me the rest of the series on how things go. Space Station, unfortunately, dropped short here. I'm very, very worried about that.
Yeah, if I'm an Envy fan, I'm looking at games 2 and 3, like Mark said. Street Slayer is a very winnable game type. If you can get off to the right pace, you saw how dominant FaZe just looked when they kicked off the game in the right manner. You can put teams in some traps on that map. And then Stronghold's recharge is that anything goes, especially if you can get Descendant with shock rifle in hand. You've seen him make some plays there. So a lot to worry about as this series gets into the depth of the games. But that oddball live fire is a great place for Space Station to kind of put a bookmark on the end of this series where it should be over by then.
Absolutely. I think you guys have both hit it spot on as well, because when we go to Slayer Origin, I believe SSG's 0-2 on the year in that game type, right? So just like you guys set up the series perfectly, if they get there, which SSG wants to avoid at all costs, but if Envy can get it there with those games 2 and 3 as the kind of the pivot game types, it could be tricky for SSG in that game 5. They're going to have to write that record on Origin Slayer, not just here, but of course throughout the entire weekend.
It certainly can be. This is a very interesting series, to say the least. I think when you came into this season, you're looking at the Space Station Gaming roster, and probably even some of the opens as well, just how they're playing things. It wasn't like you were too worried then. It wasn't spelling like a disaster, right? But now you're coming into DreamHack, going up against a team like Envy, and you're thinking to yourself, how many are they going to drop? Are they going to keep this clean kind of run going to start off their weekend here? You honestly coming in with so many questions. I have no certainty right now, and it's worrying.
Well, we've heard the talk, right? We've heard the talk from numerous players saying, hey, we know where our ceiling is. We think we've got this crazy high ceiling. We know we can hit it, but like we need to see the walk now. We need to see results. It's one thing to say we can do it, and we can do it in bursts of games where we look like an unbeatable force, but you don't win games in 60 seconds. You win games across the entirety of the time limit, right until that last second. And when we always talk about the margins in Halo Infinite and how close games are when you get to a Sunday, when you look at series results and you, like we've seen against the Shopify and Optic of the world, that's where it's fallen apart for them. That's where they have had moments of games where they've looked good, but now we need to see those moments turn into games on the board. And I think everybody's going to be looking at Space Station now, not oh, where are Space Station looking? Are they looking any better than last event? It's a time to perform now. And even though we've only had one official event so far this year, it feels like there has been a lot of time for this roster to get it right. So to get it right, they have to do it, I feel, at this event.
They do indeed. I think this is a big confidence boost for them. They have to do this in a certain fashion, and that is domination, especially on day one in pool play. They need to show us that they mean business heading into the championship bracket. We do have the series layout on the screen, and with that, gentlemen, it is my cue to hand on over to your beautiful, delicate voices to maybe scream and get loud over this series. Hopefully something fun happens here. But Onsen, Bravo, it's over to you.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to encourage us a lot. We're going to get gas for this one because this is a series that I think everybody's kind of got their eyes on for different reasons, right? Space Station fans want to see a win here. They want to see a dominant performance. And I think a lot of the fans of the Halo Championship Series as well want to see Space Station come out hot at this event in pool play and just kind of announce themselves as, hey, we have talked the talk, now we are walking the walk, and this is where we're going to show what we've been working on.
So we'll take a look at some CTF stats between some standout players on both rosters. It's going to be Lucid and Descendant here. Lucid coming with a 1.5 KD from Arlington and CTF. Dominant numbers from him. Also 1.8 steals per game on top of that. You also see good numbers from Descendant, but when you put him next to Lucid stats,
yes,
even though they're impressive numbers, they start to look slightly less impressive when Lucid's putting up numbers like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at the numbers for SSG from Arlington as well, you know, numbers don't tell us everything. We know that, right? But when you're looking at KD ratios, you're looking at assists, all of this going in together, it's actually Lucid and Snakebite who were the two positive players for the team. And it was Eco and Stella who struggled a little bit back in Arlington. And that's crazy to say, right? Winning the majority of the events and the World Championship last year for those two players. So I think eyes on Space Station for a lot of different reasons. I think that the chemistry has got to be better. I think it has to be better at this event. Hopefully there's not conversations after this event about what went wrong, and it's more, hey, Space Station are here. Space Station have finally found that formula they've been so desperate to find, and they will be here on a Sunday really looking to challenge.
Right, speaking of conversations, let's not forget, there were already, just before this event, SSG conversations, right, about that team. You heard comments coming in from Stellar that I think were pretty unlike him and the rest of the team, talking about things have not been working. They've been watching more VOD than ever, and they haven't figured out what feels like they need a magic recipe, and they haven't found it yet. And you have to think they need to shake that off and lock in for this event without a doubt, because like you said, there's not going to be room for much conversation after this if they don't show up once again. I think one thing for the SSG side in this series that's going to be key is to shut down the potential momentum of Envy immediately. Let us not forget, Yaxon and Precision bringing that LG roster to Arlington did not make it out of pools last event, right?
Yeah, so coming in with a 5th seed as well, which was disappointing to say the least.
Disappointing, and probably one of the few times that's ever happened in the history of Pro Halo in terms of when group play is present. And now we look here, they're going to be coming in here with momentum. It's a new org. It's Descendant and Precision on the team. It's new blood. It's new life for them. SSG has a big opportunity here on CTF Aqua to shut them down, right? To absolutely set the tone for this series, set the pace. If they can do that, I think that there's a very good chance that SSG can set the right pace for the weekend. But they need to do it early. They need to do it in Game 1.
It's so interesting to talk about this pool play game in Pool D early on a Friday, right? Usually there's not that much riding on these kind of games. It's let's feel our way into a tournament. Let's see how we're playing. Let's see, you know, what game types are feeling good. Let's get warm and let's win a series, right? This one feels a little bit different whenever we're watching SSG at the moment, because I think everyone's watching for something to go wrong. It almost feels like everyone's waiting for the moment where they're like, SSG aren't looking great right now. They're starting to fall off a little bit. But I also think on the flip side of that, there's a lot of people here who are still waiting for that moment where it's like, wow, this looks like a potential grand finals team. This looks like a team who could go on to challenge Shopify and Optic when those big moments occur. And I think this is a really good one to watch if you're at home or you're in the crowd here at DreamHack, just to get a little barometer of what we can expect to see, maybe not just in this series, but moving into Saturday and potentially Sunday as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's interesting when we think of these teams, it's like, really, what are we going to see in these opening games? Where are they going to kind of set that bar? As you say, teams are getting ready to lock into that game to run. By the way, great to be back here at DreamHack, as you say, looking down an enormous convention hall here. I believe over 1 million square feet of gaming in this place. It's amazing. So tons of foot traffic, and you know, whether it's events throughout the years, and always DreamHack has been such a good host to the Halo Championship Series. We just get tons and tons of people checking out Halo. Maybe they're coming back to the franchise. Maybe they came specifically for Halo. For whatever reason you're here for, we're glad you're checking out the stage here. We're glad you're also joining us from around the world as well. as we get ready for your second main stage match, as we said, Envy versus Space Station. A lot riding here, and it's kind of two different sides of the same coin. It's quite interesting. The Envy story coming in, as we said, there's a lot to prove, and I couldn't agree more, Mark, about the point about SSG and where the community is at. I think that the community is split. I wouldn't necessarily say evenly, but I think there are members of the community who are want to be quick to say, told you so with this roster, it's not going to work. But I agree. I would say there's more people, as you kind of alluded to before the series, who are kind of just saying, hey, we want these guys to figure it out because there's already so much respect for these 4 players. As Wes was saying, there's already so much they've accomplished. And it's almost like, hey, everyone is on your side. We want to see you guys figure this out. And I think we also, kind of as neutral fans of the game, want to see every team play to their potential. We haven't yet seen that with Space Station Gaming this year. However, I think a lot of people are also forgetting we are early on in the year, right? This is your second official LAN event with HCS points on the line. I think a lot of people are quick to make judgments, as the internet often is, about this roster. However, the question is, what can they do here? What can they do at DreamHack to set their season on a new trajectory? Their first match in this tournament is going to be the brand new Envy roster.
Oh, here we go then. This is going to be our first look at both Space Station and Envy here at DreamHack in Dallas. And we're starting off with a little bit of CTF Aquarius, probably the most seasoned game type that we do have, that all of the players on our main stage are going to be extremely comfortable in playing. But after game number 1, what side of the stage is going to be feeling comfortable? Depending on what way this game goes. Let's start off with a little bit of snakebite as we get this series underway.
Here we go, and like we said, immediate, you're going to see just like tone setting in this series. Whichever team is able to get an early advantage, there's going to be so much kind of within that advantage and unspoken momentum that's going to come from this. A lot of action down at P1. Somehow snakebite stays alive long enough to make sure both kills are cleaned up. 2 dead each side off the opening.
Oh, and it's a good start here for Eco as well. He not only gets the camo, puts it to use. The phenomenal damage that came in and survivability from snakebite didn't go wasted in that situation, as Eco was able to kind of move in and carry on those damage points into kills himself. A triple kill for him. Lucid now inside of the base here for the first time for SSG. Good pressure on the map from them.
Maybe a little bit of impatience there from SSG. Eco to get kind of eagle-eyed front base with camo off of fridge spawners is unfortunate for them. And then Lucid trying to get into the base maybe a little bit faster than he was able to. He gets double teamed, he gets taken down as well. So while I think maybe a little bit of impatience, it's still good aggression from the side of SSG to dictate the initial pace of the game.
This is going to be a test here for SSG as well, because the way that Envy playing is a good example of it. Here from the POV of Precisions, they're not going to be afraid to overextend. It's going to test the communication to make sure that they're able to keep track of all of these players on the side of Envy who are behind enemy lines right now. And with a couple of kills being picked up, SSG will find themselves on the back foot. Mid-map is going to be controlled here by Envy, and Stella's going to have to play a little bit of defense here as players are falling around him.
Yeah, Util heavily under threat, but Stellar comes down the shroom stairs, knows that there's going to be an angle to top bank, and somehow wins a battle like that. Just like that, it's 3 dead for Envy. And I'm not going to lie, on the side of Envy, you cannot allow Stellar as a solo player from the shroom stairs to take down your top mid presence. That's a big identification of the opening, and I don't want to read too much into it, but if Stellar is able to do things like that in a game number 1, that's pretty tricky. Envy's got to make sure they're watching each player on the map, and when they have the advantage, play the advantage.
2v2 on the map right now. Camo is going to be picked up. Snakebite knows this camo player is hunting around bottom middle. Going to be Yaxin. Whee! He finally does fall, as Lucid will flush him out with that grenade. And now SSG have a chance to step forward themselves. Good pressure on the base, but a little bit of split spawn coming in. Sending, getting that fridge spawn to be able to create an angle here and also pick up the kill onto Stella. That's going to give Envy an exit route from their base here.
3 were dead for the side of SSG. 4th player will fall as well. Lucid's going to be your first spawner in this scenario. Does well to stay alive and make sure the kill gets traded out. That will buy SSG some time.
A couple of individual fights being won importantly by SSG on their side of the map. The first one from Stella that we saw, and you highlighted quite rightly, and that one from Lucid. He goes down in that situation. All of SSG are going to be spawning together and on the back foot, giving up so much map presence to Envy that flag might be in the area where it can start to get moved. And speaking of which, this is the first time we are seeing a flag with some sort of potential moving, and it is on the side of Envy. It was 3 dead momentarily for Space Station, but damage being output onto the flag runner means Precision's going to have to slow down here, and they're going to have to look to reslay.
Stellar was your last player alive. It's a big play from Stellar to make sure that that flag does not go through Util. They flush out car side as well to get 2 dead, 3 dead now. It's a great response from SSG to not only get the return, but also to get immediate control. Here they come.
looking for Descendant here again, just overextending, but it's going to be Lucid. Good comms coming in from SSG, who turns around and makes sure to flush him out. And now we're seeing SSG push as a 2. It's 3 dead. Piggy, the only player alive here on the side of Envy, and I'm pretty sure that he's not really in a position to put too much pressure on this flag run.
Eco just moving diagonally here, making sure that flag's gonna go. There's no pressure at all. Space Station had to stutter step along with Lucid stutter step. That flag will go in. SSG takes the lead here, 1-0 after 4 minutes of play.
Good signs there for Space Station. First flag that gets run with any potential gets converted as well. A few times we saw back in Arlington, they'd get that flag moving, but off the back of it, weren't able to be efficient in the conversion. And now that they have got that flag back, they've got to be careful because there's a counter cap opportunity starting to form. Camo in the hands of Yaxin. That was a 4 dead for SSG, and that flag is all the way back in the hands of Piggy.
This is going to go. Yaxin's going to slow play this from Connector as well. That flag's going to go in immediately. Envy responds, and just when you thought SSG was putting up a fight that was not going to be matched, instead it's in a perfectly timed 4 dead. Camo grab, and the flag goes back, and it's back-to-back 4 deads for Envy here. A killing spree for Yaxin on your screen. Still has Camo. Going to go for the pull as well.
Yeah, this young man really wants to make a name for himself as well. A great opportunity for him to team with some seasoned veterans now in Halo Infinite. Using that camo to go on that killing spree to clear out that base, and SSG are trapped on the pink side. They're 3 dead once again. Eco is last alive. It's 4 dead again. Descendant with a double, and Yaxin's running this one for Envy.
Back-to-back 4 deads for Envy. This is unbelievable here as they're about to back-to-back gap. And they answer back in an unbelievable fashion. Yaxin gonna bring this one in as well. The killing spree still alive. He's 11-7. Finally, he's taken down. But just before that run, I was going to say, so much here for Piggy and Yaxin, right? The youngest names. Clutch was talking about, you got a lot of veteran talent on this roster, but it's much younger and hungrier talent on Envy. And are they ever showing it here? 2 minutes ago, even less than that, it was 1-0 SSG. And it's a perfect series of play to get 3 back-to-back 4 deads and 2 flags on the board. Amazing stuff here from Envy as they now take the lead.
Well, the first time that SSG are under pressure in this tournament is in game number 1. They're down 2-1. Eco gets a trade. There's 2 dead on either side. The Lucid is there to support Snakebite on this flag run, but there is some pressure coming in. Good damage coming in on the side of Envy, which is going to make Snakebite have to start a step here, and even with that thrust, he knows he's got some work to do. Everyone from SSG at the moment is trapped inside the U2.
Wow.
It's 4 dead. Envy somehow managed to completely decimate SSG's run, and now they might be able to run one themselves.
Beautiful patience from Envy. The angle that we had from table into util there was beautiful because even though they got the flag into util, they were not going to be able to cross the util bridge. Descendant already back into his own util with what could be and should be the 3rd flag.
Piggy gets a kill off the respawn as well, but it's going to be 3-1. Envy with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on that game clock. Not only put the 3rd flag in, but also have another camo and another killing spree. This time it's Piggy who's getting involved in the kill feed.
We talked a lot about Descendant in the pregame, and for good reason. He's 17-10 in this game. Less than 7 minutes played, but he's +7 at this stage. Look at the numbers on the SSG side. I will sum it up for you very quickly. Not good.
Nobody positive on the side of SSG at the moment. And if you get outslayed, you ain't going to win too many games. Descendant looking for more. Should be able to find one onto Lucid. Makes it a little bit harder work than it needed to be, but at least does get that kill. And with 5 minutes left, SSG, questions being posed to them.
5 minutes remaining.
In a game type where they would have felt pretty confident coming in.
And talk about great shots from Eco to finally make sure he gets that kill. Will still, though, be 2 dead for SSG as Stellar gets pushed back into the fridge, but you guys were rightfully so talking quite a bit about games 2 and 3, but Envy had different plans for game number 1 altogether. They still lead by 2 flags with just 4:30 left on the clock.
Still a lot of time left in this game for Space Station to get back into it, but for Envy, the task is much more simple now. It's just pick up your kills, get your kills, make sure you get your trades. Don't let SSG progress across the map to get in towards your base and get that flag moving. Make it as difficult as possible. Burn time off the clock if you can, but they're starting to get slayed out in the back of their base now. Envy and Space Station, with Lucid picking up a couple of kills, are running that flag, but Snakebite does get taken down on that run.
Somehow they pick up the kills off screen to make it a 2v2 momentarily with that flag down bottom mid. Lucid in trouble on the table, will likely get cleaned up here and does, however. Eco already with the flag.
But a great job from Lucid to buy time in that situation, right? Even though he does die, he buys enough time for that flag to get back to the base. Now this is the round of kills that really matters. It's 2v2 on the map, but kills most recently have gone the way of Envy, which has allowed Descendant to get yet another camo.
Lucid spawns back base. That's
Needs to
big.
get this touch.
Seller stays alive. Lucid should be able to get this touch here. Once he gets shielded back, he will do indeed. And even the cap, I believe, he will get it. And now things get a lot more interesting as that flag goes in. It's just a one-flag game with less than 3:30 on the clock.
Space Station not panicking in that situation. Would have been very, very easy to do so. But now they find themselves 3 dead again, and the hard work might not pay off. Because with 2 now in the death screen, even with that run being slowed down, Envy have a chance if they pick up kills here to get that flag across and put the 2 flag differential back on the board.
Nicely played from Snakebite. Really good shield management there. Make sure he has the advantage as he comes up the pink street. That'll give them a momentary advantage. Looks like that flag will return now. Both flags back at home.
Just under 3 minutes left for Space Station to get a flag on the board here. 2 dead. Unfortunately for them, though, it's going to mean that Envy will have map control. Lucid trying to force his way forward, but with no shields, he's last alive and gets taken down. And Envy now will be able to push onto the SSG base, and they found those spawners as well. Snakebite already taking a little bit of damage. Eco being taken down, and Piggy running that flag.
Eco was the last player alive. Snakebite was first spawner. He's traded out as well. Still 3 and 4 dead! 4 dead as the flag is entering the util once again. This will be the 4th flag. And if we once again a 2-flag lead here for Envy at the 2-minute mark. They answer back yet again.
We'll talk about maps number 2 and 3 like we were saying, but they've got to worry about map number 1 here because Envy are completely in control, and you have to say have outplayed Space Station in this map number 1. 4-2 with 2 minutes left on the game clock. I mean, time is a massive problem now for SSG.
Descendant also really playing this well, right? He's going to bait the flag in util. There's going to be panic here from SSG. They're going to look to pick up a few more kills. A little bit of an overextend coming in from SSG. We'll see how these next few kills go. It's going to be 2 dead for SSG, maybe 3 in a second. And they're going to continue the run yet again. 4 dead, the delayed flag run. Pretty unorthodox there from Descendant. And what a way to finish this one as it comes back home.
26 and 15. Yaxin running in the final flag. It's going to be 5-2 as Envy will strike first here at DreamHack. They're up 1 in the series. How about that?
And I'm not going to lie, the way they did the 5th flag actually adds a little bit of flair to the way that that game ends. That's a little bit of playing with your food. To toss that flag into util, let SSG panic and OE, and then kill them 1 by 1, and then continue the run. You do not usually see that type of play at this level. If you can run the flag, you take the window. You don't do some midship H2 flag baiting here in Infinite, but that's exactly what we just saw. And despite a solid opening from SSG and the first flag on the board, and some good mid-game composure as well, I will add, Envy does not show any signs of slowing as they take game number 1 with a convincing score of 5-2 in regulation.
The most important word there is convincing, right? It felt like that was Envy's game. There's a few moments for Space Station where they capped those 2 flags, but apart from that, how many times were we saying 4 dead SSG, 4 dead SSG? It was like back to back to back 4 deads. At one point, it was complete map control at times in that game number 1 coming in from Envy. As we take a look at the stats, Descendant breaking 7k on the damage. That's why you're seeing him top the leaderboard with kills.
By the way, how fierce is that Envy armor in the back? The black and,
pretty clean.
Black and blue looks
Pretty
good.
clean.
Good to have these logos back. Take a look at some highlights from that game number 1, and what a way to start off this series between these two. And not gonna lie, off of the opening, you really felt like not only were we gonna see SSG take the lead, but even the game. And Envy finds some very, very important early game composure to back-to-back cap, and I will say it again, back-to-back-to-back 3 deads against a team like SSG. We knew these guys were going to come out hot, but I think this was even hotter than many may have expected.
I think the thing that stood out for me most in that game is when you're talking about the teams on paper, looking about this series, this particular game type going into game number 1, you're thinking if Envy take this, it's going to be scrappy, right? There's going to be a couple of flags where there's 2 or 3 touches on them from different players on the way back, a 4-3, that kind of game. But that was a very, very well executed game from Envy. The flag runs, I think every single one was clean. It was 2-3 dead off the back of the flag getting moved.
Right, the flag was a util with 4 dead.
So kind of brutal in the way that they were running them. It was exceptional teamwork and performance from Envy, and I think SSG have just realized, if they didn't realize, this could be a long series.
Really could. And for SSG fans in the building and at home, the hope is that that is your game 1 wake-up call. We've talked about it a lot throughout the years. Oftentimes, even with very talented rosters, you can get caught off guard game 1, right? Many triggers down rosters that I've been with would lose game 1s and then win the tournament. Still a lot of Halo to play. But Envy indicating that they are here to play in this series and this weekend. It's a heck of a start for the return of Envy in the Halo Championship Series.
Now we move to game number 2 and game number 3, of course, and we have to go back to the conversations that were happening here on the sofas before we even shot a bullet in this series, which is, this is the game types that Envy would look at in this series and go, these are the ones that we fancy. These are the ones where we feel we can squeeze something out of SSG. But now, if they go into this next game and they take it away, this Street Slayer, SSG are down by 2. You've got to think about, you know, the mental game of SSG, what's going on in their heads right now after that game 1 loss, because it's not a close loss, it's a 5-2 loss in map number 1. If they fall here, Envy have got to be going for blood. They've got to be going, let's close this out in 3.
They absolutely could. And we talked about it earlier as well. And look at the players on Envy. This is a momentum team, right? Give these guys a reason to get fired up, and they're going to run with it. That game 1 was certainly an opportunity to do so. You just saw them on the stage cams. They're locked in, they're fired up, they're going to take that game 1 momentum, they're going to bring it right here into game number 2. Slayer, we're underway. Lots of pressure, even more you could say, for SSG here in game number 2.
Yeah, the question is, has there ever been more pressure in a pool play game in a second map of a series on day 1?
Right.
You can answer that yourself at home. Depending what side of the series that you want to see a team come out on top of. SSG down 1, 5-2. Aquarius capture the flag, goes the way of this new Envy roster. And off the break here is 4-3. The Space Station will answer back here, and that camo is still on.
Very nicely done from Snakebite. He could have challenged a lot of players that are not Snakebite, would have tried to challenge from top of C stairs as well. Instead, he takes a great angle to delay the camo, but the pressure, as you say, is too strong. 3 dead for the side of SSG, and it's a camo and a 5-kill lead for Envy, picking up exactly where they left off in game number 1.
Stella's trying his best to find this camo and take him down. Stella does a phenomenal job there. Last player alive, only player alive, spots out the camo and manages to get the kill. You can't ask for more in a player in that situation, but at this point, is it going to be an opening created for SSG to close that gap ever so slightly? It looks like they are closing that gap, and hey, who's in the kill feed? It's Stella again with 2 to back up that initial kill on the camo.
Really nicely done. This game was just 11-5. They keep it within reason, but as you say, responded back very well. 2 dead for the side of Envy momentarily. 2v2 on the map as it's 13-10, and to be honest, as 3 will fall for Envy, SSG is going to be very happy 3 fall for SSG as well. They're going to be happy that this game is as close as it is here.
Yeah, that kill from Stella is something we might look back on at the end of this game and might be the difference maker. 3 kills the difference between the 2 teams. Great shots coming in from Lucid. Welcome back to the star in the kill feed, by the way. Love to see that.
Welcome return. I think everyone's excited to see the perfect star in the feed. Makes it just a little bit sweeter as Lucid picks up another one to bring the game within 1.
Will be Envy still with a ever so slight lead, but Eco moving into bottom middle with some help coming in from Stella off the respawn as well. Will be able to collect this camo, but it's going to be burnt. No effect of that camo whatsoever, but Snakebite and Stella in the kill feed have turned this game around now. SSG up by 1, a lead for the first time in this game.
And with that lead, it's a good opportunity to hear how SSG is sounding here. Let's get into a listen in with Space Station Gaming.
He's someone in B-roll. Nice.
Let's go, where?
For Yak. No idea, Kevin.
No clue.
He's back tower, guys, back tower.
Here,
Doesn't know I'm here, doesn't know I'm here.
Two hitting it, double hitting Cafe, double hitting Bulldog.
On B-real.
Two on Bulldog.
2 guys Bulldog. They're going out P1, they went P1.
They did. On Shotty weak. On Shotty weak.
And bottom side.
Shotty 2 shot.
Under shopper. Piggy's on driveway. He's still trying me. He's half shield.
guys.
Half shield on the driveway.
Driveway 1 shot, driveway 1 shot. 2 dead.
He's red.
I spawned tower, guys. One spot PD on me. PD weak, I'm PD weak.
Might be Cafe.
Yo, plants, guys, 1 shot plants. Nice, on me PD.
Machi red. Coming up in red.
PD.
I believe you. He's going backside.
1 shot.
Trying to get to Kevin.
Right gun's up.
He's 1 shot. Dead.
Look at bottom.
Driving cover precision.
Right gun is up.
Look at me. Look at me. There's guys up by me.
Yeah,
I'm walking up. I'm going back to crash. Back driveway trash.
Looking trash on me.
It's 1 shot. Dead.
Be real, guys. Be real. Be pillars.
Camo 25.
B steps.
2 depth, 1 B steps.
Half shield, B steps. He's going. Benches.
Right dead could be up. Camo 15.
2 Cafe.
Yo, driveway, red room.
2 Cafe, Kevin.
1 shot ice cream to arcade. He's arcade.
Still here, still back A.
Still arcade.
One time.
Arcade to dead end now. PD now.
Camo 3.
I have a stalker bottom C.
Behind you, chasing you, Tommy, chasing you with pistol.
You're on your own.
Camo's up.
One guy going for camo now, and there's two B side. B side.
Watch out, camo.
ATM.
One might die.
Two there. They're both weak. I don't really have help for that.
I can't do anything on that.
No, this guy B gen. Can maybe kill these guys. Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Yeah, I'm helping them, Kevin. Here,
Yeah, go for it. One dead. Do we know camo?
Yo, B subs or fires. Missing camo still.
Play yourself heavy.
Agent, B gen.
Two B gen.
And one's at M. Three shots B gen.
Kill one.
Nice.
Yeah, I spun sub.
Help Brayden, go.
Yeah,
Brayden, go. Help
bricks.
Brayden.
I'm coming.
He's MPD now.
BJ, they might spawn C.
When we went into the comms, it was a 1 kill advantage for SSG, and it's still a 1 kill advantage for SSG, so it has been a trade fest, but the pace of this game has been very notable. Both teams trying to pressurize each other at all times.
Yeah, a little bit of a bell curve there. It feels like we joined 1 kill lead, and we saw SSG go into a lead by 5+, and as you say, we're right back to a 1 kill game. So pretty cool comment collected there from SSG, but also, as you mentioned, a lot of trades during those exchanges have kept this game really close, and SSG has known Descendant gets taken down there in that battle. SSG has known in a lot of those scenarios they were taking 1v1s where they had to trade. They were forced to do it just to get space on the map.
Yeah, just allow those respawners back on. I think did a really good job, even though it felt like Envy were picking up some kills. The damage was coming in and it allowed the trades to come in off the respawners. It was good stuff from SSG showing how to play off the back foot in certain situations, which now puts them into a 2 kill advantage with just 10 to go to tie this series up. But the red gun in the hands of Stellar could be what they need just to reopen the map, just to get that damage down. But it's a 2v2 for now. Precision in the 1v1 and wins it, and that is the Stalker rifle down as well. And that could be an opportunity for Envy to get back into this.
Yeah, Descendant comes in right at the right time on driveway to help as well, and just like that, it's a 1 kill game. And what a heartbreaker and devastating turnaround this would be if SSG does not take this game.
Camo coming up as well in a few seconds time, so everybody's going to have to make their way to get an LOS on that to try and deny the other team from getting it. Stellar with that first kill, it's Eco with the second, and it's Lucid who comes away with that camo. Piggy should be taken down as well. Lucid! He gets all kinds of wobbly around Piggy. He misses those shots and gets taken down with that camo.
99 times out of 100, that's a guaranteed win. You even saw a shake of the head from Lucid there. It's a big win from Piggy. If you didn't know the name, you know it now. And that gives them a 2 kill lead. With 5:30 left, we certainly won't need all that time, but man, is this ever a much more interesting game after that individual win on driveway?
Well, it's given Envy an opportunity, and it's given SSG getting something to think about. They're now having to slow the game down. They're now having to play it patiently. Stellar's going to be flying in to try and get this kill. Will be able to flush him out. The trades start to come in. It's still a 2 kill advantage on the side of SSG, but now it's just 1. Now it's a tied game after the perfect coming in for Precision. 5 kills to go on either side. And is that camo play going to come back to haunt SSG here?
Precision also from Tires, picks up 1, picks up 2. Huge point in the game to now lead 47-45.
He's looking for 3 onto Stellar as well. Stellar gets taken down! The triple kill and the killing spree coming in for Precision. It's 1 to go.
Oh my God.
It's going to be Envy, who go up by 2 in the series, having been down with just a few kills to go.
And the NB jerseys in the building like what they see. How about Precision as the push comes from Cafe? Jumps up Tires, cleans up the tower 1 shot, picks up the kill in ATM, and with confidence drops bottom middle to take on Stellar in a 1v1 to get a triple kill when they were tied 45-45. It's a huge individual effort there from Precision off of the push from the team. 50-46 is your final score in game number 2. A come-from-behind win from Envy in a game that they trailed by 5 in the mid-game.
17 and 13 for Precision, but the 3 most important ones, those ones right at the end of that game. But the biggest kill of the whole game, Piggy. Piggy versus Lucid.
Yes.
Lucid has him half shields. Lucid has camo. Lucid loses the 1v1. And that gives them the map opening, the chance to push up and make it a little bit of a scrappy ending. It is a crazy, crazy sequence of events that lead to Envy having a 2-0 lead in this series as we take a look back on some of the highlights here.
Man, I cannot wait to look at some of these. Once again, let's not forget, SSG here up by 4, up by 5, 27-22, 28-22 at this stage in the game. And this was also, look at this battle. Descendant comes last second to help in that. Even though Precision gets the kill, here is the 1v1. has to be finished.
You have to win it.
Has to be finished.
And this is the triple kill at the end of the game. The cleanup, and then Stella doesn't have the shields, but how many times do you see Stella win those and just keep it even footing in those situations?
Even the celebratory montage melee there for extra style points.
Why not?
And
why not
look at that
point?
also. Here's what about this NB team that really struck me at the end, as we see the series layout here, painting a wall of blue, 5-2 in that Aquarius TTF. Slayer on Streets, of course, was much closer, but as we said, let's not forget SSG blows a 6-kill lead in the mid game to lose the game by 4. But one thing I just noticed about that NB team, right? They are not popping off. They're not jumping out of their seats on that comeback win. It's just fist bumps down the line. Descendant didn't even really budge. And it feels like for them, if you're an NB fan, that looks like to them another day at the office, right? A lot of this team, let's not forget, these are very experienced names in competitive Halo. Maybe not exactly what you'd call household names just yet, as they continue to push that boundary. But they've been here before, and their demeanor on stage and the scoreboard is certainly showing that.
I mean, look at the scores of those two games. We always say, when you were looking at the biggest teams in the world playing in Slayers, a full team wipe, the difference between two teams in a Slayer, when they're so evenly matched, usually a pretty conclusive win, you would say. Like anything 46 and below, you're saying pretty conclusive win. Now we know that it was essentially tied up at 45, and it was the last few moments that completely belonged to Envy. But showing that you can close out those kind of games, showing that you have the ability to go 2 up in a series and not let it slip to 1-1, which we do so many times when we see a Space Station versus a lower seeded team, shows that they're here to play, shows that they know how important this series is, and they know that they've given themselves an opportunity now in this pool to really cause some upsets, not just right now. If they beat Space Station and they go through and continue playing this way in the pools, the bracket a little bit later on when we get into the winner's side, it's going to throw another spanner in the works.
Absolutely. And if SSG is to win this series, they will be forced to reverse sweep, and they will be forced to win on Origin Slayer. As we said, a game type they have yet to win in official LAN play, 0-2 at Arlington on that game type. So a very, very difficult road ahead here for SSG. Let's paint the picture accurately, though. This is still possible, especially with the caliber of player on SSG. And equally, within that same argument, for the side of NB, the job is not done. As we said, players like Piggy and Yaxton left a lot on the table in pool play in Arlington. That will be a fresh memory for them. They need to ice up here. Don't even let this thing go the distance. If you're an NB fan, you want to see them do this quickly.
Well, one thing that may be some crumb of consolation here for SSG is that no one's ever won a series in 2 games in a best of 5.
That's right.
You got to win another one. They're going to have to force Envy to win another game if they want to call this series their own. But I mean, what's going to be going through the heads of those 4 players right now? It's tough to even think about it.
Really tough. I would say, luckily, due to the experience and the ice that is on this team, I think there's a very good chance they take this next game. I think there's a way they dig deep, especially given the game type. I think the only way that Envy takes this one is if they come off the rip and they're able to find, once again, we've just seen them do it in objective in game number 1. If they're able to find consistent 3-4 neds and they really catch SSG off guard, they might be able to do it again. Can't count SSG out, but based off what we've seen so far, it's hard to think of them finding any momentum.
I think the concerning thing for me here for SSG, the first 2 maps you look at, not big power weapon maps, right? It's obviously the camo to play around. We have the Stalker on Streets, but map number 1, Aquarius, it's more bandit heavy. You don't see a lot of other weapons being used, but now that you get onto Recharge, the shock rifle available, which you're looking at some of the big names on SSG, if they can start to control that, start to hit some big shots, an opening and some confidence might start to come back.
Right. And I think one thing Envy's going to know is that you don't want to give SSG any amount of momentum, energy, kind of refining their focus. Envy knows that they are just a few mistakes away from this series going a pretty different direction from here. And if you're on the side of SSG, you want to remember that as well. There's a lot more. We're early on in the day. We're early on in the tournament as well as pool play. Speaking of, let's take a look at updates across the pools. Nemesis take down Omit early, 1-0. TSM also taking down Gen G. And over in Pool C, you saw earlier today, FaZe Clan will take down C9 to go 1-0 in the series as well.
Good to see the Nemesis social team on fire already early on. I know they've been waiting. They have been waiting. They don't miss. They really don't miss. Unfortunately for Omit, they were not only the victims of that series loss, but also the repercussions as everybody now finds out.
You don't really want to match up against Nemesis, period.
And them, dude. I'm telling you.
He's a sneaky little
He's a
guy.
feisty guy.
Take
He's
a
a
look at him.
feisty guy. But
Been
TSM with
amazed
that win.
Been amazed by the places he finds himself.
He's got some badges that I didn't know you could get. He gets everywhere. Any access for them. Anyway, one thing that just kind of noted as well from the way that SSG is set up as well on the main stage is Snakebite's moved his position from what we saw in Arlington as well. So they're obviously a little bit of an arrangement change as well. He's now on the end. Maybe just an opportunity to watch certain screens a little bit better.
Exactly, yeah. Well, that's one thing we probably don't talk about enough is really seeding order in these tournaments. And when you really think about it, there's so much that goes into exactly where each player sits on the team. As you say, there's a lot about specific screen watching. For example, might have Snakebite there to watch a little bit more of Lucid's screen. You also might have Lucid kind of in his exact position to be able to watch more of both screens. There's a lot that goes into seeding order. And like you said, a little bit of adjustments like that can sometimes yield some pretty big changes in the way that scenarios might play out. So far, SSG yet to find. I will say, we should mention, in both games 1 and 2, looking good, as we've talked about the SSG story so far, looking good at times.
At points.
Yeah, at points. That is, so, right, we're not seeing them getting blown out. We are seeing them find great moments of gameplay, sometimes stringing that together for, as we said, in the CTF, we saw them putting on really good big flag caps to break the game within 1. In the Slayer, they lead by 5. However, not closing out games.
Yeah, I think as well, understandably, I think for everyone who's watching either here live or at home, there's a lot of focus on SSG in this series, but I actually want to give just a second to kind of pause and give credit to how good Envy have been in this series, because this is not SSG just being, off the pace. This is Envy playing some really, really good Halo Infinite so far. Confident, efficient. I think I used the term brutal in that CTF Aquarius that we saw. Thank you. My memory sometimes starts to go. But the way that they were capping those flags, it wasn't just a scrappy run. It was efficient. It was 3-4 dead off respawners, and then you look at the ice in the final moments of that game as well. The 1v1 against 1, and then all of these things. It's as much credit needs to be given to Envy for their performance in this series and what they've done so far as needs to be concern on the side of SSG.
Yeah, and I would take that even further and double down on your point and say I would just give the majority, of the credit to the way Envy's played it. This has not been about gaps. I think we're identifying gaps in SSG's gameplay because of the pedigree and achievements of the players on this team. And it must be noted time and time again, these are world champions, so everything they do on a main stage will be dissected, it will be analyzed by not just us, but for better or worse, the entirety of the internet.
Yes.
On the side of Envy, however, though, showing up in an enormous way in this series, they have run away with it so far, and you could tell with not just confidence, but composure as well. Send it there on your screen, and you could tell. Hands folded, locked in, ready to get into game number 3.
Yeah, I think all of Envy just want to get this back underway. They want to keep the momentum going from that big win in that final moment of that game number 2, where they just somehow managed to find the damage and the appropriate kills to make it look pretty comfortable at the end after being tied up at 45 all. We'll take a look at our schedule as well, just to remind you what else is coming up on our main stage here at DreamHack. We obviously saw FaZe Clan winning a little bit earlier against Cloud9. 3-1 was that series result. We were in the middle here of Space Station versus Envy, or maybe near in the end if you're an Envy fan. And then we have FaZe versus Zero Tenacity coming up after this, and then we get to see the champs from Arlington on our main stage. Optic Gaming taking on Gen G. Shopify versus Nemesis, which we've kind of highlighted as probably the most exciting game that we are looking forward to. We didn't get to see Nemesis play against Shopify Rebellion back in Arlington, but we do get to see that in pool play, and then we do see the Green Wall once again against the reunited TSM, the boys back together as our final game of the day.
Yeah, going to be some fantastic Halo, not just all day, but all weekend, of course, as well. And as you said, Envy just going to be excited to get back into the gameplay. And one thing I also want to mention is during the SSG listen-in, despite leading by 5 during that listen-in, it didn't feel like a listen-in where they were in control, right? I want to say Stellar called out his PD call out 5 or 6 times in a row, right? A lot of stressed call-outs, even with a lead like that, and picking up kills that they looked like they needed. It didn't feel like they were calms. It felt like it was pretty stressed and kind of excited energy on that side. We'll have to see what they're going to bring in Strongholds right now. SSG with their backs against the wall in the first series of the weekend.
Well, 250 points to win here on Strongholds. Of course, that triple cap is going to be something that both teams are going to want to avoid, because, either way this goes right now, if Envy get a triple cap early, Space Station are going to really be tested here. Really be tested. Not just in-game, not just technically, but emotionally and mentally as well. to find their way back into the game. But for SSG, it's on a game type where you're looking for a team to have good coordination on how they're pushing, where they're rotating, what kills they're prioritizing. What we've seen in game number 1 and 2, it's a concern to see Strongholds as game number 3.
It really is, and I think one thing that you have to note if you caught game number 1 was the consistency of the 3 and 4 deads that came in from Envy, right? And it felt like they were getting, like we said, the third rotation of Slay kills where you really don't see that. I mean, back-to-back 4 deads, you expect a team like SSG to find their footing. And I gotta say, also credit to Envy, because I kind of gave them a lot of heat for letting Stellar come off spawn and win a battle from Shroom Stairs. And you know, that looked like it might have been an indication that SSG was going to find gaps in the armor. Yeah. Instead, Envy shut that. From there on out, Envy has shut down moments like that.
And I think one thing to highlight, we were talking about Descendant a lot in Wes. We were kind of all talking about Descendant at the start of this, and the conversation around, you know, he's an aggressive player. He likes to get into the fight. He likes to be aggressive, and it verges sometimes on the reckless we've seen historically, right? Where he can sometimes give a life away instead of maybe just playing a little bit more reserve, having recognized that that fight isn't there to win. Haven't seen that at all from him in this series. He's been aggressive, but also valued his life so well in some of those fights and waited for the help to come in. And chemistry is a great conversation to have. Where we talked about SSG and the chemistry and how it's been lacking so far this season. When you look at the way that Envy are playing, it feels like Descendant's very comfortable in his role. He can overextend a little bit. He's got the likes of Piggy putting in damage onto those players, which he's trying to turn into a double kill, for example. He's turning 1 into 2, and I think it's just, you look at this Envy lineup and the way they're playing off of each other, a lot of good signs for them. For a team that's relatively new and hasn't had as many reps as a lot of the teams that they're going to be going up against.
Absolutely, and I think also just good signs for this team right off the bat, right? Even before the Envy pickup, winning that online tournament, I think right away showing that the chemistry was there, the talent was also there, and now it has transitioned so far onto the main stage.
So far, that's the thing though to highlight, right? Like I mentioned, no best of 5 has ever been won in 2 games. You have to win a third at some point. And for Envy this way, I think is probably hurting them more than it's hurting SSG. SSG have a chance just to cool off the momentum, to cool off the progress that's been made by Envy so far in this series, but with a deep breath.
I caught that too.
A big deep breath coming in from multiple members of SSG. It looks like we are almost ready to get into game number 3, which could be the deciding one if Envy are able to close out here.
If you're an SSG fan, you're just hoping that they're reminding themselves why they should. What's that?
I think you're just hoping.
Yeah, you're definitely hoping. You're hoping for a few things, and I think specifically you're hoping that they remind themselves, just mentally, right? Think about the amount of opportunity here, the talent, the confidence that they should have going into this game, and what's possible when they do click. I think, as you guys talked about in the desk earlier, not overthinking will be key here. Very, very possible that SSG gets their way back into this series, and it goes the distance. We're underway here. Opening rush going to be very important.
Precision's going to move straight in aggressively and get this for free.
Okay.
And immediately push on to Snakebite here. Descendant hits his first perfect. Precision going to get into a fight and get away with his life as well. It's 2 dead on the side of SSG, but SSG have actually out-rotated here. A couple of kills went down on either side, but they did manage to get B control and C momentarily, but weren't able to hold it long enough to even get a point on the board here. We're still tied up at 0, and Stronghold's being flipped back and forth.
Precision starting B, but instead just going to be on the hunt here. I like this play. Gets the angles that he needs. Kill 2 yet again. They're going to have another man advantage. First few little points on the board here for SSG, but oh my. Thought he was going to maybe get 2. Precision will get a stick from the grave. 2 dead each side.
There was 3 dead momentarily for SSG. Lucid with the shock rifle though, showing how the power weapons can change the momentum in a game. That little kill there allows the rest of SSG just a second to get back onto the map. Now the 1v1 against Precision. Precision playing his life, valuing his life. He's going to try and fly in here to get that cleanup, but I'm not sure Lucid has to fight for that kill in that situation. With Envy coming up the respawn, the support was always going to be there for Precision.
Still 2 dead for SSG, and guess what? C got reset as well. Finally, it'll get flipped, but during that Lucid life, somehow Envy gets a little bit of a reset on C. Now finally SSG will flip it, but not before. It's a 27-point lead here for the side of Envy.
AMB in control of Envy, but it looks like Lucid stepping into B here to try and flip it back into the control of SSG. A couple of trades going down elsewhere. It's 2 down on the side of Envy. Jackson's trying to stay alive, but Lucid's hunting him down due to the comms coming in from Stellar, and now the rotation will occur from Lucid, having captured B, now towards A. However, can't even get the conversion. The reset comes in, as it's going to be Precision who flies through, and SSG are 3 dead.
think for SSG fans, whenever they've hoped that there maybe is an opening, 40-7, by the way, on the trip cap, and a camo once again. It feels like each time it's perfectly rotated. Ooh, almost a stick there. The predictive nade on camo jump up. Eco's trying to figure out how to take this battle and does well with some help. That one should be clean. Comes in with a strike, I think is what we would call that one. 2 dead for both sides.
An open palm strike coming in. Lucid wins his fight against Jackson, but it's only to even up some numbers here. Stellar is going to be able to flip C. Where are the spawns going to come in here for SSG? It looks like they are going to be happening in and around C. Piggy picks up the first kill, and Lucid taking that route towards the camo box is kind of a predictable one at this point. The first way that you try and escape up mid-map, and Piggy was ready for it. 3 dead for SSG.
Yep, a pre-nade off of the trippy there from Piggy. A lot of words that ended in Y there that I wasn't ready for. 3 dead for the side of Thank you. 3 dead for the side of SSG. More importantly, though, still a heavy lead here. Tripling the score of their opponents is Envy on the AB hold. Now 70-21.
Descendant again, 7-3 in this game. Stella going to give a free kill here. Over to Envy, just flies in. Piggy just plays that corner, waits for him to move by. Descendant, his POV has been earned right now as SSG can't get 4 on the map. 2 dead for them again, and this AB hold is really, really stifling Space Station.
Really is. You got to wonder. Envy, as we said, tons of momentum and showing no signs of slowing. Let's get into a listen in here with Envy at the 96-point mark.
Another one. 2A.
One shot dead.
One more A. Watch out.
Trippy. Last guy's 6.
I can run A. I'm running at A. He's still kind of hurt, I think. I hit him with a nade. Nice.
Yeah, that's all you.
Oh, bomb tower. Bottom A weak. Bottom A.
Bottom A.
15. Bottom A. Still bottom A. Turbine. Shots. Turbine somewhere.
Mid-range turbine. Walk.
Camo 5. Watch out. Turbine dead. I dropped grapple. Top right in. Bottom mid. Camo 2 bottom mid. 2 on camo. Across. 2 just grab camo. Victor. Camo jump weak. Watch out, Victor. Camo C-stairs.
Live, Ethan.
Yeah, we're AB again. Fucking death grip this shit. Look for camo. 2 needles. I cannot live. One's one. Watch out, apple.
Hell.
Watch out, top red. Camo's top red, Piggy. Top A cross. 2 dead. Camo's top A. I cannot PB.
Where's he?
He's
It's camo. Ah, fucking fell, dude.
Live, yeah, don't chill.
Look at your needles. Bottom A and top A, cat.
Make it right now. Make it weak.
Turbine free. Watch out.
To you. One shot.
Come here.
Bomb tower weak. Lucid. Bomb tower.
I'm getting it. 2A.
Weak bomb tower.
2A. Watch out, bottom tower. What's bottom right?
Turbine running at B.
Yeah. MB.
Hey, damn.
R2. This one red. L2.
Top tower.
This one red.
Top cat.
I can shoot me. Jason going R2.
Watch out tower. Absolute stairs. Going cat. One shot cat. Absolute.
Wait, we have red. I'm getting spawn code glass.
Well, Envy obviously, understandably, sounded pretty hyped to the comms, making sure that they're talking to each other most importantly, saying back down, don't challenge, stay alive. And it's turned into a 129-56 lead for them. SSG really struggling, again in the slaying department, and I gotta look at Stella. He's 5 and 10, gets his 5th kill on the board. Double negative at this point. This is something we don't associate with this player.
Yeah, I tell you what, there's a lot to admire in that listening as well, and I think overall it sounded like a bit calmer than some people would have expected in terms of the delivery. Like, don't get me wrong, there's energy, there's excitement, but once again, it feels like another day at the office for the Envy players, and they're just kind of roaming around the map, getting the kills they need, and now leading by nearly 100.
3 dead on the side of SSG once more. Eco last alive, Descendant holding down the top of gold here, looking towards the long haul for those spawners, and as they said themselves, death grip them. Keep them
that was the call.
Trapped into C, hold A and B, and so far it's worked for them.
Yeah, death grip definitely has historically been a pretty commanding method of a way of doing things. Frowned upon in some circles, however, in competitive Halo. That's exactly what we got. 2 dead. Jackson trying to make something happen against a camo player here. I'm going to contest.
The longer this contest goes on, the better it is for Envy. Help's going to come at any moment, and there is the help. Not only does he stay alive, he forces Snakebite to step out to keep this camo, and that's the reset coming in. SSG had momentary control, but now you can see that C is being flipped. Snakebite does get the conversion here onto B, and now has to turn his attention to A. Lucy with a big kill, though, onto Descendant over A. Worried slightly that he was going to take the damage from Snakebite there and get taken down himself, but this is the first time now we're seeing SSG start to pick up kills. It's a double off the back of the camo plate. Looking for more onto Descendant here. Might be able to get it, but Descendant slows down the momentum with a vital 1v1 win.
Ooh, might even get a little juke here. He does against Lucid.
Okay. Game not over yet.
Hey, shooting some bodies here for Descendant, and they have a hefty lead, but they will want to close it out in this game after things like that. But I tell you what, the bigger play there is Descendant staying alive in the 1v1, and Plasma's on top Hydro. Then he gets the kill on Lucid. It's moments like that. It's the domino effect of plays like that that have really defined this entire series.
Stella's got himself a shock rifle. Snakebite finds 1, 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of Envy, and now Space Station look for the triple cap. And the reason that I went, oh, you haven't won the game yet, in the way of Descendant was because we have seen comebacks happen a lot when the teabagging happens a little bit too early in these games.
By the way, all series long, key 1v1s coming in. 4 dead for Envy, by the way. Key 1v1s have been coming in for the side of Envy. However, just as quickly as we say that, take a look at the scoreboard. What was a 100-point lead is now just a 50-point lead. And like you said, you typically don't start shooting bodies until you know it's done. Back-to-back 4 deads. Trip cap continues here. They get the reset. And just like that, it's a 30-point game. Space Station showing signs of life here in game number 3.
Camo and Shock here for Lucid as well. Piggy gets bodied, loses his shields. A lot of pressure on Lucid in this situation. 2 dead for Envy.
Look at the scoreboard.
The follow-up on the damage is coming in here, and it's going to be a flip of the score as SSG with Envy 3 dead once again. The death grip is theirs now. The triple cap is killing Envy.
Oh boy, you start shooting bodies, you wake up a sleeping giant, and it might be a team of national champions that you just awoke, because now it's a 25-point lead for SSG in what could be remembered as a pretty important game. And scoreline, Yak in trouble bottom middle. He'll take damage and be cleaned up. Still a man advantage here for SSG.
Stella finds another as well. It's 2 dead. Piggy, no shields, no problem here for Eco. Flies in, cleans that one up. And even though the last remaining player from Envy is going to be over at A, those spawners, they're all going to be with him. They flip C here, SSG, and they continue to score. They now find themselves within 30 points of taking their first game in this series.
Oh boy, did that go? There's no way that Green gun came into pipes, did it? That was a wild one. Look at the scoreboard, 230 to 180. Envy is paying the price for the trash talk.
However, Envy do get out of the spawn trap. They get a couple of kills. Eco can't connect with the plasma pistol this time. And it's a trip cap now in the favor of Envy, but the kill feed is starting to go in the favor of SSG. Kill after kill, round after round. They're starting to find their way back onto the map here, but Envy with this AB hold, which has brought them so much success, cross the 200-point mark.
Eco just putting that plasma pistol to use in every single way that you can. Here comes the pusher. Big stick. Lucid with a big stick to break the door open at A.
But Lucid gets stuck in response. Descendant trying to defend A. Gets the reset, but doesn't have many shields to play with here. There was an SSG member floating around. But the camo goes the way of Snakebite now. Precision taken down. It's 2 dead for Space Station though. He's going to be under pressure, but gets the flip onto B. Scoring will continue, but Piggy sniffs him out. It's 3 dead for Space Station.
Oh my, imagine this. Imagine this here. We're about to see a trip cap, B and C flip here. It's a trip cap for Envy as they trail by only 10 now.
This next round of kills could decide the game. Stella gets the first onto Piggy. B will be flipped here by SSG.
Oh my, the shots.
Great shots coming in from Descendant there. Perfect, but here comes Snakebite, stepping up in a big moment to win that fight. Precision, trying to move in, but 2 players from SSG are in the elevator trying to flip A, and will be able to just about do so.
He wanted to find Snakebite so badly. Precision wanted to get the one shot. Does he get the stick on the way out? He does. That's going to keep things interesting here.
Snakebite survived though. Snakebite did survive, and it's an AB hold with 3 dead here for Envy. Space Station looking to complete the comeback here, just 2 points to go, and SSG will complete that comeback, will stay alive in this series, and give themselves a chance. It's 2-1 to Envy now, but SSG show signs of life.
And what a story we just saw. Descendant, as we said, composed in a zen-like state before the game. Not very zen to be shooting bodies mid-game, and it comes back to haunt them. And those are 4 players, of which the bodies I would not shoot at any stage.
How many times do we see it? Like, You would have thought at some point someone would be like, okay, let's not do this until like
a PSA.
the last
250 to
kill, for example.
242 is your final score, and my word, SSG's back in the series. And how about the plays from Lucid? We're going to see it in the highlights, I have no doubt. Lucid comes up A stairs to keep Snakebite alive. Snakebite lets his shields recharge. Bottom elevator, and Precision so badly wanted to finish that one shot. He's looking for it the entire time during the Lucid 1v1. And they keep each other alive. Let's look at the highlights because this was an absolute roller coaster. To be honest, I think many people would have placed bets that this one was over. It was a 100-point lead here for Envy.
It was a 100-point lead where SSG was struggling to get on the map. You were seeing big 1v1s, but this turning point from here, maybe it wasn't shooting bodies. Maybe it was just like, you know, just empty the clip into the
good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. 80-point lead at that stage of the game.
I'll never be a politician. Anyway, it was a turnaround as well. I mentioned the shock rifle, and now he could have an impact. Think of the Lucid run that he went on.
Descender wins this, by the way. Snakebite turns on him. Snakebite,
a little jump off the box.
When the shot started, Snakebite was G-sliding. Snakebite with a huge individual effort to get into A, to bust open into A, and then Lucid comes and finishes. And that is exactly what you needed to see from the side of SSG to get back in this series. You could even argue to get back in the pool. They narrowly win the strongholds, but more importantly for the side of their momentum, they do it with a 100-point comeback as well. And they're right back in the series. Things looking pretty different for Envy.
Well, now we turn our attention towards live fire oddball, and this could be a grueler on either side. Of course, in oddball, you need to win 2 rounds to get that map on the board in your favor. But we do have that sniper rifle here on live fire. And we saw the difference that the shot could make in those big moments of that game towards the end when it was in the hands of Lucid. If SSG can start to control that, as well as the space on the map with that oddball, then they might have an opportunity to send it towards that game 5. But Envy need to keep this pressure up. They can't let SSG win this one comfortably. They need to take rounds. They need to contest that oddball as often as possible. And they need to support the likes of Precision and Descendant, who have been superb so far in this season, in this series.
I agree. Envy needs to really shake that one off because they've been left with a lot to think about after that game number 3. And, you know, with slightly less main stage experience overall, you have to wonder, is that going to play on their mind as they get into game number 4? If you're on the side of Envy, you need to make sure you shake that off immediately. You go back to the steamrolling that you were doing prior. If you're an Envy fan, that's what you want to see. However, SSG now, not just with signs of life, but with a lot of hope in this series. They can turn this one around. They've begun what could become a reverse sweep. Only 2 games away from doing so.
Well, it feels like with Space Station, whenever you watch them in a series so far this season, it's been the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've seen the ugly, we've seen some of the bad, but now we're starting to see some of the good in that previous game as we head into map number 4 in this series. Envy still with a 2-1 lead in the series, and it's going to be Descendant who gets that sniper rifle first.
This series really has had it all. It felt like this one was going to be over with the scoreline that we saw. And the man on your screen, actually the one that was shooting some bodies, paid the price, but now he's confident. Confident, picks up a great little shot. Trying to get an angle here on Camo as they're going to work the scoreboard.
Little flick coming in from Descendant to get that first no-scope of the game. Yaxid finds one onto Stella. Lucid will fall as well. Yaxid picking up a double kill as that Camo comes off on the map. Eco.
Wow. Look at this.
Descendant with the quickest of quick scopes and the cleanup as well. SSG will be 3 dead, and that will be ball collected. Sniper dropped off to Precision, who also has that Camo. All the goodies here for Envy.
One foul swoop. To be honest, I love that play there. They leave the ball at scoreboard while they make sure to slay and get Camo, and they perfectly time it. Now that gives them the early opening lead.
Precision by name, and Precise was that second shot. 4 dead for Space Station Gaming. That was special.
Oh my word, I think exactly as he engaged the second player, everyone was on the same page thinking, is he actually gonna, and then he hits it. Unbelievable 180, and as a result, it's a 40-point lead off of that play alone.
It's another trade as well. 2 dead for SSG. Numbers favor Envy, as does the oddball.
That was disgusting.
He finds another one. That was very calculated. You saw it all playing out, and his in his mind. And I think one thing I loved was the prioritization of the first kill as well.
Yeah.
Stella knew that was the kill before he could turn his attention to the second.
Turn Descender from Descendant. Be a green rotation here. They're wasn't sure if they're going to try to wrap the corner or maybe just play it. The shots from Descendant. My God. 3 dead, but not without a great battle. Does Yak? That would have been a hell of a throw. Look at the ball. That is from distance. A beautiful play ball from Yak. On the third-person POV, it didn't look like the ball was going to go. That was a Herculean effort of the ball toss. Normally, you got to... There's certain microtransactions involved with having that kind of toss, but somehow it gets it off.
I think it was the spherical inertia that sent that one over the edge.
You're right, I think it's exactly what it was.
Just enough on it to take it over the edge there to get that play ball.
Threw it by the jaw.
Enemy has the ball.
But we're seeing perfect after perfect in the kill feed at the moment. You're seeing those stars start to light up on either side. All of the players starting to shoot very, very well at the moment. It's the first time we're going to see Space Station with the ball in their hands for a few seconds, but Envy break through and get that camo again. This time it's Precision. That's 2 for 2 for Envy.
3 dead here. Precision, last player alive. Let's see how he plays this. Presumably, just a really quick, no-nonsense play ball. I love that from Precision. He could have maybe looked for a little bit more damage, but instead he just goes for the play ball. They will still lead here 50-9.
Good damage off the spawn here, but P gets that first pick, and
nice play from
maybe a second one off the back of it as well. And SSG got away with that sniper, and it's Snakebite who's going to fall. Who had it? It's 3 dead. Stella last alive. Stella trying to challenge Descendant, but he knows he can't be too aggressive in this situation because he is the only player on the map. As the op ball rotates away, and Envy will get more points on the board.
Yak just skedaddles with the ball, back to scoreboard.
It's too fast for me. Stella
picks up
another flick from Descendant that connects.
Just playing every angle, every ledge, and every cheeky little jump here. He's going to know players are coming here outside of the pillars. Try to hold this angle, but a lot of pressure coming in.
There's one. Lucid backs away.
Not a frag.
That's not a frag.
That
The
one
shots are good. It's a killing spree for Descendant. Finally flushed out by Stella, who's on a double himself, but 68-9.
Man, we were giving Descendant a lot of flack for the shooting bodies. He's more than made up for it in this game. He's 9-3 as they lead 68-10, but still a lot of Halo to play here, even in round number 1.
Oh, okay. We're in a game now, ladies and gents. Everybody's shooting good. Everybody's shooting pure. 3 dead for Envy, and SSG will get their hands on the op ball with, for the first time, it feels like Envy 3 and 4 dead in that kill feed that we have in front of us. All of them stuck on the respawn. Now it's about holding. That first pick goes the way of SSG as well. Lucid going to be credited with that.
Yeah, Yak does really nice damage from the pillars, however, just doesn't have the exact timing. And SSG did have the map composition to take him down, so the lead that we just saw from Envy is officially cut in half. They only trail now by about 34.
Jackson with a nice little bank nade finishes off the kill onto Eco as the little bit of assistance arrives from his teammate around the corner as well. Space Station starting to chip away at this lead ever so slightly and are forced to play ball, so the ball will be back down bottom middle. As the camo comes up as well, and as the camo comes up and as the ball is played, SSG find themselves 3 dead, and that's going to be more control of the map and the power on the map going here to Envy.
Nicely done here from Yak, really well timed. And I gotta say, time and time again, Envy has had the timing on the kills and the power-ups, and SSG has not. This has been a story of both of those time and time again. Ooh, he doesn't get the trade. Surprisingly gets the melee, the hard part, but doesn't get the trade. Interesting scenario there regardless. It's 2 dead for Envy, might be 3 dead in a moment. Yes, it is. And this is gonna be do or die here for SSG. They really can't let the ball go one more time. That could be the round.
Well, Envy coming off the respawn on the garage side of the map at the moment. Gonna have to make their way across the longest distance towards where that old boy is being held here on the tower. Stella, his home is here up on the tower. Any kind of power position is usually where this man on your screen finds the most success when it comes to kills. But look at the feed.
Oh my.
He finds one to even up the numbers, but with his shields down, he's got to survive it a little bit longer. Gets the green gun towards Precision, but I think he just caught the angle of the geometry of that door. It didn't connect, and now Precision will move in to grab that odd ball again for Envy. 50 points to go.
Yeah, gonna bring the roll right back here. 90-point mark. Jackson holding down the nest angle as well as presumably the mud angle. In just a second! Takes care of the first one.
Jackson finds one. Recharles on the Snakebite, but the pressure now coming in from SSG. 2 dead on the side of Envy. The ball will be played, and they won't be able to close out.
Oh boy.
With 5 points, all that's required for them to close out this first round of oddball. But SSG are making a fight for this. And Snakebite, who made the big play at the end of the last game, has got the sniper and the weapon to make another one here.
Needs to stay alive here. This is a big 1v1 at this stage of the game. Does have help in cuts, though. Could be 2 here.
2v2, but gets taken down. Descendant runs, just about gets around the corner. Nobody going to be there to cut him down. Lucid is closest, but not close enough to that oddball, and Envy will strike first in oddball here. They will close out that first round, and are now 1 round away from closing out this series.
Man, what a round for them. And I think if you're an Envy fan, that's exactly what we wanted to see. Like we said, do not let up at all. Do not let a breath come in, even though you let that game go. Dig right back into the confidence that you had earlier in the series. That's exactly what they did. It's a really decisive round 1 win, now only 1 round away from closing out the series.
Again, efficiency being shown here by Envy. Jackson has a sniper in his hands, but he recognizes 2 dead. So he goes straight in for that oddball. He knows that to win the game, you need the oddball. It's not about creating angles and getting kills. It's about getting that objective back towards your team. He finds one. Lucid gets lined up. He gets bodied as well. And should be cleaned up in the next second or so, but somehow Lucid survives a bit longer than expected. Camo's still up here, and Jackson turns his attention back towards it.
Like you said, great play from Yak to not. Oh, let's watch this play out. Might do it again. Oh my God,
Body's one.
Nico, really nice job to just take that shot to the chest and go full bodyguard. Make sure the camo's grabbed. So the SSG push will be coming momentarily. Here it is.
Nico hits the perfect onto Jackson to create the opening. Second kill not going to fall in their favor comfortably though. Descendant tries to get that old ball out towards Green, but he'll fall before he can do so. Precision now with a 1v1. Trade coming in from Snakebite. It's 2 dead on either side.
Enemy has the ball.
But Eco the furthest off the map, trying to contain the respawns coming in from Envio in and around Green here.
As well to make sure that first kill gets picked up, and in doing so forces the play ball as well. As you said, a really nice play there from Eco. 3 dead, Precision, your last player alive.
Anyone near the oddball here for SSG? Yes. It's going to be Snakebite who's bottom middle and immediately moves that ball out towards Green. Call of the respawn is that it's going to be in towards scoreboard and garage again, and SSG recognize that immediately, get good damage down, get those first 2 kills, and now can collapse onto the last 2 players here from Envy.
Yak goes for a pillar route instead of a nest route. You have to think just in that moment, the nest route would have paid off more, maybe caught Eco off guard. We won't see how that would have played out. And as you say, it's more time on the board here. What was an unanswered 37-point lead is now just a 10-point lead for Envy.
Well, what a life this is from Eco, by the way. Think about how much damage he's done in this life while controlling where those spawns are coming in as well. Lucid finds one. Stella with the QT stays alive long enough for Lucid to pick up a double kill and keep the numbers in favor of Envy here. Lucid tries to slide out to find a third, but won't be able to do so. But in the meantime, Snakebite still holding that oddball and puts SSG into a lead here. Ooh, but Descendant with that green gun flies through, finds one and forces the play ball now. Will be a neutral ball bottom middle.
Love that from Descendant. He fakes like he's going top tower, as you say, forces the play ball, then can get that angle on Camo as well. And right now just kind of blowing some holes wide open on the side of SSG.
3 dead for Envy. Lucy gets the camo and feels like the first time in this oddball game we've really seen Space Station being able to control this power-up. Usually it's been going the way of Envy. It's just a trade though with the power-up this time around, which isn't the best news, but when Snakebite finds 2,
ball drop,
and the oddball is in your hands,
enemy has the ball,
and the lead is extending, you'll take it from the side of SSG, but in the meantime, Piggy did manage to escape with this sniper rifle for Envy.
Love this from Piggy. It was transitional there on the pillar for just a second. Was looking to play the snipe, and when he finds more pressure in the end, he can play the snipe. However, though, more importantly, SSG has essentially doubled the score of their opponent, 63 points unanswered.
Piggy did look the most confident in that situation with the sniper rifle. I have to say, he was last alive, took a little bit of damage, and instead of retreating, just decided to get the sniper rifle off the map. I'd like to see him maybe try and make a little bit more of that situation, create a little bit more value, but obviously thought that was the right play, and when you look at the score and you look at the setup on the map, maybe it will turn into one. There's some more confidence coming in from Piggy. Perfect shots onto Lucid, and now he takes on Eco.
Take him down there finally, but as you say, not before doing a whole lot of damage and doing it with style. Take a look at the scoreboard here. We're about to see a tie game at 60.
Playball comes in. Precision will find the kill on Ness. Towards back mud. Lucid finds one off the respawn, but Precision! I was going to say should be able to clean this up, but it's Lucid who finds a double kill. But really, he didn't have much of a right to get. Oddball moving back here from SSG. Lucid goes for the stick, but I'm not sure what's quite going on, but somehow imaginatively gets the stick eventually.
Grenade as well on Piggy. Not an easy angle there to hit that on top of the green. And handles that 1v1 so elegantly. It's still 3 dead. Lucid still alive on top A bags. They're not done yet. Still 3 dead. Less than 20 points to go for SSG to tie up the game.
Lucid on a little run here. This is what we saw at the end of the previous game where this was the momentum from the back of the plays from Lucid that took them to that win. Only a few points to go here for SSG to tie this game up and send it to its deciding round number 3.
Good rotate.
And with the sidekick in his hands, Lucid's looking good! Finds 3, the triple kill comes in, but the oddball is down.
Was a 2v1 here. 3 seconds to go for SSG to close out the round.
Stella has the camo. Good damage coming in, but no kills coming in. Stella finds 1 with the grenade, a second as well. And now they just have to move in surely here, SSG. Grab that off ball, close this round out. Last player alive is Descendant. No shields bottom middle. He has a wiggle.
Enemy has the ball.
But it's not going to be enough. Lucid will grab that ball. He brings it away, and we are going to a deciding round number 3 here.
Would not have it any other way. SSG not to be counted out, as we said. Finding a way to dig deep there, and a big, big last-minute run there. Killing spree and then some from Lucid. Closes out the round. And I will say, as a reminder, in a game that they trailed by about 40, and then they go on a 60-point unanswered run, can they close it out here? Can they force us to a game number 5?
Feels like SSG just started to click in that round. Damage coming in again, but the kills, they fall in the favor of Envy, and the opening strategy seems to go their way once again here. Snakebite flies through his last alive to find 1, but Yaxin with the sniper rifle in his hands.
Ball drop.
Finds that Snakebite is still on the hunt. That's 2 in a row for him.
Descendant likely looking for a play ball momentarily. We'll see how Snakebite plays this on the back mud push.
Really good pressure. This last alive, remember, Snakebite in this situation gets 2, forces the oddball to be played, finds another one as well. Precision's trying to stay alive with his camo. He can't do it. 3 dead on the side of Envy, and it's all for the damage of the work that was done as last alive by Snakebite.
Yeah, they really sniffed that camo out so well. Made sure it's not even a play. That could be big from Yak to pick up 1. It's important.
Ball drop.
Going to give them a little bit of breathing room. But SSG now scoring. Going to rotate that through cuts all the way here to backseat.
Eco gets the trade in that situation. Just want to highlight, by the way, that Snakebite is 18 and 17 in this game, but he has 143 seconds of objective time. Compared to his teammates, the next closest is 12.
Crazy numbers, and that's what he's known for. That's what he's done his entire career. They take a narrow lead here. We'll see what Lucid does. Maybe thinking about cleaning out back tower. They do, so no play ball. They will continue scoring.
2 dead on the side of Envy as well. 22 points and rising.
Enemy has the ball.
On the board here for SSG. Snakebite decides to finally put the oddball down and bring up the bandit instead. Should find 1 onto Descendant. Does indeed do that. Looking for the stick. Gets the stick as well. Snakebite looks locked in for this game. He wants to see this one go the distance, but 3 dead are SSG. Ball does get played by Lucid, so it's a reset bottom middle.
No trade from Lucid. Let's see off the respawn here how SSG handles this. They've got a narrow here 18-point lead in the game. Let's get to a listen in with Space Station Gaming.
Half shields. Drop. Try and come in. Drop.
You're all hitting big door now.
Dead.
Trying to hit big door right now.
There's 3 on ball. There should be 3 on ball.
Is he out? 1 on Kevin. Yes, Kevin.
Okay, there's 2 on ball then. There's 2 on ball.
Oh, they're hitting Kevin B?
Yeah, they're all hitting green. Nice, Kevin.
I
think chill. One spawner now 2.
There's 2 here, B.
Hear that. Both weak. They're weak. Both one.
Can we play camo?
Yeah, there's one guy. He's probably on it.
I'll probably spawn on it.
There's one spawner out somewhere.
Yeah.
Push cuts.
Yo, dummies.
Looking bottom mid.
3 shots, dummies. Dummy door.
One more. And elbow, guys. Tower, jump weak. One shot tires.
I got ball. Yo, I'm gonna die. Where can I go with this?
I died. He's 2 top mid.
Yeah,
One is going cuts. One went key door. Gonna be key door to cuts.
Here.
Snipe intense.
3 shots on me.
Nice, 2 dead, guys. 2 dead. I'm bottom mid.
I spawned mud.
Yo, they're gonna hit vent.
Yo, hitting us. Top mid. Not time.
Mirror, PJ. Mirror.
Top cuts.
Cuts weak.
Low cuts, Kevin. Still dummy somewhere, Kevin.
Yeah, low cuts.
I spawned elbow.
Key door.
Yo, top mid, pushing us.
Top nest. Ball play.
One guy tires, Braden.
Yeah. This is one. I threw snipe off. Actually, I don't know.
There's one guy dies on me.
Ball has repulse, by the way. Ball has repulse. And top mid.
You're running towards top.
Got a trade.
Nice trade.
Yo, tires and ball.
Yeah, I'm going
2 on ball right now. They're looking for PJ.
Tires weak.
They're spawning A's. Go forward, Braden.
Yeah.
Ball drop.
Balls one, and the guy nest.
Yeah, 3 shots set C. Also.
Kill ball.
One bullet, big door.
Nest, last guy, Tommy.
Here there.
Nest coming. He's really
Just one shot nest.
Hold ball, all dead. They're all dead.
Watch your dummies, Braden.
Yeah, I'm walking at it.
Okay, I'm staying out green, guys. I'm out green still.
QT and 12.
2 spawn screens. They're showing.
Well, out the listening, it is SSG who go into a lead off the back of a triple kill from Stella. They have the ball set up around the tower. But this round, it could not be closer. It is paper thin between these two teams.
Really good composure there from SSG to get that break. It looked like for a moment Envy was going to start to run away with the game, and you're going to see SSG maybe fall apart. It was not the case. Instead, SSG goes back into the lead here, and they still, for the moment, maintain tower control.
Descendant gets pushed over the railings, but just about holds on. Precision with the ball in his hands now. As Envy will start to score. Close in on the lead of Space Station with Space Station 2 dead and looking to get back on the map. Lucid's furthest up. Takes the 1v1 with Piggy, but he's going to win it.
Big win from Piggy. Maybe even gets more damage here. He does. He gets the second one. Lead change here now. Envy once again leading by almost 10 points. 3 dead for SSG.
That was 4 dead for SSG. Lucid just come off the respawn. So a complete setup on the camo side of the map here. On the side of Envy, early damage coming in from them. 15 points to go here, and Envy will close this one out and pull off the upset. SSG have to go, and they have to go now.
91 on the board.
Piggy finds 2. Odd Boy's down on the cuts. It's 2v2 on the map right now. Descendant versus Snakebite. Stella trying to get a position here. To pressure this ball, last player alive is going to be Descendant. He's trying to run this ball away from the spawners. Running towards his teammates. And keep it out the hands of SSG. It's brilliant from Descendant.
What a play. Ball does not play. Let's see, he's going to sit here 3 dead. Lucid, last player alive at green. There should be a ball pick here for Envy. Yes, indeed.
He jumps this one into his hands. He gets it round the corner. He completes the upset, and Envy will close out here in pool play 3-1 against Space Station Gaming. And we will talk about that route with the oddball from Descendant for quite some time.
And they saved the pop-off for the right time. You can see in Piggy's player cam there just how hyped he was coming off that game. An amazing composure throughout the entire series coming in from Envy. And they will take it with a score of 3-1. The game 4 oddball does go down to the wire and to round number 3, but lots to be proud of for the side of Envy as they close out the game with a final elapsed score of 258 to 210, but more importantly, it's 2 rounds to 1 involved.
And I highlighted the stats of Snakebite rightly, understandably so. A huge amount of ball time with some pretty good statistics. We have to do the same with Descendant. He goes 30 and 26, and he had over 120 seconds of ball time as well, if I'm not mistaken. And most importantly, makes that ice-cold decision to run that ball through cuts, knowing he's last alive, but knowing he has the space
and
to get around that corner with the spawners coming in to get that ball away from SSG. You look at the damage stats, heavily in favor, you have to say, on the side of SSG, but it doesn't really matter when the result goes the way of Envy.
And what a series it was. I think, guys, we knew that it was going to be one for the ages. I think Envy came out even hotter than a lot of people might have expected.
Indeed, I gotta say, Envy, what a way to start off your tournament. That was unbelievable. I think there's a lot of excuses to be made on the side of SSG, sure, but Envy came to play. I don't think you can doubt at all, after watching that series, how incredible their individual talent is, and honestly, how much their teamwork has come on. Wow!
Yeah.
Just so many scenarios and situations played perfectly against some of the best in the world, some of the most accoladed players. I've got to say, Descendant, Precision for me, huge standouts. I talked about them a little bit before that series and how I wanted to see them really step up to the mark once again, like we'd seen before. But quite frankly, every single person on that roster was frying. It was absolutely incredible. Wes, just overall in terms of the series from Envy, what has really got you just so happy and excited about their run this tournament?
I mean, those boys are shooting, man. Like, none of them were missing shots. And it was bandit fights that needed to be won in Street Slayer that were won, Piggy with the big kill on Lucid, but I mean, these snipe shots were insane. Descendant, Precision. Not often do you see someone not miss a bullet with the snipe and then drop it for his teammate because it's the right play, but Descendant made that decision when Precision had camo in the first round, and I mean, that tells you enough about the chemistry, the communication that's going on, the level of strategy that you don't really assume that these young guns, these guys that haven't been in the biggest moments, are going to be developing throughout their gameplay, but you can see that they're playing at a very high level, and if they play individually like that, well, boys, you're going to find yourselves on main stage plenty of times.
And there's the pop-off that we all were expecting, of course, because just absolutely incredible. We actually do have Descendant joining us on the sofa. Hello, sir. First of all, congratulations. That was wild. What a series. I have so many things I want to ask you up there. But first and foremost, What was the team chat like heading into that series, thinking, right, you're going up against Space Station Gaming, 4 guys that I'm sure you've watched and seen do some unthinkable things in series past history gone. How did you take that on as a team? How did you take that challenge for pool play?
A lot of it came from preparation before the event. Our scrims have been going extremely well. A lot of people kind of seen it. They're like, damn, these guys are kind of onliners.
Different.
These guys are kind of onliners. So it's like, yeah.
You get that at first.
Yeah, I was like, I remember doing this interview. I was like, yeah, we're on onliners. Keep giving me the,
Keep talking.
That chip on the shoulder.
Yeah, no, it kind of just fed the entire team on like, all right, let's go out. Let's talk, walk the walk. You know what I mean? Like, just get in there.
100%.
Just get the work done.
100%.
Try
And
to
you did
make
that.
our first championship Sunday. That's the main goal of the team.
You certainly did that indeed. Descending quickly from me before I let the lads jump in as well. For something, for you as a player, I have been watching for a couple of years now, and something I think is that you are so individually talented. Like, you're a straight shooter, you know exactly how to work a power weapon or even just a bandit, whatever you're given. For me, I was hoping that you would grow into creating plays, space, decision making, and I've got to say, in that series, I couldn't have faulted anything that you did. You were absolutely incredible, from rotating the ball, rotating the strongholds, whatever it was, handing off a sniper when you know you could grab the ball and move it somewhere else. It was absolutely incredible. How do you feel about your individual gameplay and how you've been growing the past couple of years now?
For that series, I just hit flow state. Like, I don't remember. Like, I don't even remember what happened.
I blacked out.
I blacked out lately. But throughout the years, it's been a whirler of a learning process. Getting flamed in film constantly, like, yeah, I don't really know.
It's a process.
It's a process
100%.
of most of the time just getting flamed.
That's kind of
just getting flamed.
That's kind of where I want to go with
Yeah.
this. Is you've had teams in the past, specifically teammates that have been there, done that, had a lot of success. Ryan Newbin specifics.
Yeah, Ryan was a big help.
And guys that are trying to almost command you through film and like force you to play in a very more strict way. Do you feel like with this team a little bit like less strict, and do you think that that
100%.
opens up the door for like you to be able to kick open some plays where obviously you get an opportunity to kick open the door in some series, you can do some serious damage? Do you feel like this team has kind of more your style now that you've seen a few different styles?
Yeah. From like coming from the more stricter styles, and then even like Ryan's like philosophy now, like at the tail end of it, he like kind of changed it. It was like very setup orientated, but now it's like very like just run at these guys.
Yeah.
And it's like that's kind of like the way that I wanted to play the game. I wish it would have came.
It's how you've always played the game. Let's be honest.
Yeah, kind of how I wanted to play the game and how I always like envisioned like us winning, but there was like we just kind of didn't agree with some certain areas of it, which kind of happens. And moving on to a different team, all of us kind of have the same ideology and philosophy on how we want to play the game, and we all really want to win, not just win for ourselves, but win for each other.
Yeah,
that's like one of the biggest things that I've learned throughout my career. It's like having that cohesiveness as a team, that willingness to be humble, like to your teammates.
Yeah,
it's a lot of people don't have that,
no.
And to find 4 or 3 like individually extremely talented people who all have a good ego and a good head on their shoulders, it has been extremely easy for me to just like do what I want to do.
Love that.
Indeed. Well, of course, you have. I'm going to later on, but call it the pool of death because I've now decided this is a crazy looking pool. You got Cole later. How are you feeling about that matchup? Have you talked that one through with your team?
Wait a second.
You got Complexity later
Complexity.
on. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Feeling pretty good. Just gonna keep playing them just like how we just got done playing SSG. Not gonna take anybody lightly.
Right.
It's usually how people get upsetted. So
True.
I think of them just as every other team, like Optic, Complexity. It doesn't matter. Like everybody's the same, especially at LAN. Like anything can really happen.
I love that. You've got to respect the competition that gets onto that stage because you never know what could happen. Descending, absolutely incredible. What a start to our weekend. Thank you so much for joining us on the sofa. I'll let you get back to work.
1.32 against SSG.
Yeah.
1.32? Damn,
yeah.
I'm gross.
Nah, you might want to rewatch that. If you blacked out, you might want to go back and rewatch that one. That was a good film.
You are gross indeed, Descendant. Thank you so much. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we have plenty more action coming on that main stage. It's going to be FaZe versus Zero Tenacity, and we'll see you right after this.
Hello everybody, my name is MintBlitz and it's that time again. This is your top 10 plays from Halo Infinite's Ranked Arena playlist. You guys submitted some absolutely wild stuff today and big thank you to the HCS team for having me on. With that said, it's going to be one absolutely fantastic countdown today. Let's jump into number 10. First up today at number 10 we have Austin We Bring. And Austin, I checked your stream yesterday and your title was #1 redhead on Halo Infinite. So when you 1v1ing Ubernick, Austin is playing Livefire Strongholds and check out this disgusting ninja for the triple. He's not done as his teammates are egging him on and he keeps on getting kills. If you ever wanted to see just how important team shooting is in Halo, look no further than this clip. He gets the kill tag, jumps up to Nest and looks towards Mud and finds the Killtrocity. He was absolute one shot and he still got the Killtrocity. An awesome way to start off our top 10. Next up at number 9 we have iSpar, back on Livefire and in the exact same spot as Austin. Sliding off of Nest to soar out towards QT, he's got the flank of the century. All 4 kills are assisted by his teammates, again showing just how important team shooting is in Halo Infinite. 3 Bandit Evo cleanups into a clean body shot overkill. What really makes this clip is the kill tag. He absolutely dunks on the guy heading to pillars with the no scope. Awesome shot, Spar. Next up at number 8, we have Agent Cooked on Coliseum as he's cooking the enemy team. Picking up 2 quick snipes, he sees the triple kill, very clean headshot, and he sees the man's toe beans looking up towards rockets and hits the overkill. I absolutely love the Coliseum remake. Awesome job, Agent Cooked. Moving on to number 7, we have a G2G Sleevey. Featuring his Dragon Bandit, he's going to be dragging the enemy team through the dirt. Good movement, good positioning, and by working with his team for the first 3 kills, he gets the triple. Sleevey has great awareness to double back to Garage for the clean headshot over Exterm. Great stuff, Sleevey. Next up at number 6, we have Chef Prufio. First we have Agent Cooked, now we have Chef Prufio. I'm sorry if your name's Prufio, but it's more fun to say it that way. Prufio is playing Recharge Strongholds and realizes the enemy team will be pushing through from C to A, try flip spawns and gain map control. The final kill of this clip makes it with the sick ninja overkill. He destroys the man and ends his career. Awesome stuff, Chef Prufio. The next clip in our countdown is number 5. Marking our halfway point of the countdown, we have Mailmain. And you know his motto, he delivers. Mailmain is playing Forbidden CTF, and I've got to say, this map is beautiful. Playing keyboard and mouse, Mailmain secures top to control with some very clean shots. But what really makes this clip, oh boy, is the last one. He absolutely destroys that guy. Fantastic clip by Mailmain. At number 4, we have SLG. We just saw Mailmain destroying the enemy team. Now we're watching Mailmain get destroyed. Up against a few EU pro players, SLG has the shock rifle and with some very clean shots, he picks up the overkill extermination. Moving on from that and entering our top 3 plays, we have Callus. Remember how I said team shooting was important on Halo Infinite? Well, you're going to see that in this clip. Callus is playing King of the Hill on Livefire with his team capturing the final hill. As the objective is nearing completion, the enemy team is far more likely to Hail Mary rush the objective to try stop the game from ending, and Callus takes full advantage. As you can see, after Callus has picked up the overkill, the garage side of the map is open. That means as long as his teammates don't move, they're going to keep respawning there over and over again. Callus can take full advantage. This clip is a race against time. Will Callus kill the entire enemy team, or is the game going to end first? It is one of the only kill-tastrophes I have seen in Halo Infinite Ranked in the game's almost 4-year life cycle. Our runner-up this countdown is Kruvu. Playing Aquarius Bomb, and shout out to Halo Studios for adding skill jumps into Infinite, Kruvu is going to use them to flank the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates are also going to push up at the exact same time to again help team shoot the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates even go to the lengths of sacrificing themselves to give him a better chance at continuing the multi-kill. The theme of this countdown seems to be team shotting as Kruvu picks up the Kilimanjaro.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Finally, we have number 1. Your number 1 Halo Infinite clip for this countdown is by Infini. I was going to commentate this, but this clip is so disgusting. Just watch, it is amazing. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? That clip was insane. Now, that is the best clip I've seen on Halo Infinite in quite a while. Easily the best clip of the countdown. If ever there was a deserving winner, that is the clip. And that's it. That is your top 10 clips from the Halo community from the Ranked Arena playlist. The next top 10 will be Ranked Arena again, so get those clips in. I got told there's going to be a QR code on screen, so you can use that to easily submit your clips, which I thought was pretty nifty. And if you do end up in the top 5, you can expect some rewards coming your way thanks to HCS. Always love seeing some awesome clips from the Halo community. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later.
Welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We have seen some bangers this morning already here for day number 1. It's pool play, and we have 2 more teams lined up on that main stage by the names of FaZe versus Zero Tenacity. My name is Lottie. I am joined by Clutch, Shurs, and Gaskin to break this one all down for you. Welcome. I hope you guys are having a great start to your weekend, and I hope you will join us throughout this incredible journey that is your DreamHack Dallas and here at your HCS Open as well. All right, let's get down to business, fellas, because we don't want to waste any more time. FaZe versus Zero Tenacity. FaZe already played this morning on the main stage, looking fantastic, may I say so, especially against the new look Cloud9, who were coming on board thinking that they might have changed something to better them, to take on the likes of FaZe Clan, but no. They were too strong. The growth, the progression is definitely there from FaZe, and they were looking really, really good. I think I've got my eye on a couple of players here, but overall, Wes, I think the entire team had teamwork, and I think that's what makes the dream work, as they do say. But Trippy was stepping up to the table time and time again, and consistency, that's the name of the game for him.
Yeah, I think just the interview with Penguin said enough. The fact that they are looking to play even better than they did earlier today, I think this is going to be a perfect opportunity to continue to level up throughout pool play. So looking forward to seeing FaZe once again. And if they look better than what they did this morning, then Zero Tenacity have their hands full.
Yeah, shows you were casting that this morning as well. How are you feeling about FaZe heading up against the next part of Europe, Europe's finest, who are looking to overtake that kind of nemesis, supremacy that we're seeing in North America? Do you feel like FaZe are going to make light work of this, or do you think there'll be a bite back here?
Well, I think on paper it certainly looks like FaZe have already gotten the hard job done through Cloud9. I think Z10 being the second best European team, you would think FaZe beat Z10 pretty comfortably. I think the issue they do have is maybe they don't scrim against Z10 often enough, so that maybe playstyles can be a little bit more difficult for them. But I think for the most part, FaZe should have enough for this series.
Yeah, I think so as well. I also am very, very impressed with Falcated stepping up to the kind of task here. I think there's a couple of, chats about Falcated, about what he can do and where he fits on the squad and how this works in terms of a dynamic, excuse me, I can't even speak. But Fal, I think, has really come into his own, especially so far from what I've seen this morning. Can he continue that? That is the question. How do you feel about Fal at this point, Dan?
Biggest question for me is how will he fit on the couch after they win this series? Because I heard...
Hold on now.
I heard that Penguin said that Falcate is next up if they win.
If they win.
You know, FaZe are looking good. They should win this series.
Think he throws the series on purpose?
Also, Royal One did say he would come up and he'd sit on the couch as well, and he'd have a little chat with us. So
we need Val.
Plenty of options. As for Z10, I'm sure that they'd all be willing to if they win the series. Let's be honest, FaZe, they look amazing right now. They look really good in their first opening. The series layout looks good for them as well, maybe aside from Fortress Bomb. I think the Z10 are going to struggle here.
Indeed. I'm honestly not too worried about FaZe right now. I'm a little bit more concerned about the team on the other side of the stage. But with that being said, who knows what progress they have made in between the last event. I mean, the last one, Wes, was a beatdown. It was ugly, for sure. Have you seen anything from this squad since then that makes you believe they might have a little bit more of a bounce back here?
Short answer, no, but I'm on the desk for a reason. So,
long answer, please.
They have had an opportunity to boot camp and then started practicing against North American teams throughout the past week. So, some due diligence done there. A lot of work can be done during boot camp opportunities like that. So we may see the best Zero Tenacity that we've seen this year. It's not saying much, like we said, but I'm excited. I mean, these guys are veterans, and sometimes when they can find their flow state, they can be dangerous. We're talking about Mighty, Sika, Chick. Like, we've seen highlights from all of these guys throughout their careers. They're going to all need to be putting on highlights for them to have a chance here against FaZe.
Now, Shurzy, a little bit more about the dynamic of this team. I mean, we've got the likes of Sika and Chick who were taken off Quadrant when that change all happened and Legend moved on to North America. So a little bit of a split from what they were used to and what they were building in Europe to make history. And when we really put Europe on the map in Halo Infinite, now they find themselves on a team with Mighties and Jimbo. How do you feel about this dynamic? How does it work? Do you see it progressing as far as that they want to get ahead of the likes of Nemesis?
I think for Sika and indeed Chick, I think they would have played with Legend and SLG, who have far superior firepower than Mighties and Jimbo. I think their play styles are completely different, so it's going to be very difficult for them to find the same kind of success that they did on Quadrant. But I think they do have enough experience on the roster to beat some of the North American teams that are perhaps not in the top 4. They can make it a difficult one for the teams outside of the top 4 and maybe make a run for top 8. But I think these 4 players have the ability to make it a difficult series. It's just whether or not we see them put it together here and now.
Yeah, that is definitely the question. Dan, how much do you think the series layout is going to play into this one for specifically Zero Tenacity?
Oh, I think there's a few chances for them. The main one being Fortress Bomb, because FaZe really struggled with that back in Arlington, and I think they have Zero Tenacity have maybe looked at that series layout and noticed, although I did speak to Jim and he didn't even know the series layout, so I don't know. You can't come into every series preparing for the team. Exactly. Your coach is going to be doing that, but there's the series layout. Neutral Bomb Fortress, I think, would be a big opportunity for Z10 here. As you look across at other things, Live Fire Strongholds was very good for Z10 at the last event as well, whereas we did see FaZe lose it once, so maybe that Game 3, Game 4 could be the big swing of the series for these two.
It certainly can indeed. I do feel like I would be nervous if Z10 found themselves 2-0 down against FaZe. I just think momentum is just such a big thing for a lot of these teams. Momentum is so hard to stop, especially against the likes of a FaZe.
I mean, let's be honest. If Zero Tenacity isn't even looking at the series layout for this series, they're probably focused on the second seed in the pool and not necessarily knowing that they're not going to be FaZe Clan. So, I mean, enough information from that slim conversation I just heard that if we don't know the map mode combinations, FaZe are sitting there licking their chops, getting ready to go into this.
Might just have been Jim. You spoke about Slim as well. Slim Jim, very slim now. But it might have been that, you know, Jim's not the one who's focusing on that. Someone else on the team.
I think everybody should be focused on
not necessarily.
Well, I'll tell you what, lads. I'll tell you what, I'm focused right now. We've got to focus in because the game is ready and we're ready to hand on over to you two lovely gentlemen. Gaskin, Shurzy, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. I think, Dan, you can maybe continue the point, what you wanted to say too, Wes. Now he's forced to listen to you without interrupting.
Yeah, you can't say a thing. You stop. You're still on camera right now, but you're not allowed to talk.
Yeah, we are.
We're talking. We're the ones talking.
Admittedly, I said to Jim, I don't even know the series layout as well. So there is that. I'll put myself under the bus. Why not? But then I did do my homework after I'd had my bathroom break, and I do think that this series layout offers up an opportunity for Z10. I do think it's all going to be around Game 3 and 4, though. But of course, before we get there, got to get started. Game 1, Solitude capture, King of the Hill, excuse me. Chick and Jimbo are going to be the two players I want to watch out for on Z10. Very good at getting in that hill and very good KDs to go alongside it. But Trippy is the outlier in this map. 1.89 KD across King of the Hill in general and is usually getting the most time as well, shows.
You feel if Z10 are going to stand a chance in this series, they've got to start hot in game number 1. The more games they find themselves down in, further the momentum seems to be and the win from their grasp. Shields up, weapons hot, on board with Chick the Frenchman. 1/4 of the history-making teams on Quadrant, but a long time since then. It's been a long, tough road for him. Trying to find his way back on the best European team. But at the moment, they do find themselves firmly in second place and playing second fiddle to Nemesis.
And I think they want to get out of the shadows of Nemesis a little bit as well. The main way of doing that is by making a name for yourself in a series like this. For example, if you can take a couple of maps off FaZe, maybe even take a series, but 4 dead on the side of Z10. And FaZe Clan now going to get a chance to really put some time on this first hill. And I said Trippy is going to be the player to watch, and maybe for good reason.
So interesting as well, because you look at Trippy on the Optic Gaming roster, he wasn't the flashy player picking up the sniper rifle, and because you've got Formal, you've got Lucid, you've got players who are already probably more suited to that job, perhaps. But now on this roster, we're seeing him getting the sniper rifle, the shock rifle, and he's really putting in some good work.
Well, that's something that Penguin said when he was on the desk, that, you know, you have that opportunity now because everyone on this roster maybe is that player that can pick it up when you need to, but no one is specifically looking to be that flashy power weapon player as much. Trippy maybe getting to show just an extra set of skills because of that. Some good time on the side for Z10 though, considering that the majority of slays have gone in favor of FaZe Clan in that short period of time we were watching. But Mighties has put up 5 kills of his own and certainly helped them out just get that bar close to a third. FaZe Clan now over halfway towards this first point.
Mighties was forced to back away over towards Loop, but Penguin's grenade spins up and takes him out of the equation for now. Zika on Garbage Truck will also fall. Suppress doing so much damage here. Z10 have a lot of work to do. Suppress will bait and switch. Chick down to no shield. The Frenchman is also eliminated. Mighty's over towards Dip now. Does Suppress have the information that he's there? He doesn't even need it. Trippy's got camouflage. They've got all the goodies they need here to close out hill number 1. Double kill for Trippy as well. A sliver of shields left, but no longer in the eye line of any Z10 players. FaZe Clan, comfortable as you like, 1 to the good.
Yeah, this camouflage is now going to help them just set up and check where people are going to be pushing from. You can see Mighties was already pulled out, so that gets cleaned up. Eventually, Trippy realizes that his positioning isn't going to help because everyone from Z10 has already moved round towards Loop. It's going to be an awkward fight for Z10 to take, and especially if Trippy's hitting shots like that.
Mighty's perhaps the favourite, considering Trippy had already taken so much damage. 4 dead for FaZe though. It was a double kill for Suppressed on the way out, but Mighty's up off the respawn, might be able to take some territory for his team here, push in, create some space. And he is the first point of contact. Unfortunately for him, 2 guns trained on him. The rest of Z10 weren't able to get to him quick enough. And FaZe take control of the hill once more.
Trippy and Falcade working in tandem here, and need to check their corners, check your P's and Q's, and they do find Jimbo lurking around the corner. As I mentioned, Jimbo, one of the key factors for Zero Tenacity when it does come to King of the Hill. Which is interesting, because when you look at the names on Z10, I don't know if Jimbo would be the first one off the tip of your tongue to be the one who's getting the kills, but Jimbo's really shined on this roster. Very impressed to how he's really held his own. At times, maybe been criticised in the past for not keeping up with the rest of the team, but I don't think that is a factor for him in this squad.
Currently struggling right now is Zika, as FaZe put 2 on the board. 2, 5, and 9. Engaged in 7 kills. You know he wants to have more of an influence. Dying less, getting more kills. The fundamentals of Halo really sound so easy when you can just say it like that, but you're playing against some of the best players in the game. They're hitting shots on you. Suppress has hit the face with the shock rifle. Perhaps instead of ammunition. 4 go down. Jim just off the respawn, fighting over towards Blue. Penguin has the camouflage. Every power weapon going towards FaZe Clan. Royal One's doing his job.
I mean, Penguin said it in an interview as well. Hopefully we'll get a few more power-ups and power weapons because of it. And that is evident. Really maybe a warning sign for Z10 that they perhaps need to be competing a little bit more. Allowed FaZe Clan to walk away with them too comfortably. I think Z10 have been prioritizing their rotations a little bit too much to get into position for the next hill, and have allowed FaZe maybe to get those spots towards the power-ups and power weapons.
A little bit staggered and disjointed right now are Z10. Struggling to come up with an answer to the aggression and the gunfight and the power that FaZe are putting down.
It's the teamwork. They're struggling to match FaZe Clan's teamwork because Zero Tenacity are taking 1v1 fights and it's fine, but then they're getting cleaned up. They're not able to necessarily finish the fights. Even if they do, they get cleaned up, and then FaZe Clan are already ready for the next Z10 member to push around the corner.
As you're saying that, Penguin gets in a fight in Blue and Falcade comes in to clean it up and he stays alive. It's exactly what you're talking about. The bait and switch has been on point.
Enemy team took the hill.
Now they've got control of this dip area as well. forcing Z10 to spawn over towards Snipe. Playing this one so perfectly. Trippy sits over towards top gold. He'll now start to engage with Zika. Gets the kill before ultimately getting taken down. The Dutchman, last man standing again for his team. Mighty's. What can he do for his squad?
Yeah, and when you see he's the last one alive and he's 14-9 and everyone else is 4-14, 3-12, and 6-10, you say, right, what's happening? How is this the situation we're in where there is such miscommunication of where we're playing at the moment? Almost like the rest of Z10 either needs to be supporting Mighty with the speed he's playing at, or Mighty has to maybe just question where he's going and the speed of which he's playing.
There is a bit of a discrepancy between what's on your screen. Mighty shouldn't be performing this well whilst everyone else is struggling. Is he playing slower and baiting? Is he playing too fast?
Enemy team took the hit.
All we need to see is more teamwork from them. The boot camp doesn't seem to have helped them so far.
Well, an example, 2 are dead, Mighty's is now pushing round, and he looks like he's pushing on his own. Jimbo might be able to support him from a distance, but Mighty's does get that kill, but Suppressed takes down Seeker.
Great equalizer. Shock rifle in the hands of Suppressed.
I think Mighty's is taking a lot of 1v1s, and we know what a good player Mighty's is, and how incredible he can be in those 1v1s, but are they actually doing anything for the team?
How much value do those kills have? And Suppressed just in this hill as comfortable as you like. 3-0 now. Z10 looked resigned to just give it up and go again. They prioritize rotating. They're going to play this hill over towards the driveway instead.
Yeah, it's going to be a long old road to come back, especially when Suppressed is playing in this way as well. It's a double. He's going to look for more. Wisely just backs away from that one. There would have been a lot of players who would gone for that triple, but I think Suppressed giving respect to his opponents there and saying, look, it's not job done yet. Yes, we're 3-0 up, but you can always get back into it again.
I think the thing that concerns me as well is Z10 gave that hill up. They prioritized the rotation, and as soon as FaZe Clan came a knocking, they kicked them out. They threw them out of the hill, so they're not even able to hold it once they prioritize that rotation.
48 seconds for Z10 just to try and get this first hill, let alone the next one. Of course, the time does stop when you are in that hill, so it's not impossible for them to get back into this game, but Mighty's caught out trying to make a play, and it's another double kill for Suppressed.
The clock doesn't stop when Suppressed gets killed, I can promise you that much. He's got a lot of them, 20 to be exact. 20 with 10 assists and 6 deaths. Pretty perfect game from him. With Z10 all spawning over towards Snipe, they're well and truly playing the clock now. All 4 guns trained over towards Snipe. Z10 are trapped.
Minus 15, minus 12, minus 11, and then plus 2. Something's not right, but it looks like there's going to be no miraculous comeback here for Zero Tenacity. 3 go down yet again, and FaZe Clan will take the first map very comfortably. It's going to be 3-0 on King of the Hill.
Very business and workman-like performance from FaZe. Made it look easy. Zero Tenacity just didn't have any bite down.
And a lot of bite on the other side from FaZe. Chewing them up, spitting them back out. See, it's just business for FaZe Clan. No real celebration, just all right, on to the next one. There was no real threat ever posed by Z10, and I think that's going to be the frustrating thing on the side of Z10. You at least want to make a match of it. And I know there's going to be very much a different feel on that side. Mighty's probably going to be looking at these stats now and saying, well, I mean,
I done my bit, I suppose.
What's happening, guys? -8, -11, -14 on the KDAs. Something's wrong, but I think there's a bigger picture here, and I'm not saying that Mighty's in the wrong, I'm not saying the other 3 are in the wrong, but what I will say is there was a clear disconnect in the way that they were trying to play, which leads for these skewed stats.
But you have to ask the question, what is the game plan then? If in game 1, you don't seem to be on the same page with the rest of your squad. Of course, you're playing against FaZe, who are going to put you in difficult positions, and maybe you're not playing the game because you're not as comfortable as you might want to be. But there has to be a conversation there. Play slower, play together, but it just isn't happening.
I think it's playing together. I think, you know, these guys know how to play Halo Infinite. They know how to play Solitude King of the Hill. But when you go up against a team like FaZe who can control the map in such a way, individually, you're all trying to do the same thing, but maybe in different places. You think, okay, we need to be controlling this area, or I need to be taking this much space, or I need to be rotating for this next hill. But sadly, if everyone is doing that in different ways, then it just ends up being a one-sided affair like that. You all need to be on the same page and doing the same thing at the same time. Prioritize we need to take the guy off of top middle, for example, rather than all of us spreading out and moving to different areas. And without getting a true replay of like me assessing it, it's hard to see where it truly went wrong for them. But certainly on the fly, it did seem like there was a couple of times where before all 4 of them were up, they were already engaging in a fight. And I'm not going to call out Mighty and blame him, but there was a couple of times where Mighty was the first into battle, sometimes when he was in the last in battle. Either way, instead of saying that Z10 didn't play it right, let's focus on how FaZe did play it right. All times they had angles on Z10, all times they knew where the spawns were going to be. Constantly moving and working together. It was a very well-pieced game from FaZe Clan.
A very clear game plan was executed to perfection. They control the power weapons and the power up. Every single time we switched to a suppressed or a trippy or a penguin, there was a shock rifle involved, there was a camouflage, and that will always help you and make your task much easier when you're looking to try and get the victory. But up next is Recharge Slayer, Dan. You usually won with the stats. Have you got something that can maybe give Zero Tenacity a little bit of hope, like Glimmer?
Well, when it comes to Slayers, Mighty's is usually the one who is the player to look at. Conveniently, he is the only one who was positive from the last event when it came to Slayers as well, but after seeing that game, I'm now wondering if perhaps again it's down to a disconnect between how the team is playing. But if Mighty can still slay in the way that he did, because don't get me wrong, he was winning fights impressively. Clearly his shot is on right now, but just the rest of the team needs to be alongside him.
As we load in, we know criticism's going to be on Zero Tenacity for not getting the shock rifle and the camouflage. Well, they have a second bite of the cherry here because that is in play on Recharge. A little bit further away from each other though. The team in the game plan has got to be much, much tighter. A little less space between them. Like you say, just being able to have a teammate there, have the bait and switch, try and push space. Game 2 is underway. What better place to start than with Mighty? He gets taken down to no shields and immediately gets eliminated. 3 dead for Z10.
3 dead. Camouflage. FaZe in control. Grapple. Maybe a shock rifle as well to go. He is literally building a Megazord. Sometimes you just really hope that it lines up and they're going to hit that shot, but now he can literally just move away from this, and Zero Tenacity are searching for him, but sadly, like a chip in the night, he passes, and that one was easy.
Easy pick. 4 kill advantage. Z10 all trapped inside gold pipes now, and here comes the collapse. Jim falls, as does Mighty's, as does Chick, without getting a single trade. 9 kills to 3 now. Easy peasy so far for FaZe.
Spawn over towards blue now, and FaZe do have the opportunity to again pinch. Suppressed is making this a nightmare for Zero Tenacity to try and get out of their spawns. Shock to the face wherever they walk.
Oh my goodness. Killing spree as well, somehow, some way, stays alive. Gets over towards blue.
Chewed on the wall on his way through.
Got brick in between his teeth. Zika goes down. Continuing to do damage. Great value with this shock rifle. And again, Z10. Look, they're just playing reactionary now. They're not really pushing the envelope. They're not being the aggressor. They're forcing the back foot time and time again.
The more I watch Suppressed, the more I go back to previous points we were making about FaZe Clan roster and is there anyone that is that flashy player? Perhaps it is Suppressed. Perhaps he is on his way to being given that opportunity to more and more pick up the sniper rifle, pick up the shock rifle, and make a difference. Because just seeing his POV with how he tracks angles and how he tracks players off their spawn, he's always in the right place, ready to hit that next shot. Another double for him.
Stays alive again. Gets to register a death. 8-1-0 at the moment. Mikey's going to be about to... No, Mikey doesn't. 9-1-0. Camouflage for FaZe again. They're playing this one picture perfect.
Stick with him till he dies. Yeah, thank you very much from the observers. We just wanted a little check-in to check the camouflage, just to see on the flip side, Z10 have been able to pick up their first one. But he's been alive so long, shock rifle's about to spawn yet again, and it is going to be the killing frenzy for Suppressed.
Suppressed throws an overhand right, puts one on the canvas. 25-9, so dominant right now. Suppressed looked like he was going to walk down towards long haul, but changed his mind halfway through. Information came his way. Chick's going to be in hot pursuit though. Takes him down to no shields, but Unfortunately, Suppressed will finally fall at the hands of Jimbo. But the damage has already been done. 10 kills without reply. Pretty good, valuable life from him.
Yeah, I do think it was good that he died though, because you could see as soon as he got the killing frenzy, he was starting to play his life a little bit, and he was trying to avoid that gunfire. Didn't really know whether to push or whether to go the other way. Looking to try and have a perfect game to put on a show for us, but I think this will just make sure FaZe Clan stay on top of things, because now Suppressed isn't really going to be thinking about that death.
Camouflage is up in 20 seconds. Not that FaZe Clan really need it, but let's have a little listen in and check the communications.
You get a tower, Mangler.
Yeah, bottom mid weak. Free kill, bottom double stack.
Nice. Now I'm gonna go bottom mid for camo. Look at C-Plat,
look at C-Plat, guys.
C-Plat, one guy. C-Plat in the corner, C-Plat in the corner.
I'm looking insane, I'm looking insane.
I'm on camo, guys, I'm on camo.
Yeah, I'm yo, go door, yeah, triangle.
Yo, C-Plat weak,
Turbine. Weak.
One shot long. Bottom mid, one shot on me.
Apple,
one shot, double stack, one shot long.
Nice, Sonic, my god.
Never go long, Jimbo.
Two dead. Spawning him where? I spawn here.
Oh yeah, half full.
I'm here, Mike.
Yo, C-Steps.
Coming down, yeah, look at bottom mid.
C-Steps, kill me, he's got needles.
I'll kill C-Steps, I'm looking needles.
Neither kill me. Weak maker. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going back to that. Yeah, I'm going back to
that. They're gonna push that 100%. I spawned out, dude. Yo, two guys sorry, I think.
Yeah, on Zay now.
Tyler, 2-shot, chick. Both 2-shot, I got one.
Nice. Go there, George.
Yeah, Shroud backseat. He's in the Shroud going blue tunnel.
Yo, bottom mid.
Blue tunnel, I think blue tunnel out.
Yeah.
We're going turbine. I spawned here.
I don't see him. Shot.
Yo, it's go upstairs.
Last long.
This guy long.
Yeah, alright. I'm going double stack. I'm going double stack.
One's full.
Hitting double stack.
What can I have? Going sticky.
Hey, one once.
I'm one shot. Oh, weak. Sorry.
Go on.
Shot at me.
See, I'm looking silo. I'm looking tower.
Run at this.
Bottom A,
Running a bottom, I guess. Running it in.
Just want to be honest.
Bottom A, one shot.
Dead, he's dead. I'm running back in tower. Tower weak, Donnie. That's nice. I'm running bottom mid. Okay, I'm jumping up.
I can fight this, guys.
Backside, guys.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Communications on point, and I'm running out of superlatives to explain just how good FaZe Clan are playing this. They're making Z10 look like a bunch of matchmaking kids.
Yeah, sadly, this is a one-sided affair, and I think FaZe Clan, their eyes are set on breaking into the top 2, and I think it's good that they are dominating the teams that are in the chasing pack behind them as they make it 49. Okay, it will not clean up the 50th, but this one's done. We know that, they know that, and FaZe Clan are looking dominant. And there is the final kill. FaZe Clan, get it done. It's 2-0, and they are well on their way here in pool play.
You know they now have ambitions of getting it done in 3. Putting together a clean sweep. Look at the faces. A penny for your thoughts, Jim. You know it's not going well in the first couple of games, and we always give the lower seeded team a chance in the Slayers, but we just didn't see anything from them.
But I think we know FaZe is not the target here for Z10, but they still would hold themselves at a high standard that they should be competing against FaZe, at least making these games somewhat close. Cloud9 is going to be the target for them, of course, to try and take down and take that second place in pool play. But again, I think they need to look at themselves, look at these games, and learn from it. They had the boot camp, they were able to play against some of the biggest and best teams in the world. How much are they learning from it when they're getting absolutely trampled 50-25, you know?
Demolition job. Look at the stats, Jim. 3 and 14 with 3 assists. Just needs to be better. And you can see 11, 12, 13, and 14. FaZe Clan really spreading the Slayers out.
Over 3K for everyone on the side of FaZe. I mean, I think the gameplay spoke for itself. I think we heard the same thing happen on the top 10 just watching previously. Sometimes you don't even need to commentate it because it all does speak for itself when it is that one-sided. Suppressed will take, of course, all the plaudits from that game, getting his killing frenzy on the board. The shock rifle just made the difference. They were able to take such a lead to begin with, and then I think similarly to the previous game, everyone from Z10 was trying to get back into the game, but maybe in slightly different ways. And I just think there needs to be someone on this roster who's a bit more vocal, who says, look, this is what we need to do. Let's stop playing away from each other and start playing together.
It's so difficult because you can see every single time that a member of Z10 isolated a player on FaZe, that player just happened to have the shock rifle and he would hit the face, and any momentum you're trying to build gets shut down and you just cannot build upon it. Every single time FaZe put you in the ground, you were trying to just build something. Up next, you spoke about in the series layout how this was going to be the chance for Z10 because this is one of FaZe Clan's weaker map mode combinations. Neutral bomb on Fortress.
Yeah, when you look across the stats and like the kills that FaZe was able to get across all maps and modes, Neutral Bomb, Fortress is one of the outliers. Bomb in general was probably an outlier for FaZe. They struggled a little bit. Most players on the FaZe roster couldn't even get over 1 KD. That's how much they were struggling. But it's not like this is an amazing game type for Z10 on the other side. So whilst, yes, they may have a chance here, Z10, is FaZe's worst still better than Z10 here? That's going to be the real question that will probably get answered after this map 3.
The Mikwin quote almost came to my head there. My best is better than your worst, or something along the lines. That was roughly the quote, but something that worries and concerns me now with this bomb and this map mode combination is we now have 2 sniper rifles in play, and we've seen the way FaZe are playing.
Well, I guess one thing that Z10 can maybe go off here is they have their own sniper. They don't have to worry about trying to control the map and taking the shock rifle away from them. Instead, they can actually put their own sniper to use, which we already know. There are members on Z10 that can definitely do that. You think of Chick and what he's been able to achieve in history. He has one of the best clips in Halo Infinite history as well. Mighty's knows how to snipe. I think that they have a chance to go toe-to-toe with this FaZe Clan roster at just sniping in general, because we've even mentioned it. No one on FaZe is really a true sniper. No one is there saying, I'm picking up every time, you're dropping it to me. Suppress did put on a show, so I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up having the sniper rifle here, but yeah, I'm interested to see how this one goes down with the sniper battle. My worry would be, with how good FaZe Clan have been at controlling the game, what happens if they get both snipers?
This map mode combination, in its infancy, one of the latest additions to the HCS, and we're seeing a lot of teams see success by bringing the bomb in, blocking the armory spawns, and forcing the team to spawn over towards that snipe side. That's where we're seeing most of the plans happen. You throw some grenades down, anticipate where the spawns are going to be. That's where teams are starting to see some success, and that's something we can expect to see.
How much work has FaZe done on Bomb, considering it was one of their weaker sides when it was back in Arlington? Only one way to find out. Overshield is going to be the initial battle. As always, Trippy's already gone down, so Zero Tenacity have had the better start. But Suppressed answers back with the sniper rifle. There's the answer of who's going to be grabbing snipe. Penguin gets the overshield.
Pushes forward. Mighty's going to be the one with that sniper rifle. So not Chick, although we might have first thought that would have been the way they played it. For Penguin. Lines with the body, good enough. That was Mighty's who lined up the body onto Falcate and got the kill. Penguin's down in the basement. Trippy getting the kill onto Chick, so Mighty's probably going to have to try and push forward here and get some space for his team. Down the numbers, though. Now he's prioritizing staying alive. 4 bullets left in the sniper to play with. You can hear some footsteps tiptoeing around him. He knows there's a player here. They both know each other are here. Gunshots go down. Trippy loses his life at the hands of Zika.
Frustrating when you have the sniper rifle and you can't really advance. Instead, you're on the defense. Had to back off, did Mighty, and there is this burst snipe on snipe action. It's going to be Suppressed taking Mighty down. He does fall as well, but I think this happens quite a lot on Bomb. You get this standoff for quite some time until the team eventually is able to get all 4 dead and really try and take some map.
Yeah, you really see both teams jostling for position. Looks though we have a minor issue to clean up. Thankfully, score was at 0-0. What we will see when we come back is 2 fresh sniper rifles, so it's not too bad for both teams.
And we get to see it again, and we know now who's going to be picking them up. We said, is he going to be Mighty? Is he going to be Chick? Well, was Mighty in the end, and Suppressed. More than happy to take some faces to begin with on that one.
If you're Chick, you ask the question, you got it that time and you didn't do a whole lot.
Well,
is it my turn?
He hit some shots, but you know, could also come down to who spawns closest to it. Because if you want to get it fast and try and pick off a shot, get into a position where you can stop someone grabbing the overshield or getting towards that overshield as well. Do you often go for the sniper on this map?
No.
Never.
I can't hit the shots.
I'm
going bonfire and I'm down to a grenade trying to get the overshield. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's probably my grenade and I'm on your team as well. Typically, I'm not usually the one that goes for sniper, but when I do grab that sniper, I find I just get out-angled by people who are playing it consistently, because you really have to know, in a sniper map where you are having to take many a 1v1, you need to try and outthink your opponent in where you might be playing to try and catch them off guard. Sadly, if you are not used to playing with a sniper rifle, you will fall victim to that. I have Wes giving me the eyes from behind, because I'm sure he's the one who's grabbing the sniper rifle all times in matchmaking as he nods. Especially now he plays mouse and keyboard. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Well, I love that Wes's barometer for the LATAM teams was a player called Acid was giving him trouble in matchmaking, and now he respects him and thinks he's a good player. So in order to gain Wes's respect, you have to beat him in matchmaking.
You probably reported him a few times for cheating as well. There's no way that he could beat me in the game. And then he sees him turn up at HCS and he's like, oh, okay, we'll pull that one back.
I think something that we have to note as well, we can see Mighty's when he had the sniper rifle down, he was being pressurized and he was never really able to get comfortable. He was always worried there was a player around him, there was damage being put on him. That's on the team as well. The rest of the team have to try and get some space for him so he can find those angles and find those shots.
Felt like he was playing a tactical shooter, just listening to those footsteps, trying to check every corner as well, fearing that he might give away that sniper rifle, because as I mentioned, if FaZe Clan do get control of both sniper rifles, that's when Z10 may struggle in this one. I did say in the series, Lau, you know, if they can take this Fortress Bomb, they go into Stronghold Live Fire, which is one of the better maps and modes for Z10. Again, Mighty, incredible statistics on Strongholds in general, and actually like genuine ones as well, like 1.81 KD across Strongholds in general through Arlington. Like that is a good KD to be having. It's one of the better ones out of all teams involved. But it's about getting there. And then if they can get to a Game 5, then anything can happen, in my opinion. You could see a FaZe crumble in Game 5 if we get there, but in reality, you have to try and get this first bomb down. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a FaZe 3-0.
If you're just joining us, you missed King of the Hill Solitude and Slayer Recharge. If you think you might have missed a close one, you did not. It was dominant from FaZe in both games. Game 3 on the horizon, we've seen some fist bumps, so we were about to get into the action. I think we need almost a complete shift in mentality and focus for Z10 here, because they were so outclassed in games 1 and 2 that it almost can't get much worse.
Only up from here.
You would think we've hit the floor.
Is a good motto for them. But as I was saying, like, you know, this isn't the game they would have been focused on. I think they are very firmly thinking about Cloud9. Maybe this is a good order for the games because they can get warmed up, they can learn a little bit about the opposition of FaZe and maybe taking something away from it. I do think they'll be disappointed. I think you're always going to be disappointed if you're getting slapped around. But maybe they can make up for these opening 2 matches right here as we're underway now. Map 3, it's bomb.
We're always playing devil's advocate, aren't we? If they play the toughest team in the group Game 1, you're like, oh, well, they got that bad one out of the way. But if they play the team that they're expected to play against, they lose that one, but they're like, oh, well, now they're in big trouble. So it's always, like I say, that double-edged sword. Mighty's now has got the sniper rifle again. He's given a second bite of the cherry. He's already landed a couple of body shots, so trying to have much more of an impact here. Finds himself on the retreat. Shields are in rough nick until now, as they've just recharged.
I think there was a time when double-edged swords were used, but there just was no handle, and you had to kind of cut
you had to hold the blade.
Because that motto must come from somewhere, surely. But Mighty, again, just backing off slightly to try and protect himself and his sniper rifle, but he's constantly getting pressured. Penguin says, all right, I'll nick that away from you. And maybe now FaZe can look to try and really control this game with both snipers, I assume, but Suppress's also fallen, so maybe it's going to be even out.
Oh! Penguin finds one. He's been going by many names. Dead zone, more like dead shot right now. Zeke is in the reverse, over towards the armory. His shields are not in good conditions. It's going to make this arm a little bit more of an easier task. Penguin's going to hunt down towards the basement, then Chick's in trouble. 3 shots in his shields already, tries to jiggle, tries to give Penguin the wiggles. So much damage being put down here. Mighty's is the last man standing. All members of FaZe are still on the map, still having an influence. That bomb will get planted. 1-0 for FaZe.
Sadly, a struggle to see away for Z10 now as well.
Objective.
FaZe can really control this game with a lead. They can play defense the whole time if they want to. They won't need to. Good shots from Seeker though.
Trippy with 2 guns at him over towards the bonfire, still manages to get a kill and stay alive.
Good listening as well, just to be able to clean up those kills whilst also dealing damage. 3 dead on the side for Z10 yet again. Chick will take that gunfight. One good thing about Z10 is they're all confident in their gun ability, that's for sure. They're not losing this because they're bad at shooting, they're losing this because FaZe have a better team.
You see Mighty's jumping up and down the player outlines. His day wasn't going to get much better because Trippy was coming. He smelled blood in the water. They're arming the bomb once more. Jimbo's in the respawn screen. Penguin's there once again. Mighty's will eventually put him away. Mighty's going to toss the bomb down towards the basement. Oh, again, This pressure is relentless from FaZe.
Yeah, it's so hard for Z10 as well to try and even muster up a thought when you're being pressured so much. Double kill for Falcated. Big no-scope to make 4 dead on the side of Z10. Bomb's probably not going to be planted here, but it's more time wasted on the side of Z10. Oh! Get it. I like that play.
Keep the bomb alive. Keep the pressure in the Z10 base. Yes, you take a death. Yes, you might drop the sniper rifle, but Trippy's got one.
Intelligent play from Falcated, who maybe historically would have tried to just stay alive, get more kills, do more damage. He knows if he just keeps that bomb alive, Z10 have to consistently think about it and will stay back. Difficult to try and go for a flank around. As I say that, Chick has picked up a double.
Trippy tried to get away with the sniper rifle, but unfortunately for him, he's gonna drop it around the arches. Chick doing more damage. Sniper rifle now out of ammunition. The overshield has gone into the chest of a player. Is it in a Z10 man's chest? The answer is yes. Suppress has completely handled the overshield player there. Just throwing elbows, throwing fists, Superman punches, and all of a sudden Jimbo's got no more shield to play with. Trippy's gone back to find his sniper. Heading towards the tower to do some damage.
We'll say Z10 have done well at not allowing FaZe to take a 2-0 lead, despite all the control and pressure they were applying. Does bode well for at least a chance of Z10 getting back into this game. You have to ask, how are they going to find control over FaZe when FaZe are so prominent in every single area of this map right now? You turn any corner and there's a FaZe clan member waiting for you. And even if you do a little bit of damage, suddenly another one turns up, just like clockwork.
This has really just been objective survive. They haven't really had any offense to speak of. They've never even gotten the bomb inside of FaZe Clan's base. Perhaps an opportunity here. All 8 players on the server are firing their guns until now. Penguin's going to fall, as is Jimbo. Falcade's got one more sniper bullet. Can he find a face on the Chick? He's lining up the Frenchman. Recognizing that his teammates have fallen, is trying to prioritize staying alive. Good damage has been done to the Falcade shield here, but he's staying alive, but still just being a nuisance to the tower.
It's a risky push from Falcade. It's one of those that if you survive it, you suddenly find yourself in a very commanding position. It's only a push that you can really make when you're in this spot, when you're a 1-0 up against a team that you just feel like you have the advantage over. I think if you try and make that push against an Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion, you get absolutely punished. You get wiped off the map, and then suddenly your team are 3 versus 4. So something that Falcade just has to keep in mind.
You can see Z10 are trying to overextend and get numbers behind FaZe, recognizing that when they take those gunfights, the advantages are always in FaZe Clan's favor. They're the ones playing so much Halo in their half of the map. The killing spree for suppressed overshield will fall down. 6 minutes on the clock. Bomb is being moved in now. Zig is going to get some damage on the Falcade, and importantly gets the kill.
It's all well and good, flanking round, playing defense, stopping that bomb from being moved, but you are 1 down, so you really need to be trying to flank around and then take a position that can actually help your team push up and take some control of this map. And FaZe are doing very well at spinning on a dime here and shutting down anyone who does try and go for that flank as well, because they don't need to be pushing for this second bomb. That's the thing. That's why this first plant was so important.
FaZe just nullified any attacking threat that Z10 have had. Anytime the sniper rifle gets picked up by a player, it goes a begging.
Such a good play there from Suppressed as well. Didn't want to take the fight against Mighty. He was almost baiting that sniper rifle, waiting for Mighty to pop out, called out to a teammate, and then he just finishes him off, and now he gets double sniper.
Bomb taken.
Not too many bullets, only 6, but he knows he's the only sniper on the map right now.
Not able to find a body, not able to find a face. Press continuing to be a nuisance, and importantly gets the sniper rifle tossed off the map. Z10 are moving the bomb though. It's inside bottom middle, and again Trippy just gets the kill, picks the bomb up and takes it away.
Just think how different this passage of play would be though if any of those shots are connected from Suppressed. Again, is that the difference maker with FaZe Clan?
Well, Penguin said it up here on the couch, right? What the difference sometimes can be, one player hit 4 no-scopes. It can have such an impact on a game, on a series.
FaZe
Any game that's close.
They know they can do it. FaZe have the players to do it as well, but they're just not doing it as often as Shopify Rebellion and Optic do. Of course, it's not the only defining factor, but the reason why Penguin says that it can be down to just a couple of no-scopes is because these teams now are so closely matched. They all know how to play the game of Halo Infinite at this kind of year of its lifespan. That you just need someone to step up and be that difference maker, and sometimes it can be with the sniper.
You can see now, Z10 have gotten the bomb over towards FaZe Clan's bonfire. They're fighting off the back foot. They haven't got a lot of shields to play with. Trippy's going to pick it up, and he has the option to toss it off the map if he gets pressured here. Happy just to toss over towards Z10's half of the field. He'll take the death there and just relieves a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think there was a consideration there for Trippy to just keep going. It's almost one of those that I'm going to start running it just in case the kill feed starts to show my team is actually finding kills, and if you do, you're in then such a good position to move that bomb all the way to the other side of the base.
And I think it works both ways. I think if the kill feed lights up that your teammates are dying, well, you've got the bomb as far away from your side of the map as you possibly can. So a good play, no matter what way you try and cut it. But they're trading kills left and right, but again, bombs are resetting, and Z10 just cannot get something together. 2 dead now. They're starting to just play a little bit more Halo where they need to.
See whether Mighty can be the difference maker. Does put himself in an angle here where he's slightly exposed to some bandits if they do spot him, but it's also a position where he maybe go unknown. He maybe notices that, and that's why he retreated a little bit. Now he has given his position away, he needs to be careful.
And the concern is, like we spoke about before this map loaded up, is the meta is to push the armory and not let the other team spawn there, but Z10 pushing from the other side, and it's more of a needs mush. We're pushing this side because we have to, not because we want to.
And because it's all they can push, really, because FaZe are controlling the other side of the map so successfully. Bomb's going to reset again in 10 seconds. The overshield is the priority, and it is going to go in favor of Z10. So 2 minutes left, overshield, and bomb now is active, but you can see Falcated just trying to get it away. That's a big kill, taking down overshield, 4 dead temporarily.
Bomb taken.
Here's the moment, and here's the opportunity with 1 minute 55 left on the clock. You have to consider, you have to worry, be concerned. This might be the last opportunity for Z10. With how much Halo we have played so far on this map, this has been their first real big chance. And as I say that again, Trippy carries the bomb away from trouble and carries it straight towards Z10's half of the game.
And what's important is Trippy is still 22-11, but he is playing the game in a way where he doesn't care if he dies. He will run that bomb just as far as possible, sacrificing his life. 3 are now dead on the side of Z10. And FaZe Clan looking to try and close this one out, maybe with a second bomb plant here.
A lot of distance to cover now for Z10 if they're going to get a plant here. They still have to get Trippy down off top middle, doing so much damage up there. Falcated gets a perfect. And somehow gets a kill on the Jimbo as well. This might spell real trouble and real misery now for Z10. 3 dead, Seek a last man standing, make it all 4 dead. Jim's going to be the first one to spawn back up again. And importantly, he gets a massive kill. The bomb's going down. Jim can't quite find the angle. He's trying to do damage. Teammates there just to spare his blushes. 2 kills go the way of and in his favor of FaZe.
Anyone there to put that bomb away. Suppress gets taken down. Doesn't look like there is going to be anyone to do it. So
Overkill.
Still life. Oh, wow. Overkill is going to help. And there is still life here for Z10. One last push.
One last hurrah then. To save their series.
30 seconds remaining.
Time now is starting to play a factor, a real factor now. Time almost just an extra teammate for FaZe. They got that bomb plant pretty early, and they're still keeping the bomb in Z10's area now. Trippy's got the overshield. Z10 are just not going to be able to put anything together here. So much pressure applied by Trippy, and then Suppress is hitting some shots as well. They're running out of time. They're not going to be able to get the job done, and FaZe Clan will get the clean sweep. 3 to the good against Z10.
We are seeing a very impressive FaZe Clan here at Friday at DreamHack Dallas. Their expectation was to cruise through pools, and with both teams put in front of them, they have 3-0'd them. It was a couple of close games. Oh, it was a 3-1 actually against Cloud9, excuse me. But they have certainly looked like a team who is very much prepared to try and take on the top 2 here at HCS.
Relatively smooth sailing. Now they just wait for the open bracket team. been business as usual. Very professional. Dropping only one map. As we take a look at the stats, what's lighting up for you, Dan? I can see Falcade with 28, 14, and 7.
I think everyone on the side of FaZe did what they needed to do in that game. It was just about getting the first plant and then controlling it, denying any opportunity for Zero Tenacity to move that bomb across the way. Actually, it was Trippy who really impressed me with his movement as well. Not only going 24 and 9, but always thinking about the bigger picture, always thinking about where that bomb needs to be. Are we at risk of maybe giving up a plant if the bomb stays on our side? Is it worth me sacrificing my life just to get out of the way? He was the only one under 7k damage, but that's probably because he was moving the bomb half the time.
It has to be said, after the first, as Friday concludes for FaZe Clan, they haven't really been tested here. Cloud9 gave as good as they could possibly do, but relatively, like we say, plain sailing, confirmation of what we've seen of that clean sweep. 3-0, King of the Hill Solitude, 50-25, and a dominant Slayer on recharge, and just the one bomb required to close out the series. FaZe Clan looking good.
FaZe Clan looking very good. Lottie, Wes, I mean, you're able to watch that one as well. Sadly, no real challenge from Z10.
Yeah, no challenge to be found anywhere. Under a rug, through pillars, in the mud, in a snipe tower, nowhere. Unfortunately so. I will say though, with FaZe, I am honestly curious about how much they learned about their neutral bomb game from that Fortress map, because even though they were outslaying them so heavily, it was so difficult for them to get any bomb movement after that first plant. They just couldn't get their hands on that bomb and get it back into the base despite how the slays were going on their side. It was actually impressive to see that happen, because I was thinking to myself, surely you're getting rounds and rounds and rounds of slays, you're getting all the power weapons that you could possibly need, you are doing what needs to be done to plant this bomb. It just wasn't coming across the screen. Dan, what are you seeing from their Fortress bomb that needs a little bit of work? They're getting the slays, but what is it about that teamwork and just the objective efficiency there that would help them out just a little bit?
I mean, at Fortress bomb, it's just so hard to get those plans. When you're on the back foot like Z10 were for the entire game, their main game plan was just not allowing FaZe to plant. I think it'll be different when FaZe come up against a team who is looking to try and plant the bomb as well and has a little bit more map control. In fact, it might help FaZe that someone else is looking to plant, because then they can take advantage of the mistakes they make. But Z10 just went into defense mode because they couldn't really do much else.
Yeah, they certainly couldn't. Honestly, FaZe just didn't give any room to breathe whatsoever, especially with playmakers like this man on your screen right here, Suppressed. He was outstanding. And this recharge, unreal. Just unbelievable. He didn't want to die. Just did not want to die. And speaking of this gentleman, I do actually have him on the sofa with us alongside this new look coach. You may have heard of him. His name's Royal1. Hello, gents. Lovely to see you on the sofa. First of all, GG's. Congrats. That was a great series from you. Suppressed, I will start with you. Mate, you're feeling diffy today, huh?
Yes,
How
sir.
you feeling after that one?
I felt great. I mean, like, we knew what the business was, you know, coming into the series, so yeah.
You're cooking, man. You're cooking. I've got to ask you individually, you know, are you feeling like you are super comfortable in this team? Are you growing as an individual? Because, you know, from series to series, we're just seeing you start to become that superstar that I think we're all looking for on FaZe.
I mean, my teammates allow me to do that, you know what I'm saying? When I'm taking over, you know what I'm saying? They know who's taking over, they know who's playing good, so like try to keep me alive, you know what I'm saying?
They know
I love these guys, you know what I'm saying? Like they pretty much play for each other at all times, so.
I love that. A lot of teamwork coming forward there to allow moments like that to happen, but damn, that recharge was just unbelievable. Royal1, hello, sir.
Hello.
Back in a FaZe hoodie, first and foremost, but not with family and not with the team that you are used to. How has this change been for you career-wise? Because you're back on the sticks behind the boys, but it's not with the same team. So how's that transition been?
It's been different, but it's been really fun. It's been a new, fresh environment for me, something different. Getting to work with players that I've known for a very long time and respected. They're all insane individually, and it's been cool to see how they work. And I'm having a great time coaching them so far.
We've joked a few times that when or if you guys play against Shopify Rebellion, which is probably a when. Is there going to be a consideration in your head of, right, I know where Royal 2 is going to be on the map right now just from playing history, and like you start calling out where he might be?
Yeah, he's just going to be in the back of his base not moving, right?
Yeah, there it is.
Everyone knows that.
There's only so many places he can be.
All you have to do is hide his passport.
Where's the
before you come out
snipe?
for an
Where's the
event.
BR? Like, let's be real.
Now, Suppressed, do you find it on your shoulders to when that matchup does come to fruition, like we all know it will this weekend, that you have a responsibility for Big Brother over here that's coaching you behind, that you have to beat Lil Bro there.
I mean, yeah, I was thinking about that. I think we talked about it on the backstage, but yeah, I mean, if we do go against them, we got to go hard. So.
Love that.
Yeah, you do. You have to turn up. That is for sure. You know, I'm looking at the dynamic across the team here, and you know, Royal One, it's interesting to get a fresh pair of eyes, especially when you're watching every single one of them play and how they interact with one another. Yeah. How are you feeling about the dynamic of the team and coming in from what you're used to seeing, you know, in history's past years with the same team? What is it like kind of seeing these guys work, and what is it like behind the scenes?
It's been really good. I've only been working with them for like a few weeks now, but like right away they have a really, like, they complement each other very well. They've got a good mix of play styles, personalities, like everything you want to see in a team that can, you know, win chips. So I think this team has the tools to go all the way, and you know, we're looking to do that.
Now, obviously, this is Zero Tenacity we're talking about here, and 0.31 somewhere on that scoreboard. But let's focus on the positives. Falcated, 2.31, suppressed, 2.00. I said last event, Trippy played out of his mind. That was the best we've seen Trippy play in a long time. You guys obviously only ended up at third. You want to take advantages of weekends and tournaments where your teammate is having one of those tournaments, right? Those are few and far between. Trippy seems to not be skipping a beat here today so far.
Great.
Do you find it as part of your responsibility, and I'm sure Falcated as well, as kind of the two big dog slayers on this team, to really step up if you guys do want to make a grand finals, if you do want to hoist a trophy at the end of a weekend?
No, I agree with that. I mean, last event I didn't really play too well, so I'm coming into this event, you know, just locked in. You know, like, I gotta pay it to my brother out there, Trippy, man. He had a great event. We're not gonna single out Zane as well, but those guys played really well.
Commodity. I don't gas him enough. Every time it's on his screen, he's making good plays, hitting good shots.
Of course. So
that's just what I expect from him.
Yeah, coming Sunday, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but
let's get there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But basically, coming Sunday, hopefully, you know, I come out strong. You know, with Mike, and also playing with Joey and Zane. I know they're gonna come out there and play great. So.
They certainly will indeed. Well, it was absolutely incredible. You guys are actually done for the day. You finished pools looking absolutely fantastic. Of course, got to wait for that open bracket team to come on in and see if they can actually counter you guys and give you a bit of a challenge, because I've got to say that was just absolute destruction on the main stage. So keep it up. It was. It really was.
0.31 destruction.
Yeah, I'm about to go watch after this. Like,
come on, Wes.
Yeah, give yourself some confidence. Go watch yourself play, because that was just disgusting. Thank you guys so much, Royal One Press. I appreciate you so much. Here are your pool play, guys, and here's all of the scores coming in as we're filling in throughout the day. As you can see, FaZe 2-0 in Pool C right now, looking so good. Can they be slowed down? That is the question. We'll have to find out who that open bracket team will be. Can they cause a road bump for them, or are we just looking into that championship bracket? Because just the way that these guys are playing right now, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to be up for this task. If there is going to be somebody there, they have to be extremely special coming out of that open bracket, because FaZe, they are certainly that team to watch out for. Folks, we're actually going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, the Green Wall are going to be very happy with this one. It's going to be Optic Gaming versus Gen G, and we'll see you right after this.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
New Juggernaut.
themselves just 3 away.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well. Now 48-44, 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger, taking some angles as Formal gets the 49th on the board. Renegade is on the hunt. He wants it to be his, but it's Formal. And Shopify turned up.
Here it is.
Formal moves in. Formal gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story. Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket. They break the curse, and they can call themselves champions.
And Formal wastes no time. Picks up that trophy because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason and an unbelievable weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination bracket to take the title in a bracket reset. Game 7 down to the wire.
A lot of teams would not have made it back from what happened at the end of that CTF Forbidden. That would have broken them. Not Optic Gaming. This roster is built for success, was built to win. And as you can see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions are Optic Gaming.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team change, the second place curse for Optic Gaming is officially broken. Here and now, your champions at the Optic Major, doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season, and as you say, justifying one of the most historic and even controversial team changes in competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason, and we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places, hates not winning. But now that winning feeling is back.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We have had some crazy things happening on the main stage and some not so crazy things, like FaZe just stomping the competition in their pool as they did the event before in Arlington. They are looking so good in pool play right now. The question is, how will they fare going into the championship bracket? We'll have to find that all out tomorrow. But more so, we have Optic Gaming taking the stage. The Green Wall are going to be awfully happy about this because they want to see their boys back in action once again. Now, they had a little bit of an uncharacteristic start to the last event in Arlington, and I can't wait to talk all about that and what they potentially can achieve this time around and how the journey will look. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Clutch. I've got Onset and Brav as well on the sofas with me once again. Now, I'm getting nice and comfortable up here, folks. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm just finding my groove. But I'm not getting too comfortable, and you guys shouldn't either, and I'll tell you why. Because last time, things looked a bit dicey for Optic Gaming. They didn't quite get it done the way that they wanted to. The journey was very, very difficult, and they made it hard for themselves. But this time around, I think they've learned a thing or two, maybe how to pick up the pace, maybe be a little bit less lazy. And, you know, we're looking at some old habits here, but I do think that they're just going to be faded off into the distance. I think Optic, having that taste of victory, is only going to awaken the monster within this team.
No, I think that's exactly what it did. I think the way that they did it, the downs, like the downs that they had to experience in order to really evaluate and get to where they needed to be, was the reason that this team is going to be the best team this year. Optic Gaming want to go through, is expected to go through winners bracket every single tournament. The fact that they lost to Nemesis last event in pool play and then had to play Shopify and lost that series, it was almost a culmination of even losing the case on LAN, in all honesty, where they had to question themselves and really get on the same page. But ever since that elimination bracket run, this team has been the best team in the league. This is the team that you want to see from the green wall, and this is the team on the other side of the stage you fear. And I love the idea that Optic's going to come in here fired up, but also knowing that they cannot take any series, any game for granted, let alone a life. So I'm stoked to see this Optic Gaming roster, even in pool play this weekend.
Onset, whether it's individual skill, teamwork, the chemistry, strategy, what is it for you on this roster that really stands out, that's just a level above other competition?
Individual talent. It comes down to sometimes individual players, individual moments that everyone on this team has the ability to do something special, right? You look at that elimination bracket run back in Arlington, you look at what Renegade did in some of those big series, those close moments, those big games where he had to perform, and he dragged them through some of those series. It's insane to think the Optic were a Slayer away from finishing 5th, 6th back in Arlington against Nemesis. They have to pull off that reverse sweep, go 3 games without a response to stay alive in the tournament, then reset the bracket, then win that second best of 7 in that game 7. It could have been a very different story we were talking about coming out of Arlington into this event. But the story is, it was never going to be easy for them to get that championship, to break that second place curse, but they did it. And I think that's the biggest thing for them. Now they can stop worrying about second places, they can stop worrying about everything. It's now just about winning and continually going on to win.
100%. I think they knew they had a point to prove last event. They knew Shopify were coming in as the favorites, and rightfully so, right? They have been lights out in scrims. They've been lights out the K-San tournament. Every single open, you name it, had their name all over it. And Optic were like, listen, it's our turn to shine. Falling flat so early on in Arlington, I was worried. I was nervous about the mentals for these guys and how they're able to bounce back. They showed us that they can do that. That is a huge achievement. Not only did they win the event, but the fashion they did it in, it is such a confidence boost coming into it. So a lot of pressure relieved from the shoulders of these players now, and they can just have fun here. I think they can have fun coming in as the tournament favorites and just showing us exactly what they've got. There's not as much pressure as there was before. My question for you, Brav, though, is when it comes down to slip-ups so early on in the tournament, we see them go up against Nemesis, and it seemed that Nemesis had their number a significant amount of times despite the reverse sweep in the second series that they saw them in. It's really difficult in the beginning of a season to know whether or not is that an Optic just not playing up to the potential that they have, or is that a Nemesis just knowing how to play a team like Optic Gaming and knowing their number and matching up strong against them. In your opinion, from what you've seen, which one would you say that was, you know, for us to look out for here going the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I'd say if I had to choose which one it's more of, I think it's more of Optic Gaming finding their form over the course of the season, but I do also think it's both. I think Nemesis, in terms of matchups, matches up well against a team like Optic. We've seen in game type wise, especially when you look at the FaZe series, right? The FaZe series was a wipe for FaZe. So I think specifically Nemesis is a very good team and they match up well against Optic. Now I think also on the other side of that, Optic is finding their footing. I think Maniac at APG had the nail on the head when they said with every LAN series they got better. I agree with that as well. And I also think, you know, Mark and I talked a lot about this before the tournament, but I think that Game 7 win was so disproportionately enormous in terms of momentum, right? That was a Game 7 Slayer, which could be a coin flip. It could go either way, and I think Shopify can look at that whichever way lens. I talked to B-Man about this. Whatever lens they want to look at the tournament, they can. However, for Optic, that Game 7 win it wields such a disproportionate sword in terms of momentum, and it's like, that was massive for the year, and I think you also really spoke well there a lot. They, for the first time in, 2 years, Formal could take a breath and just play Halo and not think about, my God, is this going to happen again?
Yeah, I mean, smiling at the end of it. It's crazy to think what that tournament could have been for Optic as well. Imagine if it was a Game 7 loss and they come second again, right? It would have been just, imagine the online discourse about the team, what the reaction would have been. Second again, oh my goodness, are we ever going to get past, over the line? Are we ever going to win that championship? But I think the mentality thing is so big for this team. I mean, even looking at them now, like just sat on the stage, just smiling, look very relaxed, looks very different even in this first series to what we would have seen back in Arlington, where I think they would have been thinking, we have to win. Like, we have to win. The pressure is we have to win. No one was going to accept anything but that. And 100%. Now I think it's just about how many we can win 100%. Instead of can we.
100%. I think, honestly, when it comes down to the top 4, not to harp on this conversation, I do think it's an important one, though. When it comes to the top 4, you have so many different players who have won world championships or who have tournament upon tournament wins under their belt. First is, it's the only thing that they care about. It's the only thing that they want. The mental game that they have to play is crazy every single weekend, and what it does to you to not manage to achieve that every single time, it's very, very difficult. It's something that, I don't think we talk too much about here, of how much that weighs on players and teams and why changes are suddenly made, because you need that refresh sometimes to get things going. And Optic Gaming, a refresh in this tournament would mean doing it on the winner's side. I think that would be a crazy refresh for this Optic Gaming roster, and a very scary one to have done it in all sorts of different fashions. We need to move on to the other side of the stage, though, although we could be on Optic Gaming pretty much all day. We have Gen G, who are waiting very patiently to see how they're going to fare up against this Optic Gaming roster. Now, can they catch them off guard? Is this going to be a similar Friday where Optic maybe are feeling a little bit lazy, maybe they're a little bit cold? Can Gen G capitalize on that? That is the question. We actually have a series rewind from when Gen G played Optic Gaming in Arlington, and as you can see, just an absolute smoking. Wes, how are you feeling about Gen G this time around? Do you think they have anything that they can take away from that and maybe put it to use going into this next one?
I mean, the score lines are close from the looks of it, but this is a completely different Optic Gaming team, in my opinion. We saw what they looked like in pool play, and we saw what they looked like by the end of Sunday last tournament. I think we're going to see a lot more closer to last Sunday, or the Sunday of last tournament, rather than the pool play Optic here today. I think Gen G have very little chance in this series, if I'm being quite frank, and they're going to need a massive series out of King Nick and out of Breaking Shot if they ever want to stand a chance. But even that, I think the firepower on Optic is just going to be too much.
You do get the feeling that Gen G might be thinking, if there was one pool play, we probably should have taken them down. It was probably the last event where we would have had the opportunity.
100%. Yeah, they're gonna be giving it their all. I have absolutely no doubt about that. I know all players will do when they get on that stage. It's gonna be a tough one for sure for Gen G, and Optic Gaming a massive potential to really show us what they're made of. Day one here in a tournament on a weekend. So let's see how this start happens for them. Will it be hot? Will it be cold? We'll find out. Lads, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Lot. It's time for us to get into the action by the sounds of things, and looking forward to doing so. Our first look at Optic Gaming, our champions from Arlington. Like we've mentioned, like we've talked about, and like you would have heard a lot of times repeated, either online or on the broadcast, breaking that curse, getting that championship back under their belt, and coming into this event as many people's favorites to go on and pick up a second consecutive one. On the other side of the stage, Gen G, a team who, littered through Halo history, certainly has some players who have caused some upsets, but this is going to be a tall test for them here. And
yeah, you see also Fortress making a return in the series as well. It was Aqua Bomb in that first series back in Arlington. This time it's going to be Fortress Bomb, but we're starting things off with King of the Hill on Solitude shortly. And I tell you what, for the side of Gen, what's that? I was going to say, you know what's funny is you might have noticed from our booth when we're seated on the couches, I couldn't tell exactly how many people were in here just yet, but guess what? Optic Gaming takes the stage at DreamHack, and we become standing room only very quickly. People joining from across the venue. Great to have all of you with us here in the room at the festival, as well as joining from around the world. You know, when this team takes the stage, everyone seems to make sure they're watching here as we get ready to jump right into the game.
Well, here we go then, everybody. Optic Gaming on our screens for the first time here. Pool A is where we find ourselves. Gen G looking to cause the upset, and maybe they've taken a little bit of inspiration from what we saw from Envy a bit later, showing that anyone can win a big series here. But Breaking Shot was some beautiful and perfect, thanks to the star and the kill feed shots to start things off. It's been a pretty good start here for Gen G.
You can tell we've all been there. Legend looks away, thought he had the kill easy. Instead, the kill doesn't get registered. He pays the price. Now some early points on the board here for the side of Gen G, as you say, and that's nice pressure from Ryan to pick up the third as well. It's a triple now, and honestly, with that set of kills and 4 dead, this actually could be the first hill. There's going to need to be immediate driveway pressure, or at least soda pressure coming in from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they've got one more push here, Optic, if they want to make this push, or if they think about giving it up and rotating away. King Nick with that first pick is probably giving the indication that Optic should give this one up, but they do somehow manage to break through, even with that first pick going the way of Gen G. Optic have broken, and Optic will stop this point going the way of Gen G.
Like you say, especially with the first pick coming in from Common.
Surprising.
That should not have been a possible break, so that already tells us that Optic Gaming is making things happen from disadvantageous positions. This hill still has a lot of time left to play.
Former last alive though, and it looks like even though Gen G may have misstepped a few moments ago, they're going to correct that mistake and they will get that first point on the board. So even though Formal starting to hit headshots, Optic are chasing the game early here. It's a killing spree for him. Breaking shot gets his neck broken.
The crowd getting loud as well, and there's a heavy presence and every seat filled for a reason. They want to see this man pop off, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Off the back of the run, it looks like the rotation is still being fought for by both teams, and it's going to be Gen G who get 3 dead on the Optic side again. Bound last alive, trying to escape, trying to buy a bit of time, but Common's chasing him down, and trade in this situation would be good enough, but somehow Bound does even better than that as last player alive survives, gets a kill, and Optic get back on the map, but it's going to be Gen G who stand inside of that second hill.
Interesting series of events here. Take a look at the numbers. You've already got 7 and 4 for Ryan Nuke, formerly on their side 7 and 3, but as we said, that hill a pretty convincing one. We'll see what Renegade can do here. Fights off a trade and hopes to hold off the blue pressure.
All the spawns are staggered here, and they are all collectively happening in and around blue for Gen G. So if Optic Gaming can get in around that hill and force them to these choke points, they should be able to not only gather some time here, but pick up the necessary slays to keep Gen G at bay. Now trying to push forward to put some more pressure on. Has that thrust as well, just to back out of these fights. Gen G's going to try and brute force their way through. And should just about be able to manage to do so. Renegade is trying to clear out these last players in the hill, but you have to say Gen G done a great job there just to force Optic out of that hill.
Yeah, Renegade has done very well through this. We're going to have to break it down in just a second because it's 3 dead. Ryan is going to be your last player in blue. Unbelievable from Renegade. He picks up the double kill as well. Renegade, let's not forget, in Yard BR was your first spawner, and with the thrust, he held off the 1v2 to maintain yard control, and he has stayed alive this entire time off of the next rotation as well. They're about to tie up the game.
Yeah, now you see Gen G really struggling. They look like they're giving this one up. They want to try and control the blue side and the snipe side of the map for where this next hill is going to be going, but Renegade wants to force them out of here. He does not want to give them easy spawns. He does not want to give them access, but with a couple of kills being traded, he steps back in, will tie the game up at 1-1, and Legend has got that next shock rifle as well. As Formal picks up the double kill thanks to the damage coming in from that shot from Legend.
And his 3 dead yet again. Optic Gaming is heating up. Let's get into an Optic listening.
I can see your fighter, man. I can see your fighter. Watch John Turtle try it.
Camo's up, camo's up.
Two soda, man.
They're both playing from that. 3 guys there.
Three right.
One goes up, one time for Camo. Time for Camo, and one
camo, one posters.
This Camo
on the awning, Camo on the awning.
Camo market.
Go snake by weak, snake by weak.
Make my dead.
One flash. One's on side.
He's marker Camo,
He's dip on you.
One hill.
Bottom 6.
And blue on Sabri.
Yeah, bottom 6 Camo. Yo, hotel with Camo.
Nice, Sabri.
Yo, Camo's hotel right now. Camo's hotel.
2 dead, guys.
Camo's hotel.
3 dead, last guy.
He's dead.
We were missing one, or?
Yeah, he's just 1 yard. He's 1 yard. Go back slime.
Go spawn, someone go spawn. And blue weak. Two blue. One back blue weak,
This one.
We have a big lead in this hill. 2 right, on your right, 2 there. They're gonna be on your nest, man. They're gonna be on your nest.
Top side, Brian.
One's us.
Truck the hill around. Try to kill the guy in blue. 2 guys hill.
2 dead.
Last 2 guys hill.
2 dead, quick. Rock one. In blue.
Nice, guys.
Nice. 2 dead.
1 yard.
That's nice, man. Running loop, probably?
That's one.
You got a hill. One's loop right now. 1 loop, 1 yard. Get out of hill, yeah. 1 loop, 1 yard. Blue going soda surge right now, and then 1 going yard BR. Or like top gold maybe.
Yeah, soda?
Take bottom in.
Soda 1.
Jump.
Try soda.
Could be fire, big fire.
2 guys soda.
Watch
out, green stairs. 2 soda.
Yeah, and dip.
Watch that hill.
Got sky.
Wow, out the comms is going to be Optic Gaming, who get the second point on the board now, the second hill in their favor. They will now be up 2-1, having turned this game around.
Really nicely done. Also just love the style of the comms coming in there. Really not panicked, just full game control. You can tell it, you can feel it in the communication as well. By the way, Formal is 16-8. Last time we checked in with the scoreboard before the listen-in, he was about 7-4. So the man is on an absolute tear here. He's double positive.
Be 2 dead again here for Gen G, trying to force their way into this hill again. The brute force is not working for them. They're sending multiple numbers, trying to just overwhelm the players from Optic Gaming. Their bait and switching Optic here is so good that it feels like they just have 2 bandits traced onto every single player that's trying to push in from Gen G.
Another thing to point out there, if you played enough Halo Infinite and competitive Halo, you just really appreciate it. All the little small talk there from Lunchbox during that listening as well. Feels like this team is back at home with him behind them.
Renegade
showed last tournament, showing now as well.
Yeah, Renegade gets the next shock rifle as well, and with the camo as well, it should be able to go to work here. 2 dead on either side. Gen G are inside of the hill, but that beautiful bank grenade coming in from Renegade just sets him up for a multi-kill here. If he can find Common, he can get the jump on breaking shots.
I was going to say, he's going to get one of them.
He can make something happen, and like you say, you knew he was going to get at least one.
Anyone else 1v2ing there has a very good chance of getting taken down before they get the shot off, but with him walking in, you're like, all right, he's going to kill one, he might kill 2, but he's guaranteed the first shot.
Well, Formal steps back inside of that hill. Optic might be going into a 3-1 lead in a few moments' time. King Nick is trying to pressurize Formal, but Formal wins his fight again, which takes him to 21-9.
This is freakish. I'm not going to lie. He shouldn't have numbers like this on a main stage match.
21-9.
I'll just go ahead and say it. Yeah, if you thought this Optic Gaming roster maybe had already peaked last event, you might want to think again. They're looking better than ever and showing up in a huge way. 3 dead for Gen G yet again. Make it 4 dead as Renegade picks up a triple as well. Everyone on the team at least positive. Legend here going to be even with 9 assists, but 21-10 is crazy for Formal.
Optic 50%, 60% of the way.
Enemy team nearing
to cap in this next hill as well.
Too easy.
2 minutes left on the game clock, and Gen G only have 2 players alive on the map at the moment. Optic Gaming have all 4. 2 of them stacked inside of that hill. Formal nice and close as well. Bound gets the kill, but it'll be Renegade who stands inside of the hill, uncontested, to capture it here for Optic Gaming and put them 1 up in this series.
Well, well, well. Quite the opener for Optic Gaming on the main stage, and as we said, the crowd here has only gotten bigger and bigger, and now I think when they see something like that, they're like, maybe we'll stick around for this series, actually. And we can't blame you. What a start for Optic Gaming.
Certainly what the crowd would have wanted to see, right? That kind of dominating performance. I mean, especially with Gen G getting out to a pretty hot start in that game as well. Remember that they were up 1-0 right at the start of that game, but as soon as Optic started to find a bit of rhythm, started to find a little bit of control, and most importantly, I think the first time they got 3 or 4 dead, it felt like Optic were in complete and utter control of those hills moving forward. Looking at the stats you can see on your screen right now, like you say, even Legend managed to get into the positives in those final moments, going +1, but it's the Formal show, 21-10. 9 assists as well.
So by the way, he's
second most assists on the team.
Yeah, second most assists on the team. 2 assists away from like a royal flush there in terms of most kills in each category. Excuse me, best stat line in each category. Take a look at some of the damage as well. Unsurprisingly, it's Formal cresting 5,600.
Not bad. Not a bad first performance from a man who was extremely happy. Happier than I think I've ever seen him after that last event win.
He brought the smiles here today too.
He certainly did indeed, and he was
whole team
understandably feeling pretty happy up to how he started the game as well. Some beautiful headshots with that shock rifle to just get himself comfortable back on this main stage. Renegade as well, continuing what he does best. A couple of multi-kills coming in from him, but it's little things like this from Renegade that are so frustrating. 2v1 scenarios that he just comes out of with a kill, at least a minimum of a trade.
That play from Bound as well. Bound was last player alive jumping off S3. Wins a really nice 1v1 to get his team back into it. Also, can't give enough credit, like I said, on that second hill to Renegade. He's in a 1v2 with just a thrust, a prayer, and a palm tree. And somehow comes out to hold Yard the entire time. And his team never loses control of Yard as a result. 1v1s like that. And at that time, he was about 4-4-3. You would never know what he had just done from the stat line alone. But when you look at Optic Gaming, all 4 players are capable of moments like that, as you said, Mark. They did not look back after the first hill. They close it out 4-1. Next up, Slayer Recharge.
interested to see how Genji approach this next game type as well, because historically we've seen Slayer Recharge probably being one of the slower Slayers that we do have in the suite of game types here on Halo Infinite. You can kind of split the map 50-50. You can play around the power-ups. You can play around that shock rifle that's going to be available as well. As we take a look at the Slayer stats, I mean, everything's leaning the way of Optic Gaming, as you would imagine. 14-7 in Slayers, and we were talking a lot about Slayers before this tournament, and it was where Optic really excelled back in Arlington.
Without a doubt. Coming in, it's also the game type they were the most worried about, the most concerned about. Scrim results not looking the best. And man, did they ever turn around their slaying record as the tournament went on. You could really track their entire tournament trajectory through the elimination bracket, through how they were playing the Slayers, as we said. Losing both Slayers against Shopify and Arlington in round number 1. They failed to drop another Slayer to them in Grand Finals 1 or Grand Finals 2, winning all 4 of those. Their Slayer game has turned around. They're going to look to continue that momentum here in game number 2.
Camo bottom middle for both teams to contest over off the break here, which is usually the focus of attention for everybody. One thing I will say about Rhino team, sometimes they cook up a very specific opening strategy for a very specific opponent. But Legend getting the first pick is going to make it very difficult to do anything. Legend gets the second as well, and even with the kill being picked up, it means that Legend, off the back of his 2 kills, quite rightfully so, gets himself a little present. The camo will be his.
Looks like the first one, about to run into a whole lot of traffic though. Unfortunately finds himself at 2v1. Didn't really know it was a 2v1, so that camo will be burned. However, regardless, 4-2 off the opening for Optic.
Just a 1 kill difference, but the shock rifle goes into the hands of Renegade, a man who, understandably, tournament MVP back in Arlington, dragged Optic down. Through, I should say, from the depths of the elimination bracket through some really tough series. He finds one, he turns it into 2, and now he grapples up because he wants some more.
Beautifully done. I mean, look at the way he's able to move around this map. Still no damage taken. That is not easy to fight a 1v2 out of top control, but somehow manages the micro and the mechanics to get away with both of them and his life.
Renegade at the moment is just asking where are Genji, because he's flying around the map trying to find opportunities to hit some more shots. But now that he gets presented with one, you knew he wasn't going to miss. Oh! A double kill for Renegade. King Nick's going to challenge! Takes one in the shoulder.
Finally taken down, and man, with plays like that, I've got 2 thoughts. First of all, Genji should feel very lucky it's only 8-12, and second of all, it feels like Renegade's going to put on another highlight reel of a weekend if he keeps this up.
Optic really picking the pace up at the moment. Breaking shot gets away for just a second there, but eventually it'll be Common who's taken down. Renegade gets a triple kill.
Casual.
Another one. 2 in 2 games for him. And at the moment, the pace is so high that you're flipping between POVs, and it's just a highlight everywhere you go.
7-2 opening there. Nice shots here, though, from Breaking Shot. He's picked up. They try to keep Common alive with camo. He gets taken down, though. So just like that, it's 14-18. So
it was 3 dead momentarily there for Optic, so a chance at least for Genji just to get a little bit of space on the map here. Just gather their thoughts, catch their breath a little bit. And Ryan will find the first kill in this team fight as he takes down Bound. Now, even though we've seen these highlight plays, the score's pretty close between the two. 18-15, just a few kills, make it 2 now.
Yep.
Between the 2 and Common on the flank here, trying to find that kill onto Legend. Breaking shot will beat him to it. Bound, gonna be trapped in the tower. He's low shields as well. Bound somehow gets that kill onto Common.
Yeah, nicely done there with the nade. Honestly, a good mind game between Common and Bound just now as Common knew the nades were coming. Tries to tiptoe around him, is unable to do so. But like you say, Genji has done very, very well to keep this game as close as it is. Still a 3-kill game here at 21-18.
Great cover 5 there from Optic Gaming to keep Bound alive in that situation. It felt like he was initially in a really sticky spot where he was looking for a sticky grenade to maybe look for a trade, but then having run out of grenades, the survivability was enough. Thanks to the cover fire coming in from Optic, Renegade's got a shock again. No surprise we go to his POV. Ryan who finds it out. There's one.
Enemy
the lead now extends to 5 here for Optic.
Genji put up a really good fight in this series. Renegade at the same exact doorway. You can't kill him there. There is a no-kill boundary for Renegade. At the edge of the top control overhang, he will not be taken down. And just like that, all it takes is another Another set of plays from Renegade for the game to get blown wide open. What was just a 3-kill game is now an 8-kill game, 28-20.
One of those moments where you're on Gen G, you think you've done absolutely nothing wrong. You're shooting a guy, he's running away, he's got no shields, and he just blows your head off. It's as simple as that. It's just brilliance from Renegade in those individual moments. Bound finds another, and now we are seeing that lead start to extend and get out of hand here. Optic are up by 9.
They're ornamentally hanging the bodies from the rafters now in the doorways. It's getting a little bit celebratory on this side. As you said, a 9-kill game. And Renegade still just patrolling with the last bit of shock ammo.
He's got enough shots in the chamber here to certainly do some more damage to Gen G. The camo was available. Not sure if it was picked up by a member of Gen G or if it was burned bottom middle. But Optic seem to be playing close enough to each other that they don't want to risk, if that camo wasn't burned, being a problem for them. Renegade not quite connected this time. It's a really, really strong push actually from Gen G. That was 4 dead from Optic.
The timing was insane. By the time we saw Renegade get taken out, he'd already lost 3 teammates, and they perfectly collapsed on him. On a tough angle, mid-bridge collapsing on A door is not really the most typical you'd see for the final kill, but they do pick it up, and just like that, it's only a 5-kill game.
Need to make the most of this situation though, and they don't. Give me Renegade and Formal who get the first kills. That's 3 dead on the side of Gen G now, so make it 4. Staggered spawns now coming in, and split spawns more worryingly here for Gen G. 2 players trapped in the pipes, and there's 3 Optic players flying towards them. There's 1, there's 2, and the other 2 players from Gen G spawning all the way across the map. An Optic, if they want to at the moment, can fly across as a 4 and just collapse.
That was clinical. The collapse coming in, as you said. What was just a 5-kill game is now an 11-kill game again. Great response off of the respawn from Optic Gaming. And they don't even give Gen G not even an inch nor a moment to get back into this game. Another double kill from Formal. He's 9-6 with 10 assists.
He's 9-6, but it's Renegade who's 15-5. Plus 10 in this game. Legend finds 1. Rynoob and Common will be in the death screen. King Nick might be next. Here for Gen G as Renegade is hunting him down. It's 16 now for Renegade. And it's only 3 to go for Optic.
And not surprisingly, a big green wall chant. I'm sure you just heard it there erupting in the arena as well. They're 3 kills away from closing out game number 2.
Shock rifle coming up as well. Renegade's going to be able to grab this one.
Why not,
I think
right?
he
Why
might
not?
want to finish this one off in a little bit of a way to remember. Gets the camo. Immediately holds forward. He wants to find shots to take. Breaking shot. King Nick in front of him, but the grenade damage is big. But it will be Legend who moves in and gets that final kill here for Optic. No show from Renegade in the final moments, but he certainly gave us something to watch in the first part.
And I think Optic fans, after that long off season, this is the team they were expecting to see. Now, it might have taken a little bit of time before we got there, and let's not forget, pool play's not over. Neither is this series, but Optic Gaming currently showing that they picked up exactly where they left off. Coming off of Arlington, showing out here for the crowd at DreamHack.
Standing room only. In the room here for Optic and certainly being entertained by what they are seeing from the green wall right now. 50-38 the final score in that game number 2. Renegade 16-6 in that game. He looks across at Formal, says, good game 1, sir. This is what I'm bringing to the table in game 2.
Exactly, just a battle of trying to outdo one another. 12 assists for Formal as well. Leading the entire game in that category. And it's a punishing 50-38 win. We take a look at some highlights from that game number 2, and you're right, Mark, it did play slow, but not slow in the way that Gen G would have wanted. It was more Renegade's gonna hold Shock at tower and elevator, and good luck pushing.
Yeah, I mean, some of these shots from Renegade, I mean, it was almost a surprise that he didn't hit that one. Yeah. That's the level that Renegades have been playing at very recently. That kind of shot usually connects to make the triple kill happen. But when Optic are playing this well, and that's the kind of shot, it's just like, I've done nothing wrong. I'm shooting a guy, I put him no shields, I'm backing down for the fight, and he still comes out with that kill. It's just phenomenal. Phenomenal from Renegade.
I know we joked about it, but there were multiple times in that game where you had the body hanging from the ceiling glitch at both top elevator and top control doorways. It was symbolic. Symbolic, just hanging the bodies of their opponents from the punishing doorways they tried to get through time and time again. Next up, Neutral Bomb Fortress, and Gen G's gonna have to dig deep if they want to find any success in this series.
One thing Optic Gaming certainly did back in Arlington was improve on these new game types. That was a focus of theirs, especially in the series against Shopify Rebellion that we'd seen in the build-up to that kickoff major, where they had been struggling and certainly on the losing end of the majority of those game types, but they certainly showed a marked improvement, especially here on Fortress, in comparison to what we saw before the season got underway. And for Gen G, they're going to have to find something special here. They're going to have to control those snipers, and I think they're going to have to stop Optic getting those overshields as well. Because if Optic get overshields with the way they're shooting at the moment, this could be a quick one.
Without a doubt. Dreamwall fans, you just heard them in the building, you just saw them in the building as well. Loving what they have seen so far. And it really does feel, I think, Clutch and Lottie summed it up perfectly. It does feel like a different Optic Gaming coming into this event. There is a certain shoulders are dropped just a few inches, right? There's a certain relaxed confidence to this team that I think anyone watching can feel. As we said, it's going to be a long weekend of Halo, but in these games, in these listen-ins, take a look at the crowd here at DreamHack. As we said, packed house, great to have everyone here. In these games, in these listen-ins, you get the feeling that Optic is playing it just a little bit more confident and more relaxed, which spells even more danger for their opponents.
Makes your thought process a lot clearer when you're not dealing with that pressure of every single series, every single gunfight. Now it's just about playing the best Halo that you can, and like I mentioned, now that they've got the win, everyone's looking to how many, not can we. But they've got to get this series done first, as we head over to the newest of the maps that's been added to the Infinite Suite. A little bit of Fortress here, 2 sniper rifles. If you haven't watched so far this season, you've got that bomb middle as well that you're going to have to take into the base, and Arm, and of course you got that overshield to play with as well.
Formal just picks up a double kill off the opening there. He'll add 2 to his tally for this series, an ever-growing number. Runs into King Nick on the elbow. Let's see how he manages this one. And trade the King Nick will be happy to grab. 2 dead for both sides. Going to be Renegade here with his snipe, and here he goes.
Bomb.
Right, again, peeks, tries to make the shot as difficult as possible, and manages to do so. I did not even see it coming! But I certainly saw Ryan Oob, and so did Renegade. What a run that is from the Optic Gaming man.
That's why I said, here we go. It was guaranteed to happen. Now he's going to look for even more here on the spawners. They're going to toss bomb bottom base. They know they need to slay just a little bit more, but I'm excited to watch the rest of this show. I love this show.
Sit back and enjoy it. Doesn't matter how many times you watch it. Renegade, when he's on fire, is difficult to stop. Optic still trying to move that bomb in towards the base at the moment, but Renegade is not only hitting bodies, he's hitting heads, and Gen G, 4 dead off the respawn. Breaking shot the first, I would say, in the most brave to challenge!
Come
but
on.
maybe the most stupid to do so as well.
Unbelievable. The bomb doesn't arm, but the show continues. 3 still dead. He might have to run in. Let's see.
I'll do it myself.
You know what, guys? I'll take this one.
Renegade kills everyone. Renegade goes for the bomb arm as well. He's going to almost get it. But for all the good work that's been done, Legend is going to have to touch that bomb, and somehow Genji is stopping this happening.
They've stopped it. Formal will get taken down. Bounds a spawner. So that bomb will get tossed out. Keep an eye on bottom middle here, as you're going to see another overshield come into play. But what a show from Renegade. He goes 6-1 off the opening. However, as you say, it does not result in an arm. Ryan, who I think might also sneak away with an overshield here, yes. So all of a sudden, what felt like an indisputable lead for Optic Gaming actually is going to keep us neutral, and now a slight opportunity and advantage for Gen G.
I'm sure Renegade's just like sitting there going, can someone just on the bomb? Someone on the bomb, I'm just killing everything. Unfortunately, shows how this map works sometimes. You've got to do a lot of heavy lifting sometimes to get that bomb armed. As the bomb will be reset now to bottom middle. Gen G, you have to give them a huge amount of credit, even though they were on the receiving end of some disgusting quick scopes coming in from Renegade. They were able to hold and stagger those spawns just about enough to keep a presence on the map to stop that bomb going in.
I agree. I think you have to say Optic Gaming played a lot of that right. It's much more, as you had mentioned, a factor of the game type than it was Optic Gaming making specific, say, team shot decisions, timing decisions. It was much more about simply just how difficult it can be to arm in this game type, regardless of just how much you've slayed. Renegade's like, I will take that as well, and tries to stay alive with his knife. Not going to be easy here.
This is the Gen G sniper as well, so it's important that Gen G managed to shut him down, because it's one thing going up against one player from Optic who's got a sniper rifle. You can't give him 2. Double kill here for Bound, and Legend has a sniper rifle himself. Bound turns his attention now towards that bomb. Knows there's one player to deal with bomb. Middle, King Nick.
Chance.
That's a really important win from him. Renegade finally cleans it up. 9-2 for him, but Gen G frustrating Optic a little bit here. It feels like they've been controlling the game for 99% of it, but they just can't get that bomb armed.
Legend tries to put on a show himself. He'll eventually be taken down in the bomb. I agree. Formal now sniping as well. We get to see a little bit of a Formal show. We'll see what he can do with the rifle. 6 shots left to his name.
Uses the bandit first. Gonna back away smartly here to not only avoid the grenade, but make sure that he's keeping that sniper rifle in the control of Optic Gaming. A couple of seconds until that next overshield comes up. Remember, Gen G managed to steal it away last time, but with the kills going in the favor of Optic here, it will be Formal who moves in. We'll get that overshield, and they will move that bomb forward. They're going to leave Common here. They got that call out where he was. They know where Common was in their base, but they're going to try and force this bomb instead.
Formal does not go porch right away. They look to Slay to make sure they get the kills. Maybe there would have been an opportunity there to throw the bomb porch as he slayed. Instead, going to look for some more kills.
It's almost a horrible spawn. And maybe it will be a horrible spawn here. King Nick not going to be able to survive here on the front of the base. Perfect shots coming in from Formal. Ryan trying to be a frustrating opponent. It's a double kill here for Formal. He'll turn 3. 2 dead here for Gen G, but where is that bomb? Optic still can't get it armed.
Bound picks up another one. Essentially, that's 4 dead. So Bound tries to fly into the elbow, pick up a few more extra kills, but they're now going to have a few more spawners coming out on the BR side as well. No problem. Bound's going to pick them up before I can even mention them.
Surely, Optic now move in.
4 dead.
As it's 4 dead for Gen G. Bomb does not get reset. Bound will grab it. Rhino first up. King Nick is alive as well. The grenades will come in. Is there the support here? Finally to get that bomb arm.
Should be right
run
here.
it back in. The fuse is still lit.
Surely.
Formal grabs it. Formal arms it, and Optic will finally be up by 1.
Look at the slays that were required. Take a look at the kill category for the side of Optic Gaming. 17 for Formal, 16 for Bound, 13 for Renegade, while Legend has 11 assists to arm the bomb once. Gen G putting up a very good fight, but they now trail 1-0 with 6:40 left.
It's a lot of kills. It's a lot of kills on the side of Optic. And how this game time works, sometimes you only need to sneak that ball through one, sneak that bomb through to the opposition's base once, quick 4 dead, and you get a sneaky bomb arm. But with 2 dead once again, it's going to be Legend moving that bomb to a frustrating position here as the overshield is coming up for both squads.
Rochelle popping right now. Looks like Formal might have grabbed and stayed alive, and with the help of... Oh my! Did not pop! Did not pop. Goes for a late pop on the overshield and pays the price. King Nick's going to brain him and steal the overshield as well. And what felt like it was going to be a very clear Optic Gaming advantage now goes to Gen G momentarily.
6 minutes left in this game for Gen G to find a way to get that bomb towards the Optic base. King Nick set up here on the sneaky, trying to find some angles, but it's Formal in the basement who manages to slow down this push. Nice little beatdown coming in after the no scope from King Nick. They need to link more kills together, and look how difficult it is to find an Optic player without a couple of bullets being peppered in from one angle. Optic doing a great job of providing each other with coverage.
Still blown away by that sequence. You really don't see Optic make kind of timing mistakes like that. 2 dead here for Optic momentarily as Formal tries to connect with a bit extra. Exchange the shield break with Common. And win the battle in the end.
Just about to highlight it for everybody, you're not reading that wrong. Formal is 23-8.
And they lead 1-0.
With a bomb arm. Playing some pretty good Halo.
Unreal. And like we said, that's a lot. If you're new to this game type, maybe you haven't seen the Halo incident yet, or you're swinging by the arena here. It really is a matter of this game type being very specific recipe and ingredients in order to get the bomb arm. And they're doing everything they need to. 3 dead, however. Formal's your last player alive momentarily. He will fall. It's 4 dead. So an opportunity here for some pressure from Gen G. Keep in mind, still 4:40 left on the clock.
Renegade gets an important kill inside of his base, though. Just going to allow the rest of Optic Gaming to get back onto the map off the respawn. Bound to find another one as well, and they know where Ryan Noob is here. They're trying to... He's trying to pressurize the Optic spawners, but unfortunately for him, everywhere else, the kills being picked up by Optic Gaming members, and now he finds himself last alive. And I mean, what do you do in this position if you're Ryan Noob? You're just trying to survive, trying to create an opening, trying to get a pick from somewhere, but in the meantime, Optic are leaving you there. They're moving that bomb in towards the base.
The Renegade here going to be happy to trade. Also repulses the bomb into Legend. Legend should be able to finish this one here, especially with the deaths on the board. Yes, indeed, it's perfect. And it's much easier here for Optic Gaming to grab the overshield, the repulse. They send the bomb in. It's a 2-man show in the back of the base. They now lead 2-0.
2-0. Left Ryan Noob there. Decided, don't worry, we'll take the 4v3 on your side of the map. They run that bomb in, it's very, very comfortable for them, and now they're one arm away from closing out not just this game, but the series in a dominant fashion.
Oh,
Renegade, yeah, just look at the player count.
Meant to play the ball.
He didn't mean to do.
Meant to play the bomb.
Some of it, yes, no.
Cuts to congratulations, you played yourself. He's off the map, but not to worry. The 2-bomb cushion and all the work they have done, which is presented on the top right side of your screen for all of us to witness, will give them the cushion to not worry about moments like that. 3:28 left in the game. Ryan trying to get a sneaky arm here. They do have presence in the back of the base. Let's see how these kills go. Going to be finally the kills traded out, but 2 dead for Optic Gaming. This could still get dangerous.
Be dangerous, but looks like they're starting to collapse in here. Bound's going to move that out. Ryan was the last player alive on that side, so breaking shot first spawner all the way across the map at the moment. Optic will be able to move that bomb back towards the neutral part of the map. And Bound finds himself with a sniper rifle. He's probably thinking, I didn't realize this thing was on the map, because everybody else has been braining for Optic Gaming when they've had it.
He gets absolutely swarmed, though, from not just distance, but also close up. Common also finds himself in a 1v2. 2v2 on the map momentarily. Formal tries to stay alive back base.
The pressure here coming in from Genji. A little bit of a late rally from them. Bound narrowly avoids the no-scopes coming in from breaking shot, and off the back of it picks up a double kill and gets that sniper rifle back in his hands. 3 dead here for Genji. Bomb down bottom middle, and wouldn't be surprised here to see Optic start moving it, especially now that they've grabbed out a next overshield as well.
Yeah, Bound now still has 3 shots left and a full overshield. He's gonna, oh my, back of the neck connects.
Oh!
And a second one as well.
Gonna turn around on a breaking shot as well. Breaking shot's trying to survive, but he gets bodied. He gets cleaned up. It's a killing spree, and 4 dead for Genji as Bound shows just the insane amount of talent that is on this Optic Gaming team.
He says, my turn. By the way, I'm giving him a triple on the technicality. It felt like it was, that's fair. Felt like it was close enough. 30 kills, by the way, for Formal, and 31 for Bound in this game so far. We are now at the 2-minute warning. Optic Gaming will continue slaying as they still lead 2-0, but feels like a victory lap for them here in this series.
Certainly does indeed. King Nick will be another victim here for Formal, who breaks 30. 31 and 15 for him. Bound 32 and 19. Renegade slowly trying to catch him up. 21 and 15. Again, still an incredible stat line. Legend 15 and by the way, Legend is 15 and 17 in this game. He has 18 assists.
18 assists.
That's insane.
Double the assists of anyone on the other team. The highest members.
Anyone in the game.
Not anyone in the game, because look at Renegade's assists.
He got it. Fair enough. Maths has never been my strong suit before.
Say, you really
showing what his strong suit
off.
is here at 31 and 15.
1 minute remaining.
As we enter the last 60 seconds, and like you say, it's quite simply a victory lap now for Optic Gaming. As long as they can keep Genji away from that bomb, keep slaying out, they will be taking this series 3-0 in a fashion that will, I think, certainly make everybody else in this tournament stand up and pay attention.
I'll tell you what else, other pro players in the building who are having their stats tracked are thinking, can this game end already? Because this is completely inflating the padding of the stats for the side of Optic Gaming. Everyone at Halo Data Hive, as well as Buffer Stats, are going to have a lot of new stats to track. And Bound, of course, gets the timing in the killing spree. 25 seconds left on this lap.
I think Genji are probably the first team who will want to say, can we end this game right now? Because Optic are just spawn killing them over and over and over again. I need 10 more seconds for them to have to subdue themselves to this here, Genji. And it will be Optic Gaming as another perfect comes in here for Bound. He's 38 and 19. And finally, Genji will be put to bed and Optic Gaming will celebrate a 3-0 series victory.
The Green Wall debut on the main stage, and they made it a good one. A lot of fun to watch, and as we said, you don't really usually see stat lines of that nature on a main stage matchup. A lot of extra stat padding coming in. We almost got to 40 bombs for 2 players, as those handshakes will also be exchanged in a victory lap fashion. They'll just go, that's the first time I've seen someone go all the way around to the front of the booth. But when you have momentum, Mark, you have momentum, and you just hold forward and you just keep going. They were not going to turn around to go back to their booth. They were simply going to fly around and take a G-slide back to their side of the stage.
And good news for everybody who's an Optic fan out there in the crowd right now. Of course, Optic will be back on the main stage a little bit later against TSM. Another opportunity to watch Optic Gaming, and that might be a little bit more of a test. That TSM team who has caused so many upsets throughout history. But these are the stats from the game that we just saw. What's your favorite one? What's your favorite stat?
For me, it's really got to be, I tell you what, it's those big numbers coming in all the way here. 38-19 for Bound. Formal will probably say his numbers are a little bit better with a KDA of 1.0, slightly better. But I tell you what, amazing numbers across the board from all of Optic Gaming. It was incredible game management, and that second arm just let them get a little bit too comfortable on the map.
It certainly did. I think just getting that first one was a little bit of work, extra work had to be done to get that one in, considering the insane snipes that were being hit by Renegade, but they finally did get it in as we take a look at the damage stats. Bound, wow, I mean, again, Formula Bound having their own little battle. 9.5k for Formal, 9.3k on the side of Bound.
And interestingly, Bound with more kills on the board, right? Formal wins the damage battle, as you said. A pleasure to watch those two going back and forth of who can outdo one another, because it essentially guarantees very, very good games. The green wall goes brick by brick, 3 in a row, 4-1 King of the Hill Solitude, 50-38 Slayer Recharge, and 2-0 on Fortress Bomb. A very, very comfortable win from them, and even more comfortable than their prior Gen G series in Arlington.
Two people who are looking very comfortable watching that, Lottie and Wes. Here on the sofa, that was quite the performance there from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, easy looks from Optic there on the main stage. They honestly just kind of picked up where they left off in Arlington. That's foot on the gas, has not left since. I think even in scrims as well, looking really, really good. But what a statement to make against Gen G there on the main stage, making sure things don't happen again like they did in Arlington pool play. Looking very, very strong. I will say something that is pretty scary this early on is not only is Renegade just doing Renegade things, Wes, right? You know, we expect that of the kid, right? He picks up a sniper, he can hit every single shot with every single bullet. But the likes of Formal going off this early on in the tournament, just studding on everybody, looking so, so good, as well as Bound. I think a lot of these guys are really finding their flow now. The comfort is coming across the screen, and that's a really scary thing to think about if you're competition.
Yeah, you saw the best player in the world, Renegade, in the tournament he had at the first major this year. Well, just think about how good this team can be when Bound finds his flow state, when Formal's on fire as well. I mean, it's hard to win a tournament without everybody being on fire, but it seems like this Optic team can play even better than what they did last event. And I mean, Bound's stats that last game were insane. The fact that he took 8,000 damage while also just dealing as much as someone like Formal did in that game. When you got two players on your team dealing 2,000 damage more than Renegade, you know good things are happening, and there's no doubt in my mind that the green wall is here to play this weekend.
Yeah, I think we're seeing like little pieces of flow state getting put together early on in the tournament, which is just dangerous, I think, in terms of the competition, because if this team gets into a flow state super early on, even by tomorrow, heading into the beginning of the championship bracket, then I don't even know what to think. I don't even know what some of these series are going to look like and how difficult this is going to get for anybody else facing them. Obviously, they have their eyes on the prize, and that is that trophy, that first place position. And I'm sure in terms of the journey, it's going to be through the winner's side of things. And I think as well, Wes, you know, when you're looking at some of the stats, you may have noticed that Legend obviously didn't have quite that kind of outstanding superstar statistic line as the rest of his team have. But why is it so important that you have a player who is able to get the kill or pick up the pieces or do what needs to be done in terms of the route or playmaking style that really just puts things together objectively for the team?
I mean, he's probably the only player we didn't really see with the snipe in the last game, and I think that that goes according to the kills and the damage, right? Especially when everybody is having so much success with the snipe when they had it. So Legend just didn't find himself with the power weapons this series, but he'll have his time. He's due for a couple of highlight reels, and if I know anything about doing top 10s, which they have me doing religiously now,
we hear him too.
Legend finds his way into them every series.
Very true. There's only enough Spartans on the map for a few of the guys to be popping off. But speaking of,
why don't you share some of the love?
I do have two of them on the sofa right now. It's pretty much a stacked setup here. Hello, fellas. What's up, Formal, Renegade? Nice to have you. GG's. Congratulations. Great start to the tournament so far. Formal, you're frying right now, bro. Like, my goodness me, early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a Ryan Noob series, you know. Gotta like
gotta lock in
for Ryan Noob series, so always go hard against him. Yeah.
Just don't know what's up his sleeve, you know what I mean? You just gotta make sure you're just getting him off the board just so he can't work anything out.
Yeah, you never know with that guy. So gotta come locked.
You never know. Formal, I haven't got a chance to speak to you after your Arlington win. And I think something that replays often in our heads, especially as broadcasters, is winning moments. But for you, yours was very special. The relief that came across your face on that stage is something that honestly I don't think you can really put into words. You could tell how much it meant to you. How has that now changed things for the team going forward? Because that pressure that you felt in that situation, it's off your shoulders now. You can have fun here.
Yeah, I mean, we made this team for like one reason, and I mean, I talked about it a little bit with when we won. I never really go and touch the trophy. I always let my teammates go, but like that event, I just went and grabbed it because I was just like, it was a year of just, you know, horrible losses. So it was very relieving, and yeah, it's hopefully the first of many.
One thing I've kind of been saying from an outside perspective on y'all's team, and I'd like to know more about the inside perspective of it, is I think the way that y'all went through Arlington actually made y'all better. Like actually like going through like hell, kind of like having to go to war and having to dig as deep as you did. You guys kind of like came together in a very like back against the wall moment. And then from there, every single series, it felt like we saw an even better Optic Gaming. Do you guys feel the same way, or would you prefer to have just gone through winner's bracket and have it a little bit more lackadaisical than the storybook writing that you did the first event?
I feel like, especially having like us as like a new team, I think every new team has to go through like battles, you know, no matter like, even if you win the first tournament, like you're gonna go through a battle eventually. So I'm glad we got it right away, like out right away, and I feel like we're really confident in each other. We know what each other like bring, like to clutch the moments, and yeah, I'm ready to win this.
Renegade, I have a question for you as well. Obviously, knowing your playstyle so well now, watching so much of it, and seeing you transition to so many different teams and seeing different versions of yourself, what is it about this team now, especially at this point in time of the season, that's just unlocked you as a player? Because I feel like you look so much more comfortable on this roster, which you could have argued maybe you wouldn't heading into it, with how incredible these individuals are. Sharing the love in terms of the superstardom can be really difficult, but you're all piecing together, you're all looking so great. So how are you feeling about that dynamic and your transition onto this team?
I feel like I have like the 3 biggest damage dealers in the game, so honestly all I really do is like, I see them doing damage, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fill in the spot here, I'm gonna fill in the spot here, and then, you know, obviously the score sheet looks good, but that's all I'm really trying to do.
I love that, dude. I love that for you, and honestly, it's been a pleasure to watch it.
One more question for me. You guys win the last tournament, obviously. The way you did it was phenomenal, but what was the one thing you guys focused on throughout this time period in between events that you said, we need to get better at this if we want to continue the dominance we have?
Really just the new game modes still. We've gotten better at like the Origins and the 2 assault maps, but we still could get better, and that's kind of what we've tried to hammer forward, just like every single time we practice, was make sure we're getting better at those game modes.
Yeah, I feel like Shopify is definitely, obviously, you view them as your top competition. That's a strong,
yeah,
they're typically strong at those map mode combinations for sure. So
yeah, they're really good at the new game modes, so we've been working on them.
Love that. Deep in the map pool, it's really important. You guys are looking formidable right now, and it's going to be difficult to stop you. Best of luck going forward for the rest of the weekend. I hope to see you guys on my sofa again very soon, because if you are, it means you're winning. So GG's, guys. Look forward to watching you play again. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we will see that Shopify Rebellion go head-to-head with Nemesis. We'll see how these two fare in just a moment, and we'll catch you right after the break.
What's going on, guys? It's Clutch here, and you know what that means. It's time for another HCS Top 10. We kicked off the 2025 season at HCS Arlington, and I got the 10 best clips from the event for you. At number 10, it may be a new season, but we have some familiar names still here in the top 10. It's Frosty, and he needs to make a play. He spots Legend on the plat, takes down Renegade bottom middle, and is able to win the gunfight against Bound to push his team to a Game 5. At number 9, it's my MVP for HCS Arlington. It's Renegade. It's Optic Gaming versus Shopify in the grand finals. Renegade trying to reset the bracket. He's got Rockets bottom middle. He's going to push. Finds last shot. Able to flick the shot up to take down Roll 2 as well. Jumps up and able to finish off Frosty for the triple to get his team the lead and some momentum in a much-needed grand final series. Coming in at number 8, Eco. He's got camo on streets. He's going to be able to jump heaven and get behind enemy lines. Eco, the big brain player, finishes off his teammates' damage, finds an easy kill. It's not perfect shots on Deceptify by any means, but the job gets done. Eco finds a triple, and Space Station take the lead. At number 7, we're back with SSG, and this time around, it's Lucid. It wouldn't be a top 10 without a Lucid clip somewhere in there. Lucid able to snipe Piggy below the base. A quick scope on Immortally is disgusting. Able to clean up the kill, back base for a nice triple kill. New map, same snipe. Back in the top 10, Lucid finds himself. Moving on to number 6, Renegade was on a mission this weekend, and unfortunately, TSM found out the hard way. A nice nade, nice Talik, and Soul Snipe, both to weak. Renegade finds easy shots onto Druck, giving him a killing spree and a triple kill, and Optic Gaming will take that game. Coming in at number 5, Legend from Optic Gaming. It's the grand finals against Shopify Rebellion, and Legend wants revenge. Optic are up 49-40. They will win this game no matter what. But Legend does it with authority, a single bullet onto Royal 2, and Optic proved that they are here to win a championship. If you thought 5 was a nice shot, wait till you see number 4. Here we go with Frosty's point of view right now. He's going to have overshield bottom middle. Because he misses it, he has to go back, loses a little bit of his overshield now. He's one shot with a headshot with Snipe. Legend makes sure of that as he rips his head off. Legend quickly transitions on the cycle for a no-scope double. Last shot spawns back flag, and the fadeaway gets Legend a triple kill and a flag on the move for Optic Gaming. If you thought 4 was good, wait till you see 3, because 3 is from Ryan Noob in Game 5, Gen G versus Complexity. Ryan Noob is back green, 2 sticks, repulse, and snipe in his hands as well. He's got the entire utility to play around. He's going to wait for his moment, though. Passively playing, doesn't show. Immediately when he does, a body shot, headshot, repulse, stick off the ground. The third guy's too late to do anything about it, and Ryan Noob embarrasses Complexity for a triple kill and the lead in Game 5. 2 left to go, and you know they're going to be something special.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We have Shopify versus Nemesis going up to head-to-head on that main stage from Pool B, and looking like a very, very interesting series, to say the least. I'm excited about this Nemesis Shopify series for so many different reasons. Look at Pool B here. They're one piece each. They've both taken down Omit. They've got an open bracket team to face potentially tomorrow. But this is right now for all the marbles in their pool. This is for the top of the charts. And I think the big question that we've had a couple of times now when it comes down to Europe and how they fare against North America, time and time again, we see this kind of powerhouse European team come forward, manage to get, do the dirty against one of our incredible teams, and not be able to do it to anybody else consistently, right? And I'm not sure like a consistent pattern of getting up to that standard, that level, and staying there for the remainder of the tournament or even the next one to follow. So I think we're looking for a follow-up. A big question coming out of Nemesis, how well are they going to fare against a Shopify Rebellion as opposed to an Optic?
I don't think it's going to be close, to be honest. And I think the series against FaZe taught me a lot about Nemesis last event, where FaZe were able to steamroll them. I think once they got the jump, like you said, on one of North America's best teams, it was kind of known how serious we have to take them. I love this Nemesis roster. I think they're bound for another top 6 performance at the very least, but this Shopify team, I mean, they're coming with a vengeance this weekend, knowing they should have won the last tournament. And this is going to be a statement, I think, that Shopify still consider themselves the favorites. 100%.
Shazzy, when you're looking at Nemesis here, do you feel like they are a one-trick pony? Have they got anything else up their sleeve? Do you think they can do it against Shopify Rebellion and give them a run here for their money and for that trophy?
I think it's a real Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation with them. I think they match up really well against Optic Gaming for whatever reason. And Dan mentioned if they can beat Optic, I don't know why they can't win a tournament. But the issue is, they struggle to do it against 2 of the 3 big teams. They can always, put it up against Optic, give a good showing of themselves, but they play against FaZe, play against SSG, or Shopify Rebellion. It seems to be a completely different story. I expect I expect Shopify Rebellion to dominate this series.
Yeah, I think what we all expect, right? It's just about whether or not Nemesis have the firepower and the ability to do something about that, to stop a stomp from happening. I think a key to this would be looking back at the series that we saw in Arlington against the rematch against Optic Gaming, where they were reverse swept. We saw a little bit of a lackluster performance from SLG here. I think you need to have somebody like SLG firing on all forms, all cylinders, to be able to get a job like this done. I think Shopify are a very tall glass of water here. This is no joke in terms of a team. You don't see them falling flat on pool play days. How do you think SLG can step up to the plate here in particular when it comes to this team, Dan?
Yeah, I think that his Slayer performances in particular, usually he's up there as one of the most important players on this team, so the fact that he didn't step up in that Game 5 might be one of the key reasons as to why they didn't actually overturn Optic Gaming. For him to move forward, I think it's just about staying confident. I think SLG's always been one of those players that gets in his own head a little bit when he starts to look at those numbers. Maybe he's died 6 or 7 times, hasn't found too many kills. He starts to overthink things, change his gameplay to try and, get more kills instead of just playing his normal game. It's a very difficult thing. It's an age-old thing in Halo as well, where you're just affected by the statistics. My advice would be not to look at them. Just don't hold that back button. Just instead focus on your game and try and think of something else instead.
Yeah, I think that advice almost spreads evenly to the rest of the team as well. There can be no passengers. You have to have all 4 players firing their guns, all 4 players hitting their shots, because if you're going to beat a team like Rebellion, you can't have an off day, you can't have an off series. You've got to be hitting those shots.
100%, you certainly do indeed, and we're going to need every single one of them to do so. Yeah, go on, Dan.
I think it's interesting for Nemesis because they come into this as 7th seed despite finishing top 6 at Arlington, just with how the seeding system works. But I wonder whether, on this occasion, is it a good thing? Because they miss out on playing FaZe, right? They should be maybe 6th seed playing FaZe. Instead, they go up against Shopify Rebellion, and you mentioned it, Shurs, in terms of actual matchup ability, maybe it's better to go up against Rebellion because they clearly just couldn't pile through FaZe beforehand. And maybe the pace of which Rebellion play could go into the hands of Nemesis. I'm just theorizing here.
Yeah.
But I do think that there was clearly something that went wrong against FaZe, different to what they had against Optic Game.
100%. I think also, in terms of the pace and what they're having to do here, they're going to have to set the tone against Shopify, because Shopify love to do that against their competition. They're so good at being that perfect hybrid. It's speed, aggression, but when it needs to, they're able to dictate what they want to do and how they do it to the opponents.
Question, why is Wootum holding a controller?
Yeah, so I saw this on Twitter earlier, actually. I think there was some kind of joke or troll, and I don't know if it's actually true. I think it's a troll, but, Nemesis had said that he has thrown his keyboard out the window and actually is going to try controller here.
That sounds like it would be a terrible mistake with how good he is. I think he is by far the best player on this team. His ceiling on mouse and keyboard is top tier in the world, obviously. And I think that he's going to need to have a special series on mouse and keyboard in order for them to have a chance here.
Yeah, when I write down kind of who are the players to watch, Wootum is popping up every single map and mode because he is not just a statistical outlier for this roster, but just what he can do and his ceiling that you mentioned. I think there's still more to come from him.
Yeah, I do too. I think there is a couple of little things that he could probably work on. It's just in terms of decision making and where he wants to be, putting himself in the right situations to capitalize on his skill level. And honestly, that's, to be perfectly honest, most of the problem with some of these really skilled players is just knowing where you have to be at the right time and how it works around the rest of your teammate, rather than taking selfish routes or selfish situations, getting yourself in a real pickle. And that could be a massive problem where we see lackluster performances from superstars like Wootum, who I'm really hoping has a fantastic tournament yet again, because we want these youngsters to rise up. Wes, Wootum, you love this guy because mouse and keyboard you think is supreme. I know you play that, you know, back at Halo Studios when you're testing out all of the maps and modes and everything coming our way. But you know, keyboard and mouse player being the only one in the league right now, how are you feeling about him and his ceiling?
Yeah, he's the one repping it all, right? He's the one carrying the torch right now, and I think he does a phenomenal job of that. A lot of weight on the kid's shoulders, though, especially when you're going up against a team like Shopify Rebellion. So this could be an opportunity to show how great mouse and keyboard could be, to be able to show the likes that you can stand toe-to-toe with the Royal Twos, the Frosties, the Last Shots of the world, and hold your own. But he's going to need some help. Like Sher said, you can't have anybody have any sort of an off series if you're trying to beat a team like Shopify Rebellion.
I think the blueprint is there for Wootum as well. The sky's the limit. I think we've already seen Legend transition over towards North America. If he puts in some good performances this year, who knows where he might end up.
I'm trying to give away our players. What do you mean? What do you mean?
He's about to be the clutch house.
Everybody wants to be playing in North America.
Nemesis.
It's the way it is.
I will say, if you look for a
Dan, you literally moved to North America.
Don't tell everyone.
I think if you're looking for a snappy player of speed, you know, agility, being aggressive, trying to create openings, there's nothing better than an absolute just whirlwind of a mouse. And what I can do ADS-wise, reticle-wise, just 360s here, there, everywhere. You know, that's how you do it. You find somebody like that who's going to be fast-paced and set a tone for you and create openings for some of the anchor players too.
I think he's offering something that nobody else is in the league. The things that he can do, if he would just prioritize staying alive sometimes and not maybe overchell, he could be the real difference maker in this series and for Nemesis going forward all year.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, in terms of Shopify Rebellion though, you know, they were the tournament favorites heading into Arlington. I think this falling short has got to hurt somewhat slightly. I think it's funny because you would think it wouldn't really affect them. I'm sure it does in some sense. You've got Cycle and Lashot who are really new to being so close that you could almost taste it, right? That is something that's so new to them, and it was literally in their hands. They were on the winner's side of things, and there's no better teammate, I think, than Frosty and Royal 2 to be able to lift you up and say, listen, we've been in this situation countless times. How many grand finals have we lost out on thinking that we had it all, we had all that potential? They're going to be able to try and coach them back from something like that and pick themselves up off the floor and really just do it once again. You have another opportunity here to be the favorites once again.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna talk about Optics Road and how they grew as a team from having to go to war and having to go through some lows, I mean, we could talk about what that could potentially do to a team like Shopify losing the grand finals the way they did. How they come in now to this tournament with a massive chip on their shoulder. They're no longer the quote-unquote favorites. They're not the 1 seed. They're not expected to win, but they damn sure believe that they're expected to win.
I think losing grand finals, it really wounds you. I think you have to learn from those mistakes that you made, get some lessons. You have to scab up and go again. I think you will always look back at your career and you'll remember the grand finals that you lost. You'll remember the moments where you didn't throw that nade, you didn't win that kill. And I think they're going to have a lot of moments like that in their careers. It's just about how they bounce back in it.
We're looking right now here. Green struggles. It's interesting because when you're looking at both of these two teams versus Optic, just FYI folks, this is stats versus Optic for both of these teams here because they played the same team, they haven't played each other. So this is really all we have to go by. You're looking at the team KD here, and Shopify Rebellion we know can shoot straight at the best of times and the worst of times. It can be very difficult going up against an Optic Gaming and find yourself in a positive KD because there are some gunners on that team. But Shopify Rebellion have the exact same firepower, Do you think Nemesis, Dan, out-teamworked Optic at that time, but might struggle now going forward, seeing with these teams finding their foot in terms of teamwork and working on that?
I think Nemesis, when they won their games, they were kind of scraping through. Like, they weren't dominant games against Optic Gaming. Whereas when Optic win, they will slam you into the ground. I think Nemesis are very quick to roll over and show their belly a little bit when they start to lose. It's not that they give up, but I just don't think they have a way back into some of those games. The statistics can sometimes be heavy on their defeating side. On the side of Shopify Rebellion, I think they are more likely to go toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming on the stat space because they're better at getting back into games. You know, you lose that oddball, they will still try and get it back, and they will get it back. Whereas I do think that Nemesis, maybe once you allow Optic Gaming or FaZe to get set up properly, they do struggle to break them.
And to Dan's point, I think like good players are great at playing the map advantages they have. Great players are the ones that you can put on their back heels and they can find an opportunity and openings for their team. Is Nemesis ready to take that next step? Are the individuals on Nemesis ready to become great? Because we know there's greatness on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, I think Nemesis is just a known entity now. No team is going to take them lightly after what they've done to Optic Gaming. Every single team will be coming into a series against them, knowing exactly what they need to do, and they have to bring their A game. And I expect Shopify Rebellion not take this team very lightly.
Clutch, in your experience being coach, player, you name it, all of it, all the accolades,
Analyst.
mate, all of it. Add it to the list. Analyst, host, everything. Add it all to the list. You know, is there an element? Is there an element here for Shopify Rebellion going up against an unknown entity, but knowing what they did to Optic and having watched that? Is there going to be a potential situation here where Shopify just are not ready for the type of gameplay that might be coming across the screen in terms of Nemesis, not having ever played them, scrimmed them, anything?
Shouldn't be, in all honesty. I think the Shopify team should be out for blood, and I feel bad for any team that's in their way up until they play that Green Wall team in the Winners Bracket Finals. You can bet your bottom dollar that series is coming Saturday night. But for now, I guess that's Sunday morning. But for now, I think it's just a matter of put whoever in front of us. We're on a mission this weekend to right the wrongs that we've had in the past.
One thing I will say, looking at the series layout, you know, I always like to just try and work out if it's good or bad, as everyone does. You're probably bored of it by this point.
No, I'm not. Go on.
Street Slayer and Live Fire Ball, Rebellion lost both of them last event. It is arguably some of their worst maps and modes. So when you look at a series layout and a chance for Nemesis, could this one go all the way to a Game 5? I think this may be one of their best opportunities when a series layout is presented in front of you, arguably getting two of Rebellion's worst maps and modes.
Could be. I will say though, Rebellion just terrify me in terms of map modes because their pool is incredibly deep and it's very difficult to get the upper hand on them in any given situation. But I will say, if you're looking for something, that is definitely the silver lining there for Nemesis to grab onto and hopefully find a little bit of confidence and just go for it in terms of those and find the holes in this series layout. But it's going to be a real difficult one for them. I don't know how Nemesis are going to react to Shopify Rebellion. In terms of the pacing of both of these two teams, Shurs, where do you see this line? Do you think that this is going to be dictated heavily by Shopify? Because there are so many times that they start off so incredibly aggressive and it's hard to take hold of a series and get control again.
Yeah, I expect Shopify Rebellion to really push the pace. One thing I do know about Nemesis, they do like to play at a much faster pace. It's why they really did struggle against FaZe Clan, like Dan mentioned. When you slow the game down, they start to make mistakes and they get caught out, they get picked first. But they will match Shopify Rebellion stride for stride when it comes to pace. Will they match them when it comes to gunny? That's another question entirely.
100%. I think there are a couple key things here for Nemesis. Get the power weapons out of their hands, get them in yours, and same with all of the equipment on the map. Same with power-ups. Just don't let them touch a thing, and you should be just fine in this series. Well, with that being said, I'm going to hand it on over to our two wonderful casters, Shurs and Dan. It's over to you.
Thank you so much. Dan, you spoke about silver linings in the series. Perhaps Shopify Rebellion will have silver bullets to take down Nemesis because this one's going to be a long series.
Silver bullets, are they vampires?
Yeah, beasts.
That was pretty good. Beasts is what you go up against. So yeah, Aquarius, capture the flag, will be where we start things off. Of course, you would have seen this series layout already today when the first seed in the pool goes up against the second seed in the pool. I do think Aquarius ETF is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to be looking at Wootum as the player for Nemesis. He averages 628 damage a minute on Aquarius and on CTF in general. And that is a lot of damage output from one of the best players, if not the best, mouse and keyboard player in the world when it comes to Halo.
More stats on your screen though. Unbeatable in CTF. You can see 5-0 record for Nemesis, 6-2 for Shopify Rebellion, 3rd and 1st respectively. You can see capture the flag, Dan. It's going to be a big game in this series.
I mean, to be ranked first in capture the flag is definitely something that bodes well for Nemesis. It is always going to be about who you played in capture the flag. Of course, you have to remember that Shopify Rebellion got further in the tournament, played Optic Gaming in even more series than Nemesis would have as well. So you always have to keep that in the back of your mind. But the fact that Shopify Rebellion are still 6-2, despite playing
2 best-of-7 series against Optic Gaming certainly is a good sign for them as well. But on average, they're both capping around 3 flags. So on Aquarius capture the flag where you need 5 to win, this one could be interesting.
We mentioned for Nemesis, SLG is going to be very important, and you had a little bit of a slower tournament last time around, but is there anybody else on that team that you expect to push the envelope, be that player that Nemesis can turn to that will really carry them through the series?
I mean, if it's not Wooten, I think maybe Snipe Drone. I think one of the things with Snipe Drone and with this team in general, which maybe Rebellion can capitalize on, that certainly FaZe did, Snipe Drone likes to be an anchor. We always know he's a player who will just be a turret from the back line. Often, Snipe Drone is confident on his own. He doesn't have to play next to someone, so you'll often see Nemesis do a 3-1 split. If he gets caught out too much, then Rebellion are just going to overpower Nemesis. They're going to be in a 4v3 almost every other day. But if Snipe Drone can win his ones, that puts them in such a good position, because not only will they be in a 4v3, but he'll also have an angle on them or be at the back just as a turret as well.
You mentioned his playstyle and his opposite number really, he was the one who made this playstyle. Royal 2, talk about someone sitting in a power position doing damage. Royal 2 does that better than nobody else.
Yeah, averaging 1.34 KD on CTF is Royal 2 from Arlington, excuse me. Not currently at this event, from the last one. However, all the caps are kind of shared across the board when it comes to capture the flag for Shopify Rebellion, which maybe surprised me, but at the same time doesn't. If you are going to be the best team, you have to make sure everyone's playing their part.
Rockin' and rolling, underway in this series, shields up, weapons up, and it's Glory. What can the Irishman do for his team? Cycle's already made it into his base. Flag's gonna get pulled out here. Cycle's gonna try and make as much distance as he possibly can, with somehow, some way, Cycle survived, got away, and got the flag over his half of the map.
Yeah, already a very aggressive start, and it is going to work out, going in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Then it is going to be a 1 flag lead, and that doesn't bode well for Nemesis.
Worst possible start. Snipe Drone does win that one you were talking about. Had the help of the thruster pack. SLG gets a flag pull here then. Royal 2 will get the kill. So a very fast start here for Rebellion. And for Nemesis now, you're not only worried about trying to get a flag capture down, you have to get yourself back into you need 2 back-to-back flag caps now.
You can already see Snipe Drone with 4 kills though. He's kind of playing on his own, and we'll see one of his 1v1s here does trade out, so at least that's job done for Snipe Drone, but now the rest of the team needs to capitalize on a little bit. Cycle just taking a look down this alleyway. Frosty's going to be the one to pull, and maybe Shopify Rebellion looking to try and go for a second flag here as off-spawn Nemesis is going to wrestle back and drop.
Down goes Glory.
Oh wow.
SLG follows him. So much damage being done by Cycle here. Happy to just play this one patient. 3 dead. Wootum will eventually fall. This flag could keep going forward here, and is. Royal 2's got it in his hands. 2-0. Blink and you would miss it.
Sadly for Nemesis, just out of the gates hot are Rebellion, and this is something we were alluding to on the desk. When a team is ahead, they play incredible, do Nemesis, but how do you fare when you are behind and the other team has control? Can you take that moment to have a breather and just reconsider what you want to try and do, to plan an attack to try and break through? But now you can already see Rebellion running another flag. There is going to be a camouflage for them to work with as well.
We highlighted before the series, SLG and Wootum, they needed to be the players that stepped up. 1-1-5, 1-3-7. They've not had the start that they would have liked. Nemesis really struggling here. That's a 3-0 lead. Complete dominance, and they're going again here.
Oh man, this is just a difficult watch if you're a Nemesis fan. Turn your eyes away, Nemik, because this is about to be 4 as well. I don't think anyone's going to be in position to stop this one. Yes, okay, the damage is done, but maybe that flag is already in the spot to cap this to go 4. Nemesis are going to try and maybe use this now as a chance to take top middle positioning. Glory's actually gone for the return. Okay, fair enough to Nemesis. That is brilliant from Glory to take advantage of maybe just Rebellion expecting that one to be blocked in.
Rebellion forced to go again then. It's going to be a push over towards the P side. Frosty gets a kill. Good damage put down by Cycle this time. Gets one on bottom middle. Great listing, great communication. You can tell the comms are on point here from Rebellion. It's been another demolition job so far.
That return could be the turning point for Nemesis though. You go 4-0 down, this is probably chalked off, but it'll just give you that little bit of a momentum just to say, all right, come on, can we get back into this one now? really need to claim something back in this game. As Wootum, just the 3 kills at the moment. It's Snipe Drone who has put up all the numbers on the side of Nemesis. Wootum gets deleted by a grenade.
Is it the turning point, or is it just delaying the inevitable here? This game has just been played deep in Nemesis territory. But a double kill for Snipe Drone. He is putting down the numbers you would expect from him, 12, 2, and 10. He's trying to get something going for his squad here.
Roll2 does go down, so Wootum getting the better of him. And there is going to be a camouflage for SLG. 2 and 10 at the moment, but he gets spotted out by Frosty. Needs help. Does get it in the end, but Frosty did what he needed to do. All 4 are dead, though, for Rebellion. So Nemesis now starting to make waves and at least getting a little bit of map control. Job 1 is done, but now you need to see if you can follow up and actually get a flag.
Has this come a little bit too little too late? We've seen Aqua flag games. I mentioned Quadrant way back when against Optic Gaming. The flag caps they were able to put in. All 4 dead now. Here's the opportunity. Here is the moment. The Nemesis starting to find some life.
Yeah, Glory's going to be the one to move. It does have support from Wootum as well. You can see that he's just watching over towards Fridge to ensure that those spawners are going up towards P. Feeds that information to the rest of the team. Now you've just got to be careful here if you're Glory, because you've lost 2 of your teammates. You're so close, but can you actually put it in? The answer is yes. It's 3-1. So Nemesis back on track, and boy, do they need that cap.
Nemesis put one on the board. Now they have to try and stop the push. They've lost 2 members. Sacrificed to get the flag capture, and that means that Shopify Rebellion now knocking on their door. Like the big bad wolf. They're starting to descend on the base. And a huff puff and blow it down. Snipe Drone and Wootum on the back foot, trying desperately to stay alive, trying desperately to fight tooth and nail. Good enough for trades. SLG be the first one off the respawn. Glory spawns over towards the Fridge. So they manage to just get that flag capture down, but more importantly, hold it.
Reason why Nemesis unbeaten on flag at the moment throughout this season of HCS. Of course, we only have 1 event. They know they are capable of getting back into this game, even against one of the best teams in this competition. If not the best, depending on who you ask. As we look now, last shot, just trying to stay alive and making sure that there is no easy route for any of these Nemesis members. It does catch SLG off guard, but it's going to be a 3v3 on the map.
Wootum's got the camo. They're moving this flag back. Frosty does not know where the Finman is. He just managed to scarp her away down bottom middle. This flag is going to get punched in, so hold on a second. Nemesis have decided to start playing some Halo, and they're right back into this thing, 3-2.
You have to go back to that flag return. When it was 3-0, looking like it was going to be 4. They just do enough damage to stop the flag going in, and then it was Glory who got to the base. Was able to get that return, and it's just breathing new life into this team, who were really struggling to begin with. It allowed them just to flip the map a little bit in their favor. Snipe Drone again, just catching out those last remaining players. Has a chance for a triple, but doesn't challenge it. Tried to get away there, but also was feeding information to SLG.
Nemesis starting to ask questions of their own now.
Here we go.
Rebellion guilty of just letting their foot off the gas. Oh. You cannot do that against a team the caliber and the quality that Nemesis possess. This flag's going to move once more. It's down through bottom middle. They have numbers on the map here. Nobody in position, it would seem, for Rebellion to get the stop. And we're all tied up, 3-3.
That's incredible comeback from Nemesis. You ask yourself, you know, are they capable of going up against the biggest teams? Is it a one-trick situation where they can only play against Optic? I think they've already answered those questions in these few minutes where they've just come back from 3-0 down. Sadly, SLG doesn't get maybe as much presence he would want on this side, but he is going to be able to be a nuisance in this base now. 2 are down from the side of Rebellion, and everything is screaming Nemesis right now.
Social media manager, no doubt, has some memes loaded up, whether they win or lose. So far, showing great heart, showing great resilience here in this bounce back. And they've gotten this flag all the way into their own closet. Is the cover fire going to be there? Wootum has to back away. Cycle's going to chase. Good enough for a trade. They have got to pause here, play this one patiently, because they risk a counter cap here, Dan.
Yeah, Frosty has the camouflage as well. You don't want to... You might have just give up on this one, I think, if you are Nemesis. It looks like that is going to be what they opt for. If you had gone down too heavily there and allowed that flag to be pulled with Frosty having the camo, it would have definitely been a cap. Nemesis need to be thinking about bigger picture. They back off. They will just retreat into their base a little bit.
It does show great game awareness, knowing the flag was so close to being captured, but knowing you have got to give it up because the numbers aren't there, the damage is not on the map for you. Great awareness. As we head to the final 3 minutes then, this game could go either way.
Return.
I mean, this is what we wanted. When you see 3-0 to Shopify Rebellion, you start to worry that maybe this is going to go like the rest of the matches we've seen throughout today. Some very one-sided affairs on the main stage. Nemesis are displaying why people believe that they can push into the top 4 and maybe reach the same kind of heights that Quadrant did back in Arlington all those years ago.
Last shot then, behind enemy lines. Trying to cause some ruckus. 2 go down for Nemesis, so an opportunity to pull the flag if he decides to take it. Opting instead to look for some angles, look for some information for his team. Snipe Drone, the back of the base, combines with Bootum to get the kill and clear out the riffraff. It's a little bit of a stalemate. Trades coming across the board, back and forth we go. And just 2 minutes left on the clock, it could very well be next cap wins.
There's a clear angle from Rebellion of trying to force their way into Gen and then try and catch a couple of players off guard and then pull the flag. But maybe Nemesis have become wise to it, because what was working in the early stages suddenly isn't for Rebellion now. Hydro gets a kill onto Cycle, so it's going to be a 4 versus 2, and now Nemesis can look to collapse.
Here comes the push, here comes the pain. Grenades go down. Royal 2 will get a kill, Cycle as well, but they've got the camouflage. What can the Irishman do? Cycle over top, middle, looking, trying to find the player. They know he's around here somewhere. Just don't have the information. He's picked up a thruster pack along the way. He's opting to use his camouflage, a little bit of defense though, it would seem. Gets the stick on the Royal 2, how important that might be. Frost is in trouble in the window as well. Uses the thruster pack, but Frosty comes up big. Wootum's there though. Wootum gets the kill. All 4 dead now for Shopify Rebellion, and Nemesis are on the move.
Nemesis on the move and a chance to take the lead. You said it could be next flag wins. Well, here's a bloody good opportunity to get that flag in. Royal 2 though, off spawn, does able to challenge it, but does go down as well on the flip side.
Last shot doing damage to the flag carrier. Just about rounds the corner. Frosty's the last man standing for his team. He gets the kill. Can he get the return here? Nobody there for Nemesis. He goes down, but has he done just enough? Was there enough progress made? Can they get a touch on this flag? Wootum goes in and it goes back home.
Did he nade himself there? 50% thinks that maybe he naded himself, because certainly it was a melee kill that was given. Crazy, but the flag is going to start to move again on the other side. You can see though, 3 are dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Nemesis, it's a 1 versus 1. Last shot may be there to return this one.
All last shot has to do here is delay. Wait for his teammates to spawn back up. Shopify Rebellion just survived that scare.
And Frosty's gone massive, then naded himself, but just about got away with it. He literally went out with a bang. 15 seconds left before we start to think about overtime. Again, last shot going for the push through Gen to then try and get behind. And now there is a little bit of control. 2 are dead for Nemesis.
Is last shot going to gamble and go into the flag? The answer is no. Are they both going to accept the fact that we are going to go to overtime? The question and the answer to that question is going to be yes. We're going to be back honors even. Reset the whole map. If we thought it might be next cap win, now we know definitely is next cap wins.
Definitely is. 5 more minutes added onto the clock, but that was an exhilarating 12 as it looked like Rebellion were going to be walking away with this one. Nemesis looking to try and hold on to that unbeaten record on CTF so far this season. And actually, what I was saying earlier, the Nemesis sometimes when they are down, they kind of roll over, show their belly a little bit. It was exactly the opposite. You go 3-0 down, they took time, they took a breather, and then suddenly they found that opening, they got that return, and they've looked like a different side since. And a lot of it's been down to this man, Snipe Drone. Camouflage, 30 kills so far.
What's the opposite of showing your belly? Is it your heckles are up and you're showing your teeth now instead? Because that's exactly what we've seen here. Snipe Drone's pulling the flag, 31 kills. He has some bad news though, as he's the last man on his team on the map. Frost's going to put down some damage and play this one patiently. Nate goes down right in the path of Snipe Drone. They've had enough possibilities here where they could have got this flag cap, but is it going to come back to bite them in the backside?
Yeah, just such fine margins, but again, that's exactly what some of these pro players have been saying, that some of these games can come down to just that one moment, whether it be a second on the flag, a no-scope that's hit with a sniper rifle, even grenading yourself, for example. The last shot will get this return, so Nemesis, try as they might, they're not able to get that one back either.
And you fear now, have Nemesis put so much into these last few flag grabs that Rebellion might only need one. 2v2 on the map for a moment. Wutum's trying to get some territory for his team, push, get some space, create some openings. Wutum will fall, but as will last shot. Damage advantage now does favor Shopify Rebellion. SLG does fall, but Glory's behind enemy lines. But they have a tab on him. They know exactly where he's positioned. Royal 2 gets caught unawares, good enough for a trade, but the flag's going to be on the move here, and this time it's Rebellion who've got hands on, and this might have been what the worst fear coming to fruition. But Wutum gets to a massive couple of kills.
Yeah, Wutum just not afraid to peek back out because he knew they would be desperate to get a touch on that flag, because had they got round the corner with the flag, it probably would have been a cap, if I'm honest. But Wutum joining Snipe Drone on 31 kills. I said he was going to be a key factor here. There's the windmill, though. That's what can happen when you are on mouse and keyboard against controller players sometimes. 4 dead now for Nemesis. And Shopify Rebellion, the last 2 remaining players, can look to try and take some space.
Wutum trying to power his own setup with those windmills, generating his own energy. But now, in siege territory, with 4 members of Nemesis, they were in their own base. They were pushed back, but they fought from the back foot. And now they can start to venture forward. SLG then turns attentions back towards his own base, gets the kill on the cycle. Frosty down to no shield as well. This is good from Nemesis. They're pushing forward once more.
Frosty's going to be there to grab that one, maybe. SLG is going to be behind enemy line. There's a lot riding on SLG right now.
SLG doesn't get the kill. Royal 2 stays alive, uses the thrust back just to avoid the crosshairs. Kills favoring Shopify Rebellion, all 4 dead. This could very well be the game. Scooped up the flag, tossed it in, it gets sent home. Rebellion survived, but the flag stopped in its tracks on the podium. Anybody there is going to be Royal 2. Will get there. 4-3 the final score, but boy oh boy, the Nemesis make a game of it.
Nemesis did make a game of it, but from their side, I think they would be pretty annoyed that they weren't able to capitalize on some of the pulls they had. The game was almost there. If it weren't for Frosty clutching up, sending that flag home in the end, it probably would have been a Nemesis win, but a lot of resilience shown to be 3-0 down and bring it back towards overtime. But again, when you look at the difference between the great teams and the teams that are in that chasing pack, it's the clutch moments. It's pulling it out in those scenarios where it is so close and comes down to just 1 flag, 1 kill, 1 grenade.
Looking at the stats then, Royal 2 hitting 32 kills, but Snipe Drone and Wutum combining 34 and 33 kills, Dan. They were turrets on the map, but fortunately, they just couldn't get the job done. They put themselves in so many good positions, but just couldn't capitalize on it.
Over 9,000 damage for last shot, Snipe Drone and Wutum. All were amazing on the map, as you said, but was just, you mentioned it, 1 flag that you need for Shopify Rebellion. They're just that little bit better at setting up for it. And it was a big risk of a play from SLG. He recognized that the rest of the team was down, so he had to go for it. I don't think it was a misplay by any means. He had to try and surprise them when he's stuck behind. But once Royal 2 spotted him, and he wasn't able to get that kill, he called him out, and then Royal 2 just backed off, waited for the rest of the team to be together, and then SLG could only toss the flag out, and by that point, you're so vulnerable anyway.
That really is the difference between the top 2 teams and everybody else, is they are clinical when you give them opportunities. There was 3 times Nemesis got the flag back to their own closet, but just couldn't capitalize and couldn't get it over the line. Frosty made that massive play to get the re here. You spoke about maybe he naded himself, but
he did, yeah.
He did, but he done just enough. But they're the moments in these series where you look back and go, if that 1 kill went their way, the series and the game goes their way.
Still can't believe he naded himself. They were a split second away from touching that flag as well. I'm sure it would have been a very difficult pill to swallow had the game been lost just because you naded yourself. But it is not. Shopify Rebellion will take map number 1 then. CTF Quest 4-3, a very close affair. Certainly a lot to take from it from the Nemesis side. We do move over to Slayer Streets, and as I alluded to earlier, it is arguably one of Rebellion's worst Slayers, if not their worst Slayer so far this season. Yet to win it, 0-2 from Arlington. Are they going to be able to put a 1 instead of that 0? Last shot's going to be the player to watch for me. The other side for Nemesis, we can look at how SLG compares that. This is when it comes to Slayers at this event as well. And Last Shot has been performing extremely well.
You see him holding up bullets in his picture, pocket aces, and he really has been an ace on the field time and time again. SLG struggling statistically in that last game. He had some big moments, but in the Slayer, Dan, you cannot afford to fumble in those stat categories. You have to make sure that you are clinical when you get the chance, you get the kills, and you stay alive, Dan.
SLG usually deals, or across Arlington, excuse me, he deals around 500 damage per minute on Slayers. The last shot, 544 damage per minute. They're two players who are so key to the success for their teams, but as soon as those averages start to drop down, that's when the rest of the team starting to side-eye each other, saying, well, how are we going to win this one if our lead performer is struggling a little bit? And it's exactly what happened to Nemesis in that Game 5 against Optic Gaming, where SLG just wasn't quite on the pace.
And you'll know he'll be as critical of his own game as anybody. He reads the game so well. As we head into this next game, he needs to have a big one. There's very little room for error, very little margin to make mistakes in these big series against the best teams, because when you give them opportunities, when you give them openings, they will capitalize on it and they will make you pay, like we've seen in game number 1.
Can Nemesis maybe take advantage of one of the weaker game types for Shopify Rebellion, or has one of the weaker game types suddenly become one of their strongest through practice? And of course, the age-old quote, is their worst still better? And maybe Nemesis best when it comes to this map mode. I'd like to think after map number 1 that this one is going to be another tight affair.
You wonder what the end game feeling is for Nemesis after that game 1. We were down by 3, showed great heart and resilience to get back into a 3-3 the score, but then ultimately you fall, and does the air escape your lungs then? Is it a sigh? You came so close, but ultimately got no reward. Camouflage about to pop up here. You see both teams posturing for it. Royal 2's got a melee on the sniper drone, good enough to get the kill. It's a bit of a brawl here for the Camouflage. Shroud screen goes down to try and cover Cycle's escape. But which way did the Camouflage go? SLG might have had it there as he died. Either way, the score currently sitting at 5-4, very close after the opening engagements.
Cycle found more grenades to throw at himself. That's always good. These tight angles with grenade that you do try and just get it through a fine line, and if you get it wrong, they do come back at you. So you have to be careful, but they also know how detrimental those grenades can be to the opposition if you pull it off. Do try and be so precise, these players, with these grenades sometimes. Frosty goes down, but we'll trade it out.
Snipertron gets pancaked off the wall, and that's good enough for the kill. 3 dead for Rebellion, though. 1 kill game. They're going to spawn over towards Tower and PD then. Nemesis are taking control of the map. They're pushed high. They're holding a high line of engagement. Glory's going to get some information and a kill.
Good nade.
Last shot there. Will fall. Psycho will too, so 3 dead again. This is much better from Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis really saw that Rebellion were kind of trapped in PD, so they made sure they did close things out, but Frosty was able to shut down one of them. Last shot finds himself a Stalker, unable to do anything with that. Royal 2 maybe can pick it up. SLG still surviving as the next camo's coming up, but yeah, this is back and forth. This is all-out war at the moment, just brawling in every aspect.
Both teams standing in the middle of the ring, throwing haymakers, and whoever's standing by the end of it wins. Sniper gets a pick, turns around on the last shot. Glory's going to try and close the distance to help his team. Royal 2 continue to put down so much damage with that Stalker rifle.
A 3-kill lead. Game slows down a little bit. Cycle decided if Frosty wasn't going to get taken down, he was going to take him down himself. These grenades are crazy from Rebellion over these last 2 games.
Here comes the Nemesis collapse then. SLG gets a trade. Snipertron gets a kill elsewhere. It's really good collapse from Nemesis. Playing this one perfectly. And again, they walk in, they get the kills, and they spawn them back over towards Tower once more.
And Nemesis are really taking the game to Rebellion, which I think shows that they are not scared about who they're going up against. Cycle's going to get swarmed over towards Cafe. Suddenly it's an 8-kill lead now for Nemesis. For all the talk I've said about SLG and Wooten, again, it's Snipe Drone who is the player that is putting up the numbers right now. That can happen though when you are the player who does kind of play the anchor role or just the off-position role. You can pick up a lot of those kills through the damage that's done by the rest of your team.
On board with Glory then. Pushes down towards Pink Street. Engages with Royal 2. Snipe Drone will then engage with Cycle. Glory will tip back into the fight. Tries to get the kill on that player on bus stop, and he does. Royal 2 could be eventually about to fall. Absolutely not, he gets shut down. 3 dead for Nemesis then. A 4-kill game.
Yeah, Rebellion slow it down a little bit, and they almost wait for Nemesis to come around the corner and punish them for it. Really has been impressive for Nemesis to not be scared about who they are pushing, though. And again, it's going to be 31-24. It's another successful collapse from this Nemesis team. When they are working all together, Nemesis look like one of the top rosters in this league, that's for sure. You almost feel like it's inevitable that at one of these events we're going to see another European breakthrough with how they've been playing, and you thought it was going to happen at Arlington, but I think the reverse sweep was just... I think once it had got to 2-2, I think it was inevitable it was going to be a reverse sweep as well. Sadly, I think Nemesis probably accepted defeat, let their heads drop a little bit, especially after 3-0ing them in pool play.
Great shots out of SLG. Being a real thorn in the side of Rebellion here. Great damage down again. Could be about to pick up a double and does. It's a 5-kill game now. Cycle answers back over onto Glory. Let's trade it out. This is what Nemesis are doing well. If they're going to give up a kill, they make sure they get a trade in the process. Killing spree now for SLG. This is what was asked of them. This is what was demanded. They're going to win games in series against the big dogs. Everybody has to step up and perform.
Putting the Stalker Rifle to full effect and also not overstepping your boundaries. Not putting that Stalker Rifle in a position where you're going to be able to give it away. Instead, just utilizing it for long distance damage. As the ammo starts to be sparse, that's when he starts to get a little bit more aggressive, seeing if he could capitalize on the damage that was done elsewhere. Still only a 5-kill game though, make it real chance for Rebellion to get back into this one. One Camouflage going their way, they can really swing this in their favor.
One clean set of slays. They get a fresh 4 dead. And they're right back in this game. Who would bet against them? SLG is going to be the first pick. Cycle slides down towards bus stop. Frosty's there on big steps as well. They combine, and just like that, 4 fresh kills. SLG falls. It's a 1-kill game. Make it 2. As Snipe Drone answers back.
SLG did do well there, actually re-challenging to almost encourage the push from Frosty to guarantee the trade, rather than allowing Frosty to come back. I think as long as Nemesis can ensure that the trades are happening, they're going to be happy at the moment. It's still a 3-kill lead. Camouflage, though, as I said, can really swing things in your favor if you play it correctly.
Royal 2 exercising great trigger discipline here. Doesn't want to give away his position, wants his teammates to do damage elsewhere, so he can just ghost in. Mutum's backed into PD. See a rotation from Nemesis here. Snipe Drone does not know where Royal 2 is positioned. It's a free kill for him. Royal 2 gets traded out, and exactly what they needed to do. If you're going to lose that kill, make sure you trade it out. Frosty's isolated. Back Tram. He could be about to hit the respawn screen very soon. Glory puts him away. 4 kills required now for Nemesis to tie up the series.
Yeah, tie it up, maybe. Shopify Rebellion try as they might. They just haven't been able to stop these pushes from Nemesis. Nemesis, again, just trying something a little bit different, sending 2 players round pink, and they do catch Rebellion off guard. 47-44 now. They're so close, but Rebellion are still in it. Just 2 more kills required. Make it 1.
Last shot was the last man on the map. Only for the time being, though. They can flood forward now. They know they only need 1 more kill. And as long as they push together, they should be able to get it. Frosty's alone in Red Room, and they know he's there. SLG continues to ping. Royal 2 will fight him on driveway. He went a little bit too soon, a little bit overzealous. And will that come back to bite them now?
Well, Nemesis are already trying to settle this one, and Wootum will with a melee, as Nemesis will take Street Slayer over Shopify Rebellion and send us 1-1. That does settle the debate of, you know, can Rebellion win on Street Slayer? The answer is still no. They are now 0-3 across the last 2 events. It means we've got a series on our hands here.
That now brings Live Fire Oddball into the equation as our game number 4. We spoke about how important game 3 and 4 were going to be, Dan, and we're going to get...
Games 2 and 4 is where I thought if Nemesis were going to get a game, it would have happened on those. They've at least done it on 1. The bad news for them is Recharge Stronghold's arguably one of Shopify Rebellion's best now, right? So it's whether you can keep up this thought process of, all right, we know what they're good at, we know what they're bad at. We'll give it a blooming good go here in map number 3, but certainly we know we have to get to map number 4, and they've done just that.
You would argue there's just not many holes in the Shopify Rebellion armor. So when you do find one like this Street Slayer, they made sure to get the win. Just push this series one extra game, bare minimum, and make this a difficult task. Make this more uncomfortable for Shopify Rebellion.
And I love the confidence that Nemesis played with. They were always pushing Shopify Rebellion. They were very rarely kind of sitting back and allowing Rebellion to come to them, because if you give Rebellion that initiative where they can decide how they want to play the game, how they want to push, give them a plan of attack, they will punish you. They'll find a way to pinch you. They'll find a way to surround you and smother you, but instead it was Nemesis doing the smothering. Every single time Rebellion were kind of pinned back a little bit, there was always Nemesis members ready to deal damage, and they'll find the victory off the back of it. So 50-47, the final confirmed result on Slayer Streets, and now we move over to Stronghold's Recharge, which, as I said, I think is one of Shopify Rebellion's best maps and modes. Keep an eye on Royal 2. He averages 2 kills a minute on this map and mode. And that means that's going to be a difficult scenario for Nemesis. You can look at the win percentage difference between these two teams as well, back in Arlington on Strongholds.
It's interesting, the contrast between the teams, of course. Europe were pretty good at Strongholds once upon a time. That quadrant roster went, what was it, 15, 16, 17 and 0 at one point, and now they find themselves with a little bit more difficult. They're getting tested more than they would like. A 50% win rate versus a 75 of Shopify Rebellion. And do you see this game be the swing?
I think it will certainly be one that could be swinging in favor of Shopify Rebellion. If Nemesis win this game, I think they win the series. I think I can confidently say that. I mean, maybe I'm going to eat my words, but I would like to at least go out on a dime and try and follow statistics and how things are looking on paper, but we always know not necessarily the way it goes. But I think Nemesis are in good momentum right now. Shopify Rebellion almost with the expectation to win this next game with how good they are. But are we going to see one of those, another major upset here? Because we already know with SSG losing a little bit earlier as well, that's already going to possibly shake up how the bracket looks. It's never easy after pool play. There's always someone that just changes things, and I wonder whether Nemesis can do it again here in pool play.
Nemesis do love upsetting the pools, and we've already seen MB do it to SSG, so bracket's going to look a little bit different. A lot of people's predictions before coming into this event looking shaky.
Okay, it'll look shaky though sometimes. I think you can look shaky and still get through the next game. You can have a one-off, right? It's not often Rebellion do look shaky. That would be my concern.
And they probably already factor in that the Slayer can go either way. They won't be losing any confidence after that game 2. Game 3 underway then. Snipe Drone going for the camouflage, but gets cut down before he can even make it.
Absolutely obliterated. Instead, it's going to be Cycle who I think gets hold of it, maybe. 4 dead for Nemesis, and already a brilliant start from Rebellion.
I think Glory might have had the camouflage there, and that's why they were paying close attention. They managed to take it out of the equation. Captured C.
Enemy team scoring.
Now they have A and C, and you know they'll be hunting for B. A couple of kills do go the way of Nemesis though, and that's the interesting thing about playing this map mode combination. Off the start, you can have the better starting strategy, but still find yourself losing A and B and losing points.
Strongholds on Recharge is all about taking advantage of when you do have control of A and B and how you work with it. If there's a fight at B, can you transition someone over towards C just to make them look the other way? Do you take the fight directly at B as well? And if the A is the target, then you have to transition very quickly to make sure you flip C, just as that's happened exactly by Nemesis.
Right heads up play, recognizing that they were going to lose A. Happy to sacrifice it. Royal 2 was over towards Blue Tunnel. He wasn't taken care of just yet. A couple of kills do now go in favor of Shopify Rebellion. All 4 dead for Nemesis. And this could very well be a triple cap.
Yeah, you can see B is not going to be contested at the moment. It's just difficult when you spawn over towards Long Haul. If C is the target, you have to be careful that you don't end up getting shock rifled to the face, but it looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a split here, but now last shot's noticed, C has to be defended.
Last shot combining with Royal 2, sending a lot of resources this way, and that might open up A as well for the spawns. They've left elevator spawns now. You can see Glory's going to be the first one to get to A. Convert B as well. Decisions that are made can hinge, can swing a game.
Enemy team scoring.
Royal 2 and Tower, that sticky grenade will find the foot. Great close control from Glory taking the sting out of that sticky grenade.
Yeah, that's going to swing things in favor of Shopify Rebellion quite heavily, and it's another sticky grenade as well from Royal 2. Getting sticky with it over on recharge, but Nemesis did break well previously, so that's something they can take away from it. It's not going to be impossible to break the Shopify Rebellion roster when they do get set up, but the camouflage certainly isn't going to help.
Cycle closing in on C. He's got two members of Nemesis in front of him. Can he get the double kill? Yes, he can. So C is not going to be converted here. Nemesis are going to be forced to send resources that way. Cycle done such a great job there, and last shot gets the reset. Nemesis all the way over towards B, fighting from long haul now. Last shot's alone and needs some help from his friends.
Although even if he is alone, he can do enough damage here just by being a threat. Just like that. A couple of shots here or there just to try and back up the Nemesis players who want to go for it. They have to commit a lot of resources if they want to take him down.
And you can see Nemesis actually postured like they were going to go C and done a bait and switch and went A instead. Great heads-up play. They recognized exactly where last shot was positioned and knew it was going to be so difficult to get him out of there. So prioritized just going A, leaving C and letting him have it.
Enemy team scoring.
Can anyone finish off C though? That's the real question. Temporary 2 versus 2 on the map. C will be controlled by Nemesis, so they are finding a way to consistently break these setups, but they haven't been able to really set up themselves. If it does end up being a messy game going this way, then I think gradually it's just going to go in favor of Shopify Rebellion, unless Nemesis can find some control. But when Frosty's hitting shots like that, it's so difficult to actually control the game.
I think you're right as well. Every single time Nemesis do get 2 strongholds, they only get 2 points before one of the strongholds is contested. And that means that they get 2 points, but they lose 6 when they get flipped eventually. And Rebellion will just keep grinding out points. The machine is working right now.
I like that though from Nemesis. They had A and C and they said, look, let's just go for B. Let's make sure we push the trip cap, because then it forces Shopify Rebellion to back themselves into a corner a little bit. Oh, that's a sticky grenade right to the face. Big fight between Glory and Royal 2 here.
Royal 2's in trouble. He has help though. Royal 2 gets the kill. Snipe drone's there to spare the blushes of the Irishman though. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion. Glory done enough work, done enough damage, but somehow, some way, last shot slides in, gets the kill, and will be able to convert in A now.
I mean, just that passage of play from Royal 2 and then last shot to get control of A. If either one of them had died, it was probably a different scenario here. Nemesis probably would be in the lead, probably would still have A as well. Again, it's those fine margins at the very top of HCS. Because then you'd think pushing through the doorway, you're just going to get eaten by a nade, but it was the fact that he was quick enough to get there before the grenade even arrived, let alone explode.
A and C get traded once more. The Rebellion will be more than happy to keep making that trade. They just pull away now with a slight lead. Not much between the two teams. Glory's trying to get away. He looks to take the fight in the end, gets the trade. Beautiful work from him. And again, A will go, C will get captured, but this time B is where Nemesis have control. And they will start to score once more.
I'm surprised how comfortably that Nemesis are getting B back time and time again. Rebellion are really committing their resources over towards A or C, but you could say the same thing here, but Nemesis now will take the fight, but that is great cover.
Oh.
Frosty just pulling out damage out of his pocket for fun.
Beautiful bait and switch there. Great teamwork. Camouflage captured as well. Elevator spawns now for Nemesis. The collapse can come. Prediction nades from Snipe Drone. Huge prediction nades from the team. They're going to lose C, but it could have been a lot worse had the camouflage player still been an influence on the map here. Wootum's going to try and push back C. Cycle in the 1v1. You can see Wootum's just trying to get information. Is his teammates, are they going to arrive? The answer is no. Cycle wins up big.
Yeah, huge win for Cycle. Gets a double kill as well. That's going to eat away at the time for Nemesis. All 4 dead. And Cycle's looking to push into A2. Means it's going to force those spawns over towards C. Now, previously, Nemesis did pretty well. And one taken C, and then someone else went over towards Pipes, and they were able to get B as well. But I think there's going to be 4 players committing towards B this time from the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Neither team really been able to get comfortable and hold a setup. Still jostling for position this late in the game.
Oh.
Setups Either the setups have been weak or the breaks have been strong for both teams. You mentioned how Nemesis just keep managing to be able to capture B. But the triple cap could get locked in here again. Frosty's going to go to A. Anchor those spawns. SLG towards glass. Snipe drone gets his face ripped from his neck. 3 dead then. Glory last man alive over towards the sneak and he will also fall. And all of a sudden Rebellion have put real distance between them and Nemesis.
Yeah, this is probably the game right here with this trip cap just being such a heavy scoring period. And even if Nemesis do rescue this one back with a single cap, they still have to try and find A or C. The fact they've only been able to go for B here means it's been a real struggle for them to get any real control of this map.
A lot of pressure being applied now. What was a really close game has now started to spiral out of control here. You know when you're playing Stronghold, it's never over. There's always a chance. But Nemesis are running out of opportunities. Frosty's got another camouflage. C's being converted, another triple cap being threatened here.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Frosty's gonna close the distance quick. He's getting damage taken from top gold. This is good for Nemesis now. Glory's in the hill. But you feel Nemesis are gonna need a triple cap here, Dan, to really eat away at this lead.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to try and hold off Shopify Rebellion with just a 2 cap for this long. I mean, it's not impossible, but the sheer caliber of players that Rebellion has, you'd expect one player to win a 1v1 fight where they're not supposed to win it at some point in the next minute or so. Nemesis will try. They are not going to give up. We saw this in the capture the flag on Aquarius as well. They're going to fight to the very death. Give them their chances of getting back into this one, but there is at least the win from Snipe Drone. I was going to say there is the fight that's being won that maybe shouldn't. But B is now going to be converted. A also being converted as well, and Rebellion have broke.
The question was, is it impossible? That answer was no, but it is improbable. Now 5 points required. Triple caps in tight, it's in deep. They have got men in B and C, but just as they say that, nope, players fall. And Rebellion retake the lead in the series. 2-1 now the score.
All starting to go by the plan of the stats. It's still an unbeaten map in mode for Shopify Rebellion. 4-0 now across the last 2 events. It just is one of those that really accommodates the playstyle of the entire team. Whether it's Royal 2 having the chance to just sit top glass and rain hell down upon the rest of the world, or if it's Frosty going wild with a shock rifle, or even just the sticky grenades.
The question that was posed at the start of the series, Dan, was stylistically, play styles. Will Nemesis be able to match Rebellion's pace? And we've seen that they have. They've been competitive. In stark contrast to the FaZe series. Now, we can say that maybe they ran out of juice, maybe they were playing too much and too long. But we have seen that they can push Shopify the distance. They can make it rather uncomfortable, but in those big moments, they haven't been able to find the ice, and they haven't quite been able to find the strategy and the way to lock down, whether it's the strongholds, whether it's the slayers. There is a few holes in the game they need to try and shore up.
And I think it matters what map and mode you're playing as well, for the pace of which you are going for it. Like, it was very different on Street Slayer when Nemesis were able to constantly push through and take charge of really the map, just with the pace of which they were playing, whereas on Recharge Strongholds, you can play that way, but then you might not have any strongholds to go alongside it, and suddenly then the spawn's happening on the other side of the map. You've lost A or you've lost C, and I think it's about recognizing when you need to speed up and when you need to slow it down. And I'm not saying that Nemesis are incapable of doing it, because they've already displayed that, but I just think the Rebellion may be a little bit better at switching up the pace when they need to at the moment. Again, it is a better mapping mode for Shopify Rebellion, so kind of where I was expecting this series to go to be 2-1 at this point, but live fire oddball is going to be the true test now for Nemesis. Because, again, when Shopify Rebellion are in control, they look incredible. But what we did learn from that map 3 was the fact that they can break setups, Nemesis. And you need that ability when you're going into a ball game where we know Shopify Rebellion at some point are going to get the chance to have that ideal setup.
And it's not even out of the realms of possibility for us to be sitting here and Nemesis to have a 2-1 lead. Not because of the Strongholds game mode, but because of the Aqua flag, 4-3. But a number of occasions, a number of opportunities came their way and they fumbled them. You have to think they're kicking themselves, whether it's now, whether it's later. They know that game 1 was theirs. It was They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
You can't afford to, though. You can't afford to cast your mind back and think of what ifs. Instead, just focus on what's ahead of you here, and that is Oddball Livefire. Again, it's another map and mode that Shopify Rebellion have yet to win this season. You can see Oddball in general, they are 4-4, which isn't terrible, but maybe for a team that's in the top 2, you'd expect it to be a little bit better. For Nemesis, they are 4-1. It is definitely one of their better game types. Certainly keep an eye on Cycle in this one. He's usually the player who holds the ball for Shopify Rebellion, as well as dropping big numbers on the slaying side. On the side of Nemesis, I'm going to be looking out for Glory to be the difference maker. I've said a lot about Wootem, I've said a lot about Snipe Drone, even talked about SLG. But when it comes to Oddball, Glory is often the player who is up there statistically, whether it be getting kills on the board, whether it's the damage he's outputting, or just having that ball in his hands to rotate. So they're going to be my players to watch, shows.
You know these players love live fire as well. That chance to get the sniper rifle in your hands, take control of a game, dictate what way a series is going to swing. Glory is playing this game for moments like that, for legacy moments. You look back, you're talking about your kids, your grandkids. Here's the moment I won a series for my team. This is where I popped off. The starting strategy's already favoring Nemesis here. They've got hands on the ball. But the sniper rifle from the hands of Frosty.
Enemy has the
He's
ball.
already finding faces.
Would you rather have your hands on the ball or have Frosty have his hands on the sniper rifle and maybe even a camouflage to go alongside it? I think the next 20 seconds will tell us really what you would prefer. Ball gets played off the map. Can Frosty win this engagement? He's just going to line up Snipe Drone. So even though it was a nice early start for Nemesis, it's only 15 points to show for it, but again, if you keep scrapping up 15 points time and time again, it can certainly put you in a good position.
Ball dropped.
You're seeing games won by a lot less than 15 seconds, that much is for sure. Frosty taking his time with Snipe Drone, knew that kill was guaranteed. Slides towards Big Door now, 2 members positioned over towards green, so he's looking to provide some cover fire here. Wootem will step across the bridge. Frosty will miss that shot. He doesn't often miss them ones. You have to make him pay when he does.
Ball doesn't go off the map, ball actually stays there. Nemesis, I think Wootem's just got the call, saying actually, ball didn't get played. A little bit of a blunder from Shopify Rebellion, just not able to get it off the map, and Nemesis can now get some free time off the back of that. Can Nemesis take Oddball Livefire to send us to a game 5 here in pool play? Who's just seemed to find a little bit of something extra special on these Fridays.
Finding a little bit of extra oomph. It's required against Rebellion. Double kill for Snipe Drone. Got 1 ticket damage into Royal 2 as well. Got the play ball this time as well. 40 seconds now. That's a significant advantage. If they can play these next few moments right, make this really uncomfortable for Rebellion. Don't give them an easy setup. As I say that, 2 go down. SLG and Glory in the respawn screen. Wootem's going to join them. They're going to be staggered spawns. Snipe Drone's in big trouble here. The call will be just don't die. And Cycle will get the kill.
Now this is what I said. Now at some point, Rebellion are going to get the ideal setup, and it's how Nemesis actually respond to that. How do they break? It's come at a time where the camouflage is also arriving. So depending on which way you look at it, it could be the perfect time to try and break, or the worst time. Because if you don't break it and you lose camouflage, you could suddenly find yourself down by quite a bit of points.
The break's going to come. Cycle's got the camouflage. Let's have a listen in with Nemesis and see how they navigate these final moments.
Enemy has the ball.
Hey, Tommy's behind me,
I just sniped it.
He's on us, Okay, I spawned. I spawned elbow. Kill. He said it. I'm C.
Yeah, I'm gonna go dip. I have your dip.
I'm holding C. I'm holding tower. No, mid-A, run up. 2 mid-A. One shot, white ball. 1 top mid. Look at snipe yet. On snipe. Cyclo sniping event. Yeah, Cyclo snipe. 1 was top mid. Might have dropped, I don't know. 1 cuts.
Play this early.
1 going cuts. Yeah, 2 top middle guys. 2 top middle. 1 on OS now. 2 top middle. 1 ball.
On ball, 1
middle.
One shot ball.
I spawned.
Yes, Keto sniping. 3 there.
Yeah, OS actually.
2 on ball, 1 is snipe.
I'm going to go Let's go right.
Yeah,
Victor.
Keto sniping bottom mid.
Back to dip.
Get big again.
He's 2 shot big. Go mid-A. I can look. 1 shot A roll 2.
Deep sniping. I needed it.
Yeah, 1 shot dip. Bring dip. I'm hitting ball. Ball's
Too big on me. Too big, I'm dead. Too big. Last 2 big. Last 2 dip.
Main shield. Maybe key door.
Yeah.
Eyeball.
They're out key. They're out. The bomb middle.
Yeah, it's fine. Leave
I
them.
spawned west. I spawned west.
Stay close.
Could be back in.
They're back in.
Dip. No damage.
We can dip. Dummies in top tier. 2 dip on me, guys.
I don't see.
Which on the west?
I come up here.
Watch on A. I got one. I never got A pit.
Yeah, one shot A. I scoreboard, one shot.
Dummies after. Last guy.
He's one dead.
All dead.
Yeah.
Still 4. I spawned big. I'm just picking.
So all 4 down on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Nemesis able to hold the ball at the moment. But let's jump into a quick listen on the side of Rebellion and see how they respond.
15 seconds. I think they're just anybody. We gotta go. Yeah, 12 seconds. I'm going to with you.
2v5, 3v5.
5 seconds. Walk out. All good.
Yo, keep Piper go.
But no cigar. They almost managed to just get that ball off of them, but Nemesis are able to hold on to it and take the first round. And interesting listening on the side of Nemesis as well. Very passionate at the moment. Very much believe they can get back into this series, and for good reason. They are a team who certainly would have done their research and know this is a very winnable one.
World 2 falls. Sniper rifle is just picked up. It's a late grab. Ball getting rotated as well. 3 dead for a moment for Nemesis. You know, last shot wants to hand this ball or the sniper rifle over so he can have a larger impact on the map. Royal 2's going for the camouflage. He tosses the ball towards him. Not opting to play the camo this time. Instead, Royal 2's gonna pop it into his chest. SLG falls. Snipe drone just about looked like he was gonna join him, but last shot instead decided to play it a bit more patient, perhaps. The spidey senses were thinking there was a player over towards the big door. Like we spoke about though, Royal 2 does have that camouflage. He's done a full loop of the map so far.
Enemy has the ball.
Got the ball over towards this tower side. SLG gets a pick. Mutum does fall though. Glory taking a lot of damage trying to get the green. This is a great start here for Rebellion off the break.
I think if you look back at one of the major problems as to round 1, and it was the ball not being played that Nemesis really took advantage of and got maybe 20 to 33 points that perhaps they shouldn't have. And in the end, it was enough of a difference to allow Nemesis to get across the finish line. And Rebellion just need to make sure they do not allow that to happen. Said Glory is one of those players that can just provide a little bit of something extra when it comes to this mapping mode, and he's doing just that.
Glory almost lost. The player under him there for a second. Royal 2 puts an elbow in his spine, gets the kill. It's 2 dead apiece. Woodham patiently waiting on the ball, maybe baiting it just a touch here. Cycle managed to just survive on the scoreboard for how long is the question? The answer, not very long. Frosty will receive 1 tick of damage off Woodham in that fight as well, making this one difficult fight for Frosty as Snipe Drone gets the kill. But last shot picks up the ball, gets himself out of dodge. Doesn't decide to play it this time though. Cycle trying to stay alive in green, trying to prioritize living here. Not successful in his attempt. Royal 2 will drop off nest over towards green, then we go. Heads up play from Snipe Drone, recognizing the situation that he was in. Somehow spins it a dime and gets the kill.
Gets the kill after the play of the ball. I mean, in theory, he could have been gaining time right now, but you're not really to know. It was one of those things that I think it was the right decision, but he would have no idea that he was going to actually win that engagement in the end. But they are still getting time. He was able to give the team a heads up that the ball was going to be played. Now they have the ball, and 3 are dead, and they have a camouflage, and the sniper rifle's coming up. So
enemy has the ball.
It's like an early Christmas here for Nemesis.
Things looking pretty rosy then.
Enemy has the ball.
As I say that, 2 go down. Snipe Drone and Glory hit the respawn screen. Woodham with the camouflage, trying to stay alive here. He's got 2 members trained on him though. Sniper rifle pops up. Frosty will dip away with it. Will he be able to survive? The answer is yes. This could be a huge moment in this game.
Yeah, you don't want to allow Frosty to get away with a snipe. We've already seen some big shots that he hit already in this game, and there's going to be another body shot. And just like that, that push comes to nothing. Nemesis need to wait, but sadly Glory's in a position where they're going to be able to delay this one. In the end, he gets the body shot, but now Nemesis is just going to be a 3 here.
We always want to see the flashy headshots, but sometimes body shots can be just enough to put pressure on your team, on the enemy team. Frosty finds the face of SLG there.
Ball dropped. Enemy half victory.
Frosty's popping off now. Killing spree locked in. Hits another body shot on the Glory. Frosty's looking to win this round by himself right now.
Sometimes you could just be the difference maker with a sniper rifle.
All it takes is a couple of tags, a couple of body shots, even a headshot here and there. Now Shopify Rebellion have about a 20-point lead here. Nemesis unable to stop them. Nemesis doing well to at least break and get some kills, but then every time you come across Frosty, sadly, you're just falling victim to the sniper rifle. Good news for them is the sniper is out of ammo now, but SLG is going to fall as well to Royal 2. And still points going up for Shopify Rebellion.
Frost just extracted so much value from that sniper rifle. You worried when he was able to scarper away bottom middle and get through Rat Tunnel. Was that going to spell misery for Nemesis? The answer was yes. He was hitting the shots. He was doing damage. And such a almost insurmountable lead now. 85 to 35 with 2:30 on the clock. A lot of work to do for Nemesis in round 2.
You just saw the advantage of playing mouse and keyboard there for Wootum. He was running very much over towards tower, got the call that someone was weak sandbags and was able to help instantly. A controller player on a lower sensitivity probably would have just kept going because you're not going to be able to turn around fast enough as SLG wants to take the fight for a triple. Royal 2 repositions, but Royal 2 still gets found.
Good work from SLG. Now trying to contest the camouflage as well. 3 members of Shopify Rebellion leaning over towards camo now. SLG done a lot of damage. Glory was there to capitalize. He lost his shields in the process though. And after this skirmish, looks as though Frosty might have been able to get down onto the camouflage. Scoops it up, pops it into his chest. Vutum's going to be forced to a play ball very soon. Frost looking to have even more influence on this round. He's been huge. He's been massive. But there's still work to do. They've only got a 15-second lead now. Nemesis has done so good.
Enemy has the ball.
It helps when SLG's got the eyes of a hawk. He just tagged Frosty 3 different times as Frosty was trying to get behind, get down to dirt. Wootum still has the ball over towards green, and just like that, we're going to be tied up as Nemesis now right back into this one. But now Frosty can put that camouflage to his advantage and at least stop Wootum from getting too much time here as the ball will be played.
Nemesis now with a 5-second lead. This next round of Slay is going to be so important. Glory gets the opening pick here. Wootum did fall. Wootum's back off the respawn screen now. The ball's been scooped up by Nemesis. And they're forcing Shopify Rebellion to make plays that perhaps they don't want to. Cycle gets a pick though. It's been answered back by Snipe Drone with a trade. Numbers advantage just favoring Rebellion for now. This final round coming down to the wire here, because if it goes the way Nemesis wanted to, they will win it here. Last shot got hands on ball though. And he's moving it towards tower. 2 members of Nemesis have fallen. This is the opportunity. This is the moment to tie up the round. Snipe shot connects with the body. Snipe shot connects with Glory's body as well. And he hunts down the kill. Double kill, making it triple for Last Shot taking over the round.
Absolute filth, dirty from Last Shot as he keeps the hopes alive of winning the series here. And now takes us to 1-1 here on Oddball Live Fire. Nemesis had the opportunity, but that is the difference maker. That is why Shopify Rebellion find themselves in finals, because someone can just step up with the sniper rifle when you need them to.
This round, that last round was about moments. Frosty had his. Last Shot put an exclamation point on that round. Nemesis find themselves in a very familiar position. The nearly moments, the triple kill for Royal 2. Now he's deciding to have his moment in the early round 3.
Yeah, this is the problem when you're going up against a team like Shopify Rebellion. Every single player on that roster can have those big moments, can be the difference maker. And it comes down to such fine margins. If you have that one player who's just hitting headshot after headshot, it's almost impossible to do anything.
Ball dropped.
Penguin sat on the sofa and he said time and time again, they'll ask the question, what went wrong in that game? What went wrong in that series? And it was X-Player just hit no scopes. Frosty's done it, Last Shot too. Royal 2 looks to a following suit with his teammates.
Which means it's Cycle's turn next, right?
Ball dropped.
Or is it going to be someone from Nemesis? Wootum, the last remaining player. Camouflage again is going to be in the hands of Rebellion here.
Ball dropped.
Camouflage does just dissipate. There's the word I was looking for. Had to go deep into the folders. Snipe Drone in-house, putting down damage. Clambers in towards the window. Trying to play cat and mouse here. Gets the stick on the Snipe Drone. Stays alive somehow, some way. And gets his hands on the ball. Nemesis are in massive trouble here.
Another big double. And Nemesis just need to accept it. And Glory comes flying in. I was going to say, except that you've got a couple of players down. Can you just wait for that push? Maybe Glory got a call that it was okay to go for it because they had maybe saw Royal 2 was out of position, and they do essentially get a trade 1-for-1, so it's 3v3 on the map. QT is going to go in favor of Cycle, though. At least get the chance to back off. But this is a big push from Nemesis. 2 are down on the side of Rebellion.
Decent early lead here for Rebellion off that hot start. The big brawl happening in house. Last shot and Royal 2 are just not there just yet. It's a 2v3 in there, but somehow Rebellion managed to get the picks that they need. Cycle gets one. It's a 1v1 with Snipe Drone and Cycle then. Plasma Grenade goes down. Snipe Drone's forced to give it up. Re-engages, takes the fight, loses it to Cycle. And this could mean even more time now for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, great collapse as well. Last shot's able to come down through bottom middle. Another camouflage, and sadly for Nemesis, this game is starting to run away from them because of the constant camouflages, and now Sniper's coming up. Nemesis, though, have maybe timed this well. 3 are going to be dead on the side of Rebellion if Last Shot was to fall, but he doesn't because he has Sniper. Oh, camouflage, excuse me. But who did find that Sniper?
Enemy has the ball.
Roger. Dead. Last Shot has it now. I was right. I knew it was coming. It's a premonition.
Is it Last Shot's moment then?
Incoming.
SLG will fall in this. We're starting to see it now down where Rebellion members are staying alive, no shields, when they really shouldn't be able to, and Nemesis are desperate in the kills, they're desperate in the damage, and they're not being rewarded for it. Rebellion just playing patient, playing intelligent. It's great awareness now, bringing the ball back towards tower, doing damage, throwing down grenades, wooting down to no shields, and Royal 2 is in hot pursuit.
It's Last Shot who actually gets the cleanup, but Royal 2 down bottom middle will get the trade. They all count, and they're all very important here because there's still time going in favor of Rebellion. Rebellion have been capitalizing on this time every single time they have a player advantage right now. SLG loses the Sniper. Frosty, is he going to be able to find it? I think he's just going to opt to stay alive for now, but he's going to be able to shift his way back up, and of course he wasn't going to leave the Sniper Rifle behind.
Making himself such a difficult kill here, forcing Nemesis to pay so much attention, spend so many resources on him. He's still alive here. They chased him bottom middle, they chased him over towards tower, and he still lives, and his teammates are getting kills around it. Frosty's having a huge oddball game here.
Just shouldn't be able to stay alive at that point. You have to shut him down if you're Nemesis, but that's also why Frosty, throughout Friday and Saturday in Arlington, was the best player in the arena without a shadow of a doubt. However, Sunday maybe didn't quite match those performances. Could this tournament be a little bit different for Shopify Rebellion? Their first hurdle here, will they fall, or can they just about leap over Nemesis? Because it's looking like it's heading that way.
Things were going so well for Nemesis. But did they find themselves in that familiar situation again, like they've seen in game 1? They gave themselves every chance to win. But they're coming up short here. 3 dead for Rebellion. This is finally an opportunity for Nemesis to eat away at that lead. They've done it in round 1. Can they do it again?
Very quick response from Glory to move that ball towards tower. Frosty's going to be the first player to push, though. Wootum had camouflage, but gets shut down. 3 are dead now for Nemesis. The ball's going to have to be played, so not really much damage done in terms of the clock, and all 4 go dead now. And someone was already waiting bottom middle. Is the writing on the wall for this one? Nemesis are going to have to start taking a couple of risks. And by doing so, Rebellion might just be able to lay some traps here.
Beautiful 5-shot from Frosty. Predicting the exact routes the Nemesis players were going to take, knew exactly where they were spawning and where they were likely to be. The ball hasn't gone off the map again. Frosty notices this, not making the same error they did in round 1. Gets it off the map, and it's played. The play ball is going to be delayed because of the repulse into the air.
Yeah, just a very minor thing, but a very important one as well, especially with only 1 minute on the clock. And it gives your team more time to get bottom middle to compete with it. So good heads-up play from Frosty. Wootum's already down. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. And again, it's the Sniper Rifle in the hands of Rebellion, and again, there's a member of Nemesis dying to a no-scope. And I think that'll be the story for this mapping mode, is the no-scopes have been everything.
Sniper Rifle has just been so influential.
Enemy team nearing
Stone Cold Killers in the hands of all these players. Royal 2 finds yet another face.
Just 12 more seconds now. Nemesis is one last push for them.
The final knockings for Nemesis. Snipe Drone gets a kill, making a double kill. Last shot In towards the cuts area then. They only need 5 more seconds. They're gonna fall though. Numbers favoring Nemesis. They still have life. They're still in this game.
Yeah, they've got the ball. Cycle last remaining player, but he's got a chance now to flank around, be a little bit sneaky, and try and just catch them off guard. But maybe Wootem smelt something because he head the other way and made sure that ball did not head towards tower. So instead, it's going to be a full-on 4v4 push here that Nemesis need to hold.
Wootem pulled the handbrake up and decided to drift his way out of there. Here comes Cycle though, here comes the pain. Beautiful grenades go down. They've managed to shut him down, but so much damage was done. Glory's gonna fall. Wootem's forced to play the ball once more. Double kill locked in for last shot. Ball is played, and is this the end for Nemesis series?
20 seconds, Snipedrone's gonna head down bottom middle though, and will get a touch on the ball, but 2 have gone down, make it 3 if Glory falls as well, which he will. And maybe Nemesis have just got too much to do with too little time.
Rebellion seem happy enough just to keep all 4 guns up on the map. Nobody's gonna hold this ball. Happy to play the clock then. The final knockings dwindle down, and Nemesis run out of time. They run out of opportunities. It's a 3-1 series victory for Shopify Rebellion.
Nemesis run out of steam. Boy, did they come close. But Shopify Rebellion demonstrate why they are one of the top 2 teams in this tournament, why they got to the grand finals, why they are one of the favorites to win this tournament. As even in a game type where they've typically struggled, they still dig deep. And those clutch moments came through time and time again. The difference was the sniper rifle. Without a shadow of a doubt, it was the plays from almost every single member on Rebellion as soon as they had that sniper in their hands.
It's crazy as well, because you talk about who's going to be the most important player on the map, who's going to be the one that wins the game. And the issue is, all 4 members of Rebellion stepped up there, Dan. They had their moments. They hit the shot. Sometimes you have to let your teammate pop off. All 4 players did it in that oddball.
And how can you compete with that? I think that's what Nemesis will look back on and say, well, you know, Shopify just had one of those games where individually they outclassed us.
Separated by 2 seconds in the end, Dan. 240 to 238. So little to separate them. Difference was just that sniper rifle. Frosty managing to get away and survive, hitting those shots. That's why they're the superstars in the league, because they do and they're capable of moments like that.
And I think you heard it during the listening. Wonderboy was calling out for prioritizing the snipe when it was spawning as well. And I think there was a few times where it was too easy to grab for Rebellion. I think you can very easily forget about sniper rifle and just say, yeah, it's fine if they grab it. You know, we're going to be able to grenade them when they're top middle. But if they get away with it, or if that, you know, they go down to bottom middle and then suddenly they repulse back up like Frosty did, suddenly you find yourself getting no-scope left, right, and center, and you're 3-1 down in the series.
Well, Lottie and Wes, you had an opportunity to watch that series as well. It was far more competitive than maybe Wes thought it was going to be.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited to hear from you, Clutch, because I think that was a big discussion coming into this weekend was, are Nemesis the real deal? Can they do it again against another Titan in our HCS? And for me, yes, 100%. They're the real deal. They're here to play. They are not to be messed with, and you have to put some respect on their name.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Nemesis should not be hanging their head low here coming off this series. Shopify are who we think they are, who we know they are. But Nemesis, we're still learning so much about, I feel. And as they continue to push top teams back to back to back in series, that's where they will gain the respect. That's where they will gain kind of the respect of their peers, right? And I think they have every bit of Shopify's respect. It took highlight reels with the S7 that last game to keep this series from going the distance. You love to see that from Shopify, knowing how bad that this tournament's going to mean to them. But at the same time, you love to have the opportunity to win series like this. And if you can just find yourself getting a couple more of those power weapons, keeping them out of the hands of the likes of Royal 2, then you'll have a better opportunity to win the series.
Very much so. I think it was honestly really fun to watch Shopify being challenged this early on in the competition. So on day one, just to understand what they are like as a team and their ability to pull things out of the bag when they need to. They're not just plain sailing through pool play. They are being challenged. They're being, you know, contradicted in terms of the way that they're playing. So it was exciting to see that and to see how they handle that kind of pressure so early on. But talking about pressure, we do have one incredible person on the sofa. I was going to say the desk, the sofa. Welcome to the lounge of the Halo. Okay, come on. Royal 2, welcome. Hello, sir. First and foremost, GG's. That was awesome. That was really cool to watch. I have to ask you about Nemesis, because were you expecting them to be such a challenge heading into that series?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last tournament they beat Optic, and we've even scrimmed them online, so we knew
I mean, they're just such a talent. So we knew it was going to be such a hard match. We're taking it as like a winners round 2 match. Like it was really serious because it's like, you know, if we lose this match, we'd play probably, you know, Optic round. It's the same thing as they dealt with last tournament. So we're going in like this is a real. This is like a round 2 match.
To do that.
Yeah, and we take every match seriously, especially versus them. So.
100%. You guys had to turn it on for sure. Some highlight reels coming off the back of Last Shot yourself. Like just so much happening that we love to montage, and I'm sure will be in the highlights coming out of pool play today. I've got to ask you a little bit about Arlington. I know it's a tough one because you didn't manage to get the job done coming into that as favorites, but you've been in situations like this for so many different years and reasons in history past. You're an incredible player. What is it like to have to kind of pick up teammates, for example, Cycle, Last Shot, you know, in moments like that when, you know, like we're right there, guys, it's marginal, it's so close and we'll get them next time. How do you coach those youngsters to keep them, you know, keep their heads high, get them off the floor?
Yeah, I think it's like a good thing and a bad thing, because the good thing is they've never experienced it, and the bad thing is you have to experience it. So I think, you know, just telling them like, hey, this is like the first time, you know, we've been in grand finals together for them, and this is just like something you just have to build experience. The people on the other side of the stage have been in one Worlds, all of them, multiple finals, have seen tournaments like this. Is like this is their first time, so it's like just something you have to go through the experience, and it's unfortunate you have to lose like that, but I think going forward it only kind of builds character for our team.
Yeah, I think speaking for yourself, I mean, your first grand finals wasn't your best series, and then the next one you won, so let's knock on some wood and hope the Shopify show out this tournament. Big things from Last Shot, that series. That you'll see a triple kill when you're watching the rebroad later tonight. There's a nasty little triple he pulled off towards the end of that second round that you'll be proud of.
I called the guy out top mids.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Nice
you don't see that. You don't see that in the kill feed.
That's generational talent.
Unreal, unbelievable.
We could gas you up all day. We've interviewed you 1,000 times, but I actually want to ask you a question about Wutum. Knowing that you're a mouse and keyboard savant like myself, you've dabbled in the conversations of maybe switching, but does playing a guy like Wutum, who shows you the capabilities at a high level, like at a tournament atmosphere, like in big series, is it different to play against him, and does that kind of make you almost envious of not taking the opportunity yet?
I know. I see him. Well, it's funny because I was shooting him one time, and he instantly turns around.
He backed you up.
I go, can you get on controller? like one shot instantly turns around. I'm like, that's not real. But no, seeing that at a high competition, it's honestly, it's really cool because I mean, we played for how many years, and you never see mouse and keyboard. So it's such a different, especially even playing like. I'll play, let's say, Optic, and then you go to them, and this guy is turning around instantly. It's just such a different, like, you kind of have to expect different gameplay. He can do so much with mouse and keyboard, like repulse in the air. Every time he has a snipe, it's like, it's an actual threat. Like, he's not going to miss a bullet. But I'm kind of jealous because I actually want to make the switch, but I think someone just needs to push me. Someone just needs to push me a little bit, and I think I'll...
Well, I'll talk to Best Man.
All right.
It could be. Hey, if Wutum comes out of a series against you and has higher stats, maybe that's the push you need at that point. I mean, Royalty, you could do it.
That didn't happen, by the way.
It didn't happen. Don't worry, it didn't happen. You were
not yet.
I was like, do I need to switch?
I seen a sweat bead drop down on the forehead there for a second.
No, you're still OP. You're still OP. Don't worry about it. You're absolutely fine. I want to quickly also touch upon like the transition that you've had. Obviously, you know, a completely different career path with different teammates now, and it hasn't happened for such a long time. How has that transition been with, you know, the off season coming into the beginning of the season and being those favorites and having so many people, you know, expecting so much from you? Because individually, I feel like you've just been unlocked once again. It's been so refreshing to see it. How are you feeling about that whole career change for you in that path?
It's like bittersweet because, you know, playing versus Snakebite and even like Renegade, it's really different. But I think having, you know, Frosty on my team, I get to hang on to something still. So there's a little bit, you know, just we move together. But I think being with the young guns, like the fresh talent, it kind of brings life out of you, because when you're with the same people for so long, you see the same things. It's almost like it's just repetition, and yeah, it's just like a breath of fresh air with the new guys. You get a different look on the game, and just honestly in life, it brings your age down a little bit. So.
Especially when you're teaming with guys that haven't been there and haven't done that yet. Like you almost like start to want to play for them, right?
Yeah, I think I've said this before at the Kason tournament. I actually feel like I'm an amateur player. Like I feel like I've won nothing when I'm playing with these guys.
Player as well.
Yeah, you're bad. So no, but I feel like a young gun myself, even though I'm getting old. But I think they're just so young, and it makes you just appreciate where you are in your career and just the matches you play and how serious they are.
Well, speaking of new things happening, I asked your brother the same question. Is it going to be weird playing with your brother on the other side of the stage if you go up against a FaZe Clan?
bro, he used to stomp on my head when I would steal his kills in Halo 2. I'm screaming over the monitor, "You suck!" Like, I do not care. No, but I actually don't think it's, you know, we flew together to the tournament, so I mean, it's definitely weird. I don't think I've ever played versus my brother, so at least he's not in the server. So I think it might be a little different, but if he was, I
think he'd say thank God I'm not as well, to be fair.
Yeah. So there's
He did say he would know where you were. We asked him, do you have any like idea of where Royalty will be on the map when
Top
you call
elevator
him
on
that out?
recharge.
And he goes, yeah, he'll be in the back.
Okay. Well, I hope his stopwatch malfunctions then.
Royalty, honestly, so many new beginnings for you. You're handling it so well, and I can't wait to see you back on that main stage. GG's, best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I hope you come back on the sofa.
Thank you, guys.
And take some more dubs.
Thank you, of course.
All right, folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we do have one more series coming your way on the main stage, and it's back to the green wall, baby. We got Optic versus TSM coming your way right after.
New Juggernaut. Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We're here in Texas, and we're on the main stage because we've got Optic Gaming playing once again, but this time going up against TSM, and a slightly new look to this roster, which honestly we're very familiar with at this point. Many different iterations of this team coming and going, changing. They're always friends though throughout every single ride and journey each one goes on, and it's so good to have Manny back on this roster. Previous KCP, we've seen them in so many different versions of themselves in different jerseys, excuse me. But the journey remains the same to me perfectly. You know, I think they have a ceiling, they keep hitting that ceiling in different versions of Halo and whatever it may be, and I want to see them break through that once and for all. Can they do it here this weekend? How good is this team going to be? Are they going to have a slight little honeymoon period just based on their chemistry and being happy that they're back together, vibing once again, Wes?
Yeah, they're pulling the old BTH strategy, which is where you break
I
up,
didn't
you
come
get
up
back
here for
together,
this.
you break up, you get back together. And let me tell you, works like a charm every time. I love this roster. I love the idea that the boys are back together. Their last time getting top 3, a significant amount of these, I should say, are together. I think Soul Snipe was able to accomplish that a few times last year, but outside of that, it's been a bumpy road since then in the KCP days, the Native Red days, so they know they bring the best out of each other, and I'm looking forward to seeing the best out of this group, especially after a poor performance in Arlington from the 3.
I am too. I think scrim results have been promising, to say the least. I think they've been looking very good, considering rejoining back up together. But, you know, is that enough to go up against Optic Gaming? And an Optic so far on set that we've seen today has been lights out. It's going to be hard to slow them down.
It certainly is, and these two players especially are going to have to step it up a little bit in comparison to their Arlington performance. But we talked a lot about chemistry, I think, so far in teams. You know, we talked about Space Station's chemistry. We've seen Optic's chemistry and how good that they've looked so far. Well, this is a team that's built off chemistry. It's players who thrive off of each other's natural play styles and seem to kind of help each other be the best player that they can be. And they're going to have to be at their best here if they want to challenge Optic, because Optic earlier on looked phenomenal.
This is also a team that when they came up as KCP and Native Red, they were never outslaying the likes of FaZe and Optic back in the day, but they would win games and they could win big-time series going negative. So don't expect massive stats from these guys in order for this series to be close. They know how to play scrappy, efficient Halo, and that's part of the chemistry that we're talking about when we reference that. I think that's a very important piece as we pull up stats. Yeah, you don't win a lot of series going 0.89, but somehow, some way, these guys find a way to make the most out of each of their lives when they play together. So I'm looking for TSM to maybe not outslay the likes of Optic, but some of these games could be close with the scrappiness.
100%. I think this series is going to let us understand what caliber of team TSM are going to be. What version of them are we going to be seeing, and kind of how they're going to perform for the rest of not just this weekend, but the season. What are we dealing with here, I think is the big question. Yes, we've seen these guys many times before in different jerseys, but you know, why were they making changes? I think, Rob, that's my biggest question is, okay, so they've kind of rejoined a couple of times now, but why? Why did they leave one another? What were the issues? Are they able to kind of regain those issues and make the best of a bad situation that had them falling apart at times? You know, why have they come back together? What is it?
Yeah, I think if you're a TSM fan, you're simply hoping that they were making those changes in pursuit of ever higher results. That it was not necessarily, hey, something isn't clicking here, but more, is there something we could do with a slightly better mix of players? And to be honest, with them reuniting and with seeing the way they still are, of course, with each other backstage, at the hotel, etc., and of course now you see them back together, you kind of get the feeling that it probably wasn't some kind of tragic, this isn't working, we're never going to play together again story. It was more of a, hey, we chased some other stuff, that didn't work, now we're back together.
Well, it was, first thing that comes to mind as far as the problems was Druck's visa issues. And he couldn't literally get to tournaments, so they couldn't show up with this team for several different tournaments in a row, and then that starts to spiral into, I get certain offers from other opportunities. Right. I have to take those offers because I don't know when we're going to be able to find each other again. It looks like everything's in the venue at this time, so good things already for TSM as they're trying to reignite that flame. But those visa issues a couple years ago really sparked the breakup of what I think this team had in store for the future of what Infinite was.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It stunted the growth for sure, and it certainly was a huge problem for this team and just killing any momentum they had in the season. We're looking right now across the pools. TSM find themselves in Pool A with Optic Gaming and Gen G, and they've already got the better of Gen G, but Optic is standing in their way at taking the top of this pool. And I think when you're looking at both of these rosters put together, I think Optic Gaming right now certainly have a leg up over them. I know they have a new addition, and you can't really go by too much of the old TSM. I do think one change makes all the difference to a roster and can have a massive input as to how they then carry themselves on towards the rest of the season. Optic Gaming, though, they've just found a flow, and I think it's very scary to look at if you're TSM when you're facing Optic. There's really not much to capitalize on in terms of mistakes here, whereas, you know, Optic Gaming is just another one standing in their way, another team that they're just willing to run over here and show us exactly how it's done on day one.
Yeah, I think a lot of these highlights are going to feature the shock rifle and the S7 as we take a look at Optic's previous series. Something you got to think about if you're a TSM player or coach is how do we minimize the damage that they're doing with those weapons? Well, by the time they have them in their hands, it's almost already too late. So making sure that we're wasting ammo, we're throwing those off, and we're actually setting up and making plays to get those weapons while they're coming up to make sure that at least we're doing our due diligence there, because Optic do such a good job of prioritizing that. I mean, when you're thinking of Renegade formal gameplay, every single time that snipe is coming up, they have already stood on it for a couple of seconds. So you better be prepared to be there on time, because if you're late, it's too late.
We mentioned scrappy gameplay. I think Optic are able to deal that right back to TSM. I think they can be scrappy at times and milky at times whenever it, you know, kind of calls for it in a situation, is allowing them to be that way. I'm a little bit worried for TSM with the likes of everybody we're looking at across this roster, because every single one of them is popping off right now. That last series, we had 3 out of 4 of them popping off. Legend just doing everything he needed to do as a teammate to seal the deal and get that dub. That's all you can ask of him. But we saw Bound even having an absolutely lights out series. And Onset, if you're getting scrappy with the likes of Optic and they're all performing out of their mind, what are you supposed to do? How do you answer back?
That says a lot. And I think one thing that's really stood out for me with Optic is, like, there's not a defined play style for this Optic Gaming now. They have the ability to play fast. They also have the ability to slow things down and get numbers back on the map. And I think that kind of natural understanding of how we play certain situations, depending on if a weapon's coming up, if we're down numbers, if we're trying to apply pressure, is really starting to be more ingrained in all 4 players in just becoming a natural chemistry. And I think that's the scary thing. It's like, yeah, TSM are going to play fast. This is where they've had their success historically. This is how they put teams under pressure. But Optic are good enough to either match that or set traps now for them to fall into. I think it's fascinating to watch the evolution of this team and how they can mix up their playstyle to match who they're playing.
I think the scary part is how well they looked, or how great they looked at the last event. And it was a fairly quiet event for Bound. Like, and I don't mean to disrespect the gameplay. When you win a tournament, you have to be playing great, especially to go on the run that they did. But if Bound can play to the level that he played in that first series throughout this weekend, this Optic team is going to be a completely different tier above the rest if nobody else can really shape up into that form. And I think this team has the highest ceiling in the league, and when Bound's on fire, he brings that ceiling even higher.
100%. We're actually going to have a little look at a comparison between the two teams as well. And I think, honestly, TSM is comparative to Nemesis here. I think Optic have a potential to slip up, and I think if they were going to do it to anyone, it would be TSM, just depending on how TSM come out of the gates, and if they come out of the gates hot. I think TSM need to handle Optic Gaming as if they're any other team. Put some respect on it, don't get me wrong, but play to their strengths and try and capitalize on any weaknesses that Optic may give them. And they will come. I think that's one thing I know about superstars and an abundance of them on a team, is that yes, they are aggressive, yes, they hit their shots, but sometimes if they miss, it is so easy to capitalize on that. They are able to kind of scam just a little bit too much. And if you have too many of them doing that at once, you start to gain control. You start to have the map in your hands. How are you feeling about the series layout, Rob, when you're looking across this? Is there anything that TSM can kind of take away here to potentially capitalize on any mistakes from Optic?
I mean, it's going to be kind of tough, right? CTF Aqua, it's not, it's a, you know, it leans towards control over scrappiness. Sure, there's a place for it. Slayer Streets, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's a game type they can play either way. Stronghold's Recharge is probably the first opening where they can really look to play super scrappy gameplay and see if they can extend that into Oddball Livefire. So if you ask me, it's eyes on those games 3 and 4 to even make sure that they get there to try to send the series a distance, yeah.
100%. Well, I'll tell you what, this is very reminiscent, some late night 8s lobbies here. I'm excited to see all the scrappiness, some power weapon plays, some crazy montages coming off. It is ready to go, folks. Last one of the night. So over to you, Brav and Onset.
Let's do our best. Let's see if we can give this the hype that it deserves, and let's see if the series is going to bring a little bit of excitement to close out day number 1 here. I mean, this is an interesting matchup, right? This is the Optic. I mean, maybe if we come into this series first game of the tournament and we haven't seen how good Optic played in the previous one, we've probably got a bit of a different feeling about this one. TSM probably thinking that this is going to be a series where they can maybe get into Optic a little bit early, but it's difficult to even pick away at weaknesses of Optic from what we saw against them a little bit earlier against Gen G. It felt like they were just playing at a different level.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be a completely different story if people were asking questions about how's Optic coming in today? How are they coming into this tournament? We've already seen a lot of them and we know what they are capable of. That said, I think you're going to need to see TSM playing the fastest, scrappiest Halo you can imagine to catch Optic Gaming off guard timing-wise. We'll see if they're going to be up to the task. We're underway with game number 1.
Well, one good thing here for TSM is there's no sniper, there's no shock. Here on this first game type, we have Aquarius capture the flag. It's a game type where you're going to be reliant on those weapons you're picking up around the map, but mainly on your bandit. And off the rip here is going to be TSM, who are very much on the back foot. Legend already running that first flag, and Formal already with the camo as well. Things are adding up early here for Optic.
Yeah, really well done. Also good trigger discipline. Going to just play this slow. Both flags, however, will be pulled. Look at this play from Formal.
Oh, he doesn't get the beat down, though. He misses it. Doesn't connect. And now you're going to see a counter-cap opportunity coming in here from TSM. They get that one back to their base. The flag is going to be returned, and it's first strike to TSM. And if you thought that Optic were going to have it easy here, well, TSM might have something to say about that.
Man, so much to talk about there. First of all, on these monitors and PCs, Camels are eagle-eyed at that range almost every time. So it's interesting, first of all, there was no eagle eye. Second of all, wild to see that melee not connect. Not sure. We have to watch it again to see if it was an issue of melee not connecting, if it was a range issue. Not sure, but regardless, in the end, flag goes, and TSM with an early lead. What feels like only a 40-second run or so.
Yeah, it felt like everything was right for Optic to cap that first flag. They were running it, they were picking up some kills, they had Formal with the camo, and it's TSM who aggressively pick up kills on the right side of the map. But Legend turns it around onto Manny, bottom middle. That's a lesson.
That is an unbelievable turn. You can't really let that happen, not gonna lie. And that could be something that turns the tides of the game pretty quickly if Legend keeps up plays like that.
Well, Torlix in behind enemy lines here. Bounders get taken down running that flag. Formal's gonna look to rally this one home and get the secondary touch, but Legend has to deal with a couple of overextenders alongside Formal inside of the base, and it's going to be Torlik who gets that beat down onto Legend, who takes him down, and TSM, once again, with the overextension, make this scrappy. It's 4 dead for Optic. Soulsnipe's going to be able to get this return, and Torlik's already halfway across the map with that flag.
Soulsnipe also cuts off the car 1 angle, has help to do so. Flag's going to go down, but 1 dead for each side on the run.
Gonna look for some kills here, TSM. Can't force this one. Druk does get one of those kills. It's 2 dead, and Druk has that camo top middle, so he's gonna be able to apply a lot of pressure to Optic Gaming. There's another kill. Tolik is still inside of the base, probably looking to get that touch on the flag. A double kill, not going to be credited here to Druk, as Tolik will pick that kill up himself, but surely that flag's got to be moving in very soon for TSM, and this should be 2-0.
Really should. Take a look at this room stairs here. Legend's going to be the only player who is the threat as they get the kill. Let's go now into a listen in here with TSM.
Try to break, we're trying to break.
Yeah, we're trying to break still.
I'll break card 3, I'll break card 3, okay?
We
Card 3, card 3, we can
Let's go fucking shit.
Yo, white John. What do you kind of weak guy? Hit once, you got high off.
I'm not worrying about that, that's all.
John's a hell, we need to go.
Yeah, I'm playing Pew, Yeah, look at me, look at Fridge, okay? Should be a guy. Watch out the street.
Play the side, don't worry about the guy on the side. Play the other side, play the other side.
Yo, cut these. I need cut these. I'm trying to get many.
I don't take a 3. I'm looking at our side. Watch out. John's in their flank. John's in their flank.
One spawner.
No, John and Matt are on you two, okay?
They're done.
Kill John. Where's bound?
Yeah, they're brick bound.
Watch out with the brick bound. Yo, Legend spawn their side.
Where's Legend?
Legend spawn their side.
Look, car, I'll see anything. I'm here.
Yo, he's a Peter to the P street. They're Peter to the P street.
He got me. Fridge. He's like street.
Bound is spawning soon.
He's still P2.
P2 weak Legend.
And one's our window.
Alright, P2 weak Legend.
Just live, Druk. Worry about bound. Bound's on you.
RP1.
Yo, watch out P1.
Weak running.
Alright, the guy one shot P1.
20 seconds camo. 20 seconds camo.
Yeah,
Watch out, running it.
No stuff from base.
Gotta wait card 2, okay?
You look at flank.
Card 2 John, shot him once. He's going core one behind you.
I can look car one. I got him. Yeah.
Nice. Get up.
I'm getting camo.
Make sure you live. Just keep looking, okay?
Camo 2 seconds.
I'm camo. They're front base.
Get to that.
Nice. Live. They're going to be P2 maybe. Maybe P2, careful.
Yeah, I'm going to P2.
The car somewhere.
I don't see P2.
Util Dridge.
Yeah, they're under me. I'm looking.
As Optic run this flag back to their base, Bound gets a secondary touch, but they have to be so careful here, because Druk is on a tear top middle. He's looking for 3, won't be credited with it. It's 3 dead for Optic, but TSM did get that flag pull.
Tolik hits it as well to get the run while they're returning. Tolik hits the front jump, and now going to get the kill on car one as well. What a series of events here. They're now running the flag all the way to Util.
Flag's back at base.
Wow.
Tolik gets this one into the gen, and this might be 3-0. We were talking about Optic. Well, TSM have something to say about this series, something to say about this game. Pressure's still coming in, still hasn't managed to cap this flag, but Druk is inside of the base, and a front jump isn't going to stop it. And a beatdown. 2 of them in a row coming in from Druk will slow this flag. Counter coming in from Optic. It's 4 dead for Optic again, and it's 3-0 for TSM.
Unbelievable from TSM here, and you start to wonder, have we spoken a bit too soon? As Optic finds their strongest opponent in pool play yet again, and a lot more Halo to play, of course, but what a start here for TSM.
What a start for Druk as well, 16-7 in this game. A lot of that work done from top middle as well and inside the Optic base. Legend trying to win his fight, but Druk isn't losing any of them at the moment. He finds himself a positive 10.
Look at this. Tolik running this one in as well. 4-0. Look at the kills right now. Druk on 18, Soul Snipe, and Tolik on 11 and 10. By the way, Formal, Bound, and Legend on 4, 5, and 7. Outslaying with enormous numbers here.
I mean, it's always a good sign when you're capping a flag and you've got a player alive in the opposition's base, still doing damage. And that was exactly the circumstance that we saw there when that flag went home. Druk was still inside the gen, still running around the bridge, still causing problems for Optic. And now Soul Snipe's trying to push forward. A lot of bit of pressure coming in from here on the car side, but this green gun Itani leaves that player finally going to be cleaned up. But, I mean, for Optic, this is going to be somewhat of an eye-opener. They thought this was going to be an easy series after how they played a bit earlier against Gen G. This TSM team is looking like they are here to cause the upset.
Yeah, unbelievable start here. I think we knew this series was going to be their toughest of the pool, of course. However, this is a whole different level so far, 4-0, with only 5:40 left on the clock. And if you're Optic Gaming, you might be aware you're probably not getting out of this one alive, but this is a moment to get maybe reset, right? Still a lot of time to play. They could bring this game back. It's not impossible, but I think most importantly, they need to just find their bearings.
Yeah, I think they're a bit shell-shocked to the moment, to be honest with you. A lot of individual fights being taken by Optic, just trying to get any kind of thing going, but the teamwork from TSM is so impressive. Formal should be taken down in this situation as well. Tolik will get that kill, and now the spawns are all on the fridge. TSM might think about running this one.
Important trade from Formal there. Formal trading ensures that Renegade can wrap the corner and win the final 1v1. 3 were dead now. As we said, a moment here for Optic to regain. Take a breath and see if they can get a setup on the map here. Long way to go. They would need right now about 1 flag per minute to tie the game.
I mean, it's becoming very improbable for Optic to do this. However, they are inside of the base, but this run, if they start it, needs to be converted. 2 dead on the side of Optic, but 2 dead for TSM as well. The flag is down front of base. Legend is trying to fight for some kills. to clear a path for that flag to start moving, but Soulsnipe putting pressure on for the respawn. Torlik also on the respawn. And Optic just can't get a clean run going. That's 3 dead for them once again.
With the exception of Renegade, look at the stats on the top right of your screen. These are uncharacteristic stats for these players on Optic Gaming, yet to find any sort of groove, and it has obviously impacted on the scoreboard as well. And to be honest, TSM can play very, very casual control-based gameplay here. Even if they were to forfeit a flag or 2, it would be no issue at all.
And that's what you see from the here, just trapping them in the base. They're taking their time, they're waiting for the opportunity. Optic have to push out because they have to get across the map, and it means that Drock can pick up a triple kill. 4 dead for Optic. Formal's only just come off the respawn, and Soulsnipe is halfway across Aquarius. He's got this one past the courtyard. He's getting it back to his base. This is going to be a 5-0 result here for TSM. They are up by 1 in the series, and what a performance that is on Aqua Flag.
And with a map like that, that will reset everyone's understanding of where Optic Gaming might be at this event. I think Optic fans at home and in the room loved what they saw earlier, but TSM, the 4 players you just saw on your screen, come ripping out of nowhere with a 5-0 Aqua CTF win, and it wasn't even about being scrappy. They just simply dominated. Let's take a look at some of the stats.
24-11 for Drug, 16-11 for Torlik, Soulsnipe 17-13, and Manny just filling those gaps where required, but the standouts on the other side, right? I mean, you've got Renegade, the only player going positive for Optic, everybody else really struggling to get on the map. And when you were looking at the control that TSM have for the majority of that game, you're not surprised to see those kind of stats coming in from some players on the Optic side.
Yeah, it was right. There has to, if you see numbers like that on the other side, there's got to be someone, or in this case, 3 players that are going negative. And I too, I think I'm a little bit shell-shocked here, because I think we knew that Optic Gaming was going to have tough opponents in pool play, right, facing off against TSM. But hard to believe that they'd be on the receiving end of a 5-0 Aqua CTF, one of their favored game types, to start off this series. And all sorts of questions start to get asked, and not just by us here in the booth and everyone at home, but also I think even Optic Gaming right now is thinking, okay, let's dust that one off the shoulder, because we need to get back into this tournament and find our flow. Think about it, not that long ago, we had Renegade and Formal up here in the couch talking about how they were looking forward to this series and their day was going so great. All of a sudden, Optic Gaming backs against the walls yet again.
So we move into game number 2 then, Slayer's Streets, which is going to be an opportunity for TSM to maybe go up by 2 in the series. Then they only need to win one of the next 3 to get the win here over Optic Gaming. But for Optic, they need to turn this one around. And I think after the performance in that game number 1, like you say, there's not any positives really to take away from it. It's about wipe the slate clean. Come into this one with thinking this is sort of 0-0, and nothing really happened in that first game. But what a change in attitude, I think, from Optic after that first game. I mean, look at them on the
player
stage.
cams, right?
They were all stern face. There's no smiles. There's no laughs anymore.
That's right. It was all smiles and laughs earlier today. That result, though, I think has forced them to think about locking right back in. They do not want to have to repeat the pool play errors of Arlington, the elimination bracket matches, the tough round 1 matches, things like that. They're a little bit too recent in the memory books for Optic Gaming. However, TSM coming up out of nowhere. We also now have a chance as we get ready to load into game number 2, talk about that listening. It was pure organized chaos. I mean, I think it was exactly what you expect from these 4, right?
Yeah.
And even though I would say that game, I think the speed at which they played was impressive, but it was not a scrappy win, right? That was a dominant control-based win, but their comms were definitely scrappy. They were pretty insane. And you and I, as soon as we got into that listening, you and I looked at each other, we were like, wow, this is intense and this is wild, and that's how they win the game, right? They love to play a fast, constant, chaotic pace of Halo. These 4 players have always enjoyed that across the rosters and the organizations that they've played for. And it showed in game number 1 as they take down your current number 1 seed defending champions. With a 5-0 win, they're going to look to do it again here. Slayer game number 2.
Okay then, everybody, lock in. Let's get back into the action. Slayer game number 2, like you say, 50 kills to win here on Streets. And a lot of focus from both of these teams, and everybody watching at home is going to be on that camera that's coming up in around 20 seconds off the rip here. Drug from TSM, a phenomenal first game for him. Double positive almost in that game number 1. If he can put anything like that kind of performance up here in game number 2, TSM are going to be in a great spot, but it's Optic who get the first 2 kills. make that three. It's 3-0 as Optic have a almost perfect start here.
A very, very nice opening from Optic. They're going to flood PD here. They're almost certainly going to see that kill on the feed. There it is. Bound picks it up. They also will now get the 5th 5-0. It's a perfect opening as the camo pops.
Druck gets the first kill here for TSM, but like you say, it's the space that's been created for someone to move in and pay attention to that camo. On the side of Optic Gaming, Druck is trapped at the back of tower here, and Formal's going to flush him out with a frag grenade, but I think Soulsnipe might have just snuck away. Indeed, he did with that camo. So TSM, even though they lost the majority of the opening fights, have come away with the first camo.
Good damage here from Soulsnipe, but he gets absolutely shredded from the Bulldog angle from Legend to shut down that camo. That's a huge play.
That's so frustrating, right? You do so much. Put 2 players, no shield, you got the camo. You come out of it with nothing, essentially. TSM don't convert the kills, they don't make the most out of the camo, and they lose the camo and the death. It's a frustrating life, that one for TSM.
Yeah, perfect kill there coming in as well on the feed. You saw from Legend to make sure that he picked that one up. The insta will hit in the end. That will be a trade, but still 10-4. It's a convincing opening, convincing lead here. Now 12-5.
3 dead for TSM as well. Optic just gonna have to wait a second here as Bound thought he was gonna get his shields back, but just gets clipped by a frag grenade as he makes his way towards B stairs. Druck will get an opening though. And a trade will come in here from Soulsnipe onto Bound. It's an important 1v1 here between Torlik and Legend, and that's going to give the numbers momentarily over to the side of TSM, who are starting to rally here in this game number 2. They've cut this lead down. It's now 13-9.
Wow, nice movement from Torlik. Does not take damage as he goes all the way to benches. That's really big as he's able to win the fight here on Neon's. Now just a 3-kill game as the camo's coming up again.
Shroud goes down as well. Manny's going to get that next camo. So it's 2 camos in a row here for TSM, and it's now a 2-kill difference between Optic Gaming and TSM. Manny's going to have to find an entry here and certainly try and find some information on where Optic Gaming are going to be. A trade elsewhere keeps this at 2. But Optic just trying to milk the time on this camo, but that's going to be an easy double here for Manny. He puts it to use this time, and they get some efficacy out of this camo this time around.
It was just a 6-kill lead for Optic now. Camo comes down, so instead they're going to have to look for a B rails push. Druck picks up another one though.
Tie game momentarily. Optic do go back into a single kill advantage, but that's going to be a kill for Manny onto Bound with that sidekick. And it's going to be Optic who still somehow come out of this situation with a 1-kill advantage. But now we are tied up once again. 9 minutes left on the game clock here. And TSM have done a great job of bringing this one back.
Really great. It was just 10-4. Just like that. TSM slowly fight back. I'm not getting Torlik staying alive from B stairs to benches on that drop slide and not taking any damage from Formal, paving the way for that camo grab. Huge part of the puzzle of them now tying the game.
Optic trying to make a really aggressive push onto the PD here, and Renegade is going to fly in and manage to get the cleanup onto Manny. That gives them a 1-kill advantage, Optic. Renegade going to slide in. It's a sticky coming in from Soulsnipe, followed up by the repulse to make sure that he doesn't take any damage. And the second repulse comes back at just the right time to keep him alive as that frag grenade was coming his way.
Man, this is beautiful to watch. As you said, that was a chess match there at Music, right? Just beautiful back and forth between 2 players. Soulsnipe with perfectly timed repulses on both of those grenades keeps him alive. And you're watching a lot of mechanical micro expertise from these players here.
Well, finally, Soulsnipe will be taken down, but the time that he bought for TSM to make a push on the other side of the map, down that pink street towards the tower, means that Optic find themselves 3 dead. Renegade's going to be taken down as the camo comes up as well. It's 3 camos going to be picked up in a row here for TSM.
Pressure continues from Manny. Love that. He's going to try to fly into back A, but he's got 3 players here, so he's going to play this slow.
Enemy halfway to victory.
They know he's somewhere. Trying to wait for support to come his way. Going to be spotted out. Not going to get a trade in that situation either. So even though the work done by TSM in the build-up to that gave them a momentary lead, we're now tied up once again at 26 apiece. And considering Optic Gaming have not had a camo out of the last 3, it's actually kind of impressive that they kept this close.
I agree. Optic now only trailing by 1 here. Like you said, just trades back and forth, and Optic has done well to make sure it didn't get more out of hand. Let's get into a listen here with Optic Gaming.
Really big steps.
Sit back quick, sit back quick. Arcade weak, soccer. Sit back quick. Arcade weak. Watch arcade. Nice.
Nice. Another one drive, I think, John?
Drive right now. Druck. He's bedroom. Back there. Bedroom.
In red, John in red.
Don's on them. Back commando, John. Commando Navi.
2 guys on John.
Yeah, back. Okay now.
No, not really.
One Ivy.
Don's in on him.
I beat Venom, man. You can't wipe that. Don't wipe that. I'm only seeing Venom. Traffic. Jumper. Two dead, guys. Two dead.
Real weak. Put the real guys. Push those guys.
We're hitting B.
Real still.
Down here by yourself. Wave up. Nice. Game on 30, guys. Tires and PD.
It's B-Gen.
Plants.
You better step out.
Plants is top PD.
One shot. Bottom mid. Agent. Behind you guys.
Up also,
Okay, one shot. Two.
Real.
We're split.
Watch out front C.
Game on 10, guys.
Nice,
man. Tie game.
Yeah, weak. Drugs weak.
One laundry.
Camo's coming now, guys.
One shot laundry. Nice. I'm shot, man.
Buddy, watch out drug.
One shot.
Two dead. Bureau.
Come on.
We have it.
Well, we're tied up at 37 apiece. We've heard from Optic Gaming. Let's jump into TSM's comms now and see what they're thinking as the game gets close.
One's a B though.
One's a kid.
Yo, we can actually kill this guy, okay?
Yeah, make the pushes, bro. Make the pushes.
They know I'm here.
Okay, we're just baiting hard.
Fight up, be fast.
Yeah, I'm in this.
I lived.
One's arcade. Okay. Dead. Ice cream, it's on
Ice cream weak.
Watch out.
Going fast.
Watch ice cream.
Nice. Keep moving.
Watch upstairs.
Live, guys.
Yeah, peon.
Camo's laundry, tires.
Yeah, watch out laundry with Camo. Watch the laundry in your spawn cafe.
Okay. Got one to go see, okay? Gotta get some space. Got one to see.
Pussy.
Yeah.
Don't see the B.
Yo, watch out, B-stairs. Two B-stairs. Don't be stairs. Behind me, guys. Yo, charge. Yo, one shot mid. Watch him mid.
Wait.
Yo, he's laundry, guys. Go on time right now. Watch out. I got him.
They purple me.
Nice. Yeah. Keep it. Shotty window. Yo, back in one shot. Back in one shot. Absolute. Yo, one shot. Yo, agent cut weak. Nice. Yo, slow down. No, I'm pushing on. Mickey, please.
Well, TSM are intense, and no surprise, they're 45-41 up, and they are 5 kills away from going up 2 in the series versus Optic.
Unbelievable. I think everyone got a little bit nervous when we weren't watching Formal's POV there, of course, starting to listen. But guess what? We had the right POVs on the screen. Somehow they out-rotate Camo, and they catch Formal off guard at B-stairs with the Camo. Now a 4-kill lead at 46-42.
And how influential has that Repulse been in some big moments in this game? And it's favored TSM heavily with the use of that equipment to keep players alive and keep them in the fight a little bit longer than Optic Gaming have been able to. 47-43, it's 3 to go here for TSM.
And now really game in their hands with a lead like this. You just need to make sure that you're at least trading out the damage, not letting yourself collapse here. This Camo might decide the game. Comes up in 5 seconds.
Oh, big push coming in from Optic Gaming. They all G-slide across the pink street. They want to send all their numbers towards pink. Manny will get one, but Optic do have an advantage on the map. But here comes Soul Snipe. He'll find one. He's going to challenge Renegade. Renegade won't go down, but it's only one to go now for TSM. It's Druck who gets that Camo. Can he stay alive? No, he can't. Optic, they're still in this somehow.
Burns the Camo, though. That really was the goal there on that push. But 49-48, not over yet. 1 kill to go here for TSM. Oh, my God.
Renegade has the gun, but Soul Snipe, you sneaky little devil. He hides in the cafe, and he peeks out for the backsmack at just the right time. And TSM, they are up by 2 in this series, and they are 1 away from beating Optic Gaming here in ballplay.
Calling the barista. Hiding just below the counter. I've seen it time and time again. Beautifully pitched there. On the angle, somehow they get Optic right into the trap. Optic takes the bait, they push Cafe, they get an easy melee kill to close it out at 50-48. Taking a look at some of the stats, and it's Manny turning on the Jets, 17-12 to close out that game.
17-12. I mean, you look at the Optic side, Formal 5-9, but it's not a huge amount of deaths, really. There's no horror performance from anyone on Optic, and it felt like in those final moments that Optic were going to make the plays to maybe win that game. They win that team fight just beforehand, but the calmness, I think, in that final moment, it was Manny just sneaking around on the cafe, playing behind that pillar. He knew the push was going to come in. Optic didn't check their corners, didn't get that information. Maybe trying to look forward to that next spawn kill before anything happened, and only 1 kill, only 1 death difference between Optic maybe getting that win on the board, or TSM finding themselves 1 game away now from closing this out.
Yeah, time and time again, the collapses were really more impressive and in the favor of TSM, it felt like. As we said earlier, Optic Gaming keeping this game close, and at times throughout the home stretch, also leading in the game, but it was not enough. Tied 35 here. And these were the moments where you thought this one was going to be theirs.
Right here. Soul Snipe, excuse me. It's Soul Snipe who makes that play. Must be so frustrating on the Optic side of it. Soul Snipe, who they just didn't account for in that massive moment. And there you can see the reaction of TSM as well. They know how close they are here to beating Optic Gaming, the champions from the kickoff major in Arlington. As we head to Stronghold's recharge, and I think if you gave them a game type they want to play, this would be pretty close.
It absolutely would. I'm amazed, by the way. It really felt like Optic Gaming with the camo at the 43 kill marker, so had the game in their hands. And somehow, TSM just fast out-rotates any camo play. You heard through the comms of TSM that Formal was in laundry and tires with that camo, and obviously he was unable to push. He probably got pre-nated. He had to then circle back to B stairs, but by then, they already had trash and commando angles on B stairs. It was a really good out-rotate that we got to see and hear from TSM. But Optic Gaming now finds themselves in familiar territory, despite their seed and despite their momentum from Arlington. Down 2-0 in a pool play match.
Well, here's the Stronghold's record so far this season. Reminder, TSM, this is a different looking team from what we saw in Arlington. But 1-1 for them, 5-3 for Optic. So Optic have shown that they can bleed on this game type. When you look at their overall map records, probably one of the weaker winning ones that they do have. So it's going to be an interesting one here in this game number 3. And Optic are going to have to pull something out of the bag if they want to see a game 4.
And oftentimes we see that moments like this have defined Optic's tournament run. We'll have to see what they could do here. It's been such a dominant games 1 and 2 from TSM. I mean, I think we were all ready for quite a series and quite a performance from TSM, but this is, once again, as we kind of said about Envy earlier, this is a different tier of even what I think certainly we were expecting, and you can bet that what Optic was expecting based on what we're seeing in this series so far.
I mean, Legend looks frustrated.
Yeah.
Understandably so. Like, the way they were playing a little bit earlier against Gen G, it looked like this is Optic on a different level, and then TSM just come out of the gate so hot in that game number 1, and Optic Gaming, I think they're just a little bit genuinely like shocked still from how game 1 went. Game number 2, it felt like they had moments, but I think you look back on that game number 2 and you look at the camo control that TSM had for the majority of that game. It's, again, you give the majority of the power-ups to any teams that are at the top end of Halo. They're going to make use of it.
Yep. Without a doubt. TSM, I mean, these guys have the years and the experience together, and it is showing. Reunited back on the stage as they retake the stage. And you know that they know just as well as we do that Optic Gaming can very quickly and easily find a way back into this series and turn this thing around completely. So TSM, you can bet that in their ears, Trey behind them is saying, hey, let's end this game right here, right now. Let's not get into games 4 and 5. Let's make it an early night, boys.
We'll take a look at Envy versus Complexity that's going on before we get this map number 3 underway. You can see the Envy are 2 to the good up against Complexity. As we head to a little bit of Origin flag. Vucci on our screens right now. Complexity need to win this one, but tied up at 0-0. Looks like this game has just got underway. Having the sniper rifle is always a good way to feel on this map, though.
A little bit of ex-teammates going up against each other here in this series adds just a little bit of spice as well.
This is good. This is a bad blood match.
Yeah. Vucci picks up the first one. It's the second one as well. He's not done yet. Connects with some nice shots from distance. That'll give them the 2-man lead.
4-0 the rip here of Vucci. Not a bad start. It's going to be 3 dead here for Envy. Spawning in and around the fountain of the cave, so got to be very careful where that flag is going to be running, but it looks like they've managed to cut down the players inside of the base who were trying to run it, but Cherished, he's got the rocket launcher as well, so Complexity have all the power-ups, all of the map control. Cherish finds another. Jackson's going to be last alive. Run this one window, get this round this corner. They've got a chance to cap, but they can't quite manage to round that corner, and the geometry doesn't keep them alive long enough.
Should mention, of course, just in case you didn't catch it, Envy taking down SSG earlier today with a dominant and impressive win. Complexity also facing off against SSG. They actually get taken down in a game number 5. SSG narrowly wins that one. So we've seen these teams battle up against that SSG roster with 2 very different storylines for sure.
Barton trying to run this one elbow at the moment. We'll be able to get it out down to the trenches, but taking a lot of damage on his way. And we'll keep you up to date with the results of this as we'll go back to our main stage matchup now between Optic Gaming and TSM, which is, if you're just joining us, by the way, 2-0 on the side of TSM which you may not have expected to see. And Optic Gaming going to have to conjure up something special here and pull off the reverse sweep if they're going to want to keep this pool record looking perfect.
And I think it's also the style and the method in which this has happened so far, right? I think if anyone had said, hey, would it be possible for TSM to be leading Optic Gaming 2-0 in this series, you'd say sure. If you were then said, was one of the games a 5-0 CTF win, I think people are maybe going to be a little bit more hesitant to place those bets.
Yes.
It has been the fashion in which this series has gone down so far, which has really been the differentiator. Optic Gaming certainly showing up ready for an opponent, maybe not one of this caliber and speed. Like you said, caught off guard so far. Can they find their form? Can they find their footing here in game number 3? We're underway.
Well, Strongholds on Recharge is where we're going to find ourselves. 250 points to win this one. And Soul Snipe continuing to keep the pressure on Optic Gaming, and TSM continuing to keep the pressure on. It's 4 dead for Optic off the rip. And this is going to be an immediate triple cap coming in from TSM. And they have the camo in the hands of Manny. It's a perfect opening strat.
Not just 4 dead as well. I love how they actually bum rush C and they wait till they get the 4th kill and then they get a late camo. It's a really, really nice opening strategy here from TSM. Look at this is big as well.
He's going to play this one so well though. Waits for the help to come in. Lets the cap get away, but they're going to get these kills very, very comfortably, and they can recap afterwards. So Renegade somehow gets a trade in that situation, but it's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Drug versus Bound, and Bound's trapped in pipes. So he's not going to be able to stop this. It's going to be continued scoring, an AC hold for TSM.
I have to also note TSM said 3 to Elevator there. It was the 3rd player who gets the cap. Sometimes even though you think you might have the numbers in a 2v1, you might need, especially in this era of Halo Infinite, you might need the 3rd player to fly in as well to finish the job. 27-2 off the opening.
Enemy team score.
With how efficient these two teams are here on Stronghold's Recharge, you get the feeling like a 3 or 4 dead is going to be a real dagger to either team. So watch out for a lot of players and teams recognizing the numbers on the map and valuing their lives if you find a couple of kills going down. Staying alive is going to be vital for their success.
Yeah, and as a result, also watch the caution going for the trip cap, right? It's going to be a very, very dicey decision each time you decide if you're going for the trip or not, especially if it's a 50-50. Expect teams to not make that call, keep their players alive, and continue scoring on the 2 cap if there's any debate.
Torlik was last alive momentarily for TSM. He tried to draw the attention away for the spawners just by stepping into B, gets back out, re-engages with Legend. And even though he's doing a huge amount of damage here, the little sprint strafe coming in from him and the perfect shots is going to allow his teammates back on the map. It's 4 dead for Optic. He goes back to B where this all started off.
And they do have the timing here, so then it's an easy drop here as we're talking about the trip cap. The trip cap engaged once again. C going to start to be contested, but not before it's another camo for Soul Snipe and TSM.
All the TSM starting to look a little bit trapped in and around the long haul. Legend's trying to create an opening and wins an individual fight in and around B. But he'll be taken down. Bound is weak as well, and Soul Snipe wins his fights that he simply had to win in that situation. TSM are flipping C. Former will get the trade on C to stop the conversion, but the AB hold is good enough for them to continue scoring here.
Pressure not coming through tower. It's good pre-nades as well. You heard some of those hit. He's got a whole lot of nades, and that will continue the TSM AB hold.
Really, really good damage and really good life here from Soul Snipe. Former does get the first pick though onto Torlik, which is going to allow an opening, and here comes the Optic push. Soul Snipe uses the box to hit the G side to get close enough to get that trade. Legend should be able to step into A here and start the conversion, as TSM will find themselves 3 dead. Legend cleaned up that damage. Excuse me, Formal cleaned up the damage from Legend on that player bottom middle, and Optic will be able to start scoring again. But 88-42, no team has really got a commanding lead when you consider how big of a run you can go here on Strongholds.
Kills being traded out. Also notice the split spawns coming in there for TSM. 2 players were at gold, 2 players were at C. However, the kill's still going in favor of Optic Gaming, which also means the scoreboard continuing to trend that way as well. It's now 88-58.
Torlik's kind of stuck in a difficult situation here. Manny flies across the map to try and help him, but he's got that shock rifle, so obviously you want to value keeping the weapon. But he knows there's going to be pressure from Optic Gaming. Manny's now stepping inside, trying to bait Formal out. Formal's trying to time this one for the kill, but there is the jump out from Torlik to help out his teammate. Well, Optic have turned their attention towards B now. A being flipped by TSM. Again, this is just back and forth conversion of these strongholds. AC now the hold for TSM. They will be the team scoring.
Tolik's very happy to just hold this angle. You saw Bound kind of comes in, maybe goes blue pipes, and Tolik just holds top. Eventually, he's naded out, so 2 dead, and now a big moment in the game. The stick does not connect, so Renegade will maintain camo control, and they will now hold BC. If they can keep these kills up, they may be able to find themselves in the lead for the first time in the game.
And it feels like finally Optic get a camo for the first time in quite some time. You know, go back to map 2. Whiffs this time, but the damage is going to be good enough to clean up. Draku's trying to force his way towards A, and it's a triple cap now for Optic Gaming. They will be scoring. If they can hold off these respawners from TSM and pick up these first kills, they will go into a lead here.
And here we go now as the trip cap hits. Optic Gaming will go into the lead here at the 106 to 98 mark. Let's get into a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
Don't slurp, watch out the stairs, guys, don't slide. Watch out the stairs.
C-jump, watch out, C-jump, watch out.
Watch out, aim bottom mid weak, Manny. Watch out bottom mid, Manny.
C-jump dead.
Bottom mid weak, orange or something.
Too long. One shot long. Last two. Leave him long. Hey, by spawn A is open now.
Hold it. Maximum is a thing?
Yeah, stack.
More C-pot. Drop.
I spawned A.
We're so good, guys. We're so good.
Kill one set, text. I know he crossed.
Bottom orange or A.
Jump on. Yeah, two to burn. Good being there.
Camo in 30 here.
Take your time. Watch it.
L1 one shot man, Talon. And top gold. L2 Talon.
Ready. Real long.
Nice, we got one. That's our pick. They're in A, guys. They're in A.
Where's my cat? I got him.
Jump on weak. Jump on weak. In glass.
Well, Optic went into the lead, and that triple cap has been devastating for TSM. 190 and rising. That was around an 78-point run from Optic, all from that triple cap.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the way that they will command that. Nice little grab of the camo as well for Formal. They will continue with the map presence, and we'll see what Formal can do with this camo as they cross the 200-point mark.
Closing in on a first map in this series, Optic Gaming. Soul Snipe with the shock rifle, but Formal with his camo is pressurizing the TSM members. He's probably thinking about stepping into B here. He's going to let TSM get that cap onto A because they're going to be able to contain them here. Optic Gaming, they know where all these respawners have come in, and now that the damage is done, a killing spree for Formal will take down 2, but elsewhere, Legend now finds himself on his own as TSM win those fights in and around the elevator.
Formal did so well to make sure he killed the Whirlpool player as well as pinging the last player who was alive, but as you say, Legend, last player alive, somehow gets a very important kill in that 1v1 to now let them fight out of this respawn.
And now TSM are under pressure. Trapped in and around A, they've lost 3 players. Last player alive is going to be inside of B. It's an important reset here. Formal will clean out Manny, looks for the second shot. They will be spawning in and around the long haul here. TSM, this is not where you want to be. They've got to cross towards C because Optic are inside of B, turning it back in their favor, and Optic have a triple cap once more.
And like we said, despite unbelievable games 1 and 2 from TSM and great composure as well as performances now, less than 20 points to go for Optic to be right back in this series.
245 and rising. TSM starting to be cut down off the respawn. Can't get anywhere near a stronghold, and Optic Gaming gets on the board here. It's 2-1 now. TSM still with the lead, but Optic showing some life.
And I think the type of performance that Optic Gaming needed, right, to have a 100-point run in that game. If you're an Optic fan, you needed to make sure that that wasn't a game that was won narrowly. And I think the Optic players are going to be very happy that that was the case as well. Maybe a game, like we said, just resets the confidence. Maybe a reminder of what they've done so far this season and what they're capable of. They're right back in this series. It's 2-1 as Optic will look to force us to a game number 5.
Here's the stats from that game. It ends up 250 to 112, but it feels a lot closer than that when you look back at the moments. But it was the triple cap towards the end of that game that really gave Optic that stranglehold onto TSM. And one thing from the listen-in as well that I noticed was Bounce said, leave them long. Leave the last 2 long. They killed 2. They had that triple cap. Keep them spawning there. We can contain them. It goes back to the Quadrant days where they were the team to work out how to contain a team when you had that triple cap, where you wanted them to be spawning. And I mean, Drux had an amazing game number 1, but that one was a little bit of a rough one for him.
Certainly was. Everything feels quite different than it did about 8 minutes ago, with TSM just dominating. And despite the start that we saw from TSM, camo control, sizable lead as well. As you saw on the board, it was TSM there with 88 on the board, even crossed the 90-point threshold early on in the game. But Optic Gaming, as they tied the game at about 98, they never looked back. Essentially a 100-point run to get them to this stage of the game.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Optic to stay in this game initially, but then once they got control, continue to hold control. And I think Formal the statistics don't lie, right? He had a really, really solid game, and it wasn't just the kills he's picking up. Think of when we were listening from the Renegade's POV as well. Form was saying, one shot C jump, John, and John's like, I got him. One shot bottom mid as well. So Form is outputting damage consistently for other players to play off as well. It's why he's such a talented player. His positioning and ability to find angles onto multiple different players and pressurize different players is what makes him one of the best to do it. And as we look across and update you on what's happening in the pools at the moment, you can take a look at who you want to take a look at, but I think the standout performance from today is undoubtedly Envy.
Yep, just 3-0'd Complexity. We just got an update from the back as well, as you'll see. That series has concluded. And looking strong atop Pool D.
Really, really impressive stuff. The big win against Space Station a little bit earlier. Shopify Rebellion, 2-0 at the top of their pool as well. A very tight series against Nemesis, but they ended up looking pretty good when it looks at you look at the end of the series result, but some close games in that one. FaZe very, very solid so far today as well.
They do. I'm worried though. Let's not forget FaZe 9-0 in pool play in Arlington. And then once they faced the big dogs, the bark was indeed quite big. However, lots of Halo to play for them and everyone else, and even in this series here potentially as well. TSM and Optic Gaming, if you're just joining us, well, you've timed it perfectly. Game 4 up next, going to be Oddball Live Fire, and Optic Gaming they were facing down an 0-2 barrel. Now it's a little bit more palatable at 2-1. They'll now need to take this one round at a time to maybe send us to a series deciding game number 5. Let's not forget, the last time we saw Optic lose a pool play match, it was against Nemesis, and it was 3-1 in Arlington. So they're gonna look to make sure that that does not repeat itself. They wanna take this one. And I think for Optic, they're gonna be pretty thankful that it's an oddball, right? This will give them a chance, okay, look at what we just did in that last game. Let's come into this. Let's take this one round at a time, one hold, one break at a time, and continue the momentum that we just built from that game number 3.
And now they have the opportunity as well to get that sniper rifle in their hands. The S7 is going to be present top middle. We've seen already today highlight clips. I mean, pick a player. There's been a highlight clip from them with that S7 in their hand. On the other side for TSM, I think it's not just about keeping it out of the hands of Optic. When you've got the opportunity to use it, you've got to put it to just as good use. When you find yourself with the power weapon off the rip, though, it's going to be Legend who gets away with it. 10 seconds till that camo comes up as well. And if you're TSM, you can't let him get camo as well.
Oh, jeez. Waste no time.
Oh,
and
my.
He's not done yet. Picks up 2 kills, makes him look way too easy. No grabs just yet here, but camo will pop.
3 dead momentarily for TSM with the camo coming up. That means they're not going to have access. They're going to be spawning over towards green. The QT is going to keep Manny alive. But that's not...
My.
G slides towards Legend, who just dismisses him, swats him away like a fly.
I don't use the term peeled his face many times, but that was an absolute face peel. That was unreal in motion. You needed all 240 frames to catch that one, and we did. Unreal. Legend makes use of every single one of them. A beautiful set of snipes to kick off this game.
Legend 4-0 at the start of this game. 14 points on the board here for Optic as well. Most importantly, when it comes to the objective time, when it comes to what's going to win you the game here. 1 bullet left. Not going to connect this time around, but re-challenges and evens up the shields. And that fight, Manny has to come and get involved and say, all right, Legend, that's enough.
I was going to say, by the way, Legend still has the opening cuts spikes in his hand. That's how long that man was alive. He was still holding the same spikes from the opening rush. Finally, that slowed down and will be TSM scoring on the board here. They trail by an early 15-point deficit.
TSM do have that ball in their hands, though.
Enemy has the ball.
In and around the small window. Bound's going to find an opening, though. Manny's going to have to throw that ball out and try and get a trade himself. Won't be able to do so because the damage from TSM makes the beatdown from Legend. Not one that gets traded out. And Formal can grab that odd ball here for Optic Gaming, and they will be back into a scoring position with TSM on the back foot.
Trying to evaluate if and where to rotate. Renegade going to just jump up to bags, cut down any angles of players that might be pushing in, and just like that, Optic Gaming will extend their lead even further as Formal rotates cuts.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to move that one back to tower initially, but Bound lost the fight over at the tower. So instead, they're just holding it towards the garage side. Camo coming up in around 5 seconds time as well. Make that 1 second as the time elapses quicker than I can read it. Renegade finds 1. Damage onto another player as well. It's 3 dead for TSM. And 4 is still holding that ball, by the way. Just weaving in and around bottom middle.
This is beautifully done. By the way, it's a walk in the park for Renegade. It's like he's just on a grocery run. He's like, I'll pick up a few kills here. On the way back, I'll pick up a few kills there. Then I'm going to grab camo, so give me just a second. finally taken down, but not before picking up those 5 kills. Bound, by the way, 7 and 4 early on in the game as well.
3 dead for Optic, a chance for TSM to create a little bit of space and get near that oddball, because it felt like at the moment that they've just been chasing that objective. From the hands of Optic Gaming. Sniper rifles coming up top middle as well. That's going to be available for both teams. Soulsnipe getting that first kill should clear the path for Toilet to get his hands on this.
And he's going to just snag it and go right to bags. Early battle's going to happen. Oh, and that's tough. Legend's going to win that. Kills eventually traded out. Should be Talik, last player alive, who's going to grab that. But we'll see what he can do. He might get collapsed on.
Ooh.
And before I can finish the sentence, Renegade comes in with a back whack to the back of the neck.
You don't want to give it to this man as well, because he isn't missing. Somehow bodies.
Yeah. That is
a player at back green.
Threads that needle, like you said, just to keep Talik at back green. And by the way, look at the scoreboard here, 80 to 15. Optic Gaming so efficient here in this game, both in the slays and the points on the board as well.
Oh, Manny! Oh, he's going to need some reconstructive surgery after that bullet coming in from Renegade. That is a disgusting shot coming in from him. Bound to find another as well. Renegade grabs that ball. TSM 3 dead again.
That's a total loss. I think you go to a cosmetic surgeon with that and they say, no, it's chalked, man. We're not putting this thing back
He's
together.
not going to save you.
93 points on the board.
Renegade now having to deal with the pressure coming in from Manny. Manages to body him but not connect with the head, but it's 7 points to go here for the round to go the way of Optic.
You knew that was going to happen already.
So casual about it as well. 3 dead for TSM. This should be
4 dead.
Optic Gaming grabbing this oddball. Renegade said, do you know what? I'll do it. I know that everyone's dead. 5 points to go. This will be Optic getting this round on the board. And they're now one round away from sending us towards a game 5.
And how quickly things can change on a Friday evening.
That was disgusting, that round.
I think everyone here thought it might be an early one, maybe heading back.
Incoming.
Not too long from then, but however, everything since TSM's Game 2 win has been an Optic Gaming story, and now the series is completely different. And guess what? Here they come again.
Renegade gets the snipe. The Soul Snipe manages to make sure it's not too effective in that situation, but they've got to put it to similar use. Misses a couple. Bound will cut him down as well, and that's the difference maker. TSM find themselves 3 dead now, and Bound says, hey, it's my go with the S7.
Just going to hold them all. Rotate ball pillars. She's going to have a green spawner, so should be able to deal damage and play these angles.
Jeez, I mean, it looks simple, but it's not. Trust me. Hit those kind of angles, hit those kind of no-scopes, and now Bound moves that ball away from the TSM push. It's Optic with an early lead, but Druk does get that first camo.
See what Druk's able to do here. There's 1 dead for Optic, so maybe an opportunity to get repulsed, bumped around, and what felt like he was in a washing machine. Finally, the kills do go to the side of TSM, and it was 3 dead from both sides momentarily. Formal, though, from distance will take down Soulsnipe.
Legend grabs that ball bottom middle, having seen the spawns coming in from TSM with 2 already in the death screen. Optic can move this one out towards the screens, knowing that the TSM push will be coming in the big door and from the green area where they just respawn. Good kill coming in from Tolik though. But Optic do swarm onto these final players. Tolik last alive, and Bound is just going to try and hunt him down, but Formal already cuts him down. Manny off the respawn towards the dummies here is going to be able to keep the pressure on that oddball.
Yeah, Manny does well to get 2 there. He gets the first kill on scoreboard and then trades. Maybe going to provide an opening for the side of TSM, but 2 dead for both sides. Renegade going to try to wrap around if he can, but he gets cut off.
Optic playing this one like they have the lead, and they do indeed have that lead. 20 points almost on the board for them. We'll call it 20, but sat at 19. Don't have to prioritize time. It's all about keeping TSM off the map, keeping them away from where that oddball is until those kills start to stack up for them. Finally, they do decide that now is the time to get near that oddball, but a lot of one-shots, but no kills being picked up, and now Bound has to try and escape as the last alive here for Optic.
Trying to stay alive, do as much damage as he can. In the end, it's not enough. Let's take a look at where those Optic spawners are specifically. Manny's already going to run this ball back. Based on what we're seeing, it looks like should be greenish in house, so it looks like what it is indeed, and they will be able to get some time on the board here. They were trailing by 26, but just like that, getting right back in this game.
Yeah, TSM kept it scrappy, never let the lead get out of hand here for Optic. Kept trading in and around that ball, kept the pressure on. Which is why you're seeing Optic, even with elements of control and kills going their way, not with an established lead in this game. But they have managed to get this next camo. It's going to move Formal. He grabs it, pushes past that sniper rifle spawn as well to try and create a little bit of space. And I think he's going to be baiting TSM to go for this. But I haven't seen the opportunity to strike now. Formal gets the connection this time. Should turn it into a double. Manny's there for the triple. Formal gets 3, grabs the snipe, body struck, but no overkill today.
Man, he hit all the pieces there. I think as soon as you saw that triple in the repulse, you were hoping that it was going to happen, but in the end, they're not too worried about that. It's more continued dominance. Formal doing it flashy, and they also pick up more time on the ball as well.
Oh! Oh! Formal! Oh! Formal! The triple kill, the melee celebration. This man does horrible things from this tower on live fire.
Back-to-back triples for Formal, and he is lasered. No emotion on his face. And the green wall chant erupts in the building as they cross the 60-point mark.
Sometimes there's not much he can do. Torlik will be challenging. He gets bodied as well. Formal takes to where the air is thinnest as he repulses up. He's gonna get the back smack on a soul snipe. It's a killing frenzy here for Formal. He is dragging Optic back into this series.
What an absolute rebound from Optic Gaming in this series. Bound picks up a double as well. And just like that, Optic Gaming not only back in this series, but now all of a sudden looking frightening.
Look at the confidence from Bound here. Torlik's going to challenge. Torlik will win it, but still gets bodied on his way forward. In the meantime, Renegade has this ball in his hands. Optic 80 points and rising on the board. Find themselves closer and closer to sending this to that game 5.
Feels like we cut to elevator music with Renegade in the window. Meanwhile, Renegade racking up time. They are just 18 points away from closing out the oddball in only 2 rounds. We'll see if they can do it here. Still is 2 dead though, so maybe an opportunity for TSM to put together some points on the board. And it's a staggered 2 dead yet again, so TSM will continue scoring. Optic Gaming only needs 1 break, but they need to put it together.
Optic just got to be careful not to get carried away with the moment here. Camo coming up in 4 seconds time, but looks like Formal hasn't been getting carried away with anything. He repulses, struck back, does not trade in that fight. Quite simply wins it. Manny's going to grab that camo. And Optic have to be careful here. Torlik's got repulse. Help's going to be coming in as well. Legend have one of his own. Manny with this camo has to hold off the push. He's thinking about this oddball time, but maybe rotate, maybe rotate it.
Nope, he's going to keep it here.
Tough decisions to make here.
Yep.
But his teammates make him a little bit easier for him. Throws that ball off now to a teammate. Legend tries to push him. First shot here for Manny with that camo.
Yeah, as you say, great decision to not rotate. 3 were dead. His teammates pick up the kills. They maintain the spawns as well. And now you have all of Optic spawning at tower. And like we said, this one's not over yet.
What's on a frag? How many times have we seen that? Formal wins his fight top middle. This could be a very interesting moment to look back on, where that frag grenade could have been a difference maker, could have been a damage dealer, but instead, speaking of damage dealers, it's Mr. Damage Dealer himself, Formal, who breaks through the TSM setup with that double kill.
It was 2v2 on the map. Here comes the push. They're going to come with dummies push. They do have the timing. TSM can break if they can push through.
Bound and Legend shut it down, though. Truck will find another one. It's a 1v2 on the map at the moment. Bound is looking for the oddball, looking for the kill as well. Renegade will find it. 4 dead here for TSM. Formal spawns towards the tower, and with no one close enough for TSM here, we are going to a game 5. Optic will win live fire oddball here and tie the series up at 2-2.
I tell you what, this has been a tale of 2 different series. I feel like I've been casting. I went through a portal after game number 2, and as we have a packed house here in a surprise down to the wire series on a Friday night special at DreamHack, standing room only for this one as well. And it's not just because Optic Gaming's on the stage, it's because this one has been one hell of a series so far. I mean it when I say I feel like I had a mental lapse where I watched half of a series.
You're gonna say breakdown.
I might have had hey, I don't know what happened. I could have had a mental breakdown as well. But speaking of breakdowns, it's TSM in games 3 and 4 who have a breakdown. It's 200-88, your final score elapsed in ball, 2 rounds to 0, and Optic Gaming has written a whole new story in these last 2 games.
We want to talk about Formal? I think we have to, right? The performance that we just saw in that round. Sometimes there's certain players who you just watch and you know that they're about to take over, and Legend, one of those players who output a huge amount of damage, but the multi-kills that Formal got with that sniper rifle, just absolutely tearing TSM apart and giving Optic the space and the comfort in that game where things could have been very, very dicey had he not hit those shots.
As you said, time and time again, hitting beautiful shots. How about a frenzy, by the way? We're going to look at highlights from that entire game, but it was an unreal performance in both rounds of ball from Optic Gaming. That shot, disgusting.
The reaction time is just obscene. Absolutely obscene to hit that kind of shot.
The patience of Formal here, by the way, he's had camo at this point for about 20 seconds. He still takes the time to get the triple. By the way, the repulse, new snipe, the freshie. But not to worry, he's back with more.
This shot.
Moments later.
Oh, Torlik just gets absolutely ripped for that triple kill. And then from the heavens, falls down for the killing frenzy with the back smack. Beautiful, beautiful run coming in from Formal. And it is Optic Gaming who send us to the game 5. But having got here, do TSM have something in the tank on Slayer Origin? And we know Slayer's where Optic won a big series back in Arlington. 50-48 was a very, very close back and forth Slayer in that game number 2 that TSM did manage to close out. But I think for TSM here, having seen and felt what happens when you don't have that snipe, they have to, quite simply have to keep it out of the hands of Optic here.
And let's not forget, Optic will tell you, and they said this actually on the Optic podcast after Arlington, they will tell you they're bad at Origin Slayer. But if you go to Grand Finals number 2, they took down Shopify in this exact game type. So even though they might not think that it's one of their best Slayers, they seem to be winning it as of late against some of the best in the league. Everything to play for here. I think the big question is, can TSM mentally reset to catch Optic off guard again? In terms of timing, can they hold the silvers? Can they get the opening damage and then fly and then rush and then collapse? That's the question. But right now, as I said, Optic Gaming is just showing absolutely no weaknesses in games 3 and 4. And it's such a different series across the half of the games that we've seen so far.
It's a weird series, right?
It
you
is.
You look at it, it's like 5-0.
There's a reason I'm having mental issues.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons.
Usually there's not a reason I'm having mental issues. But this time I have an excuse this time.
Or the authority to talk about here. And 50-48 in game number 2. Back and forth, but then Optic just take over. It's like TSM hadn't performed, like they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know how that they were going to take those games away from Optic, who looked like they hadn't missed a beat from that first series. But what it does do, set us up for a game 5. And I don't know about you, Andy, I do know you love a game 5.
We love a game 5. My mental state aside, I love a game 5, and can't wait.
Therapists in the building.
I've got it speed dial, don't worry. But that'll be sorted on its own. Let's take a look at stats here from Formal. Going to be ranks and stats from today after the back-to-back triple and a frenzy in that game. A 1.48 KD for the man.
Just ridiculous stats today. I mean, the Gen G series had a 2.0 KD, I think it was, in total. Double positive across the 3 games. And you look at the stats, there's nothing bad. There's nothing bad. And it's not just the KD, it's not just the KDA, not the damage per minute, it's the big moments as well, the big clips that we're seeing come out of this man who just looks like feels like a different player with the weight off of his shoulders. I think even in Arlington, I don't think Formal played his best Halo.
Right.
I think he was still feeling that pressure, and you saw the release of that pressure, and it will be talked about for time to come because it was such a notable change in emotion, I think, that we saw from the man on your screen right now. But now you're just seeing it feels like he's playing with just confidence. Again, just belief, again, which I think has just all come back to him.
Yeah, and especially in this series. Also, I think you can get the feeling that after what they went through in Arlington, you have to imagine Lunchbox and the rest of the squad, they're telling themselves, hey, it's a 5-game series for a reason. Let's not let ourselves fall here in pool play yet again. Let's play this to the distance.
Yep.
And it feels like this is now, especially after games 3 and 4, right? This is a new maturity from Optic Gaming to say, let's turn this series around in a complete 180. They've done that now, and now they're 1 game away from the reverse sweep.
But TSM, still the opportunity is there, right? Having gone 2 up in the series, they would have said, okay, we just need to win 1 of the next 3.
What did we say? They knew they needed
1
to
of
do
the next 3.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what one it is, as long as you win 1 of them. Now, they didn't win the previous 2. In fact, they never really looked close to winning the previous 2. But all will be forgotten about for TSM in those last 2 games. If they do get to this game 5 and come out on the right side of it, it will be a 3-2 win for them over Optic Gaming. And then that conversation about TSM is very, very different. Well, here we are then. Optic Gaming versus TSM. Game 5, Slayer on Origin. First of 50 will take the series.
And the other side of that coin, of course, is if Optic wins this, we forget all about TSM's run early on. And they'll just continue moving on in this tournament. Only 12 minutes on the clock, as you say. 50 kills to win is going to decide which of those 2 storylines play out here this Friday evening.
Key points on Origin here. Rocket launcher, you can see at the top of the rocket ramps. And that sniper rifle on the opposite side of the map, on the snipe side. Who's going to get that first? That's going to be the question. Who's going to control those power weapons, and who is going to win this opening rush? We'll start off with some Formal.
Renegade does not waste any time. Beautifully done. He flies right into the elbow with help from Formal as well as Bound. Kills being exchanged. 3 dead, maybe 4 in a second. It's a perfect collapse. 4-1 opening from Optic Gaming.
Just took a few extra seconds to get that final kill, which has allowed TSM to move up just towards the snipe side, but it means Renegade does get this sniper rifle, and this man has been nothing short of deadly when he's had this weapon in his hands. TSM elsewhere, though, putting some good pressure on, man. He's going to challenge. The pressure I was talking about from TSM means that they've kept this within 2.
Absolute. Look at this scrap bottom middle. There's 6 players in trench moments ago. We've seen a lot of battles down there as they're just going into absolute brawl mode. Only a 1-kill game. You just saw Rockets. The Homer Simpson gif comes flying through. And nope, gonna just right back with those.
Don't worry about me. I'm just gonna go over here.
What Rockets? Didn't see those. Drunk now gonna try to wrap the corner. It's still just a 1-kill game at 8-7.
And this is why sometimes I feel for the observers. The moment we turn away from Renegade, he hits the shot. And Drunk puts that rocket to use, so we'll have an opportunity now to watch Renegade. And the timing of the switch is perfect unless your name is Manny.
Beautifully done. You don't have a lot of time there if someone's G-sliding from your snipe street into your cave. But of course, Renegade says, just give me a few frames and I will hit the shot. We're tied here at 9.
It's day number 1, and some of the shots we are seeing from multiple members of multiple teams are just absolutely disgusting. TSM find themselves 3 dead, and Optic have map control now. And they also have a pretty commanding lead. Legend will get that final kill, and now look at the spawns. This is not good news for TSM. Optic have them trapped inside of this base, and Renegade's going to open up that elbow spawn, but he wants to push forward and get some kills. Killing spree here for Renegade. It's 5 in a row. No deaths for him.
This is the opening that Optic Gaming wanted here as they lead by now just 2 at 14-12. Let's get into a listen in with Optic Gaming.
Red side tree now. Pushing top side, pound.
Under red, guys, under red.
Go on. Watch it. Take your time.
I'm hiding,
Hide kid. Decide.
Rockets in 10.
Hide
kid.
It could be our elbow.
I'm watching.
Let's go window.
Rockets in 5.
Go window if you can.
No, what's 2 elbow?
Watch on the side. What's our maze? Blue maze.
Yeah, blue maze.
Top markets, guys.
Blue maze, guys.
Watch top markets.
We got one.
One blue weak, soul side.
We're looking. He'll die, Matt. He'll die. 2 dead.
Let's go.
3.
Markets up. Let's go.
He's fighting.
Blue flag, watch out, Blue flag, Tele. Come to the window. On the podium, watch out.
We're coming, Matt. We're coming. Finally, we have rockets.
Watch out, Manny.
Nice, 2 dead.
Watch out.
3 dead. That was 3. Sniper's coming now, guys.
One of guys.
Watch out, maze. He's big bottom maze. Blue maze.
Sniper's up.
You're still enemy. Once, okay, I'm gonna die. Let me die.
They're gonna have snipe.
Blue cat. 2 blue cat. We're sniping blue snipe tree. Blue cat,
watch out, grass. Your maze. Blue maze, silver.
Hey, kill me. He's blue cat. Blue cat's coming. Yeah, we'll turn his head.
Blue window. Watch out, blue bear.
Okay, we're gonna die. Top side weak, Manny. He's on the pillar.
He saw me behind.
Alright, 2 blue snipe tree. One on sniper.
Careful, they have a snipe.
Sniper blue snipe tree, Manny. He's looking at flag.
One's up here. Revenge on over here.
Yeah, where? Damn, we got one.
Hey,
1-6 sniper on. Find the sniper. He's blue sniper.
Blue window also.
Yeah, blue kid, watch out.
Blue window, watch out. 2 guys blue window. Blue, drop weak.
Grass, right?
Blue window.
One's blue snipe.
Blue window.
Careful, we're all snipe side here.
2 blue window going up.
One's
blue weak, drop.
Hey,
You guys blue weak.
Nice, we got one.
You guys blue weak, guys. One shot.
2 dead.
Scamming. Watch out blue window.
2 blue window on them.
Well, Optic Gaming have a lead here. It's a 4-kill advantage, but TSM keeping this scrappy, keeping this close. And considering they haven't really had much control of power weapons, if they can get one of those in their hands, with Manny picking up this double kill, then they could find a way back into this.
Yeah, a lot of intensity there in the Optic Gaming comms, and for good reason. They're Formal just in the typical human UAV fashion, but Renegade, by the way, 9-2 in this game so far. Trade from Legend coming in will keep the game at 28-26.
Another trade comes in bottom middle. 2 kills still the difference between the 2 teams, but it's 2 dead for Optic Gaming and an opportunity for TSM to get a good amount of map control here. Manny gets his shields broken and can't get away as well. Beautiful thread of the needle with that frag grenade coming in from Renegade. There's a second Drunk in the 1v1 who will win it and stay alive for a few extra seconds. But at the end of the engagements that we do see, it's now an extension of that lead. 32-29. As I say that, Legend cannot survive, and Formal might not be able to either.
Yeah, Soul Snipe with a really nice angle. Manny picks up a double. Might even get damage here. Green Wall Chant erupts in the room, but their lead is narrowing.
Everybody just playing so sneaky, so elusive around the Silvers. Double push comes in from Optic Gaming. Support is there. Torlik will clean up one. In fact, Soulsnipe will be there to get a second as well, but Renegade trades a kill. Back and forth again. It's still 2 kills the difference between the two teams, but it is still Optic Gaming who have that advantage.
And what do we say? Renegade in the big games last event, did he bring the team through or what? He's 13-5 in a game that's tied.
2 dead here for Optic, 3 dead here for Optic, and TSM go into a lead. Baum will get a kill here just to tie it up once more, but the Rockets are up. Legend trying to create an angle, trying to put pressure on. Man, he's got to be so careful here.
Got to be careful. Had the opportunity to, if he wanted to nade Rocks, he could have.
Renegade's grabbed him.
Did not use that plasma. Instead, it's Renegade.
Wait,
no, Rocket's
still up this.
Rocket's still up top here. 38-38, everything to play for. These Rockets are going to be huge.
A lot of focus on these Rockets at the moment. Torlik gets the kill onto Baum, which makes it 39. I was going to say to 38, but Formal answers back almost immediately. 40-39, Soulsnipe makes a ballsy play!
Oh! Frame perfect.
Renegade flicks the rocket back over his head, stays alive somehow with 9 kills to go on either side. It's 41 apiece.
Renegade goes full Keanu and watches that rocket go over his left shoulder in slow motion. I think we all felt that one as we traveled back to 1999 for a second. 42-41. The rocket does not connect. Still a 1-kill game.
No rockets left. Soulsnipe gets the kill. Renegade cannot put that to use. A perfect in a huge moment. Comes in from Druk. Legend. He'll be taken out as well. It's 2 dead for Optic. It's 45-42. TSM had the sniper. Renegade made the play to try and take it out of their hands, but it's still down somewhere. And Manny's going to grab it.
Huge kill for Manny. He will stay alive with Snipe as well. 46-43. And he has a flank as well.
Legend trying to pressure him. He gets bodied though. Legend keeps going forward. But it's 2 dead here for Optic. 2 to go for TSM to win this game. Legend stays alive thanks to Renegade. And we are seeing another insane conclusion to a Slayer here in this series. But at 49, TSM are 1 away. 40 bound. He gets the kill though. Renegade trying to hunt, trying to keep his teammate alive. It's 49-49. But it's TSM who will win the game 50-49. Avoid the reverse sweep. And take down Optic Gaming. What an end to that series.
An unforgettable series with an unbelievable ending. And Torlik even exchanging words with some Optic fans.
Scrapping with the crowd. Love it.
Gesturing, you could say. And my God, a 50-49 in the end from TSM to clutch up and take down Optic Gaming in a game 5. You really can't make this up. And Optic Gaming will suffer a pool play loss yet again.
Look, how you look at it, it's just a crazy series. A crazy series. Game 1, you're like, where's Optic? Game 2, you're like, TSM clutch in the final moments when it felt like Optic had that game. Game 3 and Game 4, it felt like, oh, Optic are here now. Optic are woken up a little bit. They've worked this out. It's going to be an easy, comfortable win for them. And then the most insane end to a Game 5 you could possibly imagine. It's 50-49. It is framed pixels between the two teams. But it's TSM who come out on top. Wes, I mean,
dude,
I say what you make of it, but like, it's insane.
We're each of us just sniffing the monitors in front of us because we cannot believe what is happening on our screens here. And I had to get close and personal to it because this end was insane. There were margins inches away from could have been either way. It just circumstances happening. If we didn't have 2 TSM players literally backing up in that corner, it could have been a completely different story. But just every single time we had control just flip-flopping between Optic and TSM. It was insane. I truly thought, Wes, for a second that Optic had this in their hands. Just in terms of the momentum, we got Renegade popping off. I haven't seen this man have a game like this in a game 5 for such a long time, having to really just elevate his team in that way. And then TSM, they managed to just, oh, just goodness me, why don't we just talk to Soul Snipe himself? Dude, what a series that was. Are you shook right now? Are you shook? Are you shook?
You got to see the end of that from our point of view.
I had to watch it right there. I was like, what the hell?
That was absolutely crazy. I mean, you guys are just hot right out of the gates in that series. Insane. I mean, you're feeling yourselves. You're looking really, really good. I think before we get into that series, I just want to ask you, what has elevated your team this time around? You know, bringing Manny back on board, the friendship is core, it's right there, and it seems to be working so beautifully, especially going up against the likes of Optic. How are you feeling about being back together?
I mean, last time this team of 4 played at a tournament, we got 3rd at the World Championship, the first one, and we haven't had a chance to run it back because of unfortunate things. So, I mean, we carrying that still from 3 years ago into today, and you know, we're just trying to make a run. You know, do what we couldn't do before, and that's our goal.
100%, and looks like it's going pretty well for you right now. I mean, that end game, it was just so much patience, so much kind of composure needed to come across the screen from all of you guys. What are the comms like in a moment like that when you're thinking everything could potentially go wrong here? We might lose control, just one person doing the wrong thing, making the wrong decision. What is it like to be on the kind of receiving end of that as a player?
Dude, that felt good. I mean, Manny's just screaming call-outs, and we're just listening, so.
Manny's taking control, Wes.
I was gonna say, like, I think like the chemistry, the amount of time that these guys have with each other, like when those chaotic moments, it's actually not chaotic. Like they actually have been in these situations so many times. I mean, you guys have been playing Kali Slayer for the past 6 years. So when I saw that was game 5, I was like, oh, so you're saying we got a ball game here, and y'all ended up making an absolute banger of a game 5. Doesn't get much closer than 50-49.
Yeah, doesn't get better than that.
You win 2 Slayers by 3 total kills, but really the most impressive feat was at Aqua CTF. The way you guys came out and handled some business on Aqua CTF. Not a weak game type for Optic, but when I saw that as game 1, I was thinking, yo, no snipes on the map, let's guns out, and like some teamwork can make the dream work.
Yeah, that's our bread and butter right there.
Yeah, you guys used to be nasty at that year 1, so I mean, when you got, I guess my question would be, when you saw that was map 1 to kick this series off, was that where you were mentally like, this is where we have to make a statement to stay in this series?
Yeah, we, you know, we had a plan to come out and just do our thing that map because we knew the momentum would carry us, and we were really happy that was map 1. So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. I'm not going to lie. That 5-0, I think, shocked everybody, including Optic Gaming. I think they were thinking, wow, I don't really know what to say after that one. The 5-0, you're expecting some kind of pushback, some comeback from a team like that. It was just unreal. What was the game plan heading into the series? You know, against Optic Gaming, they just won Arlington in a crazy fashion. You guys didn't have the best run in Arlington, obviously making that change. But, you know, what were the talks about that heading into this series? Because this is a big one.
Just be us. Honestly, just be us, be the same team we've been for 4 years, and
I love
just continue being us.
Did it click right away?
Yeah,
Having Manny back in?
It did. He's a good player.
I love that. I love that. Soul Snipe, honestly, congratulations, GG's. What an end to day 1. Unreal stuff. I can't wait to see what you guys bring to tomorrow. Go prepare. You know, we're going to let you go because that was absolutely insane.
Get some food, get some rest.
Yeah, you need some rest, for sure.
Stay hungry, though.
Thank you, guys.
There we go. No problem at all. Not too much. Exactly. We got some of the stats here across from that series here. Pool A. TSM's bread and butter right now because Optic Gaming, they fall short where it matters the most yet again. Things are just seeming to be happening just on repeat for Optic Gaming. Yes, they're not on the lower bracket side of things yet, so we can't, you know, we can't get way too heavy into it right now, but pool play hasn't been clean for them. This is disappointing for them, I think. I think they are going to be pretty upset about this, but the regain is on. Can they regain going into tomorrow? They're going to have to face an open bracket team. That should be okay for them. But then heading into the rest of things, how are they going to fare when they're coming up against teams who now know they are weakened? They have a weakness. They are able to be beaten once again. You know, bro, that's so many questions that are going through my mind.
Yeah, you have to wonder. You felt like Optic Gaming after Arlington, they were going to find a kind of a path and a flow state. But it feels like they just can't do it an easy way, right? I don't think anyone's doubting what they're capable of this weekend, but it feels like they just can't pave an easy road for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting conversation. Like we started the talks at the start of the day about chemistry in teams, right? You look at TSM, you look at the lineup of players, you wouldn't say that when you are putting a fantasy team together, you're not going to pick a lot of the names from TSM, right? And I mean that with all due respect to the players, but the chemistry they have together just creates something bigger than all of the players. And we talked a lot about SSG, a lot of talent, don't really feel the chemistry at the moment, and that's the flip side of it. TSM, what they can produce together is just phenomenal. I love watching those guys play.
TSM had a tweet during the middle of the series. It was like, teamwork beats the dream team. They were up 2-0, and that tweet wasn't doing too well.
Retweet now, yeah.
But I did want to point out, like, we saw the stats there for a second, and I was like, yo, this is the kind of team where, like, guys can drop 0.83s and 0.87s, and you can still beat Optic. Like, this is a dangerous team. They are scrappy. Yes, they won the Slayers, and technically you have to outslay to win the Slayers. But, like, they find ways to stay in series longer than expected. This team has always done that. And as soon as you saw a game type that these guys have been playing for, like, 8 years now together, like, that was the exact opportunity, the perfect storm for a team like TSM to beat a team like Optic. So map modes really played a lot into this, but I also think we have to start respecting, like, yo, the stats aren't going to tell the story as far as sometimes the scrappy, more efficient teams, the actual, like, cohesiveness of this team is going to be able to outperform some of these major Slayers that we have, the juggernaut teams full of them. Like, they're going to have tough times with teams like TSM.
100%, and honestly, where you get the kill on a map, it dictates everything, the control of the game, and where you are spawning your positions, it's huge, it is everything. You know, I think every single player that we have in the HCS can shoot straight. They're incredible gunnies. This undoubtedly, it's just incredible. But I think when you break it down, it's teams, like you said, who have chemistry, who are comfortable with one another, who end up getting those upsets, who end up taking it the entire series, or whether it be an entire tournament. So we are looking primarily at teamwork and who is really gelling, and TSM are looking awfully good right now. Speaking of gunnies though, we do have plenty of them in the HCS and on our KD leaderboard as well. Let's see who is right on the top of things here, because Falcated with a 1.57. He is always there.
He's always on that page.
Somewhere up there.
Lurking.
He is always there lurking, but right now he's right on the top of the charts here. Renegade joins him just underneath, shy of that 1.5. Royal 2, of course. I mean, he's always on there. He's always on there. We got
Renegade, he's always there.
We got 4, and honestly, Suppressed as well. Number 5 right here. Great stuff from Suppressed for day number 1. Yeah, Rob, he's been stepping things up.
He really has. Also, let's not forget, coming into that series, Formal was 2.0 on the day, right? He gets knocked all the way down to a 1.34 after just a blender of a series for both teams. And the fact that that would end 50-49 game 5, you can't write it. And I feel like I blacked out at least twice during that series, because there was just like, it felt like there was no clear story there. It was a team with a monstrous advantage, followed by Optic Gaming with a monstrous advantage. And for that game to go down to the wire like it did, it sets us up for a pretty good weekend once again.
Yeah, incredible Halo all around. We say it every single time we come to a tournament, but day 1 has not disappointed at all. Full play ends here for us, but we do have the open bracket team still battling it out, so make sure you go check out LBT, because the coverage continues, and we'll find out who our open bracket teams will be joining the party in pool play, and how our pool play teams will fare against them. Coverage for us continues tomorrow, guys, 10:30 a.m. Be there or be square. Plenty more action coming your way this weekend at DreamHack, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the championship bracket. Good night.